I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Am I going to starve to death? I woke up in the middle of the night, my stomach was so hungry that it was almost sticking to my spine. My hands were groping around, and suddenly I touched something warm and soft. Hey, this is a meat bun. Just as I was about to grab it and put it in my mouth, I heard a scream, "What are you doing?" I was startled and suddenly retracted my hand. I struggled to sit up and looked around. Who is it? The woman next to me also sat up and blew out the tinder. The faint flame illuminated the entire room. I almost jumped up in shock when I saw this photo. I was naked. The little girl next to me, who looked about 16 or 17 years old, was also wrapped in a linen blanket, her face flushed with shame. "Delang, are you awake?" she said softly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, and reached out to touch my forehead. "I am your new wife, Jiang Yurong. You were in a coma for 3 days, but luckily you survived." Jiang Yurong. My head buzzed, and I finally realized that I had traveled through time. I became Yikuan, the eldest son of a carpenter, and this little girl was the daughter-in-law who had just married a few days ago. It seems that the original Yikuan was in a coma due to a serious illness. His blind mother hurriedly married him this wife to bring him good luck. But before the wedding, Yikuan fell ill and passed out, until my soul took over this body. Jiang Yurong obviously didn't know what was going on in my heart. Seeing that I woke up, she was very happy and brought me some warm brown rice porridge. "You must be hungry. Let me feed you some porridge." "Thank you." I smiled awkwardly, and then I asked, "By the way, Yurong, why are you not wearing any clothes?" Hearing my question, Jiang Yurong's face immediately turned red. "I only have one set of clothes, and it will be worn out if I sleep in it." She was so embarrassed that she was incoherent and hurried to explain. "Oh, yes, this place is like this. I remembered that the poor people here don't want to sleep with clothes on, for fear of wearing them out." Seeing that she wanted to put on clothes, I quickly covered my eyes to say, "You put them on, I won't watch." But I couldn't help but leave a gap between my fingers, and I secretly glanced through the gap, and my heart suddenly felt hot. Fair skin, well-proportioned figure, big where big should be big, and thin where thin should be thin, it's really top-notch. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. The blind old mother came in with a cane, and I heard her choked voice, "My son, you finally woke up." "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry." I hurriedly held her hand and comforted her. "Thank God." My mother sat by the bed, tears in her eyes, holding my hand and sighing, "Take care of yourself first, Yurong is yours, don't rush to consummate the marriage." Hearing what my mother said, Jiang Yurong's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head and came over to feed me with porridge. My mother went out, and the room suddenly became quiet. The porridge was very rough and hard to swallow, but my stomach was too empty to bear it, so I had to bite the bullet and drink it. After drinking the porridge, I looked at Jiang Yurong and said softly, "Yurong, thank you." Jiang Yurong obviously didn't expect me to say thank you, and her eyes flashed with surprise and shyness. Men usually beat or scold their wives, and she never thought that I would be so gentle. After finishing the porridge, I held her hand and said, "It's not dawn yet, let's sleep a little longer." She whispered, "Mom said that we will consummate our marriage when you are better." "No, it's almost daybreak. I'll get up." Yikuan persisted. Jiang Yurong didn't care about being embarrassed and helped Yikuan put on his clothes with a red face. This time they were even, and Yikuan's body was also seen naked by Jiang Yurong. "It's dawn." Yikuan looked at the door and came to the backyard. There is a small shed in the backyard, which is a carpenter's workshop. In the carpenter's workshop, there were some wood piled up and a set of simple carpenter's tools. These axe, chisel, plane, and saw are the most valuable things in the house. This is the dating kingdom, where the level of industrial technology and living standards are roughly equivalent to those of the Qin and Han dynasties. Iron and copper are both hard currency. Therefore, those carpenter's tools are still valuable and can be exchanged for money, rice, and food. Yikuan couldn't bear to part with those tools, so he had to find a way to find food. Yikuan started to get busy in the carpenter's workshop. Mechanical engineers in the previous life could still design some things. Before lunch, a simple birdcage was made. The host used to be a carpenter, and he has the tools and materials at home, so it is not difficult to make this thing. At noon, I drank another bowl of porridge. Yikuin went into the kitchen, grabbed a handful of coarse salt and a few soybeans, hid them in his arms, and prepared to go out. Jiang Yurong was sorting hemp rope in the main room. When she saw the birdcage in Yikuin's hand, she was stunned. Could it be that my husband is a playboy, imitating the landlord's son, playing with birds and walking dogs? What kind of family is this? They can't even get enough to eat wild vegetables, and yet they still have the mind to do this. Yikuin was holding a bird cage, with a small axe on his waist, and smiled at Jiang Yurong. I'll go out for a while and find something to eat. Jiang Yurong stood up and stammered, where can we find food at this time? And Dalong, your body is just fine. It's okay, just move around, get better soon, and consummate your marriage soon. Yikuin smiled wickedly and walked out the door carrying the birdcage. This birdcage is a trap designed by Yikuin. It allows people to enter but not exit, and is intended to be used to catch pheasants and rabbits. He didn't know whether the mechanism would work or not, so Yikuin didn't say much. As soon as I left the village, I ran into Yao Hifu, the village ruffian. Yao Hifu was shirtless and grinned. Yi Dalong, your unlucky wife didn't kill you, did she? I heard that on the wedding night, you fainted just after you climbed onto the bride. Did you faint because you couldn't find the way? Do you want me to teach you? Yao Hifu's parents are both deceased, and he only has a little sister at home. He usually does nothing and makes a living by stealing. In the past, Yikuin was too honest and was often bullied by Yao Hifu. None of your business. Yikuin frowned and quickened his pace. Hey, you've become bolder after getting married, and you dare to talk back to me. Yao Hifu glared and shook his fist. If it weren't for the fact that you just had a serious illness and I felt sorry for your blindness, I would have punched you to death. Yikuin pulled out a small axe from his waist and pointed it at Yao Hifu. Come on, try it. It was afternoon, and the axe's blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Although it is a carpenter's tool, it can be used to kill people. Seeing the murderous intent in Yikuin's eyes and the cold light of the axe, Yao Hifu couldn't help but take a step back, turned around and walked away, cursing. Little bastard, I won't bother with you today. I'll deal with you when you recover from your illness, so you don't accuse me of bullying you. Yikuin snorted and continued walking towards the mountain in front of the village. On the way into the mountain, a thin sister-in-law came towards us. It was the widow next door, Daishi, who was only in her early 20s. Although she was pretty and clean, her face was filled with sorrow. Daishi had a tragic fate. Her husband was an orphan with no relatives to rely on. After 1 year of marriage, they had no children. Then, they encountered famine and plague, and her husband died. Unable to go back to her parents' home, Daishi lived alone in 2 thatched houses, and most of the time she filled her stomach with wild vegetables. Although Daishi was considered pretty, no one came to propose to her. There are frequent wars these days, too many men die, and there is a surplus of women. If virgins can't even get married, who would care about a widow? Seeing Yikuin, Daishi's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to greet him. Brother Dalong, are you feeling better? Although Yikuin is 1 or 2 years younger, Daishi always calls him Brother Dalong. It's getting better now. Yikuin nodded and smiled. Take Sister Shi with you, are you going to pick wild vegetables again? Daishi smiled shyly and handed the wicker basket over. Yes, I dug some shepherd's purse and kudzu today. I'll give you some. No, sister-in-law, I have food at home. Yikuin quickly declined. Brother Dalong, you have food, but I saw your newly married wife Jiang Yurong eating bran in the backyard. Daishi hesitated and looked around. Kudzu is better than bran. It can fill your stomach. Besides, if you eat too much bran, you will get hemorrhoids and won't be able to relieve yourself. It can be fatal. Ah, is there any need to eat bran? Yikuin was startled and said with a wry smile, I know, sister-in-law Daishi, wait for me to go home and let Yurong have something good to eat. With that, Yikuin fled the scene. It's a survival crisis. This is the biggest problem left by the host, and also the severe test that Yikuin faced after traveling through time. We entered the mountains and came to a stream in the valley. He put the bird cage in place, cut small wooden stakes to secure it, and then placed a few soybeans in the cage. They also brought water from a small stream and set up a small puddle next to the bird cage. Dissolve the coarse salt you brought with water and sprinkle it into the small puddle. Wild animals, like humans, need salt in their bodies. So wild goats, regardless of the risk to their lives, lick the salty ores on the cliffs. Children who have herded cattle and sheep know that when you urinate on the side of the road, the cattle and sheep will lick it because the urine contains trace amounts of salt. Yikuin is now unarmed and can only use coarse salt as bait to attract prey. Wild animals have keen senses, and it won't be long before they are attracted to the salt water in the puddle. After arranging everything, Yikuin stayed away from the trap and waited patiently. It is a summer afternoon and the sun is shining brightly. Yikuin waited until dusk before he went to see secretly. What good luck! There were no pheasants or rabbits in the birdcage, but there were 2 fat hedgehogs. I lifted the birdcage and tried it, and found that each hedgehog weighed about 2 kilograms. It can be exchanged for 20 kilograms of white rice. Yikuin was overjoyed and went home with the birdcage. When we returned to the village, it was getting dark. Mom, Yurong, I'm back. Yikuin carried the birdcage and walked quickly into the house. There wasn't even an oil lamp in the house, so they used pine wood for lighting, and the smoke was irritating. My son, why did you come back so late? The blind old woman groped over and complained, you are just getting well, why are you running around? Your wife Yurong is just going to look for you. Yes, Dalong, where have you been? I was afraid that you might have met a wild beast, so I was just about to go look for you. Jiang Yurong also took it. Seeing the bird cage in Yikuin's hand, she was surprised and delighted. Dalang, what's going on with this hedgehog? Yikuin smiled slightly. I caught 2 hedgehogs. Yurong, pick one up and use it to nourish me. The blind old lady was also surprised. Hedgehog, what hedgehog? Mom, Dalang caught 2 fat hedgehogs. Jiang Yurong smiled as innocently as a child, took the birdcage and shook it. The 2 hedgehogs cooperated very well and squeaked in the cage to prove their identities. The blind old woman also took the bird cage, weighed it in her hands, listened to the hedgehogs cry, and said excitedly, Dalang, don't eat the hedgehog. Exchange it for rice tomorrow. With this rice, our family of 3 will not starve to death. What kind of family is this? They want to eat hedgehog meat. I should be thankful to have brown rice porridge every day. Yikuin nodded, okay. Yurong, look at how much brown rice we have at home, let's make some porridge tonight. Jiang Yurong didn't dare to move and waited for the old woman's opinion. Poor people in the countryside don't eat dinner. Jiang Yurong had just gotten married and didn't dare to be the head of the household. The blind old woman thought for a moment and said, Dalang is in good health, so he should eat more. Yurong, go make a bowl of porridge. I won't eat. Jiang Yurong agreed and walked towards the kitchen. Yikuin also followed. There were still 3 ounces of brown rice left at home. Yikuin threw it all into the earthenware jar, added several bowls of water, and said to Jiang Yurong, Yurong, don't eat bran anymore. It will kill you. Jiang Yurong was making a fire. Hearing this, he was startled and stammered, I'm fine. From now on, no matter how much rice there is, we all share it. If it's not enough, we just add water. Yikuin took Jiang Yurong's hand and said, we are all family, so we should eat the same thing. Even if it's just 1 grain of rice, add 3 bowls of water to it, boil it, and each person should drink a bowl of rice soup. Click. Jiang Yurong's tears rolled down. No one has ever cared about me so much. After having married 3 husbands in a row, Jiang Yurong was nicknamed the Unlucky Star. Her brothers and sisters-in-law from her natal family beat and scolded her, wishing she would die soon. Jiang Yurong was also worried about marrying into the Yi family. Fear of returns. I didn't expect that Yikuin would be so considerate and caring about me. Yikuin turned around and found a bunch of wild vegetables next to him, which were kudzu and shepherd's purse. Jiang Yurong wiped her tears and said, these wild vegetables were sent by Sister Daishi next door. I made an appointment with her to go pick wild vegetables together tomorrow. Oh, Sister Daishi is a good person. Yikuin nodded and thought to himself, a widow who can't even make a living herself is still supporting him. If I become rich in the future, I will marry Daishi as my concubine first and repay her with my body to show my gratitude. Soon, the brown rice and wild vegetable porridge was freshly prepared. Jiang Yurong first filled a bowl and sent it to her mother-in-law's bedroom. He then served the second bowl to Yikuan. But he doesn't eat it himself. Yikuan filled a bowl of brown rice porridge and handed it to Jiang Yurong. Eat it, Yurong. I am not hungry. Jiang Yurong licked her lips and her stomach growled. You're still not hungry. Yikuan rolled his eyes. Do you want me to feed you before you eat? No, no, no. Jiang Yurong was startled, took the big bowl with both hands, and started eating in small bites. If she didn't eat, she was afraid that Yikuan would get angry. Men are scary animals because they really beat their wives. That's the good thing to do. Yikuan drank the porridge and looked at Jiang Yurong under the light. The biggest advantage of traveling through time is that it is so easy to find a wife. Thinking about my previous life, I was a mechanical engineer with a monthly income of 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, but when I went on a blind date, I was looked down upon by a beautiful, rich and white girl. The Jiang Yurong in front of me is much more beautiful than that white, rich and beautiful girl. It seems that the dating kingdom also encourages taking concubines. When I get rich in the future, hee hee. Thinking of this, Yikuan laughed out loud. Laughing at myself for not even having enough food to eat, yet having such wild ideas and yearning for the happiness of having many wives. This loser mentality cannot be changed even after traveling through time. He has no ambition at all. Jiang Yurong saw Yikuan's inexplicable smile and asked carefully, "De Lang, what are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing." Yikuan retracted his unhealthy thoughts and said seriously, "I want to go to town to buy an egg tomorrow and come back to hatch chicks. Then when the chicks grow up, they will lay eggs and hatch chicks. 2 years later, we will have a lot of chickens. We can sell them all and buy a cow. When the cow grows up, it will give birth to calves, and there will be more and more. The old cow will give birth to calves every 3 years, and our family will be rich." Jiang Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. My eldest brother from my mother's family said the same thing many years ago, but even now, he can't afford to buy an egg. Even if he can buy eggs, he doesn't have a hen at home, so he can't hatch chicks. Yikuan said seriously, "I can hatch chicks. Kerosene lamp hatching technology is so simple. There are no kerosene lamps here, but there is pine oil. Control the temperature and try it twice more." Jiang Yurong was stunned when he heard this. What a miserable life. Is my husband a fool? It takes 20 days to hatch a chick. As a grown man, are you going to lie in bed for 20 days with an egg in your arms? Even if you can lie down for 20 days, you still can't hatch chicks. After Jiang Yurong finished eating, she came to make the bed and helped Yikuan go to sleep. Yikuan wanted to have a relationship and enhance their relationship, so he took Jiang Yurong's hand and said, "Yurong, you have nothing to do in the evening, let's chat." "Oh no." Jiang Yurong was embarrassed and whispered, "You are not well yet, my mother-in-law will scold me. My mother-in-law also asked me to sleep with her tonight." "Ah, that's what I said." Yikuan only felt a darkness before his eyes. This old lady is really nosy. Jiang Yurong thought Yikuan was angry and hurriedly explained. "Listen to me, Dalong. It's not that I don't want to consummate our marriage. I'm just worried about your health and that I'm going to tire you out. It's okay, I'll take care of my body." Yikuan retracted his hand and rubbed his face. Jiang Yurong's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and walked out, going to the east bedroom to squeeze in with her mother-in-law. The next morning, after washing up, Yikuan carried the 2 hedgehogs with a hemp rope and headed straight for the market town. The market town is 15 miles away. Yikuan hurried over and started hawking his wares along the street. Hedgehogs are small medicinal animals. Their skin, flesh, and internal organs can all be used as medicine, and they are very popular. An old rich man bought Yikuan's 2 hedgehogs for 65 copper coins. Yikuan had money, so he bought 10 kilograms of rice and half a kilogram of coarse salt. Then he went to the butcher's counter and bought 3 pounds of pork bones. Pork bones are very cheap, only 1 copper coin per pound. It was just white bones, with almost no flesh on them. I walked and ran back home and it was just time for lunch. There was no rice at home, so Jiang Yurong cooked some wild vegetables and was waiting for Yikuan. Yikuan put down the sack behind him and wiped the sweat off his face. Yurong, eat white rice for lunch instead of wild vegetables. Oh, bring another casserole, I'll make you some bone soup. Jiang Yurong took the sack, checked the contents, and said in surprise. Why buy white rice instead of brown rice? And buy so many things? If my mother-in-law finds out, she'll say we don't know how to live. Brown rice is very cheap, costing only half the price of white rice. If you replace the white rice with brown rice, you can eat it for 10 more days. And pig bones are an absolute luxury for country people. Buying so much at once, you're such a spendthrift. Even the landlords don't dare to eat like this. Yikuan was already busy and didn't care what Jiang Yurong said. There is no meat on pig bones, but lard can be made from them. The bodies of the 3 people in my family now need to supplement fat. Otherwise you will feel tired and get sick easily. Only when you are in good health can you make money, right? I stewed pork bones at noon and they were delicious. The family of 3 all enjoyed the meal to their heart's content. In the countryside, beef bone soup and white rice are like the enjoyment of an emperor. Of course, the blind mother also complained about Yikuan a lot, saying that he was too wasteful and didn't know how to live. After dinner, Yikuan told Jiang Yurong. Yurong, you should boil the bones this afternoon. The longer the better. I'm going to go out for a walk. Pork bones can be used to make soup many times, and each time the soup is made, there will be some oil and water. Jiang Yurong nodded and said carefully, De Lang, you must be tired from going to the market today. Take a rest in the afternoon. No, I'm not tired. Yikuan smiled and went out again with the axe and birdcage. It's still the valley stream from yesterday. If you look closely, you can see some animal footprints by the stream. It must be the salt water that has worked and attracted the small wild animals nearby. After setting the trap, Yikuan went to take a bath in a stream a little further away, and then hid in the distance to observe the trap. After waiting for more than 2 hours, a pheasant finally entered the trap. Pheasants are usually very cunning. But when faced with traps, their IQ is not enough. Yikuan looked at the sky and took the pheasant home. The harvest is not much, but it is better than nothing. On the way back, Yikuan used a small axe to chop down 2 medium-sized wild mulberry trees, trimmed off the branches and leaves, and took them home. Mulberry trees are very resilient and are perfect for making bows and arrows. Yikuan wants to change his hunting methods, take the initiative, and get more prey to improve his life. Jiang Yurong took the pheasant and smiled like a child again. De Lang, how are you so smart to make a bird cage like this? It's great. We can catch something every day and we have food to eat. Yikuan touched Jiang Yurong's head and smiled, not smart, I'm afraid you'll dislike me and won't consummate the marriage with me. Jiang Yurong blushed all of a sudden and couldn't utter a word. But my heart has already melted. The killing power of patting the head is extremely powerful. How could a young peasant girl in a feudal society withstand it? If she wasn't worried about her husband's health, Jiang Yurong would have wanted to consummate the marriage right now. Yikuan was also greedy, let's stew this pheasant tonight. We and my mother can both replenish our bodies. Look at you, you are so thin, it makes me sad. Don't eat the pheasants, keep them first. Jiang Yurong felt warm in her heart and said with a smile, tonight, there will be bone soup. Yikuan nodded and called his mother to have dinner together. After dinner, Jiang Yurong cleaned up in the kitchen. Yikuan walked in and said, by the way, Yurong, take a pound of rice tomorrow and give it to Sister Daishi next door. She gave us some wild vegetables yesterday, so let's return the favor. 1 pound. Jiang Yurong was startled. A pound of white rice can be exchanged for a load of wild vegetables. She is so generous. Could it be that her husband has fallen in love with the widow next door? Is it because the marriage has not been consummated that the husband is missing women and is so hungry that he will eat anything? It seems that it's time to consummate the marriage. Jiang Yurong couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. At this time, Yikuan had already lit the pine torch and went into the carpenter's workshop. The bows and arrows of the Deding kingdom are not rare, but their accuracy is not good. Yikuin drew a simple blueprint and began to design a portable crossbow. The accuracy of the crossbow far exceeds that of ordinary bows and arrows, and it is easy to operate. With simple practice, you can hit the target accurately from 100 paces away. Yikuin did not require to hit the target from 100 paces away, he only required to hit a pheasant or a rabbit from a distance of 30 to 50 paces. Before traveling through time, Yikuin was a mechanical engineer specializing in designing various machines. Making bows and crossbows was not difficult for him. Chop and shave, experiment repeatedly. After 3 hours of hard work, Yikuin finally made a barely acceptable crossbow. Jiang Yurong came to the workshop and whispered, "De Lang, it's late, it's time to go to bed." "Oh, do you want to sleep together?" Yikuin asked casually. "No, I still sleep with my mother-in-law." Jiang Yurong was panicked, but afraid that Yikuin would be angry. She smiled flatteringly and said, "De Lang, regarding the consummation of marriage, I will listen to my mother-in-law." Yikuin nodded. "Since we are not sleeping together, you should go to sleep first." Jiang Yurong lowered his head, turned around and left. It's hard to be a daughter-in-law. Her husband wants to sleep with her, but her mother-in-law won't let her. What should Jiang Yurong do? Early the next morning, Yikuin went to the town to sell pheasants again. Unfortunately, pheasants are not valuable because they are all lean meat without any oil, so most people are unwilling to buy them. I finally sold it and got about 10 copper coins. Yikuin came to the blacksmith shop and bought 4 small arrowheads specifically for hunting. The arrowheads in the blacksmith shop are divided into several models. Some arrows are used to deal with pheasants and rabbits, and some are used to deal with large wild beasts. Yikuin only wanted to hunt pheasants and rabbits. Small arrows were enough, saved money, and could shoot far. When I got home, Jiang Yurong was leaning against the door looking out. Seeing her husband's empty backpack, Jiang Yurong couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She thought her husband would sell the pheasants in exchange for some food. Yikuin did not explain. After lunch, he went back to the workshop to make arrow shafts. Jiang Yurong had nothing to do, so he came to the workshop to watch the fun. Seeing that Yikuin was not too busy, Jiang Yurong whispered. "De Lang, mother-in-law said, if you are anxious, we can consummate the marriage as soon as possible." "Oh no, no hurry." Yikuin replied casually, took the prepared arrows to the backyard to test and check the power of the crossbow. At this time, Yikuin didn't think about consummating the marriage, he just wanted to get rich. Jiang Yurong was worried. Could it be that my husband is angry? Will he give me up? Yikuin tried shooting several arrows at the big camphor tree in the yard. Then adjust the accuracy and test again. An hour later, Yikuin's archery skills had reached the point where he could hit the target every time within 50 steps. Yikuin was very satisfied. With this ability, it shouldn't be difficult to survive. Seeing that it was still early, Yikuin decided to go out and try his luck and test the power and accuracy of the crossbow through actual combat. By the pond at the entrance of the village, several village women and girls were washing hemp rope and chatting. Seeing Yikuin passing by, the village chief's wife Huaihua called out. "Yikuin, why are you out here instead of staying at home with your wife?" Yikuin smiled innocently. "Sister-in-law, I'm going hunting." "Hunting?" Huaihua laughed. "You are the dumbest kid. When did you learn to hunt? If you can bring back a rabbit, I will feed you milk." Huaihua is in her 30s and is considered an old woman in the village, and she is the most outspoken. The other village women all burst into laughter. Everyone knows that although Yikuin is handsome, he is dull and stupid. He is not very good as a carpenter and can only make some simple tables, chairs, and farm tools. A village woman laughed and said, "Sister Huaihua, with your bulging chest, you can feed Yikuin into a fat man in just 7 or 8 days." Another woman laughed and said, "I'm afraid Yikuin will become addicted to eating. He won't gain weight, but will become thinner the more he is fed." MMP, there are veteran drivers everywhere. Who said that the ancients were pure? Yikuin had no money now, so he didn't dare to flirt with women. He smiled and quickened his pace and left. Or by the stream in the valley. Yikuin hid behind a rock, wearing a wicker camouflage on his head, staring at the small puddle sprinkled with salt. However, After waiting for more than an hour and staring until my eyes were sore, I didn't see any prey coming to drink water. Yikuin was a little discouraged. After thinking about it, I decided to continue waiting. Even if they failed to catch any prey, they had to go home before dark to avoid being laughed at by the villagers. It's gradually getting dark. Still no prey appeared. Yikuin was about to evacuate when he saw two black deer coming towards him with light footsteps. Boom boom. Yikuin's heart began to beat wildly. The black deer, also called mountain bull here, weighs 200 kilograms when grown. The two black deer in front of me were obviously not yet adults, weighing about 50 to 60 kilograms. The black deer was very alert. It looked around, quietly came to the water hole, and lowered its head to drink water. Yikuin aimed at the right angle, activated the mechanism, and fired the arrow. Collapse. With a crisp sound, the arrow shot out and hit the belly of a black deer. Yo-yo. The two black deer were frightened and ran away. But after running only 7 or 8 steps, the injured black deer fell to the ground. Then he struggled to his feet, jumped 7 or 8 meters, and fell to the ground again. Yikuin rushed out, held down the injured black deer, pulled out the small axe from his waist, and hit it hard on the head. The black deer twitched twice and finally stopped moving. When he pulled out the arrow, he saw that he had shot the black deer through. When it comes to dealing with flesh and blood, the crossbow is indeed very powerful. After trying, I found that the black deer in front of me weighed about 60 kilograms. Yikuin was overjoyed. He picked up the black deer and went home. This venison is very nutritious, and it's just right for consummating the marriage after eating it. Night has fallen. But Yikuin hasn't come back yet. Jiang Yurong was very worried that Yikuin might encounter wild beasts in the mountains. Mrs. Daishi from next door was very enthusiastic. She brought Jiang Yurong with her and begged the villagers to go look for Yikuin with torches. Not far from the village, I met Yikuin, who was panting and carrying a black deer on his shoulder. Mountain bull. Yikuin, how did you get the mountain bull? Oh my god, Yikuin is so lucky, he actually killed a mountain bull. The villagers were shocked and gathered around. Jiang Yurong was even more delighted and whispered, "Thank God, Dalong is back. Lucky to come across this black deer." Yikuin put down the prey and panted, saying, "I've been carrying this thing for 7 or 8 miles. I'm so tired. Folks, please give me some help. I'll treat you to some meat soup when I get back. Oh, there's broth to drink." The villagers were delighted. The temptation of broth is really too great. 7 or 8 villagers rushed forward and carried the black deer away. They chattered all the way and were in high spirits. The village chief was also alarmed and came to Yikuin's house to watch the fun. The village chief's surname is Qin and he was born at the hour of Cho, so he is called Qin Cho. The people of dating are so casual, relaxed and willful in naming their children. This black deer must be skinned immediately, the internal organs removed, and the venison hung out to dry. Otherwise, it will become smelly overnight. The village chief also wanted to have some broth, so he suggested that everyone start eating immediately. Yikuin knew that what the village chief said made sense, so he asked the villagers to help him skin and debone the animals. For 7 or 8 villagers, it is a piece of cake to catch a fawn. In less than half an hour, everything was done. Yikuin hung up 2 large pieces of venison, then cut 2 pounds of venison, chopped it into small pieces, added a pound of white rice, and asked Jiang Yurong to make the broth. Daishi also helped in the kitchen and cooked 2 large pots of venison porridge. The village chief and the villagers who came to help ate the meal, sweating profusely and praising the food endlessly. Yikuin was generous and started cutting the meat again. Each of the villagers who helped was given half a pound of venison. Everyone was so moved that they burst into tears while holding the small piece of venison. Village Chief Qin Cho took the initiative to say, "Yi Dalong, tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to the town to sell the venison. I will help you keep an eye on it and ensure that the bill is not wrong." Yikuin nodded, "Okay, brother Qin Cho, come and call me tomorrow." In fact, after skinning, deboning and removing the internal organs of a black deer, there are only about 25 kilograms of meat left, including ribs. Everyone ate some of it, and some was shared, so there were about 20 kilograms left. Carrying 20 kilograms of venison to the market was not a burden for Yikuin. But the village chief was kind-hearted, and Yikuin couldn't refuse. It was already midnight when the villagers had finished their meal and went home. Yikuin took a bath and slept soundly. Before dawn, the village chief Chin Cho came and greeted Yikuin from outside the window. Yikuin got up quickly, packed up the venison and offal, and went to the market with the village chief. The village chief, feeling grateful for the favor, took the venison and strode forward. When we arrived at the market town, the sun was already high in the sky. The village chief raised his voice and took Yikuin to sell things on the street. Deer meat sells well, 10 copper coins a pound. Deer antlers, deer skins and some internal organs were sold to herbal medicine shops because they could be used as medicine. In the end, all that was left was a deer head and some scattered bits and pieces of venison and bones. Yikuin calculated and found that he had earned a total of 230 copper coins. As for the rest, I simply didn't sell them and went to find a place to eat with the village chief. The village chief was very familiar with the place. He found a tavern and asked the tavern to stew the deer head. He and Yikuin had a few drinks together. After dinner, Yikuin bought some white rice and brown rice, and a yard of fine linen, and went home with the village chief. The coarse linen clothes on my body were very uncomfortable to wear, and my whole body felt stinging and itchy. In addition, Yikuin also bought Jiang Yurong a 3-foot red hairband and a red headscarf as thin as gauze. They are all luxury goods made of silk. On the way, the village chief Chin Cho couldn't help sighing, "Yikuin, you have made a fortune, but you can't waste it. Look at this fine linen, can you afford to wear it?" "When I have money, I plan to wear silk." Yikuin rolled his eyes. "I didn't spend your money, what's it got to do with you? Wear silk. Do you think you are a rich man?" The village chief rolled his eyes and said, "If you can afford to wear silk, I will give you my daughter Qiaonu as a concubine." Clever slave. A smile appeared on Yikuin's lips. Qiaonu is a good girl, fair and clean, about 15 or 16 years old, at the age when she is lively and lovely. After entering the village, Yikuin and the village chief parted ways and went their separate ways. When passing by the door of the ruffian Yao Hifu's house, Yikuin heard sounds of beating and scolding. Yao Hifu, who is worse than an animal, is beating and scolding his 15-year-old sister Yao Katie. "You stupid girl, you only know how to eat all day long. You've made our family broke. There's a pot of wild vegetable porridge, but why do I only see wild vegetables? I don't see a single grain of rice. Did you steal it all and eat it all?" Yao Katie didn't dare to cry loudly, and whispered, "Brother, we have run out of rice at home. I dug these wild vegetables myself." Yikuin stopped, seemed to want to say something, shook his head and left. It is better to have less trouble than more. It is better to avoid trouble. Reincarnation is a technical job. Who asked Yao Katie to be reincarnated as Yao Hifu's sister? But as soon as Yikuin got home, Yao Hifu chased after him. "Hey, Yikuin, you've made a fortune." Yao Hifu did not enter the house, but sat down on the open space in front of the door. "Your father beat me up 2 years ago and made me vomit blood. Until now, my body has not recovered and I can't work. You kid, compensate me with 5 kilograms of rice as medicine." Just now, Yao Hifu saw Yikuin coming back from the market with a lot of things on his back, and he immediately came up with an idea to blackmail him. Anyway, Yikuin is honest, and bullying him is Yao Hifu's daily project. Yikuin chuckled, "My father died 2 years ago. Did he crawl out of his coffin and beat you up 2 years ago?" "That's the one who beat me 2 years ago." Yao Hifu bit his lip, wiped his hand with blood, and yelled at the top of his voice, "I'm still spitting blood, you saw it. If you don't pay for my medicine, I will fight you and die in front of your house." This shout startled half of the villagers, and they all came over to eat the melons. Yao Hifu became even more excited. He smeared the blood on his hands on his face and cried and shouted. But the villagers all knew that Yao Hifu was a scoundrel and didn't believe his lies at all. Moreover, last night, many villagers ate Yikuin's venison porridge, so they naturally helped Yikuin and blamed Yao Hifu. "Hifu, you are wrong. Father Yikuin is a kind man. Why would he beat you to vomit blood? Aren't you bullying Yikuin, an honest man? You saw someone killed a mountain bull yesterday, and you're jealous. Yao Hifu was bullied by his fellow villagers and stood up and yelled, "You ate Yikuin's venison and you all helped him. Anyway, if Yikuin doesn't pay me back today, I will fight him to death. Whoever dares to help Yikuin, I will not let anyone go." The villagers were silent, as no one wanted to get into trouble. Everyone looked at Yikuin with sympathy on their faces. Everyone knows that although Yikuin is honest, he cannot beat Yao Hifu. Jiang Yurong was worried that her husband would be beaten, so she rushed forward to protect him and said to Yao Hifu, please don't bully me. My husband can't beat you, but my brother from my mother's family is not someone you can easily mess with." However, these words posed no threat to Yao Hifu. Yao Hifu chuckled and said, "Go away, you unlucky star. Don't let me be killed by you. Asshole, how dare you scold my wife?" Yikuin couldn't bear it any longer, so he rushed forward and hit Yao Hifu on the chin with a left hook. Thump. Yao Hifu fell on his back without any hesitation. In his previous life, Yikuin was a frequent visitor to the gym. He also participated in reserve training and had some knowledge of fighting skills. "You bastard, you dare to hit me." Yao Hifu got up and punched Yikuin in the nose. "I'm going to kill you today." Yikuin raised his hand to block it, and kicked out with his right foot, hitting Yao Hifu in the abdomen. Ah! Yao Hifu let out a strange cry, his face turned pale, he squatted down holding his stomach, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yikuin glared, "Get out of here, if you don't, I will really make you vomit blood." The village chief Qin Cho rushed over, kicked Yao Hifu again, and dragged him away cursing. In Caomiao village, only the village chief Qin Cho can suppress Yao Hifu. Because half of the villagers in Caomiao village have the surname Qin, the clan has the strongest influence. Yao Hifu was beaten but got nothing. The villagers also ate the melons, talked about it with laughter for a while, and then went their separate ways, feeling satisfied. Jiang Yurong was very scared and whispered, "De Lang, if you offend Yao Hifu, you will be in trouble in the future. Why should I be afraid of him? I'll beat him every time he comes." Yikuin patted Jiang Yurong on the shoulder and said, "Have you and I eaten yet? There are some scraps of venison and bones left. Let's stew them and eat them. You are so thin. You need to eat more." Jiang Yurong was so moved that she wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to show it. "I've already eaten this morning, I'm not hungry yet. Leave the venison and bones for later use." Yikuin shook his head and went to the kitchen to cook. "I ate it in the morning, but now it's already mid-afternoon." Jiang Yurong hurried over and took over cooking. Yikuin was fine now, and went back to studying his crossbow. "I was lucky yesterday and met a deer. If we encounter an adult deer, this small crossbow probably won't be enough. You also need to make a strong bow and crossbow." Yikuin did what he said and went out with an axe to look for materials for the crossbow. After dinner, Jiang Yurong brought a basin of water for washing feet and helped Yikuin wash his feet. Yikuin looked at Jiang Yurong's 3-inch golden lotus and said with a smile, "Yurong, can I wash your feet for you too? My feet don't look good. I'll wash them myself." Jiang Yurong blushed, took off her shoes, and put her pair of snow-white feet into the basin of water. "Such delicate feet, and you still say they are not beautiful." Yikuin squatted down and scrubbed Jiang Yurong's little feet. "With this foot, I can play for a year." Jiang Yurong was shy and retracted her feet. "De Lang, I don't deserve it. I'll wash my feet myself, you go to sleep first." I. What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, my mother-in-law closed the door and I couldn't get in." Jiang Yurong bit her lip and said in an almost inaudible voice, "My mother-in-law said that since you can hunt and kill wild buffaloes, your health must be better and you can consummate your marriage. If I can handle a mountain bull, there will definitely be no problem in the bridal chamber." As he spoke, Jiang Yurong stole a glance at Yikuin, his face red as if blood was about to drip out. Yikuin was stunned for a moment, then he understood and took his wife's hand. "Yurong, my family is poor, you don't mind, right?" Jiang Yurong shuddered as if she had received an electric shock, and whispered, "De Lang, I'm so happy that you don't despise me for being a jinx. Besides, my mother's family is poor too, we're all the same, so why would I despise them?" "Yurong, thank you." Yikuin suddenly remembered the red hairband and red headscarf, and hurriedly took them out from his arms and put them on Jiang Yurong's head. "Today we will consummate our marriage, this red hairband and red headscarf are for you. Dalang, is this really for me? Jiang Yurong trembled. This should be the first time Jiang Yurong received a gift in her life. And it is so precious, it is worth 7 or 8 copper coins. I don't have another wife, so of course this is for you. Yi Kuan smiled, picked up Jiang Yurong and walked towards the broken bed. Jiang Yurong struggled slightly, then hooked Yi Kuan's neck and whispered, Dalang, put out the oil pine first. Puff. The small pine torch on the wall went out immediately. Then, there was a rustling sound of people taking off clothes. Jiang Yurong didn't know how to cooperate and seemed very nervous. Fortunately, Yi Kuan is very gentle. He builds up his emotions bit by bit, slowly exploring and getting familiar with Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong's body gradually became hot and her breathing became rapid. The clouds and rain in Wushan are about to begin their grand curtain. Oh. At this moment, a loud sneeze suddenly came from under the bed. There's someone under the bed. Yi Kuan was shocked. He jumped out of bed, wrapped himself in a piece of clothing, and fumbled for a tinder to light the lamp. Jiang Yurong was so frightened that she wrapped herself tightly in the linen sheets and curled up in a corner of the bed. The pine trees were lit up again. Yi Kuan was about to check under the bed when he saw a disheveled little girl crawling out tremblingly. Colorful butterfly. Why are you in my house? Yi Kuan was shocked. This girl is Yao Hifu's sister Yao Katie. It's so ridiculous. This little girl is so bold that she hides under the bed and eavesdrops on what happens next. Yao Katie is only 14 or 15 years old. She is usually very honest. I didn't expect her to be so bad. Brother Dalong. Yao Katie knelt on the ground and kowtowed, tears streaming down her face. Brother Dalong, I sneaked in before dark, I didn't mean to. My eldest brother wanted to sell me to Chuanyan Tower, I was scared, so I hid in your house. Spring Swallow Tower. Yi Kuan frowned. Chunyanla is the brothel in the town, where men go to seek pleasure from prostitutes. Yao Hifu, this beast, actually wanted to sell his own sister to a brothel. Originally, Yi Kuan was very angry with Yao Katie. After hearing this, I couldn't help but feel sympathy for Katie. Jiang Yurong also got dressed and got out of bed. With a red face, she pulled Yao Katie up and said awkwardly, Katie, but you can't hide in our house, either. Sister Yurong, please let me hide for a while. If my brother finds me, he will really sell me to a brothel. Katie was about to kowtow again, crying, I will hide here and not speak a word. Just treat me as if I am not here and do whatever you need to do. Oh my God, I pretended you were not here and then consummated the marriage with my wife. Even if I agree, my wife won't agree. Yi Kuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hands and said. Kai Dai, how about, you go hide in the carpenter's workshop behind my house. I'll make you a bed board and a bed sheet. After daybreak, go find the village chief Qin Cho and ask him to teach your brother a lesson. It was late at night, and Yi Kuan couldn't bear to drive Yao Katie away, so he had to take her in temporarily. Katie was overjoyed and said repeatedly, Brother Dalong, Sister Rong, thank you so much. Jiang Yurong also sighed, found a piece of torn bed sheet, and together with Yi Kuan, sent Katie to the backyard. In the carpenter's workshop, Yi Kuan used 2 long wooden boards to make a bed for Katie. Yao Katie was trembling all over and sweating profusely. Yi Kuan asked, Kai Dai, why are you sweating and trembling? Brother Dalong, I'm really hungry. I just had a bowl of wild vegetables this morning. This. Yi Kuan sighed and asked Jiang Yurong, have you finished the venison porridge for dinner? Jiang Yurong nodded, there is still a big bowl left, I will heat it up for Katie. Thump. Katie knelt down and said, Sister-in-law, don't heat it up. I'll eat it like this. If you don't eat it, I'll die. Jiang Yurong nodded hurriedly, went to the kitchen next door, and brought back a large bowl of venison porridge. Snoring. In less than 2 minutes, the whole bowl of porridge went into Katie's stomach. Then, Katie began to lick the bowl and looked at Yi Kuan pitifully. Brother Dalong, this venison porridge is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. Can I be a maid for your family? I can work, just give me a bowl of brown rice porridge every day, wild vegetables are fine, really. Yikuin shook his head and smiled. Silly girl, do you think our poor family can afford a maid? Katie looked at Jiang Yurong, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Yikuin thought for a moment and sighed. Go to sleep, Katie. If you are too hungry to bear it in the future, come over secretly and we will share some food for you. Brother Dalong, you are such a good person. Katie's tears rolled down her cheeks and she sniffled. My brother is a bad guy. I fought with you today, but you were not angry and you even gave me food to eat. Your brother is your brother, and you are you. Go to bed early. Yikuin sighed inwardly and pulled Jiang Yurong out. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Yurong lowered her head deeply, her face still red. It was so embarrassing just now. A lot of words and noises were heard by Katie. Yikuin blew out the pine trees. Go to sleep, Yurong. Let's do it again, just relax and don't be afraid. Dalang, I was so embarrassed just now. We are a legitimate couple, why should we be afraid of being embarrassed? After a gentle conversation, Jiang Yurong finally opened herself up completely, like a flower that slowly blooms to welcome its own butterfly. Yikuin is also very gentle and considerate to women. It was a very good experience, and both of us realized the beauty of the great harmony of life. Venison is really good stuff, it adds wings to the tiger. After the dust settled, Jiang Yurong was still shy. She buried her head in Yikuin's arms and whispered, Dalang, we have consummated our marriage and become husband and wife. Do we have to do this every night from now on? Of course, every night, 7 times. This is the ritual for husband and wife set by Zhou Gong. Ah, doesn't that mean you won't sleep all night? Jiang Yurong was startled and asked again, who is this Duke Zhou? Doesn't his family have to farm? If he doesn't sleep at night, can he get up in the morning? Why sleep when you have something you love to do? Yikuin smiled and stroked Jiang Yurong's hair, but if you are really sleepy, just go to sleep. You can pay me the 6 times you still owe me tomorrow. Can you please keep a record of it and pay me back slowly, later? Jiang Yurong said pitifully. Okay, let's keep the accounts first. Yikuin smiled wickedly in his heart and fell asleep with Jiang Yurong in his arms. After daybreak, Yikuin asked for the bill again before getting up with Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong was in good spirits, but the way she walked was a little strange. Seeing Jiang Yurong looking so pitiful and shy, Yikuin felt a little guilty. This venison is harmful to people, we need to control it. The colorful butterfly has left the carpenter's workshop in the backyard. I guess he went to the village chief to complain. But Yikuin didn't know whether the village chief could save Yao Katie's fate. After breakfast, Yikuin said hello to his mother and Jiang Yurong, and went into the mountains to hunt again with bird cages, traps, and crossbows. Hunting can be addictive. Jiang Yurong walked him to the door and whispered, Dalong, I heard there are tigers in the mountains. You must not go deep into the mountains. Don't worry, I'll just be around. Yikuin nodded and walked away quickly. Coming to the original valley stream, Yikuin added some salt to the small puddle and set a trap. Salt is expensive, but you don't need a lot to attract prey. And now Yikuin is rich, so a handful of coarse salt is nothing. After everything was arranged, he wandered around with a small crossbow. I originally wanted to make a strong bow and crossbow, but I haven't had time yet. After a few hours, Yikuin hunted a rabbit and a pheasant, which was considered a small harvest. It was already afternoon, Yikuin was hungry, and prepared to go home. Bang! After taking a few steps, a stick came out of the bushes and hit Yikuin's ankle. Who the hell hit me? Yikuin grimaced in pain, hopped 2 steps on one leg, and fell to the ground. I'm the one who beat you. Yao Hifu came out with a stick in his hand, glaring and cursing, Yi Dalong, you bastard, you slept with my sister Katie last night, I want to settle accounts with you. My sister is still a virgin, and you slept with her clean body, what do you say I should do? Bullshit, when did I sleep with your sister? His ankle ached so much that Yikuin's facial features twitched and he broke out in a cold sweat. Bang! Yao Hifu hit him with his stick again and cursed, how dare you quibble? My sister said it herself that you slept with her in the carpenter's workshop last night. You did it several times in one night. Stop hitting me. Yikuin raised his hand and gritted his teeth, okay, even if I slept with your sister, you can do whatever you say, okay? My ankle is injured and it is difficult to move. Yikuin had no choice but to admit defeat and show weakness, and then look for an opportunity to take revenge. Are you afraid that you can't kill a simple-minded guy like Yao Hifu? Hey, just admit it. Yao Hifu grinned, picked up Yikuin's birdcage, and said with a smile, the girls in Chunyan Tower need 10 kilograms of rice for one night's sleep. A yellow flower girl like my sister Katie needs 100 kilograms of rice for one night's sleep. Hey, it's not that expensive, right? Yikuin rubbed his ankle and smiled bitterly. I heard that the women in Chunyan Tower can sleep for a night with 2 kilograms of rice. Bullshit, the price has increased recently, don't you know? Yao Hifu raised the stick again. Okay. You said 100 kilograms of rice, so it's 100 kilograms of rice. Yikuin admitted defeat. Good. Yao Hifu smiled and said, I am a fair person. Today's hare and pheasant are equivalent to 20 kilograms of rice. You still owe me 80 kilograms of rice. You can pay me back slowly in the future. It's so damn fair. In later times, a virgin like Katie could be exchanged for several thousand kilograms of rice for one night. All in all, Yikuin still got a great deal. You slept with my sister, so we are relatives. If you return the remaining 80 kilograms of rice to me, in the future, if you want to sleep with Katie, you can come to my house anytime, I promise I have no objection. Yao Hifu was satisfied. He patted Yikuin on the shoulder, then turned and left with the birdcage. Bastard, beast. Yikuin sat on the ground, picked up the crossbow beside him, put an arrow on the string and sneered, Yao Hifu, stop right there. You kid. Yao Hifu had already walked 10 steps away. He turned back suddenly and was shocked to see Yikuin holding a crossbow. Yikuin sneered, put down my things, or I will kill you with one arrow. You bastard, I don't believe you dare to kill me. Yao Hifu put down the birdcage and raised the wooden stick again. Collapse. The bowstring sounded and the arrow flew. It hit Yao Hifu's right shoulder. The arrow entered from the front and exited from the back. Oops. Yao Hifu screamed and the stick fell to the ground. Yikuin quickly drew the second arrow and aimed it at Yao Hifu's chest. Who said that the gun is fast at a distance of 7 steps, and accurate and fast within 7 steps? If killing is not illegal, at this distance, Yikuin could easily kill Yao Hifu with one arrow. Yao Hifu was seriously wounded by an arrow, and his right shoulder was in unbearable pain and bleeding. How could he dare to move again? He immediately squatted down, waved his hands and shouted. Yikuin, do you really want to kill me? Killing people is against the law. Don't kill me, it's my bad luck. Can you give me the remaining 80 kilograms of rice? Otherwise, I'll take one of these pheasants and rabbits. Otherwise, I'll give Katie to you as a concubine, and we can be relatives. Before Yikuin could say anything, Yao Hifu took the initiative to lower the price significantly. He was also willing to give his sister away for free. Look at you, you bear. Yikuin shook his head and glared, throw the stick aside and crawl over here. I'll take a look at your injuries. If this wound was not treated, the excessive blood loss might have cost Yao Hifu his life. Yikuin didn't want to be a murderer, so he sent Jiang Yurong into exile and left her as a widow. Yao Hifu bared his teeth and really crawled over. Yikuin looked at Yao Hifu's wound, broke the arrowhead and pulled it out. The arrow was pulled out and blood spurted out. Yao Hifu screamed in pain, crying for his parents, and almost fainted. Fortunately, it was a small arrow and the wound was not too big, so it should not be fatal. Yikuin used Yao Hifu's clothes to bandage his wounds, saying, If you dare to bother me again, I will kill you sooner or later. Also, you said that I slept with your sister, so she is mine. If you dare to hit Katie again, I will kill you too. In fact, this time, Yikuin was really wronged. I didn't get to eat mutton, but I got into trouble. He did good deeds to help Katie, but was framed by Yao Hifu. Yao Hifu endured the pain, crying and snotting, Yidalong, I will never dare to do it again. Even if you sleep with my sister in front of me, I will. Shut up and get out. Yikuin barely stood up, propped up Yao Hifu's stick under his left armpit, holding the crossbow in his right hand. Go ahead and go home. Yao Hifu didn't dare to say anything more and led the way carrying the birdcage. Roar! Suddenly, a fishy wind blew. Yikuan and Yao Hifu were both shocked. Before they could react, they saw a gorgeous tiger pounce out from the woods on the left. Oh my god, there's a tiger! Yao Hifu reacted quickly, dropped the birdcage and ran away. Tigers are most ferocious when they come down from the mountains at dusk. Yikuan also wanted to run, but as soon as he took a step, his ankle hurt so much that he fell to the ground. My life is over. The tiger in front of him weighs at least 500 or 600 kilograms. Even if there were 3 Yikuans here, they would still be dead. What's more, Yikuan's foot was injured and he couldn't run at all. Roar! With a tiger roar in his ears, the tiger gave up on Yikuan and pounced directly on Yao Hifu. It seems that the tiger is also very picky and wants to eat something lively and active to give itself a challenge. Yao Hifu had just run a dozen steps when the tiger caught up with him from behind and knocked him to the ground. Yikuan, save me! Yao Hifu shouted once, and then fell silent. Yikuan opened his eyes and saw that Yao Hifu's injured right shoulder and right arm were gone, bitten off by the tiger. The tiger bit off Yao Hifu's shoulder and threw it aside. The second bite directly broke the back of Yao Hifu's neck. Blood rain splattered. Yao Hifu's hands and feet were still twitching. In a flash, Yikuan raised the crossbow again and aimed at the tiger. I can't escape death today, but I have to struggle anyway. The tiger killed Yao Hifu and turned to look at Yikuan. Come on, beast, let's fight to the death. Yikuan sat on the ground, holding a crossbow and shouting. This shout certainly won't scare the tiger. But you can die heroically and like a man. The tiger's eyes were full of contempt. It calmly picked up Yao Hifu's right arm and took 2 bites. This tiger is a military strategist. He knows how to put pressure on his prey and defeat the enemy without fighting. Yikuan trembled and was about to fire the crossbow. But he didn't dare, for fear of angering the tiger. If he didn't shoot the arrow, maybe the tiger would eat Yao Hifu, and then let him go when it was full. Just as Yikuan was daydreaming, Yao Hifu's right arm had already entered the tiger's belly. Then, the tiger walked slowly forward and stared at Yikuan. This bastard still won't let me go. Yikuan sat on the ground, trying to move backwards, shouting, help, the tiger is eating people. Roar! The tiger's shoulders sank, it pressed its front paws on the ground, then it suddenly jumped up and pounced on Yikuan. Fuck you, I'm going to fight you. Yikuan did a cross-legged pose, lay on the ground, aimed his crossbow at the tiger's chest, and shot out with a whoosh. This kind of small crossbow, the arrow head and the arrow shaft together are only about 2 feet long. It's useless against wild beasts. At most it's just a skin injury, and people don't even need to put a band-aid on it. Collapse. The arrow was shot and actually hit the target. The tiger flew over his head and landed behind Yikuan. Then he did a tailspin and swept Yikuan away. Yikuan rolled several times before he finally stabilized. Just as he turned over and sat up, he saw the tiger turned its head and stared at him. I'm dead this time, give me a quick death. Yikuan closed his eyes again. The tiger walked slowly and silently. Yikuan closed his eyes, but he could smell the fishy smell coming out of the tiger's mouth. Roar. Thump. Suddenly, the tiger let out a mournful cry, followed by a loud bang. Yikuan was horrified and opened his eyes, only to find the tiger lying in front of him, blood gushing out of its 7 orifices and digging around with its 4 claws. What's going on? Yikuan didn't understand what was going on and immediately moved back. The tiger was too crazy. Even though it fell to the ground, it was still digging around with its 4 claws, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. Roar, roar, woo, woo. The tiger struggled and roared, but after 3 minutes, it finally became completely motionless. Thank God. Yikuan managed to save his life, only to find that he was soaked and his hands and feet were cold. After resting for another 3 to 5 minutes, Yikuan moved to the tiger to check what was going on. After a careful inspection, he realized that the arrow he had just shot had hit the tiger squarely on its chest. The arrow shaft, which was more than 2 feet long, was completely inserted. But the power of a small crossbow shouldn't be that great. If a small crossbow encounters a big beast and can shoot an inch under the skin, it is considered powerful. After thinking about it again and again, Yikuin suddenly realized. Just now, the tiger pounced on him, and he was in midair, and an arrow hit his chest. After the tiger pounced, the arrow shaft hit the ground, and by chance, the entire arrow shaft was sent into the tiger. Moreover, the arrow should go straight to the tiger's heart, without any deviation. After trying to understand the whole story, Yikuin really wanted to lie on the ground and kowtow to the ancestors of the Yi family. All the good luck in your life is probably concentrated on today and used up at once. Someone, come. After figuring everything out, Yikuin stood up and shouted loudly. The tiger is already dead. I have saved his life. It's time to collect the reward. There is a serious tiger problem in the mountainous areas in the south of Dating State. The imperial court rewarded the people for killing tigers. For each adult tiger killed, a reward of 10 copper coins was given, equivalent to 10 taels of silver. It also exempts the entire family from taxes for their entire lifetime. Those who survive a great disaster will surely be blessed in the future. This time, Yikuin really made a fortune. Yikuin. Yi Dalong. Where are you? On the way into the mountains, we could hear the shouts of the villagers. Yikuin shouted, I'm here, I'm here. With the sound of footsteps, Qin Cho came running over with a dozen villagers. Dalang. Jiang Yurong brought the widow next door, Daishi, and Yao Hifu's sister Katie, following at the end. It turned out that Yao Hifu beat Yao Katie severely in the morning, forcing her to admit that Yikuin had slept with her, and then he took a wooden stick and went into the mountains to settle accounts with Yikuin. Yao Katie was worried that Yikuin would suffer a loss, so she notified Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong was afraid, and together with Daishi, begged the village chief Qin Cho to take the villagers into the mountains to look for Yikuin. The village chief and fellow villagers had eaten Yikuin's venison porridge the day before yesterday, so they felt embarrassed to refuse and came together. Seeing his fellow villagers, Yikuin finally felt relieved and sat down on the ground. Qin Cho and others rushed over and saw the blood on the ground, as well as the bodies of Yao Hifu and the tiger. They were all shocked and trembling all over. When Yao Katie saw her elder brother's body, she rushed over, cried loudly, and then fainted. Once her elder brother died, Yao Katie became an orphan and was naturally sad. Daishi stepped forward, hugged Katie, pinched her philtrum and slapped her in the face, trying to rescue her in a random manner. Jiang Yurong rushed over, hugged Yikuin, and cried, Dalang, are you injured? Is it serious? Don't cry, I'm fine. Yikuin touched Jiang Yurong's hair and comforted her softly. Yi Dalong, it was you who killed the tiger. After a long time, Qin Cho asked tremblingly. Of course it's me. Yikuin had already thought of what to say, with a sad face. I was hunting in the mountains. When I heard Yao Hifu shouting for help, I ran over with a bow and arrow. But it was useless. Although I shot the tiger dead, I failed to save Yao Hifu. Oh, I was also injured. I hurt my ankle. Yao Hifu's injured right shoulder had been swallowed by the tiger, and there was no evidence to prove his mistake. No one knew about the fight between Yikuin and Yao Hifu. Qin Cho squatted down and patted Yikuin on the shoulder. Brother, it's amazing that you can shoot a tiger. Yao Hifu was killed by a tiger, and it was his fate. In short, you are a tiger-killing hero, and you will be rich in the future. Fellow villagers, our village has produced a tiger-killing hero. We are all proud of this. Hurry up and carry the tiger's body back, accompany Yikuin, and go to the county government to claim the reward. The one who was speaking was Qin Chao's younger brother, the second oldest, born at noon, and his full name was Qin Erwu. Qin Erwu served in the army in his early years. During a battle, he accidentally fell off his horse and one of his legs was broken. He has been lame ever since. After retiring and returning home, he was also called Qin Lamizi. Because Qin Kazi used to be a horse archer, and he was considered the best archer in Saomiao village. However, Qin Erwu, who was the best archer, was also full of admiration when he saw Yikuin shoot an adult male tiger with a short arrow. The villagers responded immediately. They cleaned up Yao Hifu's body, cut some wooden sticks, carried the dead tiger, and carried Yikuin on their backs, and returned home in a grand and joyful procession. There were 2 other half-grown children who ran back to the village and called on the villagers to come and help. There was not much sadness about Yao Hifu's death. It's normal for someone to die these days, not to mention that Yao Hifu is a scoundrel who brings trouble to the village. Only Yao Katie cried all the way. Village Chief Chin Cho was annoyed by the crying of the colorful butterfly and glared at her. Kai Dai, don't cry. Your brother is dead, but Yikuan has become rich. I will give you to Yikuan as a concubine. Yikuan is a tiger-killing hero. He will not have to pay taxes for his whole life and can support you. Yikuan squinted and said, Brother Chin Cho, don't talk nonsense. Katie is not even 16 years old. In the dating kingdom, both men and women had to reach adulthood at the age of 16 before they could discuss marriage. Take her home and raise her. Once she's fat, and she's 16 years old, she'll be perfect as a concubine. Chin Cho chuckled and said, if I were a tiger-killing hero, I would at least marry 3 concubines, give birth to more sons, and work harder in the future. Thump. Katie had already knelt down and was pulling at Yikuan's trouser legs. Brother Dalong, please take me as your concubine. I can work. I will fan you in the summer and warm your feet in the winter. The villagers all laughed and said, did Yi Dalong hear that? It can warm your feet. Jiang Yurong also looked at Yikuan and nodded slightly. It seems that she also supports Yikuan taking a concubine. Kai Dai, don't do this. Yikuan smiled bitterly and waved his hands, your brother is dead. If you have no food to eat in the future, you can come to my house to eat and help me take care of my mother. I promise that you won't starve. Thank you, Brother Dalong. Katie bowed her head and stood up happily. She felt that Yikuan's words meant that he was going to take her in as a concubine. The villagers who were supposed to meet the tiger had already arrived, carrying poles and hemp ropes. They took turns lifting the tiger and returned in a mighty procession. The entire Chow Miao village was shocked. Hundreds of people came to watch, feeling envious and jealous in their hearts. Village Chief Chin Cho said, Yikuan, we have to leave overnight and send the tiger to the county government office. We will arrive early tomorrow morning. I will help you borrow an ox cart and invite a few villagers to accompany you. According to regulations, tiger's shot must be sent to the county government for inspection. The acceptance inspection requires seeing the tiger's body, the tiger hunting tools, and the tiger hunting person. None of them can be missing. Yikuan nodded, entrusted the village chief Chin Cho to borrow an ox cart, and asked his wife Jiang Yurong to cook quickly. Daishi helped to collect the pheasants and rabbits hunted today and make soup for everyone. The white rice and broth fed the 8 men well. The village chief borrowed 2 ox carts and an ox, called on everyone to load the dead tiger onto the carts, and set off for the county town overnight with pine torches. Yikuan injured his leg and could not walk, so he sat on another cart and was pushed by the villagers to continue his journey. The county town was 50 miles away. Everyone traveled all night and finally arrived at the county government office after sunrise the next day. The county government has an agency specifically responsible for hunting tigers, and is also responsible for inspecting and accepting tigers sent from various places. However, the inspection and acceptance process was very slow. The tiger had to be skinned and gutted on the spot to check for wounds. The hunter had to be questioned and the tools used to hunt the tiger had to be checked and confirmed. After the inspection here, we went to the lobby of the county government to receive the reward, register it, and issue the tax-free document. The imperial court was very cautious about hunting the tiger and gave Yikuan 10 taels of silver, exempted his entire family from taxes for life, and returned 100 kilograms of tiger meat. After completing the procedure, it was already noon. We found a tavern, cut about 10 pounds of tiger meat, and asked the owner to cook it quickly. Nowadays, meat is either steamed or grilled. The tavern owner cut the tiger meat into 2 parts, stewed one half into soup and roasted the other half, and served everyone a few jugs of wine. The 5 or 6 guests at the next table, like Yikuan and others, had killed a tiger and were sent to the county town to claim the reward. They ate big chunks of meat and drank wine, quarreled loudly, and boasted happily about their experiences in hunting tigers. Yikuan listened and smiled without saying anything. Chin Cho pulled Yikuan. Yi Dalong, you are such a good archer. Why don't we in Saomiao village also apply to form a tiger hunting team? How about you be the leader of the tiger hunting team? Qin Erwu's eyes lit up. Yes, if we form a tiger hunting team and kill 5 tigers a year, we can exempt the whole village from taxes for a year, and we will also get a reward. Wang Dekue, who was traveling with him, shook his head. A tiger hunting team needs 15 people. If there are 5 people left after a year of fighting, it's good. 4 years ago, there was a tiger hunting team in our village, but they killed 3 tigers and lost 7 lives. Yikuan nodded slightly. Getting rich by hunting tigers is too risky. At the next table, a big man laughed loudly and pointed at Wang Dague and others. That's because you're stupid and don't know how to hunt tigers. Our Guanjia village tiger hunting team has killed 8 tigers this year, and only 3 people died. Qin Erwu flew into a rage, slammed the table and shouted. Stop bragging. I know that your Guanjia village tiger hunting team killed 2 tigresses and captured 6 tiger cubs that could just walk. Does that count as 8 tigers? Guanjia village is on the other side of the mountain, 20 miles away from Saomiao village, not too far. Because of marriages and relatives' visits, the 2 villages also keep in touch with each other. Wang Dekue also squinted and said. My cousin married in your Guanjia village. I heard that last year, 6 members of your tiger hunting team died, and 2 were accidentally injured by their own people and are now disabled, right? Qin Cho also laughed and said, what we sent today was a mature tiger weighing more than 600 kilograms. It was killed by 1 arrow from our archer Yikuan. Can you do it? Look at the tiger you sent. It's skinny and weak. It only weighs 300 kilograms, right? And the tiger has holes all over its body, just like a leaf eaten by insects. I don't know how many times you stabbed it with your guns and shot it with arrows before you killed it. Yen Liuhai, who was traveling with him, added, the tiger in Guanjia village died in agony, not from being beaten to death. Qin Erwu and others burst into laughter. Yikuan felt bored, shook his head and continued drinking and eating meat. The hunters in Guanjia village across the street were all angry and shouted. Since you have a master archer in Saomiao village, do you dare to form a tiger hunting team to compete with our Guanjia village? Qin Erwu was in a bad mood. He pulled Yikuan and said, Da Lang, let's go back and form a tiger hunting team to compete with Guanjia village. With your archery skills, we won't lose. At this moment, an elegant man in his 20s, wearing a linen gown, walked into the tavern, carrying several pounds of tiger meat and asked the boss to grill the meat and serve wine. The men from Guanjia village and Saomiao village continued to talk nonsense. The 2 sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The elegant man who had just come in sat alone in the corner, watching the quarrel between the men from the 2 villages with great interest. Yikuan was worried about a fight, so he stood up and clasped his fists towards the tiger hunting team members from Guanjia village. Brothers, the tiger problem is serious now. If you don't want to argue with each other, why don't you talk about your experience in hunting tigers? Why bother to argue about who is better and who is worse and hurt the harmony? The leader of the tiger hunting team on the opposite side was named Zhao, with a scar on his face. He laughed loudly. Why, you want to steal our Guanjia village's experience in fighting tigers? I won't be fooled. The people in Guanjia village laughed together. Is Guanjia village's experience in fighting tigers very impressive? Yikuan also got angry and sneered. You hunt tigers with bows and arrows, stalk and kill them, set traps, or use bait and poison to kill tigers. Even a child can do these things. Do I need to learn from you? These are the only few tricks that the ancients used to fight tigers. Due to the current industrial level of the Ding kingdom, it cannot even make a trap, so it can only use traps, bait and bows and arrows to hunt tigers. When they meet tigers on a narrow road or in emergency situations, the tiger hunting teams will use spears, lances or iron forks to fight tigers in close combat, but the results are usually tragic. Captain Zhao of Guanjia village glared at him and said, Don't brag, kid. Isn't this how you fight tigers? What experience do you have? I have a lot of experience that you haven't heard of. Yikuan sneered, If we set up a tiger hunting team in Saomiao village, I can guarantee 2 things. First, I will kill every tiger I see. As long as I see a tiger, no tiger will escape. Second, I can guarantee that no one in the tiger hunting team will die or be injured. The tiger hunting team of Guanjia village laughed together. You are really good at blowing, you can blow a tiger to death. Qin Erwu and others from Chao Miao village also felt that Yikuan had drunk too much and was boasting too much. A clay pot will break if it is kept away from the well, and a great general will inevitably die in battle. Fighting a tiger is like fighting a war, how can there not be casualties? The elegant man sitting in the corner stood up and saluted Yikuan with his fists clasped. Brother, can you tell me about your experience in fighting tigers? I really want to hear it. Yikuan was a little surprised and looked at the men. The men in hemp clothes said. A large-scale tiger hunting operation is being organized in the southern part of Daxiangshan. The tigers are being driven into this county. The tiger problem in this county will become more serious, and the people of this county are all in danger. Therefore, I sincerely ask for your experience in tiger hunting. Logically speaking, there cannot be two tigers in one mountain, and tigers will not appear in large numbers. But in the Daxiangshan area that the men in Gui mentioned, there was a plague a few years ago, which resulted in 1,000 miles of mountain area being deserted and the number of tigers doubled. Now the imperial court has organized a large army to fight tigers in Daxiang Mountain, using fire attacks and military forces to drive away the tigers. Naturally, the tigers in Daxiang Mountain, which is thousands of miles away, will move northward. This situation also happened in the land of Bashu in later generations. Zhang Xianzhong slaughtered people in Sichuan, killing thousands of people and causing tigers to proliferate. Later, when the Qing dynasty came to power, officials and followers sent to Sichuan saw tigers moving in groups, walking around villages, and eating countless people. A county magistrate took 5 or 6 followers with him when he took office, and in the end, all the followers were eaten. Seeing the elegant man being polite, Yikuan started talking. I think, our current way of hunting tigers is to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 1,000 of our own, to exchange one tiger's life for another, or even to exchange several people for one tiger. This is a very stupid method. To hunt tigers, the first thing to do is to ensure the safety of the hunting team members. Captain Zhao of Guanjia village laughed. You could hide in the quilt every day, hug your wife to sleep, and ensure safety. Yikuan was angry and wanted to turn against him. The elegant man rushed to the front and glared at Captain Zhao. Brother, let's talk business, please respect yourself. You. Captain Zhao opened his mouth, but finally held it in. Clothes shaped the men and saddle shaped the horse. Seeing the other party's extraordinary demeanor, Captain Zhao did not dare to be presumptuous. The man in the hemp robe clasped his fists to Yikuan again and said, Brother, go on. I'm all ears. Yikuan nodded and continued. From the current situation, fighting tigers is a long-term task, which requires professional tiger hunters, professional crossbows, and other equipment. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. The man in hemp clothes nodded and asked, if you were the leader of the tiger hunting team in Caomiao village, what would you do? Yikuan smiled and said, I will set up a special tiger hunting bunker. The tiger hunting team will hide in the bunker, use bait to attract the tiger, and then shoot it. Bunker. Yes, it is a special guardhouse that can ensure the safety of the tiger hunting team members. Yikuan nodded and said, having a bunker is not enough. We also need to improve our bows and arrows to make them more powerful and more accurate, so that we can kill the tiger with one strike. Captain Zhao couldn't help but laugh and said, don't brag. Even the best marksman in the army, using the strongest bow, can't guarantee that he can kill a tiger with one strike. I don't know if others can do it, but I can do it. Yikuan glared at Captain Zhao, asked the tavern owner to settle the bill, and left with Qin Chou and others. The man in hemp clothes watched Yikuan and others leave, seeming to be thinking about something. After leaving the tavern, Yikuan took out 5 taels of silver and exchanged them for 5 strings of copper coins. He handed 1 string of copper coins to Qin Chou. Brother Qin Chou, this amount of money is your hard work fee, as well as the money for renting the ox cart. Qin Chou was surprised. Give us so much. 1 guan of money is equivalent to 1,000 small copper coins, which is the annual expenditure of an average family. For a carpenter like Yikuan, the daily wage for doing work on site is only 5 copper coins. Wang de Kuei, Yan Lu Hai and others were also surprised and suspected that they had heard it wrongly. He just spent 1 string of silver, so generous. I thought that I would be satisfied just by accompanying Yikuin to receive the reward and have 2 meals, but no one expected that we could also share the money. Yes, I'll give it to you. Take a look at what you want to buy. Let's all buy something and go home. Yikuin said lightly. Qin Erwu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Brother Dalong, this is too much. Yikuin waved his hand. Why are you being so fussy? It's just 1 tael of silver, isn't it? Everyone then accepted it and was delighted. The business in the county town is quite prosperous, and things are a little cheaper than in the town. Yikuin bought a whole piece of linen, some white rice, brown rice, and a bunch of miscellaneous things, put them on the ox cart, and took them back. I also went to a doctor to buy some medicine for sprains and bruises and applied it on my ankles. Qin Cho was careful and bought a large vat for Yikuin. He cut the remaining tiger meat into pieces, threw it into the vat, added water and salt, and soaked it. It's not fresh anymore. If it's not pickled, it will go bad. After dark, everyone returned to Caomiao village. Jiang Yurong and Katie had already prepared dinner and were eagerly waiting. Yao Hifu's body had been buried casually. Katie didn't dare to live alone in her original home, so she packed up her things and officially moved into the Yi family. Seeing Yikuin coming back, Jiang Yurong stepped forward to support him. Dalang, is your foot healed? Does it still hurt? I'll be fine soon. I bought some medicine. Yikuin smiled, and with the help of Jiang Yurong, he walked into the house and invited Qin Cho and others to have dinner. After the meal, Yikuin asked Qin Cho to divide the tiger meat and give each person who was going to the county town 1 pound. The weather was hot and the tiger meat would go bad if not finished, so Yikuin was very generous. Qin Cho was not polite and took the knife to cut the meat. Yikuin said again, by the way, brother Qin Cho, how many people are there in our village now? There are about 300 people in the village now. What's going on? Take another 2 strings of copper coins and distribute them to the villagers, regardless of gender, age or status, 5 copper coins per person. Yikuin took out 2 strings of money and said, for those over 60, under 7, pregnant, disabled, and widowed, add 5 copper coins each. Qin Cho was stunned and speechless. This person is a fool, sharing his money with everyone. Jiang Yurong was also puzzled and looked confused, but she didn't dare to say anything. When men are talking, women dare not interrupt. Yikuin smiled and said, Brother Qin Cho, why are you in a daze? Just do as I say. Well, then, I'll make it clear to the villagers that this is the money you gave me. Qin Cho woke up from his astonishment and nodded. Yan Liuhai didn't understand either, so he laughed and said, Yikuin, why do you want to share the money with the villagers? Why don't you keep the money for yourself and go to Chuanyan Tower? How much fun would that be? Lu Hai, don't mention Chuanyan Tower anymore. Yikuin shook his head and said, the villagers are all having a hard time, so we should help each other. Besides, I will need the help of the villagers if I have any problems in the future. Yan Liuhai chuckled and quickly shut up. Qin Cho and others said goodbye, took the 2 copper coins, and left to distribute the money overnight. Some families had many people and divided dozens of copper coins at once. That night, many villagers in Caomiao village were so excited that they could not sleep the whole night, thinking about how to spend this huge sum of money. Yikuin's mother was worried about the money and had already gone to bed. She got up and asked Yikuin, Dalang, why did you share the money you earned with your life with others? Mom, listen to me. Yikuin helped his mother sit down and said with a smile. You know there are bandits in Shuangya Mountain. There are also ruffians in our village who are in collusion with the bandits in Shuangya Mountain. If the bandits knew we had money at home, they would definitely come to rob us. So I share some with everyone, which is safer. If the bandits really come to rob us, the villagers will help me. The blind old lady thought about it and nodded repeatedly. Dalang is right. Even if we are robbed of everything, we will not starve to death in the future, because the villagers have shared our money and owe us a favor. They will help us in the future. Yikuin chuckled and told his mother to go and have a rest. Jiang Yurong didn't dare to express his opinion and went to process the tiger meat. He cooked half of it, added salt and prepared to make it into jerky. Katie fetched a basin of hot water and squatted in front of Yikuin. Brother Dalong, let me wash your feet. You must be tired from traveling. Soak your feet in hot water and you will feel more comfortable. Yikuin soaked his feet and looked at the colorful butterflies. Girls aged 14 or 15 have already started to develop. There are obvious female features on the chest. However, Katie's clothes were too torn, like a fishing net, and could not even cover the key parts of her body. She didn't have pants, let alone safety pants, just a piece of linen wrapped around her waist like a skirt. Yikuin sat opposite Katie and really saw everything. Kai Dai, get up, I will wash my feet myself. Yikuin was embarrassed. No, I'm Dalong's concubine, and I should wash your feet. Katie didn't leave, and gently rubbed Yikuin's feet. Such a country girl, who had not even enough food to eat and had no education, did not realize that there was anything wrong with her clothes. Okay, I'm done. Yikuin didn't dare to look at Katie anymore and hurriedly washed his feet. Go to sleep, Katie. Also, don't talk about concubines in the future, you are still young. Yikuin washed his feet and called Jiang Yurong over. Yurong, I bought some fine linen today. Please ask Daishi next door to come over and make some clothes for our family. Katie's clothes are too torn, so make her a set too. Daishi has good skills in making clothes and his cutting is very nice. Jiang Yurong nodded. Okay, I'll go find Sister Daishi tomorrow morning. Katie shook her head repeatedly. Brother Dalong, Sister Yurong, I don't want clothes, I just want to stay alive. Don't be silly little girl, you live in my house, we are family. We eat the same things and wear the same things. Yikuin touched Katie's head and said, go to sleep. I want to talk to Sister Yurong. Katie smiled, turned around and left. Jiang Yurong washed Yikuin's feet and applied medicine for him. In fact, Yikuin's foot has almost recovered and he can walk with a limp. I think he will recover after 2 more days of rest and the blood stasis will be gone. Looking at Jiang Yurong, Yikuin said. Yurong, Katie is very pitiful. Let's take her in temporarily and let her help you with some work. In 2 years, when she grows up, we can find a husband for her. Jiang Yurong looked up, very surprised. Dalang, didn't you keep Katie as a concubine? Yikuin chuckled and pinched Jiang Yurong's shoulder. Don't make a fuss, Katie is still young. Go to sleep. I haven't seen you for a day and I miss you. Jiang Yurong blushed and whispered, the meat is still cooking in the kitchen. I'll go take a look and then I'll come back to help you sleep. Yikuin smiled and nodded. Katie was also sensible and went to the kitchen to wait for Jiang Yurong's orders. As a concubine, I have to listen to the first lady. Jiang Yurong cut a small piece of cooked tiger meat and handed it to Katie, saying with a smile, Katie, your brother Dalong told you to eat more meat. When you get fat, I will take you as my concubine. Katie was not shy at all and believed it. She ate the meat and nodded while saying, Sister Yurong, as long as I have food to eat, I can gain weight in 3 months. Okay, I'll check it out in 3 months. It'll be okay as long as there's some flesh on the body. Jiang Yurong pinched Katie and said with a smile, I'm going to sleep. You watch the fire under the stove. When the fire goes out, go to sleep. Katie nodded repeatedly. Sister, you go to sleep with Brother Dalong, I'll watch over here. Don't worry, I promise not to cheat. How does this girl talk like that? What does it mean to sleep with Dalang? Jiang Yurong felt a little amused and walked out of the kitchen. As for the colorful butterflies stealing the food, I'm not afraid because I have 50 kilograms of tiger meat at home, and it will go bad if it's not finished. In the bedroom, Yikuin had already gone to bed. When Yikuin saw Jiang Yurong walk in, there was a hint of a sly smile in his eyes. Jiang Yurong's face felt hot. She turned off the light and quietly went to bed. In the darkness, Yikuin stretched out his hands and hugged Jiang Yurong's slender waist. Yurong, let me help you undress. Jiang Yurong's whole body went limp, and she whispered, Dalang, your feet are injured. My foot is injured, but everything else is fine. Jiang Yurong wanted to pretend to refuse, but her lips were blocked. Tiger meat and venison seem to have similar effects. It can make people as strong as wild beasts. The broken wooden bed creaked for a long time and finally became quiet. Dalang, when your foot is healed, please fix this bed. Jiang Yurong buried her head in Yikuin's chest. It makes such a creaking sound, so embarrassing. It's okay, my mother can't hear you. Mom is blind, not deaf. Jiang Yurong bit Yikuan's ear and said, also, Katie is sleeping in the carpenter's workshop outside the back window. She will hear it too. Okay, when I have time, I'll fix this broken bed. Yikuan also felt that this broken bed was too incompatible with his identity as a carpenter. Jiang Yurong rewarded Yikuan with a kiss, and suddenly said, by the way, Da Long, keep Katie and make her your concubine in the future. Yikuan felt strange. Yurong, why do you want me to keep Katie? Because, you said that the Zhougong ritual requires 7 times every night. I'm afraid I can't serve you well. Jiang Yurong said cautiously and pleaded, from now on, Katie will be your concubine, and she and I will serve you together. Oh my God, you take it seriously. Yikuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and scratched Jiang Yurong's nose. My lady, stop talking nonsense. It would be better for me to take in the neighbor Daishi as my concubine than to take in Katie as my concubine. Ah, you want to take Sister Shi as your concubine? Jiang Yurong was very happy. Then I will tell her tomorrow, we will stay together from now on, and let her keep me company. Puff. Yikuan couldn't help but smile. I was just joking, you took it seriously. I'll take it seriously and tell you tomorrow. Stop making trouble or I'll spank you. As the couple chatted, they became a little distracted and inevitably showed affection again. Then they fell asleep in each other's arms, contentedly. The next morning. Yikuan was still sleeping when he heard someone talking in the room. It turned out that Jiang Yurong had gotten up early and went next door to invite the widow Daishi over. Daishi looked at the fine linen cloth, admired it with envy, and had it cut to measure for everyone. Make clothes for the old lady first. A piece of cloth is 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, and can make about 10 sets of clothes for adults. Yikuan was very generous and said to Daishi, sister-in-law Daishi, after we finish making our clothes, we will have some fabric left. Why don't you make a set as well? It will be counted as your wages. Daishi panicked, waving his hands and shaking his head. How can that be? You've given me rice, meat, and money these past 2 days, how can I ask for your clothes? Yikuan smiled and said, make the clothes first, and we'll talk about it after you're done. It just so happened that the lame Qin Erwu was driving the ox cart he had rented yesterday, preparing to return it to the owner, and passed by Yikuan's door. Yikuan waved his hand and asked, Brother Erwu, I want to accompany Yurong back to her parents' home. Can you drive a bullock cart to take me there? My legs are still not good enough. Of course, I'll return the ox cart tonight. Qin Erwu nodded immediately and stood outside the door waiting. Jiang Yurong, who was standing aside, was surprised and stared at Yikuan blankly. Because Jiang Yurong didn't say she wanted to go back to her parents' home. Could it be that Dalong has taken a fancy to Daishi or Katie and wants to give me up? Yurong, come with me. Yikuan pulled Jiang Yurong into the bedroom. Jiang Yurong's eyes were red, and she whispered. Dalang, if I have done something wrong, you can beat me and scold me, and I will definitely change in the future, but don't chase me away, don't send me back to my parents' home. Silly, what are you talking about? How can I bear to drive you away? Yikuan hugged Jiang Yurong in his arms and said with a smile. I just want to go with you to send some tiger meat to your parents' home. There's so much that it will go bad if we can't finish it. I also said last night that it's not safe to keep too much money at home. If we send some to your parents' home, if we get poor in the future, we can still go to your parents' home to eat a bite, right? Jiang Yurong was surprised and happy, and raised her tearful eyes. Dalang, are you serious? Send something to my parents' home. If it is true, Jiang Yurong will be very proud. Moreover, her family was poor, and the wild vegetable porridge could not guarantee that she would be full every day. Sending some tiger meat and rice can save lives. How silly. Have I ever lied to you? Yikuan pinched Jiang Yurong's shoulder and said, go pack up quickly and bring 10 kilograms of tiger meat and 10 kilograms of rice to your mother's house. I'll prepare the rest. Jiang Yurong felt that there were too many things and whispered, my mother-in-law will scold me for bringing so many things. It's okay, I'll tell my mom. Yikuan smiled, limped, and went to discuss things with his mother. When the husband dies, the son follows him. When the son grows up, he will no longer follow his mother. The old lady had no objection and nodded. We didn't spend a penny to marry Yurong. It's only right that you bring some gifts when you visit your parents-in-law this time. Jiang Yurong, who was listening on the side, smiled widely and quickly stepped forward to thank her mother-in-law. The household affairs were entrusted to Daishi and Kai Dai. Daishi is making clothes here and has to take care of the food. Katie can cook and help Daishi, and learn how to make clothes at the same time. Yikuan and Jiang Yurong packed up the tiger meat, rice, coarse salt, cloth, and a few coins, and got on the ox cart. Yesterday in the county town, Yikuan also bought a lot of candied fruits and dried fruit snacks and took some with him. Jiang Yurong's parents' home is in Jiangata village, 10 miles away. Qin Erwu drove the ox cart and turned back and said with a smile. Delang, you brought so many things with you. Do you want to marry a concubine from Jiangata? Brother Erwu, can we talk about something else? Okay. Qin Erwu chuckled, let's talk about the tiger hunting team. Yesterday in the tavern, you talked about it and I was moved. If our Miao village sets up a tiger hunting team. I just boasted and fooled a few guys in Guanjia village. Do you believe me? Yikuan shook his head. Brother Erwu, let's forget about exchanging our lives for money. Now that I have money, I can take a break. I'll think about making money in a couple of days. Qin Erwu was a little disappointed, and asked, can you make me a bow and arrow? After breaking one of his legs and retiring, Qin Erwu became a professional hunter. He was very interested in Yikuan's short crossbow, which never missed its target. The army also had crossbows, but they were inaccurate and very heavy. Yikuan smiled and said, this isn't difficult. I'll make one for you when my foot is healed. Qin Erwu became happy. Thank you, Brother Dalong, I will give you the money. No money, my crossbows are not for sale, only for rent. Yikuan waved his hand and said with a smile, I will rent you the crossbow for hunting. You can give me 1/3 of the prey you kill. If the crossbow breaks, I will repair it. These days, if you rent land for farming, you have to pay 1/3 in rent. Qin Erwu said straightforwardly, that's no problem, as long as we can hit the prey, I'm just worried that the crossbow won't work well. Yikuan rolled his eyes, isn't this nonsense? If we can kill a tiger, are we afraid that we won't be able to catch other prey? We chatted all the way and arrived at the entrance of Jiangata village. Yikuan took out 2 candied fruits and a piece of dried meat and threw them to Qin Erwu. Brother Erwu, take the ox cart and go to the woods at the entrance of the village to wait for me. Come pick me up in the afternoon when the sun is setting. It's not appropriate to bring Qin Erwu with me when I go to my father-in-law's house for the first time. Qin Erwu had no objection and grinned, okay, I'll wait for you. Yikuan got off the car, carrying a sack on his back, and limped into the village with Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong also brought a package containing cloth, candied snacks, and a sum of money. Village entrance. Several women were gossiping. He was very engaged in the conversation and seemed to be a core member of the Jiangata village intelligence team. When they saw Jiang Yurong and Yikuan, the women's eyes lit up and they started talking. Oh no! The unlucky star of our village has been sent back. Yes, that man is the carpenter Yikuan Yidalong. He was fine before, but just after he married Jiang Yurong, his legs became lame. Look at the little carpenter carrying a sack, which must contain Jiang Yurong's dowry. This time, he is here to cancel the engagement. Jiang Yurong heard the discussions but didn't dare to speak and walked with his head down. Yikuan also heard it and gave the women a cold look. The Jiang family is having dinner. It was close to noon. Poor families only had 1 meal a day, which was considered breakfast, lunch and dinner. Jiang Yurong's mother, Jiang Li, was wearing tattered clothes and sitting on the doorstep with a bowl of wild vegetable and brown rice porridge in her hand, eating with her head down and enjoying the meal. Mom. Jiang Yurong felt a pang in his heart and cried out. Ah. Jiang Li looked up and was surprised to see Yikuan and his daughter standing in front of her, carrying packages and sacks on their backs. It was as if I had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and I even forgot to speak. Mom. Jiang Yurong shed tears and bent down to support her mother. Jiang Li suddenly dropped the bowl, fell to her knees at Yi Kuan's feet, and cried. Yi Dalong, Master Yi, please give Yurong a chance to live. If you cancel the engagement now, Yurong will really not be able to survive. Yi Kuan was startled and at a loss. I came here to meet my parents-in-law, but why did my mother-in-law kneel down to me when we met? Before Yi Kuan could react, Jiang Yurong's father Jiang Guizhu also came out, looking at Yi Kuan pitifully, and bowed repeatedly. De Lang, if Yurong did something wrong, you can beat and scold her as you like. It's okay even if you beat her to death, but you can't cancel the engagement. No, no, no. Yi Kuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly bowed to his father-in-law. Father and mother-in-law, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to break off the engagement. I just came back to accompany Yurong and see you. Jiang Yurong also pulled her mother up and brushed the dust off her body. Jiang Guizhu looked at Yi Kuan and his daughter, his face suspicious. Really, not canceling the engagement? Yi Kuan smiled bitterly. Really not? Oh, I see. Jiang Guizhu suddenly realized, nodded and said, you must have no food to eat. You are too hungry to bear it, and you want to come back to eat something, right? I understand, you big-headed ghost. Yi Kuan was speechless. The families next door were all alarmed and were peeking out from their doors to see what was going on. Jiang Yurong didn't have time to explain and helped her mother into the house. A young woman came to the backyard. She was Jiang Yurong's sister-in-law, Xue Sangu. Aunt Xue looked at Yi Kuan and Jiang Yurong coldly, her mouth firing like a machine gun. A married woman is like spilled water. You are now a member of the Yi family, not our Jiang family. Your life or death has nothing to do with your natal family. We have nothing to eat at home. We are almost starving to death. Sister-in-law, we don't want anything to eat. Jiang Yurong put down the package and explained weakly. You don't want food, but you want money. Aunt Xue glared at him. You are such a loser. You married Yi Kuan, and our family didn't ask for a penny. We even gave you a set of clothes and a wooden box. Why, now you want to go back to your parents' home to ask for money? Jiang Yurong was timid and cowardly to begin with. She was driven to tears by her sister-in-law's barrage of words and said, Sister-in-law, it's not like that. Listen to me. Yurong, stop talking. Yi Kuan got angry and picked up Jiang Yurong's package. Why don't we go back? Even if we starve to death, we will never come to your mother's house. De Lang. Jiang Yurong knew that her husband was angry, and she looked at Yi Kuan pitifully, with tears in her eyes. Aunt Xue sneered, clapped her hands and shouted. It's just right that you didn't come. Who would want you to come? It's best to leave it like this. When you become a marquis in the future, we won't even come to your house to beg for food. Okay then, we have a deal. Yi Kuan nodded and took Jiang Yurong away. Don't go, Dalong. Jiang Guizhu stepped forward to persuade him to stay, and sighed, you are my son-in-law after all. Since you are here, how can you leave without eating? There is still a handful of brown rice at home. Make some porridge and eat it first. Jiang Li also nodded with an earnest look in her eyes. Bang. However, Xue Sangu turned around, slammed the door and left. Sister-in-law. Jiang Yurong went after him. But Xue Sangu didn't even look back and ran straight to the river. Jiang Yurong sighed, returned home, and looked at Yi Kuan pitifully. Yi Kuan was about to speak when two little girls came out from the backyard. One was 7 or 8 years old, and the other was 13 or 14 years old. Their faces were all pale, like stunted bean sprouts. They were Jiang Yurong's 2 younger sisters. The second one was Jiang Yud and the third one was Jiang Yotsai. In Jiang Yud's arms, he was holding a 1 or 2-year-old child, Xue Sangu's son. The whole family is thin, except for the child, who is white and plump. Sister, you're back. The 2 little girls were very happy to see Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yud stepped forward and took his sister's hand. Sister, there are wild vegetables and brown rice at home. I'll make you a bowl of porridge. Yotsai also pulled his sister's sleeve and said, Sister, I'll go look outside. Maybe I can find a big frog and make frog meat porridge for you. Okay. Man is inherently good at birth, and children are kind. Jiang Yurong had already burst into tears and hugged her 2 younger sisters. Yorong, stop crying. Yikuan couldn't bear it, so for the sake of his parents-in-law and 2 sisters-in-law, he took off his saddlebag, took out the rice, and said to his parents-in-law, "These 10 kilograms of rice are given by your daughter Yorong as a gift to you 2 old people." "Ah, 10 kilograms of white rice." Jiang Guizhu and his wife both trembled and asked tremblingly, "Where did this come from?" "There are still 10 pounds of tiger meat." Yikuan took out another 10 kilograms of tiger meat and placed them on the table. He said to Jiang Yorong, "Yorong, give the things in your package to your parents-in-law and your 2 sisters." Jiang Yorong nodded repeatedly, opened the package, and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, this is a coin for you to use, this is cloth, fine linen, for you to make clothes, this is candied fruit, this is dried meat, this is fruit. You are virtuous and talented, come and eat, and your nephew should also eat some." This. The expressions of Jiang Guizhu and his wife were very funny. I was at a loss, shocked, surprised, and couldn't believe it. No matter if you have virtue and talent, you can cheer and get started directly. One was holding a piece of cloth, the other was holding candied fruit. Jiang Yorong took out all the things and piled them on the table like a small mountain. She smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, these are all gifts from your son-in-law Yikuan. Where did this come from?" Jiang Guizhu rubbed his eyes, making sure that this was not a dream, and took Yikuan's hand. "Good son-in-law, your family is so rich." Jiang Yorong smiled and said, "Dalong killed a tiger the day before yesterday and received the reward. That tiger was very big and it was scary." "Ah, Dalong can also fight tigers." Jiang Guizhu was surprised and delighted. "I vaguely heard that someone in Saomiao village killed a tiger. It turned out to be Dalong's son-in-law. Incredible, the son-in-law is really amazing." Jiang Li's face also broke into a smile. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, "That's good now, Yorong will follow her son-in-law and won't starve to death anymore. Just luck." Yikuan smiled, invited his parents-in-law to take their seats, stepped back 2 steps, straightened his clothes, and bowed. "My son-in-law, Yikuan, greets my father-in-law and mother-in-law." Such a grand ceremony made the Jiang Guizhu and his wife so happy that they couldn't stop smiling, and they came forward together to support. Jiang Li turned around and told Yud and Yotsai, "You 2 little girls, go and cook the white rice. Cut 2 pounds of tiger meat, chop it up and cook it together." Jiang Guizhu glared and said, "How can a child cook? You are neglecting my son-in-law. Old woman, go cook by yourself, I will chat with my son-in-law." Okay, I'll go cook." Jiang Li was very happy and took Yud and Yotsai to cook. Jiang Yorong also followed and whispered to her mother. Yikuan sat down and chatted with his father-in-law. "There's no tea or cigarettes, so let's just chat." While we were having an awkward conversation, we suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. A loud voice shouted, "Yikuan, Yidalong, get out here. Ask around in my Jiangatu village. I, Jiang Yobao, am not someone you can easily bully." Jiang Yobao. Yikuan remembered that he was Jiang Yorong's elder brother. "But when did I bully you?" In a flash, Jiang Yobao was already standing in front of Yikuan, holding a harpoon. Shuesangu followed behind, with her hands on her hips, looking aggressive. Jiang Yobao is a fisherman. He is tall and strong, with dark skin. At this moment, he held the harpoon and pointed it at Yikuan's chest, saying viciously, "Tell me the truth, Yidalong, are you here to break off the engagement, or are you here to get a free meal? My sister is married to you, so she is a member of your family. If you dare to break off the engagement, I will put away the harpoon." Yikuan stood up and frowned at Jiang Yobao. "How do you know that I am either breaking off the engagement or just coming here to eat?" Bang. Jiang Guizhu stood up and slapped his son in the face. "How dare you be rude to your son-in-law, you rebellious son? What the hell is this son-in-law?" Bang. Another slap in the face, harder than the last. Jiang Li also ran over and shouted, "Yobao, stop making trouble. Dalong is here to visit relatives and has brought a lot of rice and meat, as well as 1,000 copper coins. What nonsense! How can he, who is so poor, have 1,000 copper coins?" Jiang Yobao still didn't believe it and stared at him like an ox. Bang. Jiang Guizhu slapped him again, shaking with anger. Old woman, show the money to this beast. Jiang Li smiled and took out the coins she had just collected. Look, isn't this money? This. Seeing a pile of gold and copper coins, Jiang Yubao took a breath. He had never seen such a huge sum of money in his life. Jiang Li took her son and daughter-in-law to see the gifts Yikuan brought. Look, this is tiger meat, a full 10 pounds, this is fine linen, enough to make 2 or 3 sets of clothes, this is white rice, and this coarse salt, which will last for half a year, and there are also seasonings for cooking. Dalong is a very capable son-in-law. The tiger in Saomiao village was killed by him. Jiang Yubao and his wife were both stunned. After a while, Jiang Yubao reacted, and came to Yikuan shyly, blushing, and bowed 90 degrees. Son-in-law, I can't speak. Who said that? Didn't you speak very well just now? You kept talking and I couldn't get a word in. Yikuan said coldly. Jiang Guizhu slapped his son again and smiled at Yikuan. Son-in-law, please forgive this idiot. This bastard fell down when he was a child and broke his head. Yikuan then smiled, clasped his fists and said, You're welcome, brother-in-law. Aunt Shui was even more embarrassed. She held her son in her arms and knelt down in front of Yikuan. Good son-in-law, I brought my son to kowtow to you. You are my dear son-in-law. My son is your son. Is this my biological son-in-law? Who just said that even begging for food wouldn't come to my house. This little mouth talks like a fart. Yikuan traveled from the 21st century, so he naturally wouldn't care about people like Shui Sangu. He stopped while he was ahead, bent down to help Shui Sangu up, and casually took out a piece of silver, about 2 or 3 cents. Sister-in-law, this is the first time that my dear brother-in-law has met his nephew. Take this small amount of silver and make a bracelet for my dear nephew. Jiang Yurong was listening from behind. She burst out laughing, then quickly covered her mouth. Aunt Shui was so excited that she trembled. She threw her son to the ground and took the silver coins with both hands. Uncle, this is silver. Country women never have the chance to see money. If you don't believe me, just bite it and see if there are any teeth marks. Yikuan said seriously. Okay, let me try it. Shui Sangu really stuffed the silver into her mouth and bit it hard. Ouch, my teeth. Aunt Shui Sangu grimaced, not caring about the pain, and came to look at the silver. Sure enough, there was a shallow tooth mark on it. The whole family burst into laughter. Yikuan smiled, took out another piece of silver and presented it to his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, this silver is for you and your 2 cousins to buy earrings and rings. Jiang Li was very excited. She took the silver and said with a smile, How can I afford to buy jewelry? I need to save it for eating. Besides, I think Yurong doesn't have any jewelry yet. I will make jewelry for Yurong. When I have time in a few days, I will make her a set. Yikuan smiled at Jiang Yurong. I went to the county town yesterday and didn't have enough time, otherwise I would give it to you. I don't want jewelry, I just want food to eat. Jiang Yurong smiled happily. You guys chat, my sister-in-law and I will go cook. Yes. I'll cook. You sit down and take a rest, uncle. Aunt Shui Sangu's face was full of flattery. Jiang Yubao suddenly remembered something and ran out, shouting, I caught some fish today, and I'll bring them back to treat my son-in-law. Then I'll go to the village chief's house and borrow a pot of wine. Yikuan waved his hand. Brother-in-law, don't spend money. But Jiang Yubao had already run far away. Jiang Guizhu pushed Yikuan to sit on the bench and said with a smile, Son-in-law is a distinguished guest, it is my duty to entertain you. Yikuan smiled bitterly in his heart. If you have money, you are a distinguished guest. If you have no money, you are worse than a beggar. An hour later, the food was ready. There was fish, tiger meat, and wine. Jiang Guizhu brought his son Jiang Yubao to drink with Yikuan. No one else comes to the table. Yikuan called Jiang Yurong. Yurong, you, your mother-in-law, your eldest sister-in-law, your second sister, and your third sister, all come to the table and eat something. Aunt Shui looked at the fish on the table eagerly and said, You eat it, uncle. We won't be at the table. If you don't come to the table, I won't eat. Yikuan put down his chopsticks. Jiang Yurong couldn't resist, so she pulled her mother, sister-in-law, and 2 younger sisters to the table. Yikuan picked up the tiger meat and put it into the bowls of his 2 cousins. Then he picked up another piece of fish and put it in Jiang Yurong's bowl. "Yurong, this fish is fresh, eat more." Jiang Yurong felt embarrassed and touched, and wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Aunt Shui laughed and said, "Uncle Dalong is considerate and caring towards Yurong. It's ridiculous that those blind women in our village said that Uncle Dalong disliked Yurong and came here to cancel the engagement today." Yikuan couldn't help but smile. "Aren't you and your spouse the most ridiculous ones?" Jiang Li also laughed. "Yes, Dalong's son-in-law doesn't despise me. It's a blessing to have Rong." Yikuan put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Yurong is very good, capable, and sensible. Even if you give me 10,000 taels of gold now, I will not return Yurong to you. But don't worry, I will definitely treat Yurong well. If someone bullies Yurong, I will not forgive him." Jiang Yubao nodded and said, "Don't worry, sir. If anyone dares to bully Yurong, I will fight him to the death." Yikuan pulled the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, I'm just afraid that you and your wife will bully Yurong." After dinner, Jiang Yurong hid in the backyard and chatted with her mother and 2 sisters for a long time before going home. Aunt Shui Sangu took out the few dried fish she had at home and stuffed them into Jiang Yurong's package like she was fighting. She said, "Yurong, if you want to eat fish in the future, come back to your mother's house with your uncle and let your brother catch fish for you." Jiang Yurong had no choice but to accept it. Yikuan said goodbye to his parents-in-law and left the village with Jiang Yurong, saying with a smile, "I'll accompany you if you want to come back next time." "Aha." Jiang Yurong nodded and whispered, "I also want to come back more often to bring some food to my 2 sisters. My eldest sister-in-law is too fierce, and my 2 sisters don't have enough to eat every day." Yikuan smiled and said, "When we become rich in the future, we will take your 2 sisters over with us." Jiang Yurong's eyes lit up. "Dalang, do you mean to let Yud and Kai be your concubine in the future?" Yikuan's face twitched. "Yurong, I didn't mean that. But my mother has this intention." Jiang Yurong said seriously. "My mother said that we don't have to pay taxes now, and taking Yud and Yotsai with us won't increase our burden. In 2 or 3 years, Yud will be old enough and will get married anyway. No, let's talk about something else." Yikuan rubbed his face and pointed forward. "Look, Qin Erwu is here to pick us up." Jiang Yurong smiled and said, "Where is Qin Erwu? Why can't I see him?" It was already evening when we returned to Caomiao village. Katie ran out to greet them, calling out, "Brother Dalong, Sister Yurong, look, we have so many things at home." Yikuan was a little surprised. He went into the room and found a lot of things piled on the table. There are fresh fruits and vegetables, dried vegetables, fish, shrimp, loach, eggs and bird eggs. Where did it come from? Yikuan was puzzled. They were all sent by the villagers. The old lady came over with a smile. "The villagers said that they took our money last night, and they felt bad for it, so they sent us something to show their appreciation and as a return gift. I didn't accept it, but everyone disagreed." Yikuan was a little touched. The people of Dating Kingdom are simple and honest, and most of the villagers are reasonable and grateful. Jiang Yurong also sighed and packed up the fruits and vegetables. Daishi is diligent and efficient in his work. He has already made a set of clothes for Yikuan's mother. The clothes at that time were very simple. Country people wore short coats that were cut and sewed together with needle and thread. If you are careful, the stitches will be finer, but it will waste thread and take more time. If you are careless, just sew it casually. As long as it looks good and can cover up the flaws, it's fine. Yikuan took a look and found it fit him well. Daishi took the short rope and came to measure Yikuan, saying with a smile, "Brother Dalong, let me measure you and make clothes for you tomorrow." Yikuan thanked him and cooperated with him. Although Daishi was very poor, he paid attention to hygiene and kept himself clean. It also has a fresh fragrance. Daishi measured Yikuan's body and said with a smile, "Brother Dalong, my bed is broken. If you have time, please fix it for me." Yikuan said casually, "Sister-in-law, how come you broke the bed when you were alone at home?" Daishi blushed. "It's not broken, but it squeaks when I turn over. I live next door to you, and there's only a wall between our bedroom and yours, so I was afraid I'd disturb you. Oh, so that's what you meant. Yikuin finally understood and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. What Daishi's sister-in-law meant must be that she and Yurong made too much noise at night and disturbed her. Yes, that's it. Daishi winked and said with a smile, by the way, I heard you and Yurong chatting the day before yesterday, talking about Zhou Gong. Who is Zhou Gong, and does his family farm? Sister-in-law, Yikuin stuttered and said with a wry smile, actually, this Zhou Gong is Zhou Po's husband. They are a couple, sometimes. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. There were footsteps and someone was shouting, Village Chief, come quickly, Yikuin, get a bow and arrow, the tiger is eating people. Yikuin was surprised, and held Daishi's shoulder and went out to see. Qin Cho just ran over, waving his hunting fork and shouting, oh no. Yan Liuhai's mother has been dragged away by a tiger at the entrance of the village. Ah, a tiger has entered the village. Daishi was so scared that she trembled and hugged Yikuin's waist. Sister-in-law, go get my crossbow. Yikuin was also shocked, but quickly calmed down. In fact, this short crossbow is basically useless against tigers. It is only used to boost courage. The last time, the tiger was killed by Yikuin by mistake. Yikuin also knew that he would never have such good luck again. Daishi hurried back and got Yikuin's bow and crossbow. Jiang Yurong and Katie also ran over in panic and asked what was going on. Yurong, you all stay at home, close the door, and don't come out. Yikuin gave an order, then limped towards the village entrance with a bow and crossbow. We are all from the same village, so when something like this happens, we must help each other. At the entrance of the village, Yan Liuhai knelt on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. There was a blood stain on the ground, as well as a bamboo basket and some wild vegetables scattered around. The tiger has disappeared. Qin Cho stamped his feet in anxiety and cursed Yan Liuhai. Liuhai, we accompanied Yikuin to claim the reward yesterday, and Yikuin gave you more than 100 copper coins. After returning home, he gave your family some money and tiger meat. You have food to eat, but you let your mother go dig wild vegetables. Ever since Yikuin killed the tiger, no one in the village dared to go into the mountains in the past 2 days. Just find some wild vegetables in front of and behind the village. Fortunately, Yikuin distributed money to everyone, so the villagers could survive for a few days. Yan Liuhai burst into tears, my mother didn't go to the mountains. She was just digging wild vegetables behind the village. Who knew that this beast would come to the village to eat people? Yikuin also felt sorry for Yan Liuhai and said, Village chief, this can't be blamed on Liuhai. Who would have thought that the tiger would be so bold as to enter the village directly? The population of Dating Kingdom is small, the land is vast and the population is sparse, so it is common for tigers to enter villages. Qin Erwu shouted, stop talking so much. What should we do now? Yan Liuhai shouted, fellow villagers, please be kind and come with me into the mountains to look for my mother. She might still be alive. Yikuin shook his head and sighed. It's a miracle that he's alive. Yikuin saw it with his own eyes the last time a tiger bit Yao Hifu to death. A strongman can't withstand 2 bites of a tiger, let alone an old lady. Qin Cho gritted his teeth and said, fellow villagers, light torches and follow me into the mountains. As a village chief, Qin Cho is quite responsible. Yikuin limped and nodded, okay, let's go together. Don't go. Your legs are more lame than mine. Qin Erwu looked at Yikuin's crossbow and said, lend me your bow and arrows. I will lead everyone into the mountains. Yikuin had no choice but to nod and hand the crossbow to Qin Erwu. The villagers organized more than 20 people, all of whom were young and strong men, carrying torches, hunting forks, and bows and arrows, and shouted all the way into the mountains. Yikuin limped back home. Jiang Yurong and Daishi Katie were both staying in the room, each looking nervous and sad. Yikuin comforted everyone and started to eat dinner. At this time, the villagers who had gone into the mountains came back. Qin Erwu returned the short crossbow and shook his head, saying, no need to look for it anymore. We found one of Yan Liuhai's mother's hands. She is definitely gone and there is no way to find her again. Qin Cho also chased after him and said, Yikuin, we have to find a way to deal with the tiger. This beast is too powerful. Qin Erwu looked at Yikuan eagerly. Brother Dalong, let's form a tiger fighting team. My foot isn't healed yet. Yikuan frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, let's light a few bonfires in the village first to prevent the tigers from coming again at night. We will discuss the tiger hunting team tomorrow. Qin Cho nodded and took Erwu to prepare the bonfire. Most wild animals are afraid of fire, so bonfires are of some use. Jiang Yurong was very scared and whispered, Dalong, the tiger hunting team is very dangerous. Your foot is not healed yet. If you encounter a tiger. I know. Let me think about it. Yikuan nodded. After dinner, Yikuan hid in the carpenter's workshop, found a few pieces of wood, wrote and drew, and thought about the tiger hunting team. When I was a graduate student, I took a course called History of War Equipment, which recorded the 3-bow crossbow from the Song dynasty, which was extremely powerful. The range can reach 1,600 meters, and at close range, it can penetrate 1 foot into the city wall. During the northern Song dynasty, during the Song-Liao War, the Liao army commander Xiaotolina was shot dead by an arrow from a 3-bow crossbow at a long distance, which led to the signing of the Treaty of Chanyuan, which brought 100 years of peace between Liao and Song. Moreover, Yikuan had also seen a replica of the 3-bow crossbow and was familiar with its design. 2 hours later, Yikuan came up with the blueprint for a simple version of a bed crossbow. This is a combination crossbow with double bows and double arrows. According to the design effect, it can shoot 2 arrows at a time, with enough force to penetrate rocks while also ensuring accuracy. But it's no use drawing the blueprint because I don't have the materials. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Yikuan now lacks a suitable bow arm, bowstring, and bow and arrow. It's late at night. Jiang Yurong walked in and whispered, Dalong, take a rest first. Katie also needs to sleep. Yikuan nodded, gave the carpentry workshop to Katie, and returned to the bedroom with Jiang Yurong. Young couples are passionate, and the Zhougong etiquette is inevitable. The ceremony is over. Jiang Yurong suddenly laughed and said, Dalang, you lied to me. Yikuan was puzzled and smiled, what did I lie to you about? You said that the Zhougong ritual was 7 times a night. I asked my mother. She said that it was not true. Ah, you can ask my mother-in-law about this too. Yikuan's face felt hot. I know you lied to me, I won't ask next time. Jiang Yurong giggled. Silly girl, the private conversations between husband and wife cannot be told to others. Yikuan pinched Jiang Yurong's nose and said, your mother's words don't count. Every family has its own rules. I am the head of the family. The rules I set count. Okay, I'll keep a record and pay you back later. Jiang Yurong buried her head in Yikuan's chest, like a gentle kitten. Early the next morning, Yikuan went into the carpenter's workshop again. Katie was still sleeping in the corner. She was awakened by the shock. She blinked and looked at Yikuan, and asked in a low voice, Brother Dalong, are you here, to see me? Why are you here? I'm here to do my own thing. I have nothing to do in the morning, so go back to sleep. Children are sleepy. Yikuan shook his head and continued to study the drawings, thinking about how to find materials. I'm not a child. Katie stuck out her tongue and hid under the sheets to put on her clothes. At noon, the village chief Qin Cho, along with several elders from the village and 7 or 8 hunters, came to discuss with Yikuan. They all sat on the ground in front of the door, waiting for Yikuan's opinion. Who made him a master archer? Yikuan said, I also hope to set up a tiger hunting team, one is to protect the villagers, and the other is to earn some rewards so that everyone can live a good life. But reckless actions will not work, and the risks are great. I need some materials, and I may have to go to the county to buy them. Qin Cho said, what materials do you want? Tell me, and if you can afford it, we can pool our money to buy it. Yikuan had already made the plan, and nodded, I need 10 of the strongest bow arms, the strongest bow strings, and some long arrows. Everyone was talking about it, calculating how much these things would cost. At the entrance of the village, 7 or 8 people came, each holding a bronze spear, showing off their power. The leader was a big man with a big sword on his shoulder. He walked with a swaying look and looked very arrogant. Qin Cho narrowed his eyes and looked at them, and said in surprise, these are the robbers from Shuangya Mountain. Why are they here? Old Man Wang from the village also frowned. We have already harvested this year's wheat, why are the robbers still coming? There are more than 100 bandits in Shuangya Mountain. Every year when the wheat is ripe, they go to nearby villages to ask for food. If you don't give us food, we will kill us. Chao Miao village is a large village with some young and middle-aged people, so the robbers did not dare to push people into a corner. Every year when we harvest grain, we discuss it together. Now that the harvest season has passed, the bandits have suddenly appeared, leaving everyone guessing. Qin Erwu cursed in a low voice, these bastards, if they dare to ask for food again, I will fight them. Erwu, shut up. Qin Cho turned around, stopped Qin Erwu, and whispered, the man with the knife in front is the fourth leader of Shuangya Mountain, nicknamed Crossing the River Dragon, who kills without blinking an eye. Qin Erwu shut up, but snorted heavily. Guo Jianglong came with a few brothers, and walked over in a grand manner, grinning, hey, are you all here? I'm here to look for Yi Kuan and Yi Dalong. Who is Yi Dalong and where is he? Qin Cho was surprised, fourth master, what are you looking for Yi Kuan for? I am Yi Kuan Yi Dalong, who is looking for me? Yi Kuan has stood up. He was not that surprised, because he had already expected that Guo Jianglong must have known about his tiger hunting and wanted to blackmail him after receiving the reward. Hey, so this is Yi Dalong. Guo Jianglong grinned and said, I heard that you are a tiger-fighting hero. I am so sorry for your disrespect. Yi Kuan nodded slightly, okay. Qin Cho and others were all worried about Yi Kuan. It is very dangerous to talk to the fourth master of Shuangya Mountain with this attitude. Guo Jianglong nodded and showed a wooden letter. I'm Yao Hifu's friend. A few days ago, Yao Hifu signed and sold his sister Katie to me. I heard that Katie is at your house. I came to pick her up today. Not for money, but for colorful butterflies. Yi Kuan was a little surprised and frowned as he asked, how come I don't know about this? I haven't heard Katie mention it before. Can I lie to you? Guo Jianglong glared and shook the wooden tablet in his hand. I gave 5 taels of silver, Yao Hifu signed and sealed it, here is the evidence. 5 taels of silver, not a big appetite. Yi Kuan smiled and called out to Katie, Katie, come out for a moment. Katie slipped out tremblingly and hid behind Yi Kuan. Inside the room, Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi were both looking at Guo Jianglong and his gang nervously. Don't be afraid, Katie. Yi Kuan comforted Katie and asked, this fourth master said that your eldest brother sold you to him for 5 taels of silver, is that right? No, that's not the case. Katie shouted. Yi Kuan nodded slightly. It seems that the robbers were still after money and just forged Yao Hifu's IOU as an excuse. Little girl, your elder brother sold you out, but you don't know it. Guo Jianglong chuckled and looked at Yi Kuan again. I heard that you have already taken Kai Dai as your concubine. I won't make it difficult for you. Give me 5 taels of silver and we'll be even. Yi Kuan smiled and said, the fourth leader of Shuangya Mountain came to Caomiao village to find me in person for 5 taels of silver. I am so honored. Guo Jianglong's subordinates glared at him and said, Yi Dalong, stop talking nonsense. You got 10 taels of silver for killing the tiger, and we only want half of it. We are already being polite to you. This is an admission of guilt. Yi Kuan smiled and clasped his fist towards Guo Jianglong. Fourth master, listen to me. I did get 10 taels of silver from killing the tiger, but I took out 5 taels and distributed them to the villagers. I gave another 3 taels to my parents-in-law and other relatives. I used the rest to pay off some debts and buy some things. I have already spent it all. In fact, Yi Kuan still had 4 taels of silver left, but he didn't want to give it. Why should we give it to robbers? Guo Jianglong squinted at Yi Kuan and said, you are so generous, why don't you share the money with the villagers? Yi Kuan smiled and said, the folks are all here, you can ask. Qin Erwu and the others nodded together, yes, Yi Kuan's money was distributed to us, and we ate it all. If it weren't for Yi Kuan, many people would have starved to death. What, you want to rebel? Guo Jianglong saw that the villagers were all standing behind Yi Kuan, and they were united. He was a little flustered, and he waved his long sword in a pretentious manner. Do you want to try to see if my sword is sharp? My sword is not slow. Yen Liuhai rushed over wielding a small kitchen knife, glaring and cursing, "Do you still have any conscience? You want to force our entire village to death." The small kitchen knife was made of bronze, only half the size of a palm, and covered with green rust. Country people seldom use kitchen knives because there is no meat to cut. Vegetables, fruits, and melons can be harvested by just pinching them with your hands. Even such a small kitchen knife is a treasure. Normally, we are reluctant to sharpen it hard, so it is naturally covered with rust. In the village, villagers swarmed in with shoulder poles, wooden sticks, and hoes. They shouted one after another, "Whoever wants to bully Yi Dalong, we won't allow it." There are only 7 or 8 people on Guo Jianglong's side. The momentum was immediately suppressed. With just the scrap metal in their hands, they might not be a match for the carrying pole and hoe in a fight. Yi Kuan was somewhat touched. "Fortunately, I was generous enough the day before yesterday to distribute money to my fellow villagers. Otherwise, the villagers might not help me today." Qin Cho winked at the villagers and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be impulsive, folks. The fourth master is easy to talk to. We can discuss it slowly." What do you want to do?" Guo Jianglong was also afraid, and pointed his long sword at everyone. "Don't make trouble, my Shuangyashan army is right behind us. Don't be impulsive." Yi Kuan waved his hand, stepped forward and said to Guo Jianglong, "Fourth master, do you know why I want to fight the tiger?" Guo Jianglong frowned, not knowing what Yi Kuan meant. Yi Kuan continued, "Because the tiger wants my life, I have no choice but to fight. Fourth master, if you really want our lives, we will also have to fight to the death." "How dare you?" Guo Jianglong's hands were shaking a little. "I want to turn against him, but I don't dare." Ddd. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves was heard at the entrance of the village, and it seemed that many people were entering the village. Qin Cho was surprised and shouted, "Could it really be that the Shuangyashan army has arrived?" Guo Jianglong also looked suspicious and turned around to look. Several fast horses came running together. The first 6 fast horses came up and separated to the left and right. Then a man in tight clothes, wearing soft armor, holding a spear in his hand, a sword hanging from his waist, and a longbow on his back, rode forward. "Is it him?" Yi Kuan and Qin Cho looked at each other. He recognized the men as the elegant men in gray clothes who had asked Yi Kuan for advice on tiger hunting in the tavern in the county town the day before. However, he changed his clothes today and looked majestic and intimidating without even getting angry. Guo Jianglong was also startled, and waved his sword and shouted, "Who is coming? Who are you?" The elegant man led his warhorse and pointed his spear at Guo Jianglong, the tip of the spear flashing coldly. "I am the new county lieutenant of this county, Shangguan Jifu, responsible for the public security of this county and arresting thieves. Today I came to Caomiao village to patrol." "Are you the county lieutenant?" Guo Jianglong was shocked. The county lieutenant was in charge of the army of a county and was specifically responsible for local military training and bandit suppression, as well as conscription. It can be said that the county lieutenant is the mortal enemy of the bandits. Yi Kuan was also surprised. He didn't expect that this guy was the county lieutenant. Shangguan Jifu nodded, "Yes, I am the county lieutenant." "Who are you and why did you bring knives into the village and confront the villagers?" Yen Liuhai couldn't help but yell, "They are the Shuangyashan bandits, here to steal Yi Kuan's reward for killing the tiger." Yen Liuhai was originally timid, but his mother died yesterday and he was very sad and angry, so he risked his life. Qin Cho wanted to stop it, but it was too late. If Guo Jianglong and others were captured by the county lieutenant in Caomiao village, Shuangya Mountain and Caomiao village would surely become enemies. Yi Kuan didn't care and looked at Shangguan Jifu with interest. "See how he deals with the bandits in Shuangya Mountain." Guo Jianglong was startled, glared at Yen Liuhai, and then shouted at Shangguan Jifu. "Yes, I am the 4th in command of Shuangya Mountain, Guo Jianglong. But today, I am not here to rob. I bought a concubine a few days ago, and I came here to pick her up today." His voice was trembling and he was stammering, and he was obviously scared to death. "Buy a concubine and pick someone up?" Shangguan Jifu sneered. Katie couldn't help but yelled, "He's here to rob people, and he wants to steal my brother Dalong's money." "Yeah. Shangguan Jifu suddenly turned his wrist and pointed the gun at Guo Jianglong's throat. Guo Jianglong was horrified and quickly retreated, waving the letter in his hand. What do you mean by robbing someone? I have proof. Brush. Shangguan Jifu fired again, and with a flash of cold light, the letter in Guo Jianglong's hand broke into two pieces. Yi Kuan cheered in his heart. Shangguan Jifu's marksmanship was really amazing. Guo Jianglong was horrified and dropped the letter. He held the knife in both hands and his calves were shaking. The other bandits were also frightened and pale, no longer having the arrogance they had when they first entered the village. Listen. Shangguan Jifu pointed his gun at Guo Jianglong and shouted, go back and tell your boss to disband the bandits in Shuangya Mountain immediately and go back home to farm. Otherwise, sooner or later I will wipe out Shuangya Mountain and leave no one alive. When Guo Jianglong heard this, he was going to give him a chance to live, and he was overjoyed. He clasped his fists and said, okay, I will definitely convey the county lieutenant's words. Let's go. After saying that, Guo Jianglong waved his hand, told his men to leave. Wait a minute. Leave one ear as a greeting gift. Shangguan Jifu suddenly turned around and attacked, with the tip of his gun pressed against Guo Jianglong's cheek and poked it upwards. Fast, accurate and ruthless. Whoosh. A fat ear flew into the sky. Oops. Guo Jianglong screamed, covered his bloody ears, and ran away with his men. Qin Erwu, Yan Liuhai and others cheered in unison. Shangguan Jifu smiled and nodded, looking at Yi Kuan. Qin Chou, along with a few village elders, came forward to pay their respects to Shangguan Jifu. Yi Kuan also stepped forward, but just clasped his fists in greeting. Then he stared at Shangguan Jifu's warhorse and frowned slightly. This warhorse seems to have some shortcomings in its configuration. You are welcome, elders. Shangguan Jifu leaned on the ground with his spear, stepped off his horse, and said with a fist, I came to find Yi Kuan to ask for his experience in fighting tigers. Yi Kuan was still in a daze, studying Shangguan Jifu's warhorse. Qin Chou pulled Yi Kuan and said, De Lang, please ask the county lieutenant to come in and sit down. Yi Kuan came to his senses and turned around to bring a bench. The room is small, let's sit outside. Shangguan Jifu was easygoing and sat down on the bench. Qin Chou stepped forward to report on his work. He talked about the tiger that ate a person yesterday and said that Saomiao village was planning to set up a tiger hunting team. Shangguan Jifu turned his head and looked at Yi Kuan. Are we really going to form a tiger hunting team? Yi Kuan shrugged, but we have nothing but people. Although we have some ordinary bows and arrows, it is very dangerous to fight against tigers. Whatever you need, I'll do my best to help. Thank you, Mr. County Lieutenant. Yi Kuan was delighted and took out the list he had written. Yi Kuan even drew simple diagrams for some things. Shangguan Jifu looked at it carefully, thought for a while and said, I have all these things. I will send someone to deliver them to you tomorrow, but how many tigers can you kill? I will set up a sentry post at the entrance of the village. I will fight anyone who comes. I will fight as many as there are. What if the tiger doesn't come? Then I will move forward step by step. Yi Kuan smiled and said, it is said that the requirement of the tiger hunting team is 5 tigers per year, regardless of size. I have set up a tiger hunting team and I guarantee that from now until the end of the year, I will hand over 10 tigers to you. 10. Qin Chou and others were shocked. Shangguan Jifu stood up and said, fighting a tiger is like fighting a war. There is no joking in the army. Yi Kuan also stood up, life is at stake, how dare you take it lightly? I am willing to issue a military order. Shangguan Jifu was very happy, okay, I will send someone to bring all the things you want tomorrow. Wait, I have one more condition. You say. I request that we in Saomiao village only hand over the tiger heads and tails, and leave the meat, skins and internal organs to the villagers. This way, it will save time when reporting and claiming the reward. The last time I took a 600-pound tiger to the county town, I was exhausted. Shangguan Jifu frowned, in theory, this is against the rules. But in an emergency, I can make some concessions. How about this, you hand in the tiger's head, tiger's tail, and a full set of tiger skins and tiger claws, and you can keep the rest for yourself. Oh, and if it's a male tiger, bring the tiger whip. Yikuan chuckled. This guy really knows what's good, he knows tiger penis is a good thing. Qin Cho asked, Sir, will the reward for hunting tigers remain the same as before, with 10 taels of silver for each tiger? Yes, but life and death are at your own risk, and there is no pension for death or injury. Shangguan Jifu jumped on the horse and said, in addition, Yikuan promised to kill 10 tigers by the end of the year. If you fail to complete it, I will settle accounts with you. Yikuan was confident, as long as there are tigers, I will fight as many as they come. Don't worry, all the tigers in the southern part of Daxiang Mountain have been driven here. If you have the ability, you can kill 100 tigers. Shangguan Jifu led his men to spur their horses and said. By the way, you guys should be careful too. The night before yesterday, 4 members of the Guanjia village tiger hunting team died. Wang Dekue was so frightened that he trembled and fell to the ground. The tiger hunting team of Guanjia village is composed of strong men. If they can't do it, how can Caomiao village do it? Shangguan Jifu and others had already gone far away. On the ground, there was an ear left by the dragon. Qin Cho looked at Yikuan and sighed, Yi Dalong, you said we should hand in 10 tigers by the end of the year. Can we do it? If not, we will be punished. The other villagers also had no confidence. Qin Erwu laughed and said, if we can really hand over 10 tigers, we will be rich. With 100 taels of silver, every family can have a concubine. Wang Dague shouted, stop dreaming. Killing a tiger will cost you countless lives. Don't worry, I'm the captain. If they want to beat me, they'll hit me first. If a tiger wants to eat, it'll eat me first. Yikuan didn't want to say more, so he waved his hand and said, let's form a tiger hunting team immediately. The more people, the better. Our tiger hunting team will not only fight tigers, but also deal with the bandits in Shuangya Mountain. We have offended the bandits from Shuangya Mountain today. Even if there are no tigers, Caomiao village should organize armed forces. Without your own armed forces, you will be at the mercy of others in this world. Qin Cho nodded, and left with a few village elders to mobilize people from house to house. Yikuan brought his own axe and saw, and told Qin Erwu, call 10 villagers to come with me to cut down trees. Then use the big trees to build a sentry post at the entrance of the village. Qin Erwu frowned, Brother Dalong, will your method work? Captain, are you or am I? Well, it's you. Qin Erwu had no choice but to go with Yan Liuhai to ask the villagers to work. Because of fear of tigers, people are now afraid to go into the mountains and are all staying at home. With a call, more than a dozen strong men came to help Yikuan cut down trees. There are many trees in and around the village. Yikuan selected some Chinese tun trees that were as thick as thighs and asked everyone to cut them down. The Chinese tun tree is straight and tall, and its wood is not that hard, making it suitable for processing. By mid-afternoon, the villagers had already cut down more than 20 large Chinese tun trees and placed them in front of Yikuan's house. Qin Cho came again to discuss with Yikuan, mainly about the issue of starting funds for the tiger hunting team. According to Yikuan's idea, after the guardhouse is set up, goats need to be used as bait to attract tigers. But goats are not cheap, they cost money. Yikuan was rather magnanimous. He took out the remaining 2 taels of silver from his home and said, I'll provide the capital. If I can't kill the tiger, I'll accept the loss. Qin Cho said, since you've put up the money, no matter how many tigers we kill, you'll get 30% of it, and the rest will be divided equally among us, is that okay? No. Yikuan waved his hand and said, I will take 20% and the rest will be divided into half by the tiger hunting team and half by all the villagers. The tiger meat will be divided in the same way and all the villagers will have a share. Because hunting tigers requires the cooperation of the whole village, everyone contributes and everyone will benefit. This time, the whole village needs to be mobilized to fight the tiger. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. If we want everyone to work together, we have to be willing to bleed. Moreover, the villagers are really pitiful, and Yikuan also wants to help and fight for welfare for the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, the widows, the widowers, and the lonely. Qin Cho didn't care, as long as we can kill a tiger, everything is fine. If you can really kill 10 tigers, even if our tiger hunting team gets 20%, we will be rich. Yikuan nodded, tomorrow morning, everyone will gather at my house. After Qin Chou left, Yikuan went into the carpenter's workshop again and used the existing materials to make some small parts of the crossbow in advance. Until late at night. Katie had no place to sleep, so she went to Daishi's house next door and slept with Daishi. Daishi is also afraid of tigers, but having colorful butterflies as companions is something he would love to have. Jiang Yurong came over and asked Yikuan to rest. "Dalang, it's late at night, don't overwork yourself." Yikuan nodded and went to sleep with Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong lay down, hooked her arm around Yikuan's neck, and sighed slightly. "Dalang, I'm really worried. 4 members of the Guanjia village tiger hunting team have died." "Don't worry, Yurong. Your men is the most capable. Killing a tiger is as easy as drinking water." Yikuan, however, was not too worried and was still thinking about performing the Zhougong ritual with Jiang Yurong. Feeling satisfied, he fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Chou brought members of the tiger hunting team to gather at Yikuan's house. Yikuan called everyone, carried the big camphor tree, brought hemp ropes and tools, and came to the main road leading into the mountains. Then, Yikuan drew a square on the ground with a side length of 2 meters, and asked everyone to dig holes in the 4 corners and bury the trees. After the 4 big trees were buried, crossbeams and diagonal braces were added between them to make them a solid hole. Use branches as thick as arms to build a platform at the top. There are 2 guard towers, 50 meters apart. The upper platform is more than 10 feet above the ground and covers an area of 4 square meters, on which a crossbow can be mounted. Qin Erwu limped up the platform, tested its stability, and laughed. "It is indeed a sure bet to kill tigers from this height. From now on, I will be on duty up there and kill any tigers I see." "No." Yikuan waved his hand and said, "Put the sentry tower here first. No one is allowed to act rashly or alert the enemy. Wait until I have made a strong bow and crossbow, then we can talk about fighting the tiger." It just so happened that the county lieutenant Shangguan Jifu sent 4 of his men on fast horses to deliver everything Yikuan wanted. Yikuan checked and found all the materials were complete. He also gave him a set of carpentry tools from the military craftsman workshop, which were much better than the carpentry tools at home. "Very good. Thank the county lieutenant for me when you get back." Yikuan thanked them and asked everyone to move the materials into his workshop. The soldier delivering the materials said, "These materials cost 3 taels of silver in total. The county lieutenant said that he would deduct it from your reward money after you kill the tiger." "Damn, so stingy." Yikuan shook his head, entered the small workshop, and immediately began to develop bows and arrows. Qin Erwu and Yan Liuhai helped on the side, ready to take orders. Led by Qin Chou, other villagers continued to cut down trees and prepare to build more guardhouses. Yikuan and his 2 assistants worked for 5 hours and successfully made the first simple double bow and double arrow crossbow. There is also a simple operating stand that can fix the crossbow on the bench. Double bows with double arrows, this has never been seen in the army. Will it work? Qin Erwu was excited but also very skeptical. "Try it and you'll know if it works." Yikuan asked his assistant to light a torch, and went to Yao Hifu's house, and started the experiment facing the abandoned earth wall of his house. The 3 of them worked together to string the arrow. Then pull the trigger. Collapse. 2 long arrows were shot out and directly penetrated the 1-foot-thick earth wall 100 steps away. The earth wall was also shaken. "Oh my god, that's awesome." Qin Erwu was shocked. "Is this considered amazing?" Yikuan chuckled, stepped forward to check the accuracy, and then made adjustments. "The triple bow crossbow can shoot up to 800 steps. The thing I hastily made has a range of only 300 steps. Compared with the triple bow crossbow, it's nothing more than a grandson. However, just this range has already exceeded the strongest bow and arrow of the Deding Kingdom." After repeated adjustments and tests, 2 hours later, the first strong bow and crossbow was completed. Yikuan was also tired, so he took a shower and went to bed. Continue working the next day. Qin Chou led the villagers to cut trees and built 2 guardhouses at the west end of the village. Yikuan, together with Qin Erwu and Yan Liuhai, created the second double bow and double arrow crossbow. In order to facilitate operation, a crosshair was set up, and Qin Erwu and several other hunters were asked to practice target shooting and become proficient in the operation. At dusk, Yikuan was holding a meeting in front of the door, recruiting soldiers and deploying generals. Tonight, we will hunt tigers at the sentry tower in the south of the village. Qin Erwu and I will each bring 2 brothers and be in charge of 2 sentry towers respectively. Qin Erwu and I will be the main shooters, and the other 2 will be assistants. After discovering a tiger, listen to my command and shoot arrows at the same time. Each guard tower is also equipped with spears and ordinary bows and arrows. When we shot a tiger, we beat drums and raised fire as a signal. The village chief Qin Cho brought a few brothers to serve as messengers. When they saw the fire in the sentry tower, they immediately led a large force to join them. The villagers were eager to fight, and shouted, "We all listen to Yi Dalong. Set off." Yikuan waved. The villagers flocked to the south of the village, carrying the 2 little fat sheep. 50 meters south of the watchtower, wooden stakes were driven in. The 2 lambs were tied with long ropes and tied to wooden stakes, with a range of movement of 30 meters. These 2 sheep were bought from the landlord Zhou Taigong in the village for more than 400 copper coins. Yikuan and others made hats out of willow twigs, put them on their heads, climbed up the watchtower, set up the crossbows, and disguised themselves. The crossbow is mounted on a bench and the angle and direction can be adjusted at will. Yikuan had also calculated that because of the height of the watchtower, it provided a good shooting angle, which enhanced the power of the crossbow. Qin Cho led the other villagers back and arranged for the messengers to lurk in the front row of the village to observe the movements of the sentry tower. The village is only 100 meters away from the watchtower. On the watchtower, Yikuan ordered. From now on, no talking or coughing is allowed. Even your breathing must be controlled. Just lie still and don't move. Keep your eyes open and stare at the 2 goats. Tonight, we will strive to win the first battle. Clear. Qin Erwu and others answered in unison. Night falls. A bright moon jumped into the sky, illuminating the ground like silver. Green grass and vegetables were deliberately placed outside the activity range of the 2 goats. The goat had been hungry for a day and was now tied up by a long rope. It was just a little bit away from eating the vegetables, so it bleated anxiously and pulled the rope straight. Just as Shangguan Jifu said, all the tigers in the southern part of Daxiang Mountain were driven here, and there were large numbers of them. The goat's call quickly attracted the prey. Less than an hour later, 2 tigers, one big and one small, quietly emerged from the woods in the south. The big tiger weighed about 500 or 600 kilograms, about the same as the one Yikuan shot last time. The tiger weighs 200 or 300 kilograms, which makes him an adult. The 2 tigers did not attack rashly. Instead, they looked around vigilantly and slowly approached the goat. The goat had sensed the danger, and it started bleating and running around wildly. Yikuan's heart also started beating. He stretched his body slightly and adjusted the crossbow again. 1 step, 2 steps. The tiger approached the goat. Yikuan had already calculated the shooting range, and when he saw that the best shooting distance had been reached, he aimed at Tahu and pulled the trigger, shouting at the same time. Shoot! The tiger is walking slowly at this time and is easy to aim at. If a tiger starts to attack a goat, it will jump quickly and be difficult to aim at. So, Yikuan made a prompt decision. Collapse. The bowstring sounded, and 2 4-foot-long arrows shot out as fast as lightning. Bang. The 2 arrows hit the tiger's abdomen, knocking it over and nailing it to the ground. Qin Erwu was a little slow, then pulled the trigger and shot out 2 arrows. 1 arrow hit the big tiger, and the other arrow hit the small tiger's head. Roar, roar. The tiger roared, then jumped up and turned around to run away. The little tiger had an arrow in his head. He struggled to get up, but fell down again. Rise up again, fall down again, struggle and roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The deputy attacker on the watchtower fired a volley of arrows. Unfortunately, none of the arrows hit the target. Stop shooting, raise the fire, beat the drum, and call for help. Yikuan yelled. The secondary attackers hurriedly dropped their bows and arrows, one beat a drum and the other lit a fire, and shouted at the same time, "Help, we killed the tiger." At the same time, the escaping tiger also fell to the ground 50 meters away and struggled in pain. Chin Cho and other members of the tiger hunting team hid in the homes of villagers in the first row on the south side of the village. When they heard the drums and shouts from the watchtower, they immediately lit torches and rushed over. The second group of villagers, about 30 people in total, also swarmed in with carrying poles and sticks. When Yikuin saw the large army arriving, he climbed down the guard post to check the results of the battle. I'm just lucky. The first battle was a success and 2 tigers were shot dead. Chin Erwu climbed down the guardhouse and pounced on Yikuin. Because he was too excited, he fell in front of Yikuin, hugged Yikuin's legs and shouted, "Yikuin, you are really amazing, amazing." Yikuin said with a smile, "Brother Erwu, stand up and kowtow to me. I can't bear it." The villagers rushed over holding torches and saw the 2 tigers on the ground. They shouted excitedly, "Yi Dalong, you are so capable." Yikuin laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, quickly carry the tiger back, skin it, and divide the meat." The villagers worked together to lift the 2 tigers and prepared to return. Chin Erwu pulled Yikuin back and said, "Brother Dalong, let's go up to the guardhouse again. Maybe we can shoot 1 or 2 tigers at night." Yikuin was no longer motivated and said with a smile, "Okay, you take a few brothers and stand guard at the guardhouse. I'll go home and sleep. I'm exhausted these past 2 days. Don't worry, leave this to me." Chin Erwu was overjoyed and assigned people to continue their duty at the 2 guard towers. Because the 2 goats are still there, we can continue to lure and kill the tiger. Chin Cho left a messenger behind and arranged a group of villagers to cooperate with Chin Erwu and others, and he and Yikuin went home together to deal with the 2 tigers. The whole village stayed up all night, waiting to divide the tiger meat. The tiger is skinned, its internal organs removed, and the meat weighed. A total of 500 kilograms of tiger meat. Chin Cho said, "According to the previous regulations, Yikuin will get 20% and 100 kilograms of tiger meat." Hey, I don't want so much tiger meat. 30 kilograms is enough. The rest can be distributed to the villagers. Yikuin was still arrogant and regarded money as dirt. The villagers admired Yikuin even more and thanked him. "Brother Dalong is really a righteous man." Chin Cho nodded and continued, "Yikuin will get 30 kilograms, and the remaining 30 members of the tiger hunting team will get half. All the villagers will get half. Each household will come forward to receive the meat according to the number of people. By this calculation, each person gets about 70 to 80 grams of tiger meat." Yikuin suggested that single-person families should make up 1 pound, such as the family of the widow Hua Daishi, and some widowers and widowers. Chin Cho agreed and distributed the meat to the villagers first. The rest will be distributed to the tiger hunting team. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when the tiger meat was divided. Yikuin was about to go to sleep when he suddenly heard a donkey-like shout from the direction of the village guardhouse, "Come quickly, folks, we've killed another tiger." Yikuin was also excited and ran over with Chin Cho and others. A pregnant tigress was lying on the open space in front of the watchtower. And a goat. Chin Erwu didn't find a good opportunity, and while shooting the tiger, he also shot a goat to death. "Ha ha ha, this will make a fortune." Chin Erwu laughed wildly. The villagers also laughed wildly, carrying the dead tiger, the dead sheep, and another frightened goat, and went home together. "Brother Erwu, good job." Yikuin praised Chin Erwu and said, "Even if you shot the goat to death, this goat will be counted on your head." Chin Erwu chuckled and said, "Brother Dalong, no problem. I'll buy the dead sheep and treat you to mutton." "Forget it, just sell the dead sheep to me." Yikuin also wanted to eat mutton. 3 tigers were killed in one night, and Chao Miao village was shocked and everyone was smiling. Yan Liuhai knelt on the ground and shouted, "Mom, I have avenged you." Chin Erwu kicked Yan Liuhai and said, "Liuhai, how do you know that the 3 tigers we shot were the ones that ate your mother? Maybe the tiger that ate your mother is still alive and well." "Erwu, stop talking." Yikuin also kicked Chin Erwu. "Erwu, 250, right?" Afternoon, Chin Cho brought a dozen villagers, armed with bows and arrows, and drove an ox cart to deliver the 3 tiger skins, the tiger heads, tails, and claws to the county government office. There is also a tiger whip. There was only 1 tiger whip left, which Yikuin kept for himself. Although tiger penis is delicious, it is not good to be greedy. The county lieutenant is very busy, so it would be for his own good to let him eat less tiger penis. The group rode at full speed and arrived at the county government office after lunch. Without taking time to rest, Qin Cho went straight to find Shengguan Jifu. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Looking at the 3 tiger skins, tiger heads, tiger claws, and tiger tails in front of him, Shengguan Jifu jumped up in shock. What kind of bow and arrow did Yikuan use to shoot and kill 3 tigers in one night? It's true. Yikuan made his own bow and arrow. He used 2 bows and 2 arrows and shot the tiger through in one shot. Qin Cho grinned foolishly and rubbed his fingers. I want a reward of silver. Shengguan Jifu repeatedly checked the tiger skin and head, frowned and said, we shot and killed 3 tigers. How many people in your tiger hunting team died? Why must someone die? Qin Cho was a little unhappy. No one died. Not one died. Yes, not even half of them died, not even a finger was dead. Well, this Yi Dalong is indeed quite capable. Last time in the tavern, I thought he was just bragging. Shengguan Jifu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I'll give you a receipt and take you to claim your reward. In Chao Miao village, Yikuan slept in and continued to make bows and crossbows. In the afternoon, Qin Erwu and Yan Liuhai came to help, and the 3rd double bow and double arrow crossbow was completed. That night, a crossbow was placed in the southern guard tower, and the other guard tower was equipped with ordinary bows and arrows. The remaining 2 crossbows were set up on 2 guard towers to the west of the village. Then follow the same method, set the bait, and wait for the rabbit. Qin Erwu is responsible for the south of the village, and Yikuan is responsible for the west of the village. We waited until midnight, but there was no sign of the tiger. Yikuan yawned. This night was not worth it. It also made Jiang Yurong alone in the empty room. At this moment, the goat used as bait suddenly bleated loudly. Yikuan perked up, all his sleepiness disappeared, and he opened his eyes wide. Under the moonlight, a skinny tiger is walking towards us. Take 2 steps, stop for a while, and take a look. The tiger's skeleton is huge, but it looks like it weighs only 300 pounds, and its steps are light. Yikuan breathed a sigh of relief. As for this sick cat, I guess if we send 2 strong men to it, they can pin it down and beat it to death with their bare hands. Collapse. The shooter in the left guard tower was impatient and pulled the trigger before Yikuan could. Upon hearing the sound, Yikuan immediately fired a crossbow arrow to make the finishing move. Whoosh, 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 4 arrows shot out in succession. The skinny tiger fell to the ground with a cry. But Yikuan saw that the 2 arrows shot from the left guard tower both missed. Fortunately, I caught up in time and successfully made the last move. Someone come, another tiger has been hit. The deputy shooter immediately beat the drum and shouted. Yikuan stood up and shouted at the guardhouse on the left, Zhou Tiehu, who told you to shoot the arrow first? You almost ruined my plan. This Zhou Tiehu is the son of Zhou Taigong. He is in his 20s and usually looks down on others because his family has some money. Originally, Zhou Tiehu was not going to join the tiger hunting team. Because I'm afraid of death. But when he saw Yikuan kill 3 tigers in a row last night without any danger, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He pestered Qin Cho and Yikuan and forced himself to join the tiger hunting team. Yikuan arranged him to be the secondary shooter, but he was not happy and insisted on being the main shooter. Zhou Tiehu had already climbed down from the guardhouse and said with a grin, Yi Dalong, at least we have shot the tiger. Yikuan also climbed down from the guard tower and glared, both of your arrows missed the target. You can see for yourself. In order to calibrate the accuracy of the crossbow in time, Yikuan marked each arrow. The 4 long arrows that Zhou Tiehu held had black spots on their tails. Zhou Tiehu couldn't deny it and shrugged, it's just my first time and I don't have any experience. I will definitely be able to shoot accurately next time. The villagers who came to meet us were already rushing over with torches. Because Qin Cho took a dozen villagers to the county town and has not returned yet. As there were not enough people in the village, some old men and strong women were mobilized to join the second team. Skinny Tiger has died. Yikuan pulled out the long arrow, picked up the long arrow that Zhou Tiehu shot in vain, and asked everyone to carry Shouhu back. Unexpectedly, Qin Erwu in the south of the village also sent out a signal and shot a tiger. Yikuan asked the village women to carry Shohu back, and he took people to support Qin Erwu. Qin Erwu shot a tiger weighing more than 500 pounds. Moreover, 2 arrows hit the tiger's head at the same time. The arrow shafts penetrated more than a foot, and the arrowhead smashed the tiger's skull into pieces. Erwu, what a great archery skill! Yikuan praised. Brother Dalong, your thing is useful. Qin Erwu laughed out loud. Wang Dekue was rude and laughed. Brother Dalong has eaten tiger whips before, so his stuff will be useful anywhere. After we get the reward, let Brother Dalong go to Chuanyan Tower to try out his stuff. The other countrymen all burst into laughter. I'm a country boy and I can't read, so this is the only fun I have. Stop talking nonsense and take the tiger home quickly. Yikuan smiled bitterly and rolled his eyes. These guys, once they have some money they just want to spend it on eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. They have no ambition. I will never go to Chuanyan Tower. At most, I will take Daishi as my concubine. These 2 days, Daishi is still making clothes at Yikuan's house. She is clever, considerate and gentle. Yikuan found that she was quite suitable to be a concubine. Her whole body exudes the temperament of a concubine. It's like a gentle kitten. When you see it, you want to pet it. The tiger hunting team came to the rescue and everyone carried the tiger back to the village. Or skin and meat them overnight. The villagers haven't finished eating the tiger meat they shared yesterday, and they have another harvest today. Yikuan did not take the meat of the sick tiger, but just cut 30 kilograms of meat from the tiger shot by Qin Erwu, as a token of his appreciation. Kill 5 tigers in 2 days. Cao Miao village has met the conditions and the entire village will be tax-exempt for the entire next year. The villagers were all cheering and excited. They were 100 times happier than during the Chinese New Year. There were also villagers who were counting on their fingers, calculating how much reward money they would get. Yikuan cut the tiger meat and went home to sleep. Jiang Yurong was also awake, waiting for Yikuan at home, reaching out to take the tiger meat. You can't carry it, let me do it. Yikuan put the tiger meat down and cut it into 3 big pieces. Put it aside for now and deal with it tomorrow. Fresh tiger meat will not go bad. There's so much tiger meat that we can't finish it all. Jiang Yurong was all smiles, and couldn't help but sigh. I couldn't get full with brown rice porridge before, but now I can't even finish the meat. I'll ask some villagers to send some to your mother's family tomorrow. Yikuan patted Jiang Yurong's head and said, after we finish killing the tiger and get the reward, I will go back to your parents' home with you. Delang, you are so nice. Jiang Yurong fell into Yikuan's arms. For some reason, Jiang Yurong would feel weak all over whenever Yikuan touched her head or pinched her shoulders. If it touches other places, it will become even softer. Yikuan smiled and lifted Jiang Yurong up like a princess. It's time to sleep, Yurong. Jiang Yurong became even softer than a puddle of mud. However, Yikuan was too busy these 2 days and forgot to repair the bed. The broken bed creaked for a long time, making Jiang Yurong blush with embarrassment. The ceremony is over. Jiang Yurong was wrapped in a newly made linen shirt and took out a thin linen rope from under the pillow. Then, using the moonlight outside the window, he solemnly tied a knot in the hemp rope. Yikuan was puzzled. Yurong, why are you tying a knot in the rope? Jiang Yurong leaned close to Yikuan's ear and said, let me write it down to see how much I owe you in total. Otherwise, I won't be able to remember it later. Puff. My wife is so cute. Yikuan hugged Jiang Yurong and said, wife, I really like you so much. Don't worry, I will pay you back slowly. We have a lifetime to live together, so we have plenty of time. I like you, too. If I can't see you for a while, I'll feel empty inside. Then why are you asking me to take a concubine? Aren't you afraid that if I have a concubine, I won't sleep with you anymore? If we have a concubine, won't we sleep together? Jiang Yurong was puzzled and said seriously, is the bed not big enough? Can't we just make a big bed and a big quilt? Buffed. Let's sleep together. Let's sleep together. Go to sleep, wife. Yikuan hugged Jiang Yurong, stroked her long hair, and felt that his life was complete. Taking a concubine, a big bed and a big quilt, my wife is really heartbroken. The next day, Yikuin slept in, got up, washed, stretched his muscles, and chatted with his mother. Then let's watch Daishi make clothes. Daishi put down the needlework in her hand and said with a smile, Brother Dalong, thank you. I have distributed 2 kilograms of tiger meat in the past 2 days. I heard that there will be some reward money as well. What are you thanking me for? Everyone has it. Yikuin waved his hands and did a simple calculation. We killed 5 tigers in total, you should get about 70 copper coins. Daishi was surprised. Brother Dalong, how did you know there were 70? Are there really that many? I thought there were only about 10. Yikuin smiled. This can be calculated. Daishi admired him very much, and was a bit infatuated with him. Brother Dalong is really smart. Last night, Katie and I calculated for a long time, but we still couldn't figure it out. It's okay. I'll teach you how to settle accounts later. Yikuin suddenly felt uneasy and touched Daishi's head. Just like petting a cat. Daishi shuddered all over, but did not dodge. He lowered his head and said, It's no use teaching me how to settle accounts. I don't have any accounts to settle at home. If I really need to settle accounts, I can ask Brother Dalong for help. Yikuin also realized that his actions were inappropriate and smiled awkwardly. When I have money in the future, I will settle the accounts. As they were talking, Qin Erwu came over and asked about today's arrangements. Yikuin took the opportunity to go out and said, Erwu is here just in time. Take some villagers with you and help me go to Jiangada village to deliver 20 kilograms of tiger meat to Yurong's parents' home. Qin Erwu was surprised. Brother Dalong, you are so generous. You gave me 20 kilograms of tiger meat at once. This much tiger meat is enough to buy a concubine. Don't mention concubines, okay? Yikuin rolled his eyes. Take a few villagers with you, bring bows and arrows, in case you encounter tigers on the road. Go quickly and come back quickly, we still have to hunt tigers at night. I can't leave, I still have to make a crossbow. It's broad daylight, it's okay. Qin Erwu nodded, took the tiger meat, and ran away with a limp. Jiang Yurong was very happy and counted on her fingers. Dalong, my mother's family eats 3 taels of meat a day. Can this 20 kilograms of tiger meat last for a month? Yikuin smiled and said, Don't count this. We'll catch more tigers in the future and send them to them. Tiger meat is not dragon meat. Yan Liuhai also came and helped Yikuin to continue making bows and crossbows. At lunchtime, the horses' hooves were clattering. Qin Chou and others came back and brought back the county lieutenant Shangguan Jifu. Yikuin, let me see your crossbow. Without waiting for the warhorse to stop, Shangguan Jifu jumped off the horse and lowered his head to go into Yikuin's hut. Daishi stood up hurriedly, bowed and saluted. Sir, Dalang is in the workshop at the back. I'm going to find Brother Dalong. Shangguan Jifu lowered his head again and rushed out the back door. Yikuin had heard it and came out to greet him. Shangguan Jifu laughed. Yikuin, you are so capable, you actually beat 3 tigers. 5 tigers. Yikuin corrected himself. I shot and killed 2 more last night. I am waiting for Qin Chou to come back and send them to you. 2 more. Shangguan Jifu opened his mouth wide. Even the court's professional tiger hunting teams were not as efficient. As soon as the large group entered the mountain, the movement was too big and the tiger ran away. You chased a tiger, but you couldn't outrun this beast. Yan Liuhai said with a proud smile, how could this be true? The 2 tigers last night, the head, tail, and skin, are all in the village chief's house. As he was talking, Qin Chou also ran over, carrying a heavy bag on his shoulders, and shouted, Yikuin, I heard that you killed 2 tigers last night. Yikuin shrugged. What's so strange about that? Dealing with this kind of beast is just like shooting a target, isn't it? Shangguan Jifu pulled Yikuin into the carpenter's workshop to see his crossbows. The 3 bows and crossbows that have been put into use are all here. After using the crossbow, Yikuin has to check and calibrate it to ensure its accuracy next time it is used. A pair of crossbows were brought to the front of the house. 150 steps away, a target was made of a broken bedboard. A circle the size of a sieve was drawn on it, with a black dot in the middle as the bullseye. Shangguan Jifu lay on the ground, aimed at the center of the target according to Yikuin's instructions, and shot the arrow himself. Bang! 2 arrows were shot out, and the bedboard 150 steps away fell to the ground with a loud bang. When he went forward to check, he found that both arrows had pierced the bed. Moreover, both arrows were near the center of the bullseye, only 3 inches apart. Shangguan Jifu was stunned for a while, then suddenly turned around and asked, "Brother Dalong, were you a soldier before?" Yikuin shook his head. Qin Cho smiled and said, "Brother Dalong is just a carpenter. He has never been to the county town before." Yikuin glared at Qin Cho. So much bullshit. Speaking of a military career, Yikuin also had one. "In my previous life, I participated in formal reserve training for 3 consecutive years, 1 month each year, and learned both civil and military strategies." Because Yikuin is studious, he is also a model soldier in reserve training. How could you want to do this if you have no military experience? Shangguan Jifu was puzzled. "I just messed around with it." Yikuin smiled and changed the subject. "Brother Qin Cho, did you bring back the reward silver?" "Of course I brought it back." Qin Cho took off his saddlebag and poured out 6 strings of copper coins, 3 tigers, a total of 30 strings of reward. "You get 20%, which is 6 strings." Yikuin handed it to Jiang Yurong without even looking at it. Shangguan Jifu was still studying Yikuin's double bow and double arrow crossbow. He turned his head and said, "Brother Dalong, you should follow me from now on. The military workshop needs talents like you." "Thank you, Lord County Lieutenant, but I'm sorry I can't obey your order." Yikuin rubbed his nose. "I have an 80-year-old mother at home." "Is your mother 80 years old?" "Soon, in another 30 years, I'll be 80 years old." Yikuin sighed. "Besides, my mother is blind and can't live without me." Shangguan Jifu smiled bitterly. "Okay then." The dating kingdom was also a country of etiquette, where filial piety was the most important virtue. He wants to honor his mother, you can't take that away from him. Seeing that Shangguan Jifu was a little disappointed, Yikuin pointed at his warhorse and said, "However, I can give you some gifts to make your warhorse more useful." Shangguan Jifu smiled and said, "What's good or bad about a warhorse? As long as it runs fast, it's good." "No, it has to be fast and steady." Yikuin walked to the front of the warhorse and inspected it. There is only a saddle on it, but no stirrups. It is easy to fall off during a battle. The development of the dating kingdom is really backward. War horses only have saddles, no stirrups. No horseshoes either. If you go to war or ride a horse like this and don't fall off and die, it means that your ancestors' graves are smoking, and the smoke is billowing. Shangguan Jifu frowned. "What is a stirrup?" "When I make it, you'll know what it is." Yikuin nodded and patted the horse's butt. "But you must leave me a horse. I want to determine the size." Shangguan Jifu thought for a moment and asked, "Is what you made as useful as the crossbow you made?" "It is more convenient than a bow and crossbow. Everyone can use it." "Okay, I'll leave you a tall horse." Shangguan Jifu nodded, called his subordinates, and brought a horse. Yikuin took a look and chose a pony. "This little mare is good, suitable for me to ride." Having never ridden a horse before, Yikuin didn't dare to touch a wild horse. The mare is small in size and gentle in character, making her suitable for training. Shangguan Jifu smiled evilly when he heard this. "Okay, I'll leave the mare to you. Ride slowly and don't break the mare." This county lieutenant is not serious either, he is an old driver of a Kina mountain. Yikuin was speechless. Shangguan Jifu was busy with official duties and had to supervise the fight against corruption in various places, so he took his leave immediately. After getting on the horse, Shangguan Jifu suddenly turned around, pointed at Dai Shi, and said to Yikuin, "Brother Dalong, your concubine is too thin. Let her eat more tiger meat. She will look better when she is fat." "Ha ha." Yikuin's face twitched. Before he could explain, Shangguan Jifu had already left with his men. Daishi blushed, bit her lips, and seemed to be smiling. Qin Cho laughed and patted Yikuin on the shoulder. "Brother Dalong, if you don't mind that Daishi is a widow, just take her in. It's okay to have another concubine, since you don't have to pay taxes anyway." Daishi was so embarrassed that he turned around and hid in the house. Yikuin squinted at Qin Cho and said, "Brother Chin Cho, I will soon be able to wear silk." That day you said, "I have something to do. I'll go greet the villagers and distribute the reward money to everyone." Chin Cho ran away. Because he had told Yikuan last time that as long as Yikuan could afford to wear silk, he would give his daughter Qiao Nu to Yikuan as a concubine. But it is impossible for the village chief's daughter to be Yikuan's concubine. Unless Yikuan can really afford to wear silk and wear it for the rest of his life. Jiang Yurong came over and said with a smile, "De Lang, why is Sister Shi's face so red?" Yikuan laughed awkwardly. "The village chief said something nonsense and asked me to take Dai Shi as my concubine. She is embarrassed. Why should I be ashamed of this? I'll go and tell her." Jiang Yurong smiled and turned to look for Dai Shi. Hey. Yikuan felt it was inappropriate, but he didn't know how to say it. Wang Dekue came over and called out, "Brother De Lang, the village chief is distributing money and wants you to go over and take a look." "All right." Yikuan nodded and said to the room, "Sister-in-law Dai Shi, don't go. I'll bring your money back." "Got it, thank you, Brother Dalong." A shy voice came from the room. At the money-dividing scene, many people were arguing. "Because I don't understand the accounts, I'm worried about being at a disadvantage." Yikuan waved his hand and said loudly, "It's very simple. All the villagers go home and bring a big bowl. Then you take one and I take one. Isn't it clear? The method Yi Dalong suggested is the best." Everyone laughed and ran home to get their bowls. Yikuan shook his head and said that he would open a literacy class when he had time. You alone. Chin Cho brought Zhou Taigong and started distributing money to everyone. Of the 30 strings of copper coins brought back this time, excluding Yikuan's 6 strings, the remaining half was taken by the tiger hunting team, who received 12 strings. The last 12 strings of cash were divided equally among the villagers, with each person getting more than 40 copper coins. After receiving the money, the villagers sincerely thanked Yikuan and said, "Brother Dalong, if you have any problems at home in the future, please let us know and we will definitely help." Yikuan nodded and thanked him. The widows, widowers, the elderly, the weak and the disabled were so moved that they shed tears and wanted to kowtow to Yikuan. If it weren't for Yikuan's care, these old, weak and sick people would not be able to get a single cent. Now we have been given more than 40 copper coins, which can ensure that we will not starve to death for a month. Yikuan waved his hand and said, "Fellow villagers, as long as everyone works together, we will be able to kill more tigers and get more rewards." The villagers shouted in unison. We all listened to Brother Dalong. Only Zhou Tiehu muttered behind his back. Golden copper coins were distributed to these old, weak and disabled people. What a sin! In Zhou Tiehu's eyes, the poor and the elderly, the weak and the disabled deserve to starve to death. Giving money to them is a waste and a sin. Yikuan pulled Chin Cho aside and whispered, "From now on, half of the reward money will be converted into small change, which will be more convenient to carry. 1 string of copper coins weighs more than 10 kilograms. Yikuan was worried that there were too many copper coins at home and he couldn't move them. Jiang Yurong was really exhausted. It was terrible. When he got home, Yikuan took out more than 40 copper coins and handed them to Dai Shi. "Sister-in-law Dai Shi, this is yours." "So many." Dai Shi took out 20 copper coins and handed them to Yikuan. "Brother Dalong, use these 20 copper coins to buy some fruit for my wife." No, I can't spend all the copper coins at home." Yikuan quickly declined. Continue making crossbows in the afternoon. Qin Erwu sent tiger meat to Jiangatu and came back in the afternoon, bringing back 2 salted fish, saying that they were given by Xue Sangu. It is said that Xue Sangu, holding her son, kowtowed to her brother-in-law Yikuan in the direction of Chao Miao village. Yikuan, together with Qin Erwu and Yan Liuhai, continued to work hard until dark, and finally made the 4th double bow and double arrow crossbow. In this way, there were a total of 4 guard towers in the west and south of the village, all equipped with strong bows and crossbows. That night, our luck was not very good and we only killed 1 tiger. But there was also an unexpected gain. 2 large wild boars were shot and killed. The villagers shared the tiger meat and the pork and were extremely happy. The village chief Chin Cho went to the county town every 2 days and brought the tiger head, tiger tail, tiger skin and tiger claws to collect the reward money. He also brought back materials for bows and arrows for Yikuan, and some needles, thread, brown rice and coarse salt for the villagers. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Yikuan also made 2 double-bow, double-arrow crossbows, and 5 lightweight double-shot short crossbows. Although it is a light and short crossbow, it is more powerful than the last one, and its range exceeds the commonly used bows and arrows in the army. Not to mention the accuracy, within 100 steps, the finger can hit the nose without hitting the eye. 100 steps in Dating Kingdom is approximately 160 meters. It can shoot targets from a distance of 160 meters and can fire 2 arrows in succession. Its power is no less than that of a small pistol. In the past 10 days, Caomiao village has killed 13 tigers, some big and some small. Together with the 6 tigers mentioned above, there are a total of 19. In addition, 5 wild boars, 2 mountain buffaloes, and several wild dogs were hunted. Yikuan received the most money, a total of 38 strings of copper coins. We couldn't finish the meat at home, so we made a lot of dried meat and gave much of it away as gifts. After lunch, we held a meeting as usual to arrange tonight's anti-corruption operation. Now, a new guardhouse has been set up at the east end of the village, and Yikuan is responsible for the daily personnel arrangements. Yikuan and Qin Erwu were in charge of the guardhouse at the west end of the village. It was the end of the month and there was no moonlight. Considering that shooting a tiger requires certain visual conditions, Yikuan set up 2 pine torches not far from the bait goat. 1 or 2 flames were nothing to fear for those hungry tigers. It's the hour of high, which is 9 o'clock in the evening. On the way into the village, a large group of people suddenly appeared. The group of people moved quietly, holding spears and carrying swords, and approached the village step by step. Under the dim firelight, Yikuan could see clearly that the 2 leaders were a tall and thin man, and the other was a dragon. Guoji Anglong had his ears cut off last time and now his head is wrapped in cloth. The robbers have entered the village, and it looks like they are here to kill people. Yikuan thought for a moment, decisively aimed at Guojianglong, and pulled the trigger of the crossbow. This is a cannibalistic world. If you don't kill people, they won't let you go. Collapse. 2 arrows were shot out, and Guojianglong and the tall and thin man screamed at the same time and then fell to the ground. The crossbow arrow was extremely powerful. It pierced through Guojianglong and the tall and thin man, and then shot back and knocked down 2 robbers. These bandits had no armor and were as fragile as paper men in front of the crossbows. Yikuan stood up suddenly on the watchtower, beat the drum with both hands, and shouted to the village, "It's hit, folks, come quickly." There were a lot of bandits, and it seemed that more than 100 people from Shuanya Mountain had come out in full force. At this time, Yikuan had no choice but to pretend to be powerful and create confusion in the hope of scaring away these mobs. Qin Erwu, who was on the watchtower on the other side, was still hesitating, but when he saw Guojianglong and the tall and thin man being shot to death, he knew that the life and death battle had begun, so he also pulled the trigger on his crossbow. Collapse. 2 arrows were shot out, and 4 or 5 more bandits fell to the ground screaming, "Kill, kill, shoot me." Yikuan stood on the watchtower, waving his hands and shouting, "Archers, release your arrows, spearmen, follow up. County Lieutenant, you lead the cavalry to cover the rear, don't let any of them escape." The deputy archer had no choice but to pick up his light crossbow and shoot at the dark crowd of bandits. Yikuan also picked up a short crossbow and shot to death 2 strong men among the bandits. Only strong men have fighting ability, and killing one is better than killing 2. Shooting the strongmen will also deter other robbers. We are here. At this moment, Qin Cho had already brought the second echelon of the tiger hunting team, a total of about 50 people, swarming in with torches. Coincidentally, drum beats and shouts were also heard from the direction of the sentry post in the south of the village. The tiger must have been shot over there. About 10 of the robbers were shot dead and the group was in a panic. He saw Yikuan shouting and mobilizing troops, saw countless torches rushing towards the village, and heard drums and shouting from the south of the village. He thought there was really an ambush and turned around and ran away in fear. Most of the bandits were poor people who had no food to eat, as well as the elderly, the weak and the disabled. They were just there to make up the numbers and do odd jobs, and had no fighting power at all. Some people don't even have weapons, only sticks. When fighting against this mob, with a little preparation, Yikuin can beat 10 of them alone. The tall and thin man who was shot just now was the second in command of Shuangya Mountain. Seeing that the second in command and the fourth in command were both dead, the remaining bandits were naturally terrified and fled in panic. Yikuin waved his hands and shouted, "Chase them! Don't let these beasts get away." Upon hearing this, the bandits ran even faster. They trample on each other and cry for their parents. Yikuin secretly rejoiced that he had taken the risk and actually succeeded. If these robbers had not been scared away, Chao Miao village would have been massacred tonight. Qin Chou and his fellow villagers rushed over and were shocked to see the robbers lying on the ground. "Isn't this the bandit from Shuangya Mountain? Brother Dalong, did you kill the bandit?" It was the first time for the villagers to see so many corpses and they were all frightened. Some people have already vomited. Duke Tai of Zhou also came over with a cane, and when he saw the corpses, he collapsed to the ground and cried out in horror. "You are so brave that you actually killed the bandits from Shuangya Mountain. It's over. Our Cao Miao village is finished this time. No one will survive. I killed him." Yikuin stood up. "And me." Qin Erwu followed Yikuin closely and said with a glare. "Guo Jianglong had his ears cut off by the county lieutenant some time ago. They came here tonight to take revenge. If we don't kill the robbers, we will be killed by them." The other 2 members of the tiger hunting team also stood behind Yikuin. "We also shot arrows and killed people. You are harming our entire village." Zhou Taigong was as sad as if he had lost his parents. He pointed at Yikuin and others. "The bandits in Shuangya Mountain only come here every year to ask for food, and they usually don't kill people. This time, you killed the second and fourth leaders, and they will definitely come to seek revenge. We are unarmed, so why don't we kill them all?" The villagers were all terrified, and the timid women had already started crying. "Everyone, listen to me." Yikuin suddenly shouted, waved his hand and said, "Fellow villagers, we have worked hard to kill tigers and exchanged our lives for some rewards. We are now living a good life, right?" The villagers nodded together, "Yes. But when bandits come, they will steal our money, our food, and even our daughters-in-law, and sisters, take them to the mountains to rape them, and then sell them to brothels. Are you willing?" "No." "Well, since you don't want to, we will take up swords, guns, bows and arrows, kill the robbers who enter the village, and protect our food, our home, our daughters and sisters." Yikuin took the opportunity to encourage everyone and continued to shout, "From today on, I, Yi Dalong, and the bandits of Shuangya Mountain will never reconcile. Even if my father is a bandit, I will kill him." Qin Erwu, Yan Liuhai and others raised their bows and arrows, and shouted behind Yikuin, "We will never reconcile with each other, and we will kill the bandits." Qin Chou looked at the situation and had no choice but to stand on Yikuin's side, waving his hands and shouting, "From now on, we fight bandits like we fight tigers. We kill them one by one. We all listen to Yi Dalong. If we can kill tigers, we can kill bandits too." The villagers all thought it made sense, and were inspired by Yikuin's heroic spirit. They all raised their arms and shouted, "Kill the robbers! Kill the robbers!" Yikuin was very satisfied. He waited for the shouting to subside and waved his hand again. "I declare that everyone must take out 10 strings of cash to buy wine and meat. As long as you are willing to join our tiger hunting team and are willing to kill tigers and robbers, regardless of gender, age or status, we will accept you all and guarantee that you will have wine and meat every day. In addition, I will reward you with 1 string of cash for killing a robber." The emperor is far away, so Yikuin can only organize the villagers to save themselves. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. As long as there are 70 or 80 people, Yikuin is still confident that he can fight a defensive battle and a positional battle. The villagers cheered and came forward to sign up. "I'll participate, count me in. Having wine and meat every day is worth it even if I die." Yikuin nodded and pointed at the 3 bandits who were still screaming and still alive. "Those who are willing to fight the bandits with me, come forward and give these 3 guys a knife or a stick. There is something called a letter of allegiance. Once you've pledged your allegiance, there's no turning back. If Yikuin wants to fight the bandits, he must tie up all the villagers together. There were several villagers whose relatives had been killed by robbers, and they went up to them and started beating them out of hatred. Seeing this, others also stepped forward to finish off the enemy. In an instant, the 3 robbers who were not yet dead were all dead. Yikuin added, "From now on, we will all work together to fight tigers and robbers. If anyone is colluding with the robbers and we find out, what do you think we should do?" "Anyone who colludes with the robbers will be beaten to death," the villagers shouted. Zhou Taigong, who was standing nearby, trembled with fear and shouted, "Anyone who colluded with the robbers will be beaten to death." Yikuin was very satisfied. He arranged for everyone to bury the bodies of the robbers. He also immediately discussed the deployment of defenses with Qin Chou, Qin Erwu, and others. Additional personnel were deployed at the 3 entrances to the village, and bows and arrows were added to prevent the robbers from returning. In fact, the remaining bandits had already run far away, so how could they dare to come back? In a blink of an eye, daybreak came. Yikuin kept his word and took out several strings of cash to reward Qin Erwu and others who had shot and killed the robbers last night. He took out some money and asked Qin Chou to go to the county town and bring back some wine and fruit for him. A tiger was killed last night. Today, Qin Chou went to collect the reward money and reported the bandits invading the village. He requested the county lieutenant to send troops to suppress the bandits. Yikuin was worried about the safety on the road, so he assigned Qin Chou 10 tiger hunting team members with 3 double-shot crossbows. After Qin Chou left, Yikuin led the villagers to patrol the surroundings of the village, set up obstacles, and continue to deploy defenses. Jiang Yurong and Dai Shikadi cooked meat at home and shared it with everyone. In the evening, there was a loud sound of horse hooves outside the village and the dust was flying. On the watchtower west of the village, the tiger hunting team beat drums and shouted, "The bandits are coming, everyone get ready." Yikuin was surprised, and rode the mare left by the county lieutenant, rushing to the village with a bow and arrow. It was somewhat unexpected that the robbers dared to come before dark. Unexpectedly, on the way into the village, Qin Chou appeared first on horseback, waving his hand and shouting, "Don't shoot, I'm Qin Chou. I'm here with the county lieutenant." Upon hearing this, Yikuin hurriedly ordered the men on the watchtower to put down their bows and arrows. Only after confirming that the alert had been lifted did Shangguan Jifu dare to lead his troops into the village. This time, Shangguan Jifu brought 10 cavalrymen and 2 horse-drawn carriages. The tiger hunting team members from Caomiao village all sat in the carriages. If the county lieutenant had not made a special trip to see them off, Qin Chou and the others would not have been able to make it back tonight. Seeing Yikuin, Shangguan Jifu took the initiative to clasp his fists. "Brother Dalong, you killed more than a dozen bandits in Shuangya Mountain. You are so impressive. Come fight with me in the future. If you kill 10 enemies, you will be awarded a title." The Deding Kingdom conferred titles based on military merit, with a total of 19 levels. To obtain the lowest level of nobility, one only needs to kill 10 enemies. "Why are you talking about this again?" Yikuin changed the subject and said with a smile. "Sir, the saddle I mentioned last time has been prepared, but you haven't come yet." Shangguan Jifu waved his hand and said, "The saddle doesn't matter. I just want your bows and crossbows. I want as many as you have." This morning, Shangguan Jifu looked at the double-shot light crossbows used by Qin Chou and others for self-defense, tested them out, and was extremely envious. It just so happened that Qin Chou asked for troops to be sent to suppress the bandits, so Shangguan Jifu came. "Only after I get rid of the bandits in Shuangya Mountain will I have time to make you a crossbow." Yikuin sighed, "Those bandits kill without blinking an eye. I don't know how long I can live." Shangguan Jifu laughed loudly, "Within 7 days, I will definitely wipe out the bandits in Shuangya Mountain." 7 days? Yikuin was very surprised, but also doubted Shangguan Jifu's ability. Last time we talked, Shangguan Jifu's men only had 50 soldiers, 20 war horses, and ordinary equipment. There are more than 100 bandits in Shuangya Mountain. Although their individual combat effectiveness is not strong, the terrain is good. 1 man can guard the pass, and 10,000 men cannot break through. With Shangguan Jifu's limited number of troops, it would probably not be easy to break into Shuangya Mountain and kill all the bandits. Yes, within 7 days, I will definitely wipe out the bandits in Shuangya Mountain. Shangguan Jifu nodded, and went into the village with Yikuin, and said, I haven't eaten yet, I'm hungry, is there anything to eat? There's tiger meat. Yi Kuan nodded, brought Shangguan Jifu into his home, and asked Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi to cook. Shangguan Jifu also brought dried meat, dried fish, and rice. And there were a few jars of wine. It would take some time before dinner, so Yi Kuan asked Shangguan Jifu to come and see the stirrups he had made. The stirrups were equipped on the little mare, and Yi Kuan would occasionally jump on it to learn archery and horse riding. And I have been practicing very well these days. Shangguan Jifu got on the horse, tried it out for a while, then turned around and said with a smile. With this thing, riding a horse seems to be more stable. However, it also increases the weight of the horse, which doesn't seem to be very effective. Shallow and ignorant. Yi Kuan shook his head and said. The first function of the stirrup is to stabilize the horse, which greatly reduces the number of people falling off the horse. The second is to save energy, which prevents fatigue during long journeys. The third is to increase the speed and accuracy of horse archery. If all cavalry in the army are equipped with saddles, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, and under the same conditions, the enemy can be defeated quickly. Is it that powerful? Shangguan Jifu couldn't believe it. Sir, let's give it a try. Yi Kuan was very annoyed and asked Shangguan Jifu to change his original horse. He said, if you are evacuating and there are enemy soldiers chasing you, can you ride your horse forward and turn around to shoot arrows backwards at the same time? Yes, but my body is unstable and it's not easy to shoot accurately. Shangguan Jifu jumped onto his warhorse, galloped away, then turned around and shot an arrow, aiming at the big tree behind him. As expected, he missed the target and almost fell off his horse. With stirrups, that's all. Yi Kuan slowly got on his horse, spurred it to gallop, then turned around and shot an arrow, which actually hit the tree accurately. Shangguan Jifu became interested and changed to a young mare, and tried it 3 times. It feels good indeed. Shangguan Jifu's subordinates also tried it out and shouted in unison, Sir, this stirrup is really useful, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Jifu laughed and patted Yi Kuan on the shoulder, Brother Dalong, how come you are so smart to tinker with these things? Yi Kuan invited everyone to eat and said calmly, there are still many good things that I haven't had time to make. For example, horseshoes, Yi Kuan doesn't have time to make them now. Soldiers all eat outside. Yi Kuan and Qin Cho accompanied the county lieutenant to eat in the house. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, Qin Cho talked about how Yi Kuan paid for the fight against the robbers out of his own pocket. Shangguan Jifu was very moved and stood up and said, Brother Dalong is very filial to his mother, and he is generous and righteous. He fights tigers and robbers, protects the peace of the area, and serves the court. I admire you very much. I am willing to become a brother with you. I don't ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but I ask to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Oh my God, sworn brothers. Yi Kuan thought about it and said with a smile, it's okay to become sworn brothers, but I want to be the eldest brother. The dating kingdom emphasizes the relationship between ruler and subject, father and son. The sworn brother is the king, the father, and the master. As for the younger brother, he is the private property of the older brother. His daily duties include but are not limited to being a bodyguard, doing odd jobs, emptying the toilet, etc. He must also be ready to die for his older brother at any time. Yi Kuan is not stupid. He will not be fooled and turn himself into Shangguan Jifu's personal property. Shangguan Jifu was stunned, but I'm older than you. Qin Cho was also shocked and thought that Yi Kuan was crazy. The county lieutenant has sworn brotherhood with you. It's such a great honor, but you're still trying to be so arrogant and want to be the big brother. That won't work either. I'm a bad luck to big brother. Yi Kuan shook his head and said nonsense. When I was a child, several of my sworn brothers were killed by me. But I am more lucky for my younger brothers, and all of my younger brothers live long and well. Shangguan Jifu smiled bitterly, I know, you don't want to be sworn brothers with me, forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Yi Kuan smiled and said, how about this, we become sworn brothers, regardless of age. You call me brother, and I call you brother. Interesting, that's what you said. Shangguan Jifu laughed. After dinner, Shangguan Jifu took Yi Kuan to the backyard to become sworn brothers. This is a toilet, it stinks, let's go somewhere else. Yikuan brought Shangguan Jifu to the door. The two men knelt down together and swore to the heavens that they would become brothers from then on, regardless of difference between them, big or small, and would share the joys and sorrows together. After 8 bows, Shangguan Jifu stood up and asked his men to bring 2 horses. Brother Dalong, I'll take your stirrups with me and bring them to the army for mass production. I'll leave you 2 horses as a gift. The 2 war horses are not cheap, worth more than 20 taels of silver. Yikuan took out a double-bow double-arrow crossbow and a light double-shot short crossbow and handed them to Shangguan Jifu. Brother Jifu, this is my return gift. When I have time in the future, I will make more for you. Shangguan Jifu was overjoyed and patted Yikuan on the shoulder. Tonight, you stay with your wife and have a good sleep. I will go to the village to stand guard and help you fight tigers and robbers. Driving again. Yikuan nodded. Thank you for your hard work. When you have time, teach me your gun technique of cutting off people's ears. It's a deal. Shangguan Jifu laughed heartily and, drunkenly, called his soldiers to go to the guardhouse in Caomiao village to stand guard at night. Although he was on night duty, Shangguan Jifu actually wanted to have some fun using Yikuan's crossbow to shoot a couple of tigers or robbers to see the actual combat effect. Yikuan was also happy to be free and accompanied Jiang Yurong to sleep. I have been busy hunting tigers and making bows and crossbows these days, and have neglected my beautiful wife. After some sex, Jiang Yurong hugged Yikuan's neck and said with a low laugh, Dalang, I've asked, and Daishi is willing to be your concubine, but you need to find a matchmaker to talk to her. I think we should let the village chief do it. During this period of time, Daishi was busy hunting tigers and could not go out to dig wild vegetables. He had nothing to do and stayed at Yikuan's house almost the whole day. Every time she saw Yikuan, Daishi's face would turn red and she would feel extremely shy. Yikuan also understood the meaning and was waiting for something. Yikuan thought about it and smiled. Actually, I don't want a concubine, but I want someone to take care of me. I'm old and I can't see anymore, so it's always good to have someone to take care of me. Jiang Yurong chuckled, well, take care of me during the day and take care of you at night. I don't have to take care of it, really. The young couple chatted for a long time. Late at night, they quarreled again and then fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I was woken up by the sound of drums. It was Shangguan Jifu who shot and killed a tiger at the watchtower in the south of the village. Yikuan was not on duty tonight and did not go to see it. When they got up in the morning, everyone had already divided the tiger meat, and they left 20 kilograms of the best ones for Yikuan. Shangguan Jifu was in a good mood and patted Yikuan on the shoulder. Everyone says that Dalong's stuff works well, and it's true. Yikuan chuckled. There are many useful tools out there, but I just don't have time to tinker with them. Shangguan Jifu said, but your weapon will soon be of no use. Because within 7 days, the court will send a large army to search the mountain inch by inch to completely eliminate the tiger threat. Qin Cho was surprised, so, we won't have any tigers to fight anymore. The villagers were also very disappointed. No tigers to hunt means no income and no tiger meat to eat. During this period of hunting tigers, every family made a small fortune and could eat meat every day. The villagers were all very happy and were even happier than during the Chinese New Year. But the happy days were too short. Yikuan smiled and said, Brother Jifu, no wonder you said that you would wipe out the bandits in Shuangya Mountain within 7 days. It turns out that the Imperial Army is coming. Yes, this time we are fighting tigers and suppressing bandits at the same time. Shangguan Jifu nodded and said, once the army arrives, the bandits will naturally collapse. If you want to fight the tiger, hurry up, there are only 3 to 5 days left. If you continue to fight, the money in the county treasury will not be enough to pay your reward. Yikuan was a little amused. The tiger hunting team in Caomiao village actually caused the financial collapse of the county. Shangguan Jifu took the tiger head and tiger skin and left. The villagers all looked at Yikuan and asked, Brother Dalong, if there are no tigers to fight in the future, what will we do and what will we eat? Now that the tiger is gone, we can go hunting and dig wild vegetables. Yikuan smiled, the sorghum is almost ripe, and the jute is also ready to be harvested. We will have food to eat. Eating, that's a small problem. What Yikuan was thinking about was how to make a fortune, eat delicacies every day, and take good care of his mother and wife in their old age. Return home. The blind old woman came to Yikuin and whispered, "De Lang, our family doesn't have to pay taxes now, you can take Daishi as your concubine." In the past 2 years, Daishi has often taken care of Yikuin's mother. So the old lady was very satisfied with Daishi. Yikuin asked, "Why do you want to marry Daishi?" The old lady whispered, "Daishi's family has 2 brothers. If you marry Daishi, you will have 1 more relative. No one will dare to bully you in the future. You are the only son in the family, and we are the only family in the Yi family. Without relatives, you will have no help." "Okay, I'll talk to Daishi about it." Yikuin hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. The old lady chuckled, leaned on her walking stick, and groped her way towards Daishi. The old lady is blind, but she understands. Having many relatives helps to gain a foothold in the countryside. After lunch, Daishi came over and said with a red face, "Brother Dalong, my bed is broken, look." "I'm sorry, I forgot about this." "Wait, I'll help you fix the bed." Yikuin smiled and went to Daishi's house with carpentry tools. The house is very clean. I also burned dried mugwort as incense. Daishi's bed was also very clean, although it was covered with coarse cloth. Yikuin checked the wooden bed and reinforced the mortise and tenon joints with wooden wedges. He then said to Daishi with a smile, "Daishi, try sleeping on it and see if it makes any noises now." Daishi blushed, "How can I try it in broad daylight? Otherwise, Brother Dalong can help me try it." Yikuin sat down and shook himself on the bed. "Very stable. Sister Daishi, this time it's very stable. Even if 2 people sleep on it, it won't creak." "How can there be 2 people in my house?" Daishi lowered his head. In the morning, Yikuin's mother found Daishi and told her that Yikuin wanted to take her as a concubine. Daishi was overjoyed, but didn't know how to break the ice and settle the matter with Yikuin. Yikuin held Daishi's hand and said with a smile, "Daishi, if you don't mind, we can live together in the future and help me take care of my mother. My mother likes you." Daishi trembled for a moment and whispered, "Brother Dalong, are you going to marry me as your concubine?" "Not a concubine, but the second wife." Yikuin was somewhat moved and hugged Daishi. "My mother and Yurong both agreed. I like you, too." Daishi softened and fell into Yikuin's arms. "You don't dislike me, for being a widow?" "I don't mind it, I like it very much." Yikuin couldn't control himself anymore. "Ready to make a move?" Daishi chuckled and gently pushed Yikuin away. "That also requires a matchmaker, and, can you buy me a red hairband, the same one as Yurong's, okay?" "Of course." Yikuin smiled and squeezed Daishi's hand. "When the Imperial Army arrives and drives away the tigers and bandits, I will marry you. I'm waiting for you." Daishi ran away with a red face. The Imperial Army came quickly, with 2,000 men arriving 3 days later. The village heads organized tiger hunting teams and laborers to participate in the tiger hunting operation. In just 4 or 5 days, the hundreds of miles of mountains were thoroughly searched, and hundreds of tigers of all sizes were killed. There are also many wild boars and mountain cattle. Many hedgehogs, foxes, and rabbits were also killed. When the army arrived, the bandits in Shuangya Mountain scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared one after another. But Yikuin knew that as soon as the Imperial Army left, these bandits would soon gather together again. For the bandits, robbing houses and stealing women was definitely more exciting than farming and digging wild vegetables. Shangguan Jifu was a local military officer, so naturally he had to cooperate with the actions of the Imperial Army. On the day when the army withdrew, Shangguan Jifu also said goodbye to Yikuin. "The barbarians in the south are rebelling and invading our country. I have to go with the army and I am afraid I won't be able to come back for a while." Yikuin was not surprised and nodded. "Then take care of yourself." Shangguan Jifu smiled bitterly. "I really want to take you with me, but you have to respect your mother. I have already informed the county magistrate and the county magistrate. If you have anything, please go to County Magistrate Liu and County Magistrate Wang." "Thank you, Brother Jifu." Yikuin also gave him a double-bow double-arrow crossbow and a short rapid-fire crossbow. "Take them with you, and ask the military craftsmen to make more. They may be useful during the war." "Of course it can be used." Shangguan Jifu smiled and said, "Your crossbow has a long range. If the enemy can't hit me, I can kill them. I have asked the craftsmen in the army to make a copy. When I win the battle, I will come back and ask for your credit. As long as you win the battle, I don't care. Yikuin smiled. The next day, Yikuin called Qin Erwu and they rode to the county town together. The 2 war horses left by Shangguan Jifu gave Yikuin even more power. Go to the county town in the morning and return at noon. In the county town, Yikuin used the change to exchange for some jewelry, and bought some silk scarves, red hairbands, and a variety of daily necessities. When Yikuin returned home, he called Qin Chao's wife Huaihua, took out a pair of silver earrings and a silver ring, as well as a silk scarf and a red hairband, and said with a smile, "Sister Huaihua, I want to marry Daishi as my concubine. Please be my matchmaker." These things are the betrothal gifts. It is said to be a betrothal gift, but in fact, it will be brought back as a gift. It's like transferring money from one hand to the other and getting a beautiful woman for free. Huaihua's eyes lit up. Then I am the matchmaker, so I should get a thank you gift, right? Yikuin took out another pair of small earrings. This is a thank you gift for you, and I'll also treat you to a meal. Sephora Japonica was overjoyed and ran away happily. The next day is an auspicious day. At dusk, Daishi, wearing a red scarf, was sent to Yikuin's home by Huaihua and several women from the village. Jiang Yurong was smiling happily. She had already decorated the new room and made red flowers and hung them in the bridal room, looking very happy. If the husband takes a concubine, the wife will feel proud. This is the case in the dating kingdom. Many villagers came to give gifts and drink in the wedding banquet. The gift of 1 copper coin per person was so huge that Yikuin was so disappointed that he vomited blood. After seeing off the guests, the newlyweds enter the bridal chamber. Jiang Yurong slept in the carpenter's workshop at the back with Katie. Daishi took the initiative to help Yikuin undress, and whispered, "De Lang, thank you for not despising me. If you didn't want me, I don't know how long I could live. It's just that I'm too poor and don't have a dowry. These days, it's hard for a widow without a husband to survive. Even if you survive today, you may starve to death at any time. Daishi, you are the best dowry." Yikuin blew out the oil lamp. In the darkness, the broken bed sang a happy song again. Although Daishi had a man before, she became a widow not long after her marriage, so she can be considered a second-hand girl. For Yikuin, the experience was very good and harmonious. You can gallop on horseback and drive straight into the city. The riding is finished. Yikuin lit the oil lamp again and admired the beauty beside him, looking at her inch by inch until he was satisfied. Daishi was shy and buried her head in Yikuin's chest. "Brother Dalong, why haven't you fixed your bed yet? Sister Yurong and Katie will hear the noise. Now that you are married, you have to respect the hierarchy." Jiang Yurong was the wife and Daishi was the concubine. Therefore, Daishi has to call Yurong sister, even though Jiang Yurong is 3 years younger. "Then I'll come and fix it tomorrow." Yikuin was still admiring every inch of Daishi's skin, including the places that were normally not visible. During the past 20 days of hunting the tiger, Daishi had been almost always at Yikuin's house. He had meat and white rice to eat. His body had become much plumper, and his skin had become whiter, smoother, and more people envied him. As I watched, the feeling came back. This time, Daishi was no longer shy. She responded to Yikuin and hummed happily along with the broken bed. The next day, Daishi got up early, washed up, and went to meet her mother-in-law and Jiang Yurong. Yikuin slept until sunrise. Suddenly I felt itchy on my face. I opened my eyes and saw Jiang Yurong looking at me by the bed, with her hair hanging down and touching my face. "Yurong." "De Lang." Jiang Yurong smiled and asked in a low voice, "Did Daishi pay off the debt last night? You still owe me a little. I'll let you pay it back on your behalf." Yikuin lifted the thin quilt and brought Jiang Yurong in. "No, it's dawn. I came to call you for breakfast." Jiang Yurong was panicked, but her body was limp and she couldn't struggle. "Let me collect the bill first, then we can eat." Yikuin is so shameless, what is he saying in broad daylight? My mother had already eaten and was walking around the village with a cane. Daishi and Kai-Dai waited for Yikuin to have breakfast for half an hour. After a lot of effort, Yikuin and Jiang Yurong finally came out of the bedroom. Daishi smiled and said, Brother Dalong, Sister Yurong, you are not having sex in the bedroom, are you? Whoever steals and eats, if I eat, you will eat too. Jiang Yurong displayed the dignity of a first lady and rolled her eyes. Katie didn't understand these secret codes, and said seriously, anyway, I won't eat secretly. If Sister Yurong gives me food, I will eat it. Yikuan coughed twice and touched Katie's little head. Eat, little girl. Jiang Yurong and Daishi both grinned mischievously. Yikuan changed the subject and said, now there are no tigers to kill, and we have to find a small business to support our family in the future. Jiang Yurong nodded. Yes, there are 5 people in our family now, which is considered a big family. If we have children in the future, there will be more people to feed. It may not be easy for Dalong to support the family by himself as a carpenter. Daishi smiled bitterly, but what kind of business can we do in our village? Katie spread her hands. I only know how to dig wild vegetables and spin hemp thread. Yikuan smiled and said, I'll go around and find business to do. After breakfast, Yikuan went to find Qin Cho, and together they rode around the town on horseback to see if there was anything they could do to do good things. Qin Cho suggested that Yikuan kill a pig so that he would have meat to eat every day and also have pig offal. Yikuan rolled his eyes. Isn't this embarrassing for the time travelers? After taking a look around the town, I went to the county town. The best business in the county town is the trading of hemp silk and hemp thread, which is also one of the pillar industries of the dating kingdom. After looking around, Yikuan had an idea. After returning home, Yikuan tried to weave linen yarn using the spinning wheel at home, and then went straight into the carpenter's workshop. 3 days later, Jiang Yurong and others saw Yikuan making a strange spinning wheel. It is much larger than a normal spinning wheel, about the size of a table. It requires 2 people to operate. One person uses his feet to drive the spindle to rotate, and the other person organizes the wire at the other end. It also has 5 spindles and rotates very quickly. Yikuan called Jiang Yurong and Daishi to cooperate with him in testing the machine. After the hemp threads are arranged, 5 spindles rotate together, and the spun hemp thread is fine, dense, and compact. When I touched it, it felt like fine linen thread. Adjust the spinning wheel while experimenting. After 2 hours, the hemp rope produced is of better quality. Daishi checked the produced hemp rope and exclaimed, Brother Dalong, this is almost as good as fine linen, so we can sell it at a higher price. And the spinning speed is very fast. In the future, Sister Yurong and I can support our family by spinning. Jiang Yurong nodded repeatedly. Yes, we will spin more in the future. The colorful butterfly cried out, I want to spin too. As a woman, if you don't work, you have no value. Therefore, women in the dating kingdom dare not be lazy. Yikuan nodded. I'll buy some twine and give it a try. The 3 of you take turns to operate it and get familiar with it. The jute industry chain has several processes. Yikuan has no capital now, so he can only start with spinning. This is simpler and easier to expand. In the village, every household grows jute, so it is very easy to purchase hemp silk. Since it was still in the trial period, Yikuan didn't dare to buy too much and only bought 300 kilograms. But Hua Daishi, Jiang Yurong, and Katie were all spinning fanatics. They worked non-stop for 2 days and finished processing 300 kilograms of hemp silk. Yikuan called Qin Cho and took the hemp rope produced by his family to the county town to trade. Hemp rope is traded by weight, so the better the quality, the higher the price. Yikuan sold the first batch of hemp rope at double the price and earned 90 copper coins. It may not seem like much money, but it adds up. Because the production of this batch of hemp rope was the result of only 3 workers and 2 days of work. In other words, within 2 days, the 3 of them created a net profit of 90 copper coins. If you hire workers, the salary for 3 workers would only be 12 copper coins for 2 days. Moreover, the jute industry is easy to expand. Yikuan knew that he was about to become a capitalist. After selling the hemp rope, Yikuan was in a good mood and dragged Qin Cho to drink in the tavern. The tavern owner's daughter, Jiao Jiao, who was about 16 or 17 years old, also recognized Yikuan. She poured him wine and added dishes, and entertained him enthusiastically. She has a dimple when she smiles, which is quite cute. While he was eating, 2 little beggars came over, stretched out their black hands, and asked Yikuan for food. The beggars seemed to be a brother and sister. The brother was about 10 years old and the sister was 5 or 6 years old. Both of them were skinny. Jiao Jiao. Yikuan called the hotel owner's daughter and planned to ask for 2 bowls of rice to give to the beggar. Jiao Jiao thought Yikuan was tired of beggars, so she ran over and pulled the beggar aside. Saner, don't disturb the guests. I'll get you something to eat. Yikuan smiled and said, Jiao Jiao, give them 2 bowls of meat porridge. It's mine. Jiao Jiao was stunned, and hurriedly pulled the 2 children. The guest is giving you alms, kowtow to the guest quickly. The 2 beggars were very sensible and they just knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Yikuan helped the 2 children up and asked Jiao Jiao, are these 2 children from the county town? Yes, my parents died of illness, and our house was sold. My brother's name is Saner, and my sister's name is Pinger. Jiao Jiao sighed, they have to beg for food. I try my best to give them food, but I don't get it every day. It looks like they won't survive this winter. Yikuan thought for a moment, counted out 200 coins, and handed them to Jiao Jiao. Don't let these 2 children starve to death. Their daily food expenses are mine. When I return home and build a few more houses, I will take them back with me. Jiao Jiao was surprised. Sir, you are such a good person. With these 200 coins and 3 bottles, maybe I can survive. I'm sure you'll survive. Yikuan passed the meat in the bowl to Saner and his sister. You will eat here from now on. I will come to pick you up when it gets cold. Saner Pinger kowtowed again, took the barbecue and gobbled it up. Yikuan looked at Jiao Jiao and said with a smile, Jiao Jiao, I will come again in the future and give you a kind of bean paste, which is delicious for cooking and rice. When the time comes, you can help me sell the bean paste, and we can share the money we make. Making soybean paste does not require any technical skills. Yikuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. Without bean paste, my daily meals would taste bland. Okay, sir. I'll be waiting for you. Jiao Jiao was very happy. Yikuan said goodbye. He also brought back 100 kilograms of soybeans from the county town. Qin Cho was puzzled and didn't know what Yikuan was going to do with so many soybeans. I want to make a sauce, a very delicious sauce. Yikuan explained to Qin Cho, this sauce is more delicious when used with rice than with meat. It tastes even better when used for cooking. Qin Cho shook his head repeatedly, no business is better than slaughtering pigs and selling meat. Yikuan rolled his eyes. This guy was just obsessed with killing pigs. After returning home, Yikuan made bean paste while working on the second spinning wheel, and called Qin Erwu and Yan Liuhai to help. With the experience gained from making the first spinning wheel, the second one was made quickly, in just a day and a half. I also bought the jars and pots needed for making the sauce, as well as the bamboo winnowing basket. Daishi's house was right next door and became Yikuan's bean paste workshop. Boil the soybeans, let them cool thoroughly, place them in a bamboo winnowing basket, cover them with a layer of grass, sprinkle water on them every day to ensure the humidity, and wait for the soybeans to mold. During this period, Yikuan invited a builder to build a house in the backyard. Daishi's backyard was also taken over by Yikuan, and a total of 8 thatched houses were built. The villagers all came to help, for free, as long as they had food to eat. The thatched houses were not very tall and were built in 7 days. The soybeans were also moldy, so we started drying them in the sun. The moldy soybeans are dried, crushed in a stone mortar, added with coarse salt and stirred, and placed in the backyard to be exposed to the sun and dew, waiting to be sold. Before going to bed at night, Jiang Yurong consulted with Yikuan. Delang, it takes 2 people to spin the thread on a spinning wheel. There are 2 spinning wheels at home, so 4 people are needed. So I thought, I should invite my second sister Yud to come. Yikuan smiled and said, now that we have a house to live in, I will go home with you tomorrow and bring my second and third sisters with me. Jiang Yurong was a little embarrassed. Third sister can't work, Dalong, don't you dislike her for eating for free? Your sister is my sister, how could I dislike her? Yikuan patted her head again and said, besides, since my second sister is here to help, I will pay her 5 copper coins a day. So many. Jiang Yurong was surprised. I used to work as a spinner for others, earning only 1 or 2 copper coins a day. During famine, I didn't even have to pay for anything, just 1 meal a day. She's my sister-in-law, so of course I have to give her more. Delang, why don't you just marry Yud as well? You don't have to pay him a penny for wages. Jiang Yurong suddenly grinned. Nonsense, should I marry all the girls in the world as my concubines? Yikuan couldn't help but smile. The next morning, Yikuan rode a horse, borrowed Zhou Taigong's ox cart, and took Jiang Yurong back to her parents' home. There are no tigers or bandits now, so we can travel safely on the road. Jiang Yurong sat in the back car and said with a smile, Delang, should we build an ox cart? It's a pity that we have 2 horses but no cart. Okay, I'll make one when I have time. Yikuan nodded. We do need an ox cart, because the production of hemp rope will become a daily routine in the future, and we will have to sell the rope frequently. As Yikuan and Jiang Yurong entered Jiangata village, they attracted a group of children. They were all wearing tattered clothes and looked extremely thin. There was a tiger disaster during this period, and the villagers in Jiangata had a miserable life. They didn't dare to go out to dig wild vegetables, which delayed their search for food, and 2 people starved to death. Jiangata is a small village and it is impossible to organize a tiger hunting team. Jiang Yurong's family, on the other hand, lived very well thanks to Yikuan's support, and everyone in the family gained a little weight. The children in the village were extremely hungry and looked at Jiang Yurong pitifully. Yikuan jumped off his horse, took out the dried meat and fruits he had brought, distributed them to the children, and gave each of them 5 copper coins. The whole village was startled and greeted him with smiles. Our Jiang Hato's son-in-law is back. My son-in-law is so generous, and he is so blessed to have such a beautiful face. Yikuan just smiled and nodded slightly. Yurong's elder brother and sister-in-law came to greet him, helping Yikuan to lead the horse, with smiles on their faces. They knew that with Yikuan's arrival, the family would become rich. Jiang Yurong's 2 younger sisters even held their elder sister's hands and said, Sister, you have gained weight. Your clothes are so beautiful, as well as your headscarf and these earrings. Don't worry, you all have them. Your brother-in-law has brought you gifts. Jiang Yurong hugged her sister and said with a smile, Besides, your brother-in-law said he would take you to Caomiao village for some fun. The third sister Yotsai cheered and jumped for joy. Yud was 14 or 15 years old and already sensible. He looked at Yikuan shyly. When she arrived at her parents' home, Jiang Yurong took out gifts, including food and clothes. Yikuan also presented a coin to his father-in-law, and gave a pair of silver earrings to his mother-in-law and his eldest uncle's wife. Jiang Yobao killed fish and prepared wine, and warmly entertained Yikuan. He said with a smile, Son-in-law, you guys in Caomiao village are really good at fighting tigers. At that time, I also wanted to help you fight tigers. Aunt Shui said with regret, Yes, if Yobao had participated in the tiger hunt, he could have shared a lot of money in tiger meat. Yikuan smiled and said, Brother-in-law, you can help me buy hemp silk in the Jiangata area in the future. I will take as much as you can. If you help me, I will pay you 300 copper coins a month, is that okay with you? It takes a lot of people to develop the twine industry. To purchase hemp silk and sell hemp twine, we need our own people. It is impossible for Yikuan to do everything himself, so he needs a few capable helpers. Jiang Yobao was so excited that his whole body was itchy. Son-in-law, I can help you with the work, even if you don't want any money. Upon hearing this, Shui Sangu kicked her husband hard under the table. No money, just starve. Jiang Yobao reacted and grinned, 300 copper coins, that's great. I can't even make 100 copper coins a month as a fisherman. Yikuan looked at his mother-in-law Jiang Li again. Mother-in-law, we are very busy with spinning at home, so Yurong wants to bring 2 cousins over to help. Yud's wages will be 5 copper coins a day. Jiang Li's old face was full of smiles. Why would the aunt's sister ask for money to help her brother-in-law? Just give them food. Anyway, the 2 little girls have nothing to do at home. It's my aunt's sister, not a dead girl. Yikuan touched Yotsai's head and said, Yotsai doesn't have to work in the past. She can play as much as she wants. I will support her. Yotsai threw himself into Yikuan's arms. Brother-in-law, you are so kind. You silly girl, don't get your brother-in-law's clothes dirty. Jiang Li scolded with a smile. After lunch, Yikuan and Jiang Yurong brought back their two younger sisters, Yud and Yutsai. This time, the house became a country of daughters. Yud and Katie are about the same age and hit it off right away. Yikuan arranged a bedroom for the two of them, and a small bed for Yutsai next to it. Jiang Yurong and Daishi each had a bedroom. Yikuan was miserable. He didn't have a fixed bedroom and could only run back and forth between Yurong and Daishi's rooms. 2 spinning wheels at home enabled daily production. Yikuan made 2 more and put them aside as backup. At this time, the first batch of soybean paste is almost ready. I tasted it and it was very delicious. Yikuan brought 2 jars of soybean paste and chin-cho with him and set out on the sales journey. First, go to a few nearby towns and give them away for free to the pubs. Each family was only given a small bowl. Then he went to the county town to look for Jiao Jiao for cooperation. But when he arrived in the county town, Yikuan discovered that Jiao Jiao's family's tavern had been sealed off by the government and there was a seal on it. Yikuan was very surprised and asked people around him about the situation. An old man whispered. Jiao Jiao's father, Ma Fugue, poisoned his old mother to death and was arrested by the county magistrate. His family property was confiscated and his daughter Jiao Jiao was sold as a slave. Today, she is selling herself in the market. Oh my God, Jiao Jiao's father killed his own mother. Yikuan was shocked. After thinking about it, Yikuan rode his horse and took Chin-cho straight to Yasiti. Yasi is a place for buying and selling livestock, and also a place where poor families sell their children. Sometimes, the government would bring the daughters of criminals here to sell them. In a corner of the Yasi market, there is a 2-foot-high earthen platform with an area of 10 feet square. The platform was crowded with people, all pointing and talking. On the earthen platform, there were 3 girls standing, with straw stuck in their heads and palm-sized wooden signs on their chests with prices written on them. The tavern owner's daughter, Jiao Jiao, stood in the middle, with a sign on her chest that read, "Always." It seems that Jiao Jiao is pretty but the price is quite high. Because beautiful girls can be sold to brothels to entertain customers and make money. Jiao Jiao had messy hair, a dazed look in her eyes, dry and peeling lips, and she looked blankly at the crowd below the stage. Having fallen to this point, no matter how charming and beautiful a girl you are no different from an animal, to be picked and slaughtered by anyone. The audience in the audience were all pointing and talking. Why is Jiao Jiao so expensive? Is it because of her pretty face, or because of her big butt so she can have a son when she gets home? An old man chuckled and said, "This kind of stuff would cost 15 copper coins a night if sold to a brothel." In front of the earthen platform, there were 2 young and thin figures. They were the little beggar brother and sister Saner and Pinger. Saner cried with snot and tears all over his face. He looked at Jiao Jiao and shouted, "Sister Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Why did you want to be sold?" Jiao Jiao shed tears, shook her head and cried. "Saner, go ahead and wait in front of my tavern. Maybe that kind guest will come and take you back. Then you won't starve to death." Saner and Pinger cried together, "Sister, we won't leave. We'll stay here with you." Just then, Yikuan arrived on horseback. When Jiao Jiao saw Yikuan, her eyes lit up, then dimmed again. 1 tael of silver is too expensive. Ordinary people won't buy it. Nowadays, you can pick up young girls fleeing famine just walking on the street. Who would still spend money to buy a woman? Jiao Jiao was brought to the dental market early in the morning, but she didn't buy anything. There were several owners of brothels waiting in the audience, waiting for their prices to be reduced. "Jiao Jiao, what's going on?" Yikuan rode his horse to the front of the stage, dismounted, and jumped onto the platform. Jiao Jiao trembled all over and fell to her knees. "Sir, save me. Don't be impatient. Take your time." Yikuan helped Jiao Jiao up. Jiao Jiao wiped her tears and whispered. "It was my great-uncle, my grandpa, who was plotting to take over my family's property and framed my father, saying that my father poisoned my grandmother. My father has been imprisoned and I'm afraid he will be beheaded." The crowd in the audience also murmured. "Yes, Ma Fugue is a loyal and honest man, and he is very filial to his mother. How could he poison her? He must have been framed. It's a pity for this beautiful daughter." Yikuan looked around and said to the officer beside him, "Ma Jiao Jiao, I bought it." Thump. Jiao Jiao knelt down again after hearing this. Brother, I will repay you. I can make wine, sell wine, and do accounts. I can also spin yarn and do rough labor. Being bought by Yikuan is much better than being sold to a brothel. Because the girls in the brothels were only useful for about a year. After a year, they were usually sick and died. Even if he doesn't die, he can no longer receive guests and can only do odd jobs every day. In the end, he will be kicked out and left to fend for himself. The official took the silver and grinned. You really know what you are talking about. This girl is still a virgin. She has a pretty face and a big butt, so it's no problem for her to give birth to a son when she gets home. Yikuan rolled his eyes, pulled the straw off Jiao Jiao's head, took off the wooden sign, and was about to take Jiao Jiao away. Brother, please buy us too. On the platform, the two women on the left and right knelt down. These two were concubines of wealthy families, about 18 or 19 years old. Because the wealthy families committed crimes, they were sold by the government. Those who can become concubines are generally not ugly, but young and pretty, and only then will they be brought to the market for trading. If the person is old or ugly, no one would want him even if you paid for him, let alone sell him. What are your names and what's the situation? Yikuan looked at the tags on the chests of the two men. They were very cheap, only 400 coins each. My name is Lu Hongyu. My name is Jia Xinghua. The two women hurriedly introduced themselves and kowtowed repeatedly. We bought them together. Yikuan paid the bill and left the stage with the three women. The audience was all cheering. Hey, who is this young man? He bought 3 concubines at once. How generous. Qin Cho was also shocked and muttered in a low voice, Brother Dalong, can you support so many concubines you bought? I'm not eating your food, is it your business? Yikuan stared, then looked at the two pitiful beggars. What are your names, both of you? Sanner and Pinger knelt down together. Uncle, you said you would take us home, we have been waiting for you. My name is Sanner, and my sister's name is Pinger. Get up. Yikuan nodded and said to Qin Cho, Brother Qin Cho, take these 2 children with you. I will take them back to raise them. Brother Dalong, are you crazy? Qin Cho widened his eyes. Jiao Jiao on the side was so moved that she burst into tears and hugged Pinger in her arms. Yikuan led everyone away from Yi City. At the corner of the street, Yikuan jumped off his horse and called Ma Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, get on my horse, I'll take you to the county government office to ask about your father's case. If I can help, I'll rescue your father. When Jiao Jiao heard this, her eyes turned red and she was about to kneel down again. Don't kneel, go do your business first. Yikuan didn't say anything, he carried Ma Jiao Jiao onto the horse like a princess, and then he rode on as well. I also brought 2 small jars of soybean paste. Qin Cho and others waited on the spot. Arriving at the county government office, Yikuan bribed the gatekeeper with 20 copper coins. I am the sworn brother of County Lieutenant Shangguan. I would like to see County Magistrate Lu and County Assistant Magistrate Wang to give them a small gift. Please inform them. The soldier said, the county magistrate is not here, only the county magistrate is here. I will take you to see him. Money makes the world go round. Yikuan entered the county government office smoothly and met the county magistrate, Lord Wang. The county magistrate is under the county magistrate, which is equivalent to the deputy county magistrate or secretary general in later generations. He is responsible for all documents in the county government. Yikuan introduced himself, presented 1 or 2 taels of silver, and also gave the county magistrate some soybean paste, asking him to taste it. County Magistrate Wang dipped the dried meat in soybean paste, took a bite, savored it slowly, and then praised it endlessly, saying with a smile, Are you Yi Dalong, the sworn brother of Shangguan County Magistrate and the tiger hunting captain of Tsaomiao village? I've heard of your name for a long time. This sauce tastes really good. How do you make it? Teach me quickly. Yikuan smiled, this is not easy to make. I use 24 kinds of precious herbs, carefully selected soybeans, broad beans and mung beans, and made it after 81 days of preparation. If you want the formula, I can tell you. In order to protect the patent, Yikuan deliberately lied and described the process as extremely complicated. What 24 kinds of precious herbs? Not even a single hair. Forget it, forget it. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. I was just talking casually. County Magistrate Wang smiled and waved his hand. Yi Dalong is looking for me, is there something wrong? Don't worry, County Magistrate. I will take care of all the sauce for your whole family. I will bring you a jar every time I come to the county. Yi Kuan continued to try to get closer, and then said, I want to ask about the case of Ma Fugue from the South Street Tavern. Ma Fugue is my father-in-law, and his daughter, Ma Jiao, is my concubine. Having said that, Yi Kuan glanced at Ma Jiao. Ma Jiao hurried forward and kowtowed to County Magistrate Wang. Sir, my father is innocent. I beg you to have mercy on me and to see clearly. County Magistrate Wang frowned and said in deep thought. Ma Fugue's case was reported by his uncle. After the autopsy, the evidence was conclusive. The court has its own laws, and we can't bend the law for personal gain in this case. Jiao knelt on the ground and kowtowed to protest her injustice. Yi Kuan pulled Jiao up and clasped his fists towards County Magistrate Wang. Mr. County Magistrate, can I go see Ma Fugue? Visiting the prison, of course. County Magistrate Wang stood up, leaned close to Yi Kuan's ear, and whispered, Ma Fugue's case file is here with me. It will be sent to the court in 3 days and await approval. Once it is sent, then. Please take care of me, sir. Yi Kuan's heart moved, knowing that there was a chance of a turn for the better, and he whispered, I don't have any money today, I will come to visit you tomorrow. Please help me, sir, and spare Ma Fugue's life no matter what. Isn't it just about money? One look at County Magistrate Wang's character and you can tell he's a corrupt official. County Magistrate Wang chuckled and said, I will report this to the County Magistrate and have the case retried. We will try to reduce Ma Fugue's guilt and spare his life. Thank you, I'll come again tomorrow. Yi Kuan nodded, took Ma Jiao away, and went to visit the prisoner in the cell. Before visiting the prison, Yi Kuan and Ma Jiao bought some food and drinks and took them with them. After arranging the prison guards, Yi Kuan took Ma Jiao and entered the prison smoothly. The jailer got the advantage and opened the cell door, brought Ma Fugue out, and let him talk to Yi Kuan and Ma Jiao alone. Ma Fugue had already been tortured before, and then he was tortured in prison for 3 days. He was deprived of food and water and was almost dying. Dad. Ma Jiao rushed over crying and grabbed her father's hand. Jiao, why are you here? Ma Fugue hugged his daughter and cried. Jiao pointed at Yi Kuan and said, Dad, it was Brother Dalong who bought me and paid for me to come and see you. Upon hearing this, Ma Fugue looked at Yi Kuan and struggled to kneel down. Yi Kuan stepped forward to support him and whispered to comfort him, Uncle Ma, don't be polite. Let Jiao feed you something first. Jiao and I will find a way to save you. Ma Fugue burst into tears and nodded repeatedly. After eating a can of meat porridge, Ma Fugue regained some energy and said to Yi Kuan, Sir, thank you for buying Jiao. I can close my eyes when I die. I only have this one daughter. I hope you won't despise her and give her something to eat. Because Yi Kuan had eaten at Ma's tavern several times, Ma Fugue also recognized him. Yi Kuan waved his hand, I will treat Jiao as my own sister, don't worry. Now don't gossip, let's talk about this case. It's my uncle. He wants to take over my family business and harm me on purpose. Ma Fugue nodded and explained the reason. My mother is over 70 years old and has been ill for many years. She passed away a few days ago. My uncle Tian Sun Hui bribed the coroner and said that I poisoned my mother. Yi Kuan listened silently and asked, How much property do you have in your family? Ma Fugue said, That is, the land and property, add up to, more than 20 taels of silver. Yi Kuan nodded slightly. It seems that if you want to rescue Ma Fugue, you will need at most 20 taels of silver. Yi Kuan still has this money, but that's all the family has. Uncle Ma, I just went to see the county magistrate. Yi Kuan thought for a moment and whispered, Your case will be retried. When the time comes, you will insist that you are innocent. Wait for me to find a solution. No, it's not a pity for me to die. Ma Fugue pulled Yi Kuan. My benefactor, just take Jiao away and let her live. Don't worry about me and don't spend money on me. Yikuan smiled, just listen to me. When leaving the cell, Yikuan gave the jailer a few hundred coins and asked him to take care of Ma Fugue. After leaving the county government office, Jiao Jiao knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Brother Dalong, you saved me and spent money on my father. I will work like a slave for the rest of my life to repay you. Okay, I'll wait for your return. Yikuan pulled Jiao Jiao up and said, you can make wine and do business. Help me make money in the future, and that will be your way of repaying me. Among the people of Dating State, there is not one literate person among every 100 people. Yikuan wants to do business and he needs someone like Jiao Jiao. A few dozen taels of silver are nothing. Once the hemp rope industry expands, you will make a fortune. Seeing that it was getting late, Yikuan hired a carriage in the county town and took everyone back immediately. When it got dark, we returned to Tsaomiao village. Daishi and Jiang Yurong were dumbfounded when they saw Yikuan bringing back 5 people at once. De Lang, this is. After a long time, Jiang Yurong asked weakly. Oh, I bought it and spun it for you. It's cheap. Yikuan smiled and introduced Jiang Yurong. This is Ma Jiao Jiao, who runs a tavern in the county town. She used to take care of me. This is Lu Hongyu, this is Jia Xinghua, this is Saner, and this is Pinger. Then, Yikuan introduced Jiang Yurong to Jiao Jiao and others. This is my wife, and she will be your mistress from now on. Ma Jiao Jiao and others hurriedly greeted Jiang Yurong and Yikuan's mother, and bowed again to express their congratulations. Yikuan pulled his mother aside to explain and calculate the accounts for her. If you buy it and put it to work, you can get your money back in 3 months. In fact, using Yikuan's spinning wheel, a woman could earn 6 or 7 taels of silver for Yikuan a year. It's really a good deal. In order to industrialize the hemp twine business, Yikuan needed a large number of workers, and he also needed his own people to prevent the spinning wheel technology from leaking out. As for concubines, Yikuan doesn't want too many. After communicating with his mother, Yikuan told Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu. From now on, you will be in my house. Just listen to Yurong and Daishi and help with spinning every day. I guarantee you will have food to eat every day. Jia Xinghua whispered, thank you, Brother Dalong. I'm content as long as I have 1 meal a day. At home, we have 3 meals a day, rice and meat soup. Yikuan smiled and called Saner Pinger. Pinger is young, so he will play with my third aunt Yotsai in the future, and he won't have to work. Saner will be a servant, sweeping the floor and doing odd jobs in front of the house and behind the house. Saner and Pinger kowtowed together. Daishi went to cook dinner to fill the stomachs of Ma Jiao Jiao and the others. Saner Pinger wolfed down the meat soup, rice, and soybean paste. Lu Hongyu and Jia Xinghua were also sweating profusely while eating. Ma Jiao Jiao whispered, Brother Dalong, this soybean paste is really delicious, but unfortunately my tavern is gone, so I can't help you sell the paste. Don't worry, we will have a bigger tavern in the future, 10 times bigger than your original tavern. Yikuan patted Jiao Jiao on the shoulder, take a shower and go to bed early. Jiao Jiao nodded repeatedly, helped Jiang Yurong obediently, then took a bath and went to bed. Yikuan will sleep next to Jiang Yurong tonight. After some tenderness, Yikuan said. Yurong, I brought Ma Jiao Jiao and the others back to help you spin yarn. Once they learn how to do it, you don't have to work anymore. Jiang Yurong asked curiously, then what should I do? You don't have to do anything. Just be a lady, like a high-ranking official's wife, and take care of everyone. Yikuan smiled and said, I've calculated that one person working for me can earn 5 or 6 taels of silver for our family in a year. So, they don't eat for free. Jiang Yurong was surprised, you can earn so much. Then you can buy more concubines, won't you get rich? I brought Jiao Jiao and the others back to work, not to be concubines. Yikuan smiled and rubbed Jiang Yurong's head. Go to sleep Yurong, I have you and Daishi, that's enough. Jiang Yurong thought long-term, let Jiao Jiao and the others be concubines. We will be a family in the future, and they will work harder to earn money. We have already bought everything, right? This. Yikuan couldn't help but smile. His wife was quite good at persuading people. Well, I've already bought it. The next morning, Yikuan took the money from his family and Ma Jiao Jiao and went to the county town again. After taking all the silver, there would only be 1 or 2,000 copper coins left at home. In order to get to the county town as soon as possible, Yikuan took Ma Jiao Jiao on horseback and rode together. The warhorse has no other load, so it can carry 2 people without any problem. Moreover, Yikuan and Ma Jiao Jiao are not fat, and their combined weight is only a little over 200 pounds. It was just 2 people squeezed on one saddle. It was a bit crowded, a little too tight. Ma Jiao Jiao had never ridden a horse before and was afraid, so she sat in the front and leaned on Yikuan's chest. She was a little shy and her face was red. The weather is nice and the autumn sun is shining brightly. Yikuan rode forward and said, "Jiao Jiao, yesterday in front of the county magistrate, I said your father is my father-in-law and you are my concubine. It was for the convenience of doing things. Don't mind it." Jiao Jiao whispered, "Brother Dalong, I was originally your concubine, you bought me." It seems that Jiao Jiao and Jiang Yurong have the same idea. They have already bought it, so what else can she be if not a concubine? "No, you will help me with business in the future, so we can be considered partners." Yikuan smiled and said, "I have a lot of business to do, but I lack a helper like you." Jiao Jiao turned around, and her pretty face almost touched Yikuan's face. "I will help you with the work, but I must marry you. Otherwise, how can I repay you? You spent so much money on my father, and you spent money on me. The black hair brushes against my face and the breath smells like orchid." Yikuan's heart was agitated. "Let's solve your father's problem first." When they arrived at the county town, Yikuan dismounted and took Jiao Jiao to visit County Magistrate Wang again. But County Magistrate Wang was not there. It was said that he was discussing matters with County Magistrate Liu. At this time, Lord Liu was in the back garden of the county government office, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. This guy sold salt privately in the name of the government and smuggled crude salt to enrich himself. However, unexpectedly, yesterday at the foot of Shiping Mountain west of the county town, 4 carts of crude salt, totaling 2,000 kilograms, were abducted by bandits from Shiping Mountain, and 3 or 4 salt guards who were escorting the crude salt were killed. The development of the dating kingdom was backward, and crude salt, as a necessity of life, was very expensive. 1 pound of coarse salt, exchanged for 1 pound of copper coins. County Magistrate Liu had 2,000 kilograms of coarse salt taken away from him, which is equivalent to having 2,000 kilograms of copper coins taken away from him. How could he not feel sad? What's even worse is that this matter cannot be reported to the county magistrate. Because selling contraband salt is a serious crime, if the imperial court finds out, County Magistrate Liu will lose his head. Now, the county lieutenant Shangguan Jifu had gone to fight with his troops. The total number of runners in the county government and the soldiers who stayed behind was only 70 or 80 people, who were simply unable to deal with the 200 bandits in Shiping Mountain. Shiping Mountain is in a dangerous position, with 1 man guarding the pass against 10,000. There are more bandits than in Shuangya Mountain, and their fighting power is also stronger. The last time the Imperial Army came to hunt tigers and search mountains, Shiping Mountain was not within the range, so it was as stable as a rock and remained unscathed. County Magistrate Liu was restless, and County Assistant Magistrate Wang was also trembling with fear. The two sighed to each other, at a loss as to what to do. The soldier came to report to County Magistrate Wang, "Sir, Yikuan from Caomiao village is here to see you." Before County Magistrate Wang could say anything, County Magistrate Liu became angry and waved his hand, cursing. "Beat them away with sticks. These unruly people are here to disturb the county magistrate's meeting again." "Wait." County Magistrate Wang stepped forward and whispered. "Master Liu, Yikuan is the tiger hunting captain of Caomiao village. He is here for the case of Ma Fugui from the South Street Tavern. He has something to offer." "The tiger hunting captain of Caomiao village? Is that Yikuan that Shangguan Jifu mentioned? The one who hunts tigers and robbers?" County Magistrate Liu seemed to remember something, and his eyes lit up. "Please come in. By the way, call me Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi." So, Yikuan and Ma Jiao Jiao were invited into the private residence of County Magistrate Liu. County Magistrate Liu was very polite and took the initiative to clasp his fists. Mr. Yi is very filial to his mother. He also protects the local area, benefits the village, and serves the court. I have heard about him from the county lieutenant Shangguan a long time ago. After meeting him today, I find that he is indeed a handsome man, a leader among men. Yi Kuan didn't know what was going on, and thought it was for Shangguan Jifu's sake, so he clasped his fists in return. Yi Kuan greets Lord Lu and Lord Wang. I am a humble commoner, and I am very grateful for your compliment, Lord Shangguan. County Magistrate Lu chuckled and asked his men to watch the seats. Yi Kuan handed over the 2 small cans of soybean paste he brought as an opening remark. Then, let's talk about Ma Fugue's case. Magistrate Lu nodded and said, Mr. Yi, you have come at the right time. Ma Fugue's files have not been submitted yet. I can think of a way. Once they are submitted, it will be a foregone conclusion. He will definitely be beheaded. Yi Kuan clasped his fists and said, Ma Fugue is my father-in-law. I hope you 2 adults will take good care of him and at least spare his life. I will repay you with gratitude. It is my duty to conduct my official duties impartially and find out the truth. County Magistrate Lu asked Ma Jiao to leave, lowered his voice, and whispered to Yi Kuan. But, I have to wipe out the bandits in Sheeping Mountain these 2 days. It's urgent and I don't have time to investigate Ma Fugue's case. Yi Kuan didn't understand what County Magistrate Lu meant, so he frowned and asked, Are you going to suppress the bandits? County Magistrate Wang said, Mr. Yi, if you can bring the tiger hunting team from Caomiao village to help us fight the bandits, Ma Fugue's case will be easier to handle. Oh shit, so this is what it means. Yi Kuan finally understood. County Magistrate Lu laughed again. I think Ma Fugue was framed. If I have time, I will find out the truth. Then I will jail the false accuser, release Ma Fugue and return his property. I am afraid that I will go out to suppress the bandits and die at the foot of Sheeping Mountain, and Ma Fugue's injustice will not be redressed. Damn, this is hitting my weak spot. Dirty deal. Yi Kuan nodded, it is my duty to serve the court and maintain the stability of this county. But I want to know how many bandits there are in Sheeping Mountain and what kind of weapons and armor they have. There are about 100 bandits. Except for a few bandit leaders, the rest are old, weak, sick and disabled. They have no armor. Their bows and arrows are all junk. County Magistrate Lu deliberately concealed the strength of Sheeping Mountain, fearing that Yi Kuan would not dare to go. Yi Kuan smiled and said, But I heard that there are more than 200 bandits in Sheeping Mountain, and 40 to 50 of them are wearing armor. Armored person means a person equipped with armor. In this era, there is a set of armor that is a cheating artifact on the battlefield. Just get stabbed 3 or 5 times, no problem. Even if you are hit by an arrow, the arrowhead will penetrate the armor and weaken the force, so it is usually just a superficial wound. When 2 armies fought, it was common for men to be hit by several arrows, with the result that their armor was torn off, or they would just have a few minor scratches. That's just the robbers boasting. It's not credible. County Magistrate Lu tried to please them again. Shangguan County Lieutenant said that Mr. Ye's crossbow can shoot through armor, so what is there to be afraid of? Yi Kuan also knew that the armor of the robbers was mostly made of cowhide and pig skin. With the power of a double bow and double arrow crossbow, shooting through leather armor was almost like shooting through a paper lantern. But Yi Kuan was still hesitant and deliberately asked. The bandits in Sheeping Mountain have been entrenched for many years, often robbing merchants on the trade route. I guess they have saved a lot of money in their den, right? Suppressing bandits is a life-and-death battle, and your head is on the line. Yi Kuan doesn't want to do it without some benefits. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Lu's eyes lit up again and he laughed softly. Mr. Yi, do you mean that there is a lot of money in the den of thieves? Should we take advantage of it? To be honest, County Magistrate Lu just wanted to get his private salt back, but he didn't expect to get hurt in the end. As soon as Yi Kuan said that, I was immediately attracted. If you can really wipe out the bandits and raid their den, you will make a fortune and can even ask for rewards from your superiors. County Magistrate Wang said. They must be rich. They even dare to rob our official salt. Who wouldn't these bandits dare to rob? 2 months ago, 20 merchants from Sichuan brought several carts of goods and were robbed. It is said that the goods were worth more than 1,000 taels. Yi Kuan was surprised, so the robbers stole the official salt. Yes, official salt. This matter must be kept secret and must not be publicized. County Magistrate Lu chuckled and whispered, Mr. Yi, if we take down Sheeping Mountain, we will naturally bring back the official salt. Half of the gold, silver, treasures and other silk property we find will be yours, and the other half will be handed over to the county government. What do you think? Handing it over to the treasury means handing it over to Lord Liu. County Magistrate Wang laughed and said, "Who knows, we might be able to find several thousand taels of silver in the thieves' den. We have hundreds of soldiers in our county, and with your tiger hunting team, we will surely succeed." Bang! Yikuan slammed the table and stood up. County Magistrate Liu and County Assistant Magistrate Wang were both shocked. Yikuan raised his hands to the sky, with a righteous look on his face. "I will never coexist with bandits. Even if my father is a bandit, he must die. My dad has been dead for several years. It's impossible for him to get up and become a robber." So, Yikuan swore this swear without any pressure. County Magistrate Liu was extremely surprised and clasped his fists repeatedly. Mr. Yi is loyal and dedicated to serving the court and benefiting the people. He is truly a role model for our generation. Yikuan smiled, then said seriously, "Master Liu, I will lead the tiger hunting team to wipe out the bandits in Sheeping Mountain, but I have conditions." County Magistrate Liu nodded. "Mr. Yi, please speak." "First, I want full command. All your soldiers must obey my orders." "That's no problem. Shangguan Jifu has long said that you have the talent to be a great general." County Magistrate Liu nodded. "Second, I need 10 days to prepare." 10 days won't do. I'll give you 5 to 7 days at most." County Magistrate Liu sighed. "That private salt, no, it's official salt. I'm worried it's too late. The robbers will sell my official salt." 5 days then. "However, from now on, I will take over the power of the county lieutenant and reorganize the military equipment." Yikuan nodded and finally said, "Also, please release Ma Fugui immediately so that I can lead the troops to suppress the bandits without any worries." County Magistrate Liu grinned and said, "I will take Ma Fugui out of the prison immediately and keep him in the post house. After you have suppressed the bandits, I will send him home." Yikuan nodded. "Okay, Sir Liu, please gather all the soldiers and open the armory. I will go to check it in half an hour. Also, buy more strong bows and crossbows." County Magistrate Liu nodded and told County Assistant Wang to do it quickly. Yikuan said goodbye and went to see Ma Jiao. "Brother Dalong, what happened? Can my father be saved?" Jiao hurriedly came forward. "There is hope." Yikuan sighed, "But County Magistrate Liu wants to make a deal with me." "It's a dirty deal." "Ah, a dirty deal." Jiao was startled and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that County Magistrate Liu is a man-lover and wants Brother Dalong to accompany him?" There are also many people in Dating Kingdom who are fond of homosexuality. Jiao runs a pub in the county town, so naturally she knows about this kind of thing. But this isn't the kind of deal you're thinking about. Yikuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Liu County Magistrate wants me to go to Sheeping Mountain to suppress the bandits. If the suppression is successful, I will release your father, return the family property, and punish the false accusers." "Ah, suppressing bandits." Jiao's expression changed. "The bandits in Sheeping Mountain kill people without blinking an eye. Brother Dalong, you can't go. I have already promised." Yikuan smiled and said, "Your father will be released in a while and will stay in the post house temporarily. You should also stay in the post house, accompany your father, and wait for my news." As they were talking, Ma Fugui was brought out, his shackles removed. Jiao came forward, and the father and daughter hugged each other and cried. Yikuan was in a hurry, so he and the soldiers sent the Ma father and daughter to the post house first. When he returned to the county government office, County Magistrate Wang had already gathered all the soldiers. There were more than 60 of them in all, of varying lengths and in a listless state. County Magistrate Wang announced, "From now on, Mr. Yikuni will serve as the acting county lieutenant. From now on, you will all listen to Mr. Yi." Among the soldiers, there were a few who were originally under Shangguan Jifu and knew Yikuan. They clasped their fists and said with a smile, "Sir Yi, you will lead us in the future and please take good care of us. We are all brothers, I will definitely take care of you." Yikuan nodded. In the armory, there were 50 bows, 500 arrows, more than 20 sets of armor, and a number of swords and spears. Yikuan checked it, made a list, and told County Magistrate Wang. Continue to reorganize the weapons and add another 500 arrows. Also, find 5 blacksmiths and 5 carpenters to keep them here as standbys. All soldiers will have more food from now on, and will be required to train together and not go out. The operation must be kept strictly confidential. After making preliminary arrangements for the work, Yikuan immediately rode back to Chao Miao village. Chao Miao village is bustling with activity. Someone in the village said, "I heard that Yikuan bought 7 or 8 concubines yesterday. He is really rich." Some people in the village said, "I heard that Yikuan bought 17 or 18 concubines yesterday, all of them are as beautiful as flowers." Someone at the end of the village said, "Wow, I heard that Yikuan bought 70 or 80 concubines yesterday, all of them look like celestial beings." Seeing Yikuan coming back, everyone stopped talking and just smiled and congratulated him. "Brother Dalong, you bought another concubine. Will you treat us to a drink? Let's drink in a few days. I'm very busy these days." "Don't worry, I will definitely treat you to a drink." Yikuan waved his hand arrogantly and went to find the Qin Chou brothers and Yen Liuhai. "The last time we fought tigers, the Qin Chou brothers and Yen Liuhai were both core members." When everyone was gathered, Yikuan said, "Brothers, County Magistrate Lu wants to fight a war, but he doesn't have enough manpower. He hopes that our tiger fighting team will join in to boost their morale." Qin Chou asked, "Who are you fighting against?" Yen Liuhai was more concerned about his income. "Do you have money?" "I've spent all my money." Qin Erwu originally served in the army and was not afraid of fighting. Instead, he was very excited. "Damn it, wait until I kill a few more enemies and get some military merits, and then I won't have to pay taxes for the rest of my life. We have money, lots of it, at least 1 or 2 taels of silver per person." Yikuan nodded and whispered, "Regency Magistrate Lu said that the war should be kept secret and announced to the public that we were going to fight a tiger." Qin Chou hesitated. "I'm afraid the war will be dangerous." "With me here, there's no danger. It'll only be 7 days. When we come back in 7 days, Brother Qin will have the money to kill pigs and sell meat. At that time, I'll take care of your business, and I'll cover the meat that can't be sold. I'll take care of it all for you." Yikuan patted Qin Chou's shoulder and said sincerely, "If something really happens, I will take care of your wife myself." Qin Chou was so moved that tears streamed down his cheeks. He clasped his fists and said, "Brother Dalong is really kind. Let's contact the tiger hunting team and fight with you. Killing pigs and selling meat is Qin Chou's biggest dream. Suffering from insufficient capital and fear of loss. Now Yikuan is willing to take care of the business and promise to cover the cost." Qin Chou is very excited. Yikuan nodded and asked Qin Chou to contact the tiger hunting team. He took Qin Erwu and Yen Liuhai with him, packed up the hard crossbows and light crossbows at home, and rushed to the county town to prepare for war. That evening, we returned to the county town. There is a craftsman's workshop in the county armory, where carpenters, blacksmiths, and leather workers live. Together with the carpenters and blacksmiths recruited from outside, they worked very quickly under the command of Qin Erwu and Yen Liuhai. Yikuan instructed everyone in making arrowheads for bows and crossbows, and asked the leather craftsmen to work overtime to make armor. The bandits in Sheeping Mountain are just a motley crowd, and cowhide armor is enough to deal with them. After dinner, Yikuan was still working overtime. Ma Jiao Jiao came, holding a lantern. Although she has no makeup on, she looks innocent and pure. Now that her father is out, she looks better and has regained her former lively appearance. Yikuan was a little surprised. "Jiao Jiao, why are you here?" Jiao Jiao pulled Yikuan away and whispered, "My father asked me to invite you to the inn to rest together." Yikuan was thinking about the war and didn't react for a moment. "Who are you going to rest with?" Jiao Jiao lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes awkwardly. "Of course, come with me, I will serve you." Yikuan didn't expect that Jiao Jiao was quite open-minded and took the initiative to invite him to sleep with her. She was so shy that her voice was barely audible. "Brother Dalong," my father said, "you saved my daughter and me, spent a lot of money, and now you have to risk your life. We have nothing to repay you, except this clean body of mine. How about this, Jiao Jiao, I'll go see your father. Yikuan patted Jiao Jiao on the shoulder. To be honest, I saved her out of compassion and didn't think about Jiao Jiao's clean body. Yikuan could also understand the thoughts of the Ma father and daughter. Having spent so much, and now having to fight bandits, what else can Jiao Jiao do except repay him with her own life? Jiao Jiao was delighted when she heard that, and she took Yikuan's sleeve and walked away. She thought that tonight she had the chance to repay her benefactor. The post house is nearby, only 10 minutes away. Ma Fugui's health has improved a lot and his spirits have been lifted. As soon as he saw Yikuan, Ma Fugui knelt down and burst into tears. My benefactor, even if I work like a cow or a horse, I can never repay you. Yikuan helped Ma Fugui up. Uncle Ma, a real man should help others in need and help them out of righteousness. It's nothing to talk about. Ma Fugui burst into tears, pushed Yikuan to sit on the chair, wiped his tears and said, "My benefactor saved Jiao Jiao, spent money on me, and now he wants to fight bandits for me. Even if I die 1,000 times, it will not be enough to repay him." Yikuan simply stopped talking. Let Lao Ma continue. Lao Ma talked on and on for a long time, and finally ran out of words. Yikuan then said, "Uncle Ma, I am confident in suppressing the bandits, don't worry. As for Jiao Jiao, we will discuss it after I finish suppressing the bandits." Ma Fugui bowed again. "My benefactor, you have already bought Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao is yours. Let Jiao Jiao serve you tonight, this is also Jiao Jiao's blessing." "Is it a blessing to sleep with a man?" Yikuan smiled and said, "No, I still have to go to the armory to work. I'll make arrangements for Jiao Jiao when I come back." At the critical moment of preparing for the battle to suppress the bandits, Yikuan didn't dare to waste time on Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao tugged at Yikuan's sleeve and went to the next room. "Brother Dalong, my father said that if you go to fight the bandits, your life or death is uncertain. You and sister Yurong don't have any children. My father asked me to serve you, hoping that we can have a son and continue the Yi family's bloodline." Yikuan was stunned and somewhat moved. "Jiao Jiao, do you really think so? If I were beaten to death by the robbers and you were pregnant with my child, wouldn't you regret it? Even if I die for you 1,000 times, I won't regret it. If I have a child, I will definitely raise him. Jiao Jiao, good sister." Yikuan was moved. He held Jiao Jiao in his arms and kissed her. "Wait until I come back, then we can talk about marriage. If I die, you can find a good family to live with and forget me. Brother Dalong." Jiao Jiao burst into tears and hugged Yikuan tightly. "Let me serve you tonight." "No. If you delay the suppression of bandits, County Magistrate Lu will not release your father." Yikuan held up Jiao Jiao's face and smiled. "I've already said that I will definitely marry you. What are you still worried about? Do you want me to kiss you again as a deposit?" Jiao Jiao smiled, and two warm thin lips came closer. The land of gentleness is the grave of heroes. Yikuan was unable to resist and explored Jiao Jiao's body. What a soft girl, every inch of her skin is fascinating. Thinking about the important matter of suppressing bandits, a few minutes later, Yikuan gently pushed Jiao Jiao away. "Just take care of your father. I'll go do my job. Brother Kuan, please be careful in everything." Jiao Jiao was still reluctant to leave. After the tenderness just now, Jiao Jiao became more affectionate towards Yikuan and started calling him Brother Kuan. Although they didn't sleep together, Jiao Jiao felt relieved after this cuddling. From now on, she was Yikuan's woman. "Don't worry, I will come back and marry you and have a son." Yikuan rubbed Jiao Jiao's head, straightened his clothes, and left. In the county government treasury, Qin Erwu and Yen Liuhai were working overtime with the craftsmen. According to Yikuan's arrangement, 70 more sets of armor were added, all made of pig's skin. The pigs of the Dating Kingdom were not the white pig breed with tender skin and meat like in later generations, but an old Chinese breed. They were all black, and the skin was half a centimeter thick. The double-layer pig skin is very strong and has good defensive performance against bronze swords and guns. In addition, Yikuan asked bamboo craftsmen to weave hundreds of hats, which were similar to the safety helmets of later generations, lined with linen inside and covered with pigskin outside. On the afternoon of the fourth day, Qin Chou arrived with 35 tiger hunting team members from Chao Miao village. The team members didn't know they were going to suppress bandits, they thought they were going to fight tigers, and they were all smiling. Yikuin didn't explain in detail, but just asked everyone to go to bed early. All members of the tiger hunting team and soldiers from the county were locked up in the military camp and were not allowed to go out. At midnight, County Magistrate Liu and County Assistant Magistrate Wang arrived. Yikuin gathered all the team members, distributed armor and bows and crossbows to them, and officially announced. We have received news that the bandits from Sheeping Mountain are going to rob our Caomiao village in 3 days. The bandits know that Caomiao village has made money from killing tigers, and every family has money and food. County Magistrate Liu has decided to protect our Caomiao village and send troops to wipe out the bandits from Sheeping Mountain. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and started talking about it. Some people don't believe it, and some people are afraid of death and dare not go. A thin man chattered and shouted to Magistrate Liu, "Brother-in-law, I'm afraid of death. Can I not go?" Everyone turned their heads and looked at the thin man. Someone who knew him whispered, "This is County Magistrate Liu's brother-in-law, Ho Chi." The thin man shouted again, "Brother-in-law, I am your brother-in-law and the only child in the family. If I die, my family will be extinct." "Shut up!" Yikuin shouted, glaring, "Ho Chi, as a captain of the Yamen runners, you dare to retreat in the face of battle and disrupt our army's morale. Come on, drag him away, strip him of his clothes, and give him 30 horsewhips." County Magistrate Liu was also furious and stepped forward to kick Ho Chi. "Even if you are my father, you cannot back down from the battlefield. I will give you 20 more whips and throw you into prison. When everyone comes back, I will behead you in public." 2 guards came forward, stripped Ho Chi of his clothes, dragged him away and whipped him. Ho Chi screamed and wailed. Yikuin shouted again, "County Magistrate Liu and County Magistrate Wang, bring 100 elite soldiers to support the battle. Anyone who dares to take a step back will be shot on the spot." In fact, Ho Chi's beating was a self-torture tactic, which was discussed by Yikuin and County Magistrate Liu. As for the 100 elite soldiers supporting the battle, it was also a lie by Yikuin. Only in this way can we rally the military's morale and achieve our goal with one push. County Magistrate Wang shouted again, "In the bandit den of Sheeping Mountain, there are thousands of taels of silver and countless silk and coarse salt. If we take down Sheeping Mountain, all the gold, silver, and treasures will be shared by everyone." Everyone was somewhat tempted. Yikuin drew his sword and shouted, "Let's go." There were more than 20 horse-drawn carriages parked in the parade ground. Each carriage had been modified with a tent propped up with bamboo strips and covered with straw curtains to disguise it as an ordinary caravan. Everyone brought their own weapons and crossbows and got into the tent on the car. More than 20 people, responsible for driving. Yikuin led the team to set off. Sheeping Mountain is only 30 miles away from the county seat. Half an hour after dawn, we arrived at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. This is a mountain road, right at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. Looking upwards, the slope is not steep. But there is a cliff on the other side, and there is no way to retreat as long as the front and back are blocked. The bandits' lair was on the top of a mountain 2 miles away. The weather was gloomy, as if foreshadowing that a major war was about to begin. Yikuin wore a bamboo hat, leather armor inside, and a linen gown outside. He rode a horse and deliberately whipped the whip and shouted, "The caravan should hurry up. There are bandits on Sheeping Mountain. Don't let them rob your goods. Once we pass this section and get on the official road, everything will be peaceful." Gee. The soldiers driving the carriage shouted loudly together. The 20 or so people driving the car were also wearing leather armor and conical hats with pig skin covering the tops. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several feather arrows were shot. Suddenly, a dozen bandits jumped out from the mountain road ahead, each holding a bow and arrow, and shouted in unison, "Leave behind your goods and money, and I'll spare your lives." At the same time, a loud shout came from the rear team, "I am a bandit from Sheeping Mountain. Get off your horses and kneel down." On the southern hillside, hundreds of people swarmed in, holding sticks, swords and guns, and shouting, "Kill, rob." It seems that the robbers are experienced in robbery. The front and back mountain roads were blocked by archers, and a large army rushed down the mountain. When most caravans saw this scene, they would basically surrender and allow themselves to be slaughtered. Unfortunately, these guys met Yikuin. Yikuin immediately dismounted, using the horse to protect himself, and shouted, "Shoot!" The straw curtains of more than 20 carriages were all torn down. The fully armed crossbowman, either standing or squatting, took aim at the target and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bowstrings sounded loudly, and arrows flew like locusts, shooting towards the robbers. In the past 5 days, Yikuan has made more than 70 sets of double-shot lightweight crossbows and 8 sets of double-bow and double-arrow crossbows. Together with the original crossbows of the tiger hunting team, there are more than 100 of them in total. Each vehicle was equipped with 4 people and 4 light crossbows. The 4 people were divided into 2 groups and took turns shooting. The carriages at the front and rear ends, as well as the 2 carriages in the middle, were each equipped with 2 sets of double-bow and double-arrow crossbows to penetrate armor and decapitate. A double arrow shot, a round of shooting, that's 100 arrows. The robbers were caught off guard and were shot to the ground, with screams everywhere. The double-bow, double-arrow crossbows on the front and rear carriages also fired at the same time, attacking the armored archers of the bandits. The specially made long arrows were like javelins, piercing directly through the armored bandit archers. The main fighting force of the bandits is the archers. The other minions are nothing to worry about. After 2 rounds of alternating shooting, more than 10 bandit archers were killed, and a large number of minions on the hillside were killed or wounded. There's an ambush, retreat quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, the robbers finally turned around and ran away after Yikuan's second round of volleys. "Hunting down, don't let any of them escape," Yikuan shouted. The third and fourth rounds of shooting started immediately. Yikuan's powerful crossbow has a range of more than 200 steps, the range of the short crossbow is also more than 100 steps. The robbers didn't run fast enough and left dozens of bodies behind. There were still many who were not dead, struggling to climb up the mountain. Yikuan ordered, "Pause the pursuit, teams 1 and 2, stay on guard, teams 3 and 4, control the injured bandits first." Half of the troops in the team were assigned to hold crossbows to finish off the injured bandits and count their numbers. Qin Erwu laughed loudly, "The robbers are just cowards. It's much easier to beat them than to beat a tiger." Yikuan shouted, "Let's check our brothers first to see if any of them are injured." On our side, only 2 were slightly injured. There were almost no casualties because the bandits started by shooting a few arrows to establish their authority and did not really intend to kill anyone. Later, when the robbers wanted to shoot arrows, it was too late. After finishing off the enemy on the battlefield, all the arrows that could be retrieved were collected. The weapons left behind by the bandits were also collected and placed on the carriage. Qin Erwu counted and found that he had killed a total of 73 bandits. Only more than 20 people died on the spot, and the rest were killed by finishing blows. 4 wounded elderly prisoners were also left behind. Among the robbers who escaped, at least 30 were injured. The first battle was a great victory and everyone's morale was high. The soldiers who were timid at the beginning are now all boasting and showing off their might. The 4 team leaders asked Yikuan, "Mr. Yi, what should we do now?" Yikuan climbed up the hillside, looked at the terrain, waved his hand and shouted. "Those in iron armor are outside, and those in leather armor are inside. Stir your bows and arrows, advance step by step, and block the bandits in their den, and then catch them in the urn." Everyone received the order and advanced forward step by step. I just asked the prisoners, and there are about 220 bandits in total, half of them are young and strong, and the other half are middle-aged and elderly. Overall, the bandits' fighting power was reduced by at least half. Qin Erwu and the county government squad leader Zhu Dachuan each led a team to encircle the 2 wings, supporting each other and covering the squadron where Yikuan was. Where did these dog soldiers come from? How dare they invade Sheeping Mountain? There was a commotion on the top of the mountain, and hundreds of bandits rushed over again. Leading the group were a dozen men, fully armored, holding strong bows, and shouting loudly. Because the bandits had just lost a battle, the bandit leader, Xiong, was furious and led his troops to fight personally. He hoped to win the battle in one go, defeat the officers and soldiers, and avenge his brothers. Yikuan remained calm and shouted, "Everyone, get down on the ground and wait for the bandits to come forward." The archers received the order and all lay down. The operation of a crossbow is similar to that of a rifle, and it is more stable to shoot while lying down. But the bandits' ordinary bows and arrows didn't work. They had to stand up straight before they could draw the string and shoot. Get down on your stomach to greatly reduce the chance of being hit by an arrow. If you stand up straight, you're basically a target. Kill, avenge our brothers. The ruthless bear shot an arrow and called on his men to charge back. Yikuan widened his eyes and continued to wait, intending to wait until all the bandits were within range before firing another round. Unfortunately, a few soldiers were cowardly and launched an attack prematurely. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yikuan made a prompt decision, stood up, waved his hand and shouted. Shoot with the short crossbows, and aim the strong crossbows at the fat guy in the middle. He must be the bandit leader, the ruthless bear. Not much is known about the ruthless bear. We only know his nickname and that he is as big as a bear and kills people without blinking an eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The two wings and the central army each shot out crossbow arrows. Half of the bandits had already entered Yikuan's shooting range and immediately started screaming. Unfortunately, the distance was still a bit far, and the robber in front was fully armored, so his injury was not serious. Collapse. Beside Yikuan, Yen Liuhai fired his powerful crossbow, with 2 arrows heading straight for the ruthless bear. Oops. The ruthless bear let out a loud yell and fell on his back. Yikuan was overjoyed and shouted, "The ruthless bear is already dead, why don't you surrender? If you don't surrender, I will kill you without mercy." But unexpectedly, the ruthless bear suddenly got up again, limping back, shouting, "Retreat quickly, retreat back to the camp on the top of the hill." This guy was wearing double-layer armor, heavy armor on the outside and light cowhide armor on the inside. He actually withstood Yikuan's powerful crossbow. Although he was injured, he did not die. But this arrow just now scared the ruthless bear so much that he dared not fight anymore and retreated immediately. "Chase, don't let anyone go." Yikuan shouted and rushed forward at the lead. The 4 teams maintained their original formation and pursued forward. Another dozen bandits were shot by arrows and fell to the ground. However, the mountain road ahead was steep, and the bandits used bows and arrows and stones to block Yikuan's way. Yikuan ordered, "Retreat and clean up the battlefield first. The situation is under control now, so we can proceed slowly. There is no need to fight the bandits." Everyone retreated 100 steps, cleaned up the battlefield, and took stock of the results of the battle. This time, 27 enemies were killed, including 7 armored men. Yikuan estimated that there were no more than 60 bandits under the ruthless bear who could still fight. On our side, there was basically no loss of men, and we already had an absolute advantage in military strength. 4 teams, take turns to rest on the spot, drink some water, and eat some dry food. Yikuan was also tired and took a short rest. Qin Erwu gnawed on some dried meat and suggested, "Brother Dalong, let's take a break and then we can take down the bandit camp in one fell swoop." Yikuan rolled his eyes, "Can you fly up?" The bandits' camp was on the top of the mountain, with a straight path in front and a cliff behind. If you attack by force, you won't be able to deploy your troops on the trail and will basically become a target for the robbers. Qin Erwu pounded his lame leg and said, "If my leg wasn't lame, I could have climbed over the mountain." "Even if you use your third leg, you still can't flip over." Yikuan sneered, "The bandits are already trapped in a jar, so just kill them slowly, why rush them?" Zhu Dachuan, the county squad leader, whispered, "Mr. Yi, can we dig a tunnel and sneak into the bandit camp?" Yikuan was both amused and annoyed, and patted Zhu Dachuan on the shoulder. "Dachuan, you are different from others. Don't waste your energy on this. When we win the battle and go home, think about buying a concubine. There are stones under your feet. Are you a pangolin? Can you dig a tunnel?" I ate a piece of dried meat and drank 2 sips of water. Yikuan called 2 elderly prisoners and said, "I am the new lieutenant of this county. I have to suppress the bandits because of my duty. You 2 go back and tell Ruthless Bear to send someone to negotiate with me. Sheeping Mountain is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and I don't want to end up in a fight with Ruthless Bear, with both sides suffering losses." The 2 captives were overjoyed and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yikuan. Yikuan waved his hand, "Hurry back and tell Ruthless Bear to send someone to negotiate within half an hour, otherwise I will attack you by force and send troops to besiege you. One day, I will trap Ruthless Bear to death." The captive nodded repeatedly, trotted back, and waved towards the mountain. Don't shoot arrows, don't shoot stones, we will come back to see the king and have something to say. Yikuin smiled and sent out a team of 30 people to cut trees nearby for backup. Less than half an hour later, the two captives, along with an old man, came waving their hands down from the mountain. It seems that the ruthless bear also agreed to negotiate. The old robber was skinny and emaciated, with triangular eyes and a mustache. He didn't even need to wear makeup when he played a traitor on TV. Coming in front of Yikuin, the old man bowed and saluted. I am the military advisor on the mountain, and I am honored to meet you, Lord County Lieutenant. It turned out to be the dog-headed military advisor. Yikuin nodded and said with a smile, Is the ruthless bear okay? Is he seriously injured? The dog-headed military advisor was stunned. He didn't expect that Yikuin was a Confucian general who could chat and laugh in this bloody battlefield full of corpses. Our king was slightly injured, but it's not a big deal. The dog-headed military advisor sighed and said, The county lieutenant wants to negotiate. I want to talk to you alone. Okay, you come down the mountain with me. Yikuin stood up, picked up a spear, and walked down the mountain with the dog-headed military advisor. There are often benefits to negotiating alone, and Yikuin was happy to do so. We arrived at an open area halfway up the hill and there was no one around. Yikuin stopped and said, Let's negotiate here, no one else can hear us. The dog-headed military advisor looked around and asked, Master Yi, do you like women? Isn't this bullshit? Who doesn't like women? Yikuin nodded, Not only do I like women, I like them very much. The military advisor chuckled and said, Last night, our king also robbed 2 female characters. He didn't have time to enjoy them yet. If they are clean, we can give them to you. 2 women just want to bribe me. Yikuin laughed, Even if I kill your king, I can still enjoy those 2 stunning women. The dog-headed military advisor sighed, Okay, Lord County Lieutenant, we won't talk about women. Your crossbow shot our king in the stomach, but the king didn't die. Do you know why? Yikuin was stunned and frowned. Could it be, because the ruthless people have thick skin, like a bear? There are many reasons why one can survive being shot by an arrow. How could Yikuin guess it? So funny. Of course not. The dog-headed military advisor twitched his face and whispered. The king survived the arrow because he was wearing a golden armor weighing 7 pounds. Yikuin was surprised. Golden armor, is your king so rich? While he was still worrying about supporting his wife and concubines, the bandit leader had already put on golden armor. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. The dog-headed military advisor smiled. Our king was an apprentice in a goldsmith's workshop. Because he was greedy for money, he killed his master's family in the middle of the night and took away some gold and silver. Then he wandered around and finally became a bandit in Sheeping Mountain. In the past few years, most of the money the king robbed was exchanged for gold. He made himself a golden armor and wore it next to his body. This is the most reassuring way. Yikuin thought about it and said with a smile, You mean, you can help me kill the fierce bear and we can share the golden armor equally? No. The dog-headed military advisor shook his head and whispered, Our king has said that if you withdraw your troops, he is willing to give you the golden armor secretly. All the stolen salt will also be returned. With the golden armor, you can imagine how rich you will be for the rest of your life. Is it true? Yikuin was excited but his face remained calm. Really? But you have to promise to withdraw your troops, and you must not attack Sheeping Mountain in the future. Well, let me think about it. Yikuin pondered for a while, frowned and said. I am satisfied with the golden armor. But how can I explain to Magistrate Liu? And what about the hundreds of brothers under my command? What about them? The dog-headed military advisor sighed. Give each of your brothers 1 tael of silver or 1 string of money. We will also give another 100 taels of silver to County Magistrate Liu. We can also give some silk. 100 taels of silver, I'm afraid Magistrate Liu won't agree. Yikuin was still hesitating for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Let's put it this way, buddy, I want these things, but there are conditions. The dog-headed military advisor frowned, but there are only so many on the mountain, and there is no money left. As long as there is business to do, there is money to be made, right? Yi Kuan smiled. I want Hen Rinxiong to promise that he will pay me and Magistrate Lu 20 taels of silver each month. If you stop paying, don't blame me for being rude. We officials can't rob, but you can, right? The dog-headed military advisor smiled bitterly. 40 taels per month, 500 taels per year, I dare not make the decision. Then go back and ask Ruthless Bear whether he wants money or his life. Yi Kuan snorted and said, also tell the Ruthless Bear that you are only allowed to rob from now on, but not to kill people. Otherwise, I will be in trouble and have to deal with you. I will go back and tell the king and wait for his decision. The military advisor nodded and suddenly asked, but County Lieutenant, why should we trust you? Yi Kuan looked down the mountain and pointed to the big river in the distance. What is the name of this river? Whitewater River. I swear by the Whitewater. Yi Kuan pointed at the Baishui River and said slowly, if the Ruthless Bear does what I say, I will withdraw my troops immediately and give him a chance to live. The roaring river water reflects my heart. If you disobey me, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Lu Xiu swore an oath at Luoshui, which brought about the revival of the Han dynasty. Sima Yi swore an oath at Luoshui in exchange for the Jin dynasty. So, Yi Kuan learned it. Good people can swear, bad people can swear, so why can't Yi Kuan swear? Upon hearing this, the dog-headed military advisor was overjoyed and clasped his fists and said, the county lieutenant is indeed a sincere gentleman. All right, I will go back to discuss with the king and send the official salt and golden armor to him. Yi Kuan nodded. After you come, you should talk to me alone and give me the armor quietly. Don't let others see it. It's natural. The dog-headed military advisor went happily. The ancients attached great importance to oaths, respected gods, and believed in retribution, so a promise was worth 1,000 gold. Yi Kuan swore an oath on Baishui, and the military advisor felt relieved. After the bandit strategist left, Yi Kuan immediately called the Qin Erwu brothers and Yan Liuhai and gave them some instructions. Qin Erwu and his men dispersed with their troops, drew their bows and arrows, and hid behind the rocks. Another half-hour later, the bandit strategist came down the mountain. Behind him were more than 20 bandits, carrying official salt and holding silk cloth. Military advisor, thank you for your hard work. Yi Kuan nodded and smiled. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. The military advisor came closer and asked his men to put down the coarse salt, silver and cloth, and said, here are 350 taels of silver, 1 tael each for each of you brothers. The remaining silver and silk cloth will be handed over to the county lieutenant. I hope you will withdraw your troops now and avoid a loss on both sides. The officers and soldiers in the county have already cheered. With 1 or 2 taels of silver per person, one could stay in a brothel for half a month. Yi Kuan checked the supplies and silver and asked, Your Majesty, do you have anything else to say? I have 2 more words. Please follow me, sir. The military advisor nodded and walked down the mountain again. Yi Kuan understood and followed slowly. After getting away from the crowd, the military advisor turned around, faced Yi Kuan, and unbuttoned his shirt. Suddenly, a golden light almost blinded Yi Kuan's titanium dog eyes. There really is a golden armor. The armor consisted of more than a dozen rectangular golden pieces with holes punched on all 4 sides and woven with silver threads. The overall shape is similar to a small belly band, with silk ropes on the top and both ends, so it can be worn as a belly band. Well, a few nights ago, Yi Kuan admired Jiao Jiao's belly band, which had mandarin ducks embroidered on it. The golden armor was not thick, but it felt heavy in the hand. Yi Kuan is a science student and knows that the density of gold is 19 times that of water. Judging from the quantity, the gold is real. Judging from the color, the purity is also quite high. Yi Kuan put on the golden armor and smiled, the belly band is pretty good, my wife will definitely like it. The military advisor looked at Yi Kuan's excitement and said with a smile, Sir, you should be content. I am content. Yi Kuan nodded, raised his hand and said, Military advisor, please, I will withdraw my troops now. The dog-headed military advisor believed it and bowed before leaving. The 20 or so bandits who had brought coarse salt and cloth were still waiting for the military advisor. Seeing the military advisor return, everyone turned around and went up the mountain. Crash, crash, crash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of bowstrings, and arrows flew like locusts, shooting towards the dog-headed military advisor and the bandits he brought with him. When they delivered the goods this time, the robbers were not wearing armor. In front of the bows and crossbows, they looked like tender and delicate young girls. Ah! The military advisor was shot in the back. He turned around and pointed at Yikuin. "You little bastard, you will be in trouble." Before he could finish his sentence, another arrow was shot and hit the military advisor in the mouth, and the arrowhead came out from the back of his head. The military advisor fell to the ground, twitching continuously. The 20 or so people he brought with him were also shot by arrows and wailed and struggled. Yikuin raised his spear and stepped forward to finish off the enemy. He sneered and said, "I killed people and robbed them. I have no conscience. Do you think you are worthy of calling me a villain?" Qin Cho followed Yikuin, trembling with fear, and whispered, "Brother Dalong, the bandits have already asked for peace. Do you still want to kill them?" In Qin Chao's eyes, Yikuin is now a murderous demon who is terrifying. "If we don't kill all these bandits, will we wait for them to come to Chao Miao village and massacre everyone? They have fast horses, and they can reach Chao Miao village in more than an hour." Yikuin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A real man should never hesitate when doing something. Only by eradicating the roots can you rest assured. The people of Dating State abide by the rules, but live a miserable life. They are strangled by the legalists, pinched by the Confucianists, and sucked dry by the officials. If Yikuin doesn't want to live like this, he can't follow the rules. Besides, Yikuin doesn't need to keep his word when facing a group of robbers who kill without blinking an eye. Letting them go will only result in more innocent people dying tragically at the foot of Shiping Mountain. Qin Cho was completely afraid of Yikuin and nodded, "I'll listen to Brother Dalong." On the top of the mountain, the bandit leader's eyes were bloodshot, and he pointed to the sky and roared, "County Lieutenant, I, the ruthless bear, will never forgive you, even if I become a ghost." But he could only shout. The bandits' bows and arrows didn't have enough range, so they could only watch Yikuin. More than 20 people were killed by Yikuin just now, and the bandits no longer have the ability to organize a counterattack. Beat the drums. Shield and armored team, charge. Yikuin waved behind him. This time, they also brought 2 military drums to boost military morale. Drums beat loudly, and the officers and soldiers began a feint attack. If you really force it, people will die. Therefore, Yikuin only launched a tentative attack to undermine the enemy's morale and consume their arrows and physical strength. Sure enough, the robbers didn't realize it was a trap and shot arrows in panic. However, Yikuin's side was safe and sound, but the bandits on the hilltop were shot and killed by 2 or 3 people by Yikuin's double bows and double crossbows because they exposed their target. But for a while, Yikuin couldn't get up. Seeing that it was still early, only noon, Yikuin ordered, 3 teams will take turns wearing heavy armor and feinting forward, once every stick of incense, to consume the bandits' arrows and prevent them from resting. Prepare the crossbows, and strike at targeted targets when you see the bandits show up. According to calculations, there are only about 40 capable bandits left on the mountain. It will be easier if we slowly wear them down a little bit and then attack with force. Another team was sent out to cut down trees. By this time, dozens of trees of varying sizes had been chopped down. Yikuin directed everyone to tie up the large trees with thick hemp ropes to form a tall hollow door frame. In the middle of the door frame, a hemp rope is pulled horizontally and then tightened with a thick wooden stick. A section of a wooden stick with a bamboo cap tied to it resembles a dung shovel. Put a stone in the spoon and once you let go, the stone will fly more than 100 meters. This is the simplest catapult, invented by the ancient Romans. It has a simple structure, is easy to obtain materials, and is as powerful as the Oriental catapults of the same period. Yikuin had studied the history of war machinery and understood it at first glance. 4 catapults were successfully manufactured. We don't know how powerful it is, so let's test it first. Because it was made in a hurry, the effect is not ideal. The larger stones had a range that was not enough to cover the bandits' camp. If you change to egg-sized stones, you can attack the bandit base, but the power is not enough. Yikuin was very satisfied and asked everyone to continue picking up stones and get ready. Egg-sized stones were also threatening when thrown by a catapult. Although the robbers had armor, it could not protect their entire bodies. The two sides were in a stalemate and it gradually became afternoon. Yikuin used a powerful crossbow to snipe and shot and killed 2 more robbers. The bandits were so annoyed that they dared not show their heads. They hid behind the camp walls or rocks, occasionally shooting an arrow or throwing down a few stones. Qin Erwu said, "Brother Dalong, we can attack now. After the battle, we can still rush back to Caomiao village in the evening." "You don't have a wife, why are you in such a hurry to go home?" Yikuin was annoyed. Qin Erwu rolled his eyes and said, "My legs are not good. I can't support a wife and children. Otherwise, I would have married a long time ago. Last time I hunted tigers, I saved some money and was planning to get married. Listen to me, after this battle, you can marry 3 wives and support them all." Yikuin patted Qin Erwu on the shoulder and said, "Continue the feint attack and launch the general attack when it gets dark." Qin Erwu nodded and followed Yikuin's strategy, continuing to consume the bandits' arrows, bluffing and exerting pressure. The catapult can fire more than a dozen egg-sized stones each time. Although its lethality is not good, its harassment function is powerful. After dark, everyone was well fed and satisfied. Yikuin summoned 4 team leaders, catapults, fire rockets. "Crossbowmen, prepare to shoot the target." There are no rockets here, but Yikuin has a solution. The clothes on the bodies of the robbers were stripped off and cut into towel-sized pieces. Stick an egg-sized stone inside the cloth, then light the cloth and launch it, and it becomes a rocket. The bucket of the catapult can launch more than a dozen egg-sized stones at a time. 4 catapults attacked at the same time, and suddenly, meteors flew towards the bandit camp. The bandits also needed to make a fire to cook in the mountains, so they piled up a lot of dry firewood. Soon, the top of the mountain was covered with flames and thick smoke. The ruthless bear was furious, put out the fire, prevent sneak attacks." On Yikuin's side, the crossbowman saw the target appear and immediately sniped. After 1 round, 2 or 3 more robbers were killed. The time was ripe. Yikuin waved his hand and ordered, "Heavy armor and shield soldiers in front, quietly approach, and attack immediately." Qin Erwu had always been a desperate person, so he led the team himself and slowly groped forward. The others strung their bows and crossbows and followed from a distance. Approaching the bandit camp, Qin Erwu led his team to attack, with the short crossbow team providing cover. A dozen heavily armored soldiers carried a large tree and violently rammed the stone wall outside the bandit camp. After 3 or 5 hits, the wall collapsed. Qin Erwu led the charge, wearing heavy armor and rushing forward, waving his spear and shouting, "We have 1,000 soldiers here, why don't you surrender?" There were still 20 or 30 bandits, all of them armed with guns and knives, rushing forward to kill us. Qin Erwu also took a set of iron armor from the dead bandit and put it on, lining it with leather armor. His whole body was almost invulnerable to swords and guns. He was hit by 2 swords and 2 guns, but was not seriously injured. Behind him, Yikuin's crossbowmen rushed over and shot randomly with their crossbows. The bandits had already lost their fighting spirit and turned around and ran away when they saw the crossbows. "Kill them all, don't let anyone go." Yikuin led the team and rushed forward, waving spears and shouting. In the camp on the top of the mountain, there were dazzling flames and billowing smoke. The robbers were running around in panic, crying for their parents. What was strange was that there were many young women in the camp, also running in panic and shouting for mercy. Yikuin thought about it and understood. These young women were all snatched away by ruthless men, who used them to abuse and vent their anger at will. "Don't kill these women, just kill the bandits." Yikuin passed down the order and shouted at the women, "Hold down where you are. Don't run around. We are soldiers and we are here to save you." The women all knelt down in front of Yikuin and shouted, "Sir, help us, we are all decent women." Yikuin nodded, "I know, I will protect you." The women quieted down, huddled together, and squatted on the ground awaiting their fate. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. Almost all the bandits were killed, and a few of them committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. Only 7 or 8 seriously injured elderly bandits were left alive at the scene. But there was no sign of the ruthless bear. Yikuin shouted to the captive, "Where is the ruthless bear?" In the cave warehouse." "Lead the way." Yikuan took a few soldiers with him, and asked the two Qin Chou and Yen Liuhai to carry the captives and go find the ruthless bear. The others, under the command of Qin Erwu, continued to search for survivors, property, and rescue valuables. In the bandit camp, there is a large natural cave, which is uneven and covers an area of thousands of square meters. Inside the cave, partitions were made with wood and boards, forming rooms. The valuable items that were looted were all in the cave and were not damaged by the war. The ruthless bear was already seriously injured. He hid in the deepest part of the cave and wailed, cursing Yikuan, "You dog county lieutenant, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." "Okay, then I'll see why you won't let me go after you become a ghost." Yikuan picked up the crossbow and shot 2 arrows. The ruthless bear was shot in the face and blood was all over his face. Qin Chou and Yen Liuhai used both guns, stabbed and hammered, and killed the ruthless bear. "Seal off the cave, no one is allowed to enter." Yikuan quickly evacuated the cave and ordered Qin Chou to kill the remaining bandits without leaving any alive. Inside and outside the cave, and within the camp, things have settled down. Qin Erwu stepped forward and reported, "All the robbers have been killed, but no valuables were found. There are only a dozen more horses in the stable. In addition, there are more than 20 young women." Yikuan asked, "How many casualties did our brothers suffer?" Qin Erwu's right hand was still dripping with blood. He looked back. Zhou Qiahu broke a leg, and 3 other brothers were injured, 1 on the shoulder and 2 on the buttocks. The wounds have been bandaged, so they should not die. "Is your hand injured too?" "It's okay, just a superficial wound." "That's good." Yikuan nodded. Zhu Dachuan stepped forward to report that 2 officers and soldiers in the county were killed and 5 or 6 were injured. Yikuan sighed, "Take care of the wounded first. Dachuan, you and Captain Wang Bao, come with me to count the property in the robber's warehouse." Zhu Dachuan nodded, and followed Yikuan into the warehouse with another team leader Wang Bao. There are pens, ink, and bamboo slips for accounting in the warehouse. Yikuan looked righteous and handled his business impartially, counting and recording the accounts. There were countless grains and dried meat in the cave warehouse. There are also many fine linens, rami cloths, embroidered silks, and ordinary silks. There was not much gold, only 20 or 30 ounces. More than 700 taels of silver and more than 300 strings of copper coins. A number of jewels and jade articles, and a number of copper utensils. Zhu Dachuan and another team leader, Wang Bao, both had red eyes and whispered, "Mr. Yi, with so much valuables, do you think we should?" The Qin Chou brothers and Yen Liuhai didn't say anything, but they also looked at Yikuan. "Brothers, you have devoted your lives to fighting bandits. I cannot treat you unfairly." Yikuan sighed and said, "But I have been entrusted with an important task by County Magistrate Liu. If I embezzle the money and property and County Magistrate Liu finds out, I will not be able to explain myself." Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao said together, "Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know, but Magistrate Liu will not know. We can swear." "What's the use of swearing?" Yikuan pretended to be embarrassed and said with a wry smile, "How about this, the 5 of you, take a little less. Even if County Magistrate Liu finds out, I will take full responsibility." Zhu Dachuan was happy then and asked, "Then how much do you want us to take?" Yikuan thought for a moment and said, 1 tael of gold and 10 taels of silver per person. This is all I can do." Qin Chou and others couldn't help but be happy. With this amount of money, you can basically guarantee a lifetime of food and clothing. If you lend money at high interest rates, the interest will be enough to cover your living expenses. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, however, still felt that something was not enough and were somewhat unhappy. After the spoils were divided, Wang Bao went down the mountain overnight and took a few brothers to report the good news to County Magistrate Liu. Yikuan and others guarded the property of the camp on the mountain and ate and rested on the spot. Before dinner, Yikuan called all the young women into the cave. There were 22 women in total, the oldest of whom was less than 30 years old. Most of them are teenage girls. All 22 women were trembling with fear and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Everyone, stand up. We are soldiers, not bandits." Yikuan asked everyone to stand up, looked at them one by one, and said slowly, "If you are women from nearby families, you can go down the mountain early tomorrow morning. I will give you 200 coins each as travel expenses. It is unsafe for a single woman to carry too much money. 200 won is enough for travel expenses and some food. When the women heard this, they burst into tears and were filled with gratitude. Yi Kun continued. If you are a woman from another place and cannot go back to your hometown, I can take you in and help you slowly find your family, or sponsor you to go home. By the way, my name is Yi Kun, and I live in Xiaomiao village in the eastern part of this county. 2 women knelt down and cried in a Sichuan accent. Master Yi, my sister and I are from Sichuan and moved here with our family. Yesterday afternoon, we encountered robbers here and our whole family was killed. We have nowhere to go and we can't go back to Sichuan. Please take us in, master. Yi Kun frowned. Are you the sister-in-law? Were you kidnapped yesterday afternoon? The sister-in-law nodded and said with courage. Yes, my name is Yulian, and my sister-in-law is Chuanhua. The bandits robbed us yesterday and were planning to rape us at night, but the bandit leader was drunk last night, so we were not raped. Especially my sister-in-law, she is clean, if the master doesn't mind. All right, all right. Yi Kun nodded and said, you 2 sisters-in-law, come with me tomorrow. I will make arrangements for you and will not let you starve to death. There were also 2 women who were from the same county, but their entire families were killed and they had nowhere to go, so they asked Yi Kun to take them in. Yi Kun accepted all the offers. After dinner, Yi Kun asked all the women to go into the cave to rest, and gave them money on the spot, 200 coins each. After settling these women, Yi Kun led the tiger hunting team to guard in front of the cave and ordered all the soldiers. These women are our sisters. They were kidnapped by the ruthless bear and suffered humiliation. They are all pitiful people. We are officers and soldiers. It is strictly forbidden to harass these women. Otherwise, we will be punished by military law and killed without mercy. There were a few soldiers who were acting like thieves and wanted to indulge themselves, but after hearing what Yi Kun said, they immediately gave up their evil thoughts. The women in the cave were even more grateful to Yi Kun. Yi Kun added, for the brothers who participated in this bandit suppression, each of them will receive 2 taels of silver. I will ask County Magistrate Liu to give it to everyone. For the brothers who died, their families will receive 10 taels of silver as funeral expenses. For the injured, they will receive medicine and lost wages. The soldiers were delighted when they heard this. In fact, some soldiers had searched the dead bandits and seized valuables, which they had secretly hidden. Yi Kun knew all this, but pretended to be ignorant. Everything was arranged, and Yi Kun stayed in front of the cave, warming himself by the fire and keeping watch. He also asked Qin Erwu and Yan Liuhai to bring a few jars of wine from the storehouse and distributed dried meat to everyone so that the soldiers could eat and drink as they pleased. Alcohol is a luxury item and soldiers cannot afford to drink it on a regular basis. There was wine and meat at this moment, and everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content. Soon, there was a group of people lying in front of the cave. Yi Kun also felt sleepy and dozed off with his eyes closed. Master. Suddenly, a weak cry came from behind. Yi Kun opened his eyes, only to find Sichuan's aunt and sister-in-law kneeling behind him, each with tears streaming down their faces. Why aren't you 2 sleeping yet? Yi Kun rubbed his eyes and said, by the way, I am not a master. I am just a commoner. He is now only the acting county lieutenant, responsible for working for County Magistrate Liu to suppress bandits. After suppressing the bandits, I am still an ordinary citizen. When suppressing bandits, Yi Kun claimed to be a county lieutenant in order to protect his privacy and prevent any bandits from escaping the net and seeking revenge on him in Xiaomiao village. The 2 sisters-in-law didn't care and still called him master. Master, our whole family was killed and the bodies were thrown under the cliff in front. We want to leave here tomorrow. Please allow us to go to the cliff to pay tribute to our relatives. So this is what it means. Yi Kun nodded, picked up the torch, stood up and said, let's go, I'll take you there. Yu Lian and Chen Hua were extremely grateful and kowtowed again, then followed Yi Kun towards the cliff in front of the camp. The cliff is only 50 meters away from the camp. Yi Kun had asked the captives before, and they said that the cliff was 100 feet deep, and there was a large rift valley below, which ran for 10 miles from east to west. The environment was harsh, with miasma everywhere and poisonous snakes and insects everywhere. And there are countless corpses below. Over the years, the robbers would kill the women they had captured and then throw them down the cliff. They would also throw the hostages they had captured down the cliff if they could not extort money from them. So during this bandit suppression campaign, the robbers were forced into a desperate situation by Ikuin and did not dare to go deep into the ravine under the cliff. Because if you go down there you will die, and that is not a place for people to stay. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Yulian and Chuanhua knelt down together, facing the canyon below, crying bitterly, their voices heartbreaking. Ikuin also sighed. The robbers killed people without restraint, gnashing their teeth and sucking blood. Why did you come here from afar? Behind him, there were footsteps. Qin Erwu limped over with a torch in his hand and stood beside Ikuin without saying a word. Ikuin nodded slightly. On the top of the cliff, the night wind is cool. Yulian and Chuanhua were still crying, and their tears were getting louder and louder. Ikuin stepped forward, took off his robe, put it on his sister-in-law Chuanhua's shoulders, and comforted her. The dead cannot be resurrected. Please accept my condolences and go back to rest. I have killed the robber, which is also revenge for your family. Chuanhua Yulian turned around to thank him and bowed. Qin Erwu was a bit stupid and blurted out. Brother Dalong, you should be a good person and do your best. Tomorrow, tie a rope and bring up the body of the relative. Then find a place to bury him. It will be a good deed. Upon hearing this, Chuanhua and Yulian looked at Ikuin pitifully. Ikuin was annoyed and glared at Qin Erwu. Okay, tomorrow we will go down together. As long as you dare to go down, I will dare to go down. In his previous life, Ikuin also liked rock climbing and bungee jumping. Someone here has a hemp rope, so be prepared. Even if Ikuin really goes down, he will not be afraid. Qin Erwu grinned. What are you afraid of? I'll accompany you tomorrow. Thump. Chuanhua and Yulian knelt down again and kowtowed to Ikuin. Master, we will work like slaves to repay your kindness. This time, Ikuin was completely trapped. You're welcome. Bring up the remains of your family members tomorrow and we'll talk. Ikuin shook his head and took Qin Erwu back to the camp, asking, Erwu, how come your other leg didn't limp during the battle today? This guy will only be obedient if both of his legs are lame. Qin Erwu was puzzled. I'm not injured, why am I limping? Well, you better be careful. Ikuin stared at Qin Erwu's good legs, wondering when he could find an excuse to interrupt them. Early the next morning, County Magistrate Lu and County Assistant Magistrate Wang arrived, bringing with them 12 men. Ikuin had worked hard all night and was now sitting in front of the cave door, sleeping soundly with his spear in his arms. County Magistrate Lu was very moved and said to County Magistrate Wang, Mr. Yi never took off his armor or put down his spear. He was conscientious in his duties. He is really a tough guy. County Magistrate Wang chuckled and said, Master Lu is right. Ikuin was awakened, rubbed his eyes, stood up and clasped his fists. Master Lu, you are here. I have sealed all the robbers' property in the warehouse and registered it, waiting for your decision. Well, Mr. Yi really didn't let me down. County Magistrate Lu laughed and followed Ikuin into the warehouse to take inventory of the property. Ikuin took the registration form and checked the accounts one by one in person. County Magistrate Lu took the registration form and said to County Magistrate Wang, County Magistrate Wang, please register again. I'll read it out and you take note. 250 grams of gold, 170 grams of silver, 150 grams of loose copper coins, 1 roll of rags of silk, 3 rolls of fine linen, some coarse linen, some corn and brown rice, and other rags can be ignored. Ikuin was stunned. This County Magistrate Lu is more promising than I thought. I thought that County Magistrate Lu would be half evil, but unexpectedly, he wanted all of it. However, Ikuin had already promised to give the soldiers a reward, which he had to honor, so he said, Master Lu, yesterday, in order to encourage the brothers to kill the enemy, I promised to give each brother 2 taels of silver, and 10 taels of pension to the brothers who died. County Magistrate Lu frowned. Isn't this too much? All the silver is given to these soldiers. Is it worth it? Not much. Ikuin smiled. My lord, you have compassion for your subordinates. These soldiers will swear to be loyal to you until death. And I have already promised, and I cannot go back on my word. Well, since you agreed, let's do as you said. Yi Kuan nodded and asked Zhu Dachuan and Qin Erwu to take the silver and divide the loot according to the number of their men. County Magistrate Lu smiled and said to Yi Kuan, Mr. Yi has made great contributions in suppressing the bandits. I was going to give you half of these properties, but the county treasury is empty, and I still owe taxes to the court. So I thought I would give you 1/3 first, and the rest will be considered a loan from me, you see. You bastard, you really are targeting me. Yi Kuan laughed. I am just a commoner with a humble life. It was only under the command and coordination of Lord Lu that I was lucky enough to win the victory in suppressing the bandits. How dare I take credit for it? Whatever you give me, it is a reward to me. I don't care how much it is. County Magistrate Lu was overjoyed and shook Yi Kuan's hand. I have heard Shangguan Jifu say that Mr. Yi values righteousness over money. After meeting him today, I know that what he said is true. County Magistrate Wang also gave a thumbs up and praised Yi Kuan. The two thieves discussed it and gave Yi Kuan 3 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver, 30 strings of copper coins, and some jewelry and jade ornaments. There were also some silk cloth and 100 kilograms of coarse salt. Yi Kuan didn't care and accepted the spoils, and also asked for 2 copper basins and a copper pot from the robber's den. Magistrate Lu organized the county soldiers to carry valuables down the mountain, and dug 3 feet into the ground to search the entire camp. It was noisy and didn't end until noon. There were still a lot of rags left in the camp. Magistrate Lu was straightforward and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, if you like the remaining things, you can take them all back. Okay, I'll take a look and take back whatever is useful and give it to the villagers. Yi Kuan nodded and said to County Magistrate Lu, I have 2 new concubines. The family of the concubines was thrown off a cliff by the bandit leader, the Fierce Bear, the day before yesterday. I plan to go under the cliff to look for the remains of the concubines' family. County Magistrate and County Magistrate Wang, do you want to stay and take a look? Yi Kuan asked Magistrate Lu to stay in order to prove his innocence. Otherwise, the Dog County Magistrate would suspect that he was hiding the robber's property, which would be very dangerous. The county magistrate confiscated the property of the county, and the prefectural governor exterminated the entire family. The Dog County Magistrate has the power to cover up everything. Once he becomes suspicious of me, he might even destroy me. County Magistrate Lu rolled his eyes and asked County Magistrate Wang, County Magistrate Wang, how about we stay and take a look? County Magistrate Wang chuckled and said, okay, let's take a look together. The 2 traders were also worried that Yi Kuan might be hiding something, so they stayed reluctantly. Yi Kuan called Yu Lian Chunhua, and brought County Magistrate Lu and County Magistrate Wang to the edge of the cliff. Qin Chou had already brought some tiger hunting team members to install simple equipment on the edge of the cliff, drove in piles, and set up 2 wooden frames to make a sturdy well frame and windlass. The long ropes are also all ready. In fact, there is no need for a windlass. Qin Chou was just being too cautious. In theory, if each group of 10 people pulls a rope, safety can be ensured. Yi Kuan checked the equipment and confirmed that there was no problem. He then set up the main rope and auxiliary rope, which was equivalent to a double insurance setting. The main rope was tied around himself and slowly let down by everyone. The auxiliary rope and the main rope are parallel, and Yi Kuan holds them with his hands. Before going down, Yi Kuan used the bandits' clothes, wrapped some hay and firewood, lit them on fire, and threw them off the cliff. In this way, the poisonous insects and snakes under the cliff can be driven away. To prevent miasma, Yi Kuan also wrapped his head with linen and poured water on it. If there is really miasma, covering your mouth and nose with several layers of wet cloth is equivalent to a gas mask. Everything was arranged properly. Yi Kuan checked and confirmed again, and prepared to go down the cliff with Qin Erwu. Yulian Chuanhua knelt down again, weeping and bowing again. Thank you very much, sir, for your mercy and your help. Even if we were to be torn to pieces, it would be hard for us to repay you. Yi Kuan shook his head, it's okay, you're welcome. Magistrate Lu observed Yulian Chunhua's expression and found that she was really sad, so he believed Yi Kuan's words and said with a fist. Mr. Yi, I have to go back and take care of some business, so I'll leave first. I'll ask Zhu Dachuan to stay with 5 soldiers and wait for your orders. It would take time to go down the cliff to look for the body, and County Magistrate Lu couldn't wait. The same goes for leaving Zhu Dachuan behind to monitor Yikuan. Yikuan nodded. Go slowly, Magistrate. Mr. Yi is young and handsome, with good taste. These two girls from Sichuan are also beauties. County Magistrate Lu looked at Yu Lian Chunhua again, smiled and left. Dog Magistrate. Yikuan cursed in his heart and started to walk down the cliff. The two windlasses turned together, lowering Yikuan and Qin Erwu down. The two people are 1 meter apart, so that they can take care of each other. Yikuan had experience in rock climbing, so he was not worried. Instead, he was relaxed and said with a smile, Erwu, you are working so hard. Are you attracted to the Sichuan girl and her sister-in-law? You're talking nonsense. Qin Erwu shook his head. I like my aunt's little daughter, Ji Qinnu. Passionate woman. Yikuan was stunned for a moment, then he understood and said with a smile, I know, Ji Qin is from Guanjia village, right? In the country of Deding, men are superior to women. Many girls in the countryside do not have names, so they use their father's surname plus their mother's surname as their name. The same goes for Meng Jiangnu, who cried down the Great Wall. She originally had no name, but was called Meng Jiangnu because her father's surname was Meng and her mother's surname was Jiang. If Yikuan and Jiang Yurong have a daughter in the future, they can also name her Yi Jiangnu. Qin Erwu smiled happily. Now that I have money, when I go home this time, I will go to my aunt's house to propose marriage. Yikuan smiled awkwardly. Congratulations, congratulations. If close relatives marry, they will give birth to idiots. But Yikuan couldn't say it. If he did, people wouldn't believe him and would scold him for meddling in other people's business and for talking nonsense. As we were chatting, we were almost at the bottom of the cliff. Looking down, it was only 5 or 6 feet from the ground. On Qin Erwu's side, there was suddenly a problem with the rope and he couldn't let it go. Qin Erwu shouted, what's going on up there? Has the rope reached its end? Qin Cho on the cliff was also frightened and shouted to the people below, Erwu, did you fall down? Why is the rope so light? Yikuan took a look, looked up and shouted, it should be Erwu's rope, stuck in the cracks of the rocks. Pull it up and try again. But it was very strange. The rope was stuck tightly in the cracks of the rocks and could neither go up nor down. Qin Erwu was anxious, and grabbed the auxiliary rope, shouting, I'll go down along the auxiliary rope, you guys hold it tighter. Yikuan took a look and thought that this height should be fine. Qin Erwu had enough strength to make it to the bottom of the cliff, so he said, I'll go down first. Erwu, take your time. Don't worry. Qin Erwu nodded, grabbed the secondary rope, and unbuttoned the main rope on his body. Yikuan slowly fell to the ground, pulled out the pine from behind his waist, took out the fire starter, lit it, and looked around. The ground was covered with corpses and white bones. There were still more than a dozen corpses lying there, including the robbers who jumped off the cliff yesterday, and the merchants who were killed by the robbers the day before yesterday. The merchants' clothes had been stripped off, leaving them naked, and their bodies were easily distinguished from those of the robbers. Because clothes are also money, when robbers kill people, they will naturally leave the clothes behind and not let go of even a piece of cloth. Yikuan was looking around when he saw a dazzling golden light 3 steps to the left. After taking a quick glance, Yikuan was surprised and delighted. A big yellow chain, thicker than a dog chain, was thrown on the ground. Without thinking too much, Yikuan picked up the chain in his hand. From the heavy feel of the pendant, he knew it was real gold. I estimate it to be about 10 kilograms. Seeing that Qin Erwu had not come down yet, Yikuan quickly wrapped the golden dog chain around his waist and covered it with clothes. The chain was 7 or 8 feet long and wrapped around Yikuan's waist 3 times. Yikuan didn't know that the chain was dropped by the ruthless bear last night. Henren Xiong was originally a goldsmith. After becoming a robber, he got a furnace, hammer and other gold-making tools. He exchanged the stolen property for gold, which he made into a suit of armor and a golden belt, which he carried with him. Firstly, the ruthless bear does not trust his subordinates. Secondly, with this arrangement, he is also prepared to run away at any time. Last night, Yikuan launched a general attack. Henren Xiong knew that he was doomed to die, so he threw down his gold chain, not wanting to give Yikuan an easy opportunity. But by some strange coincidence, the 100 taels of gold still fell into Yikuan's hands. At this moment, Yikuan was rich and overjoyed. I had originally been thinking of finding an opportunity to break Qin Erwu's other leg, but now I've forgiven him. Not only did Yikuan forgive him, he also wanted to become his sworn brother. Thanks to Brother Erwu's advice, I earned an extra 100 taels of gold without anyone noticing. After a long time, Qin Erwu came down. It was afternoon and the light was dim at the foot of the cliff. The flames from the rags and firewood that had been thrown down earlier were no longer very big. Yikuan held a torch and identified the corpse on the ground. There were more than a dozen fresh corpses. One of the corpses was a young woman, who looked to be in her 20s. She had been stripped naked and was lying on the ground. There were bloodstains on his body, probably left behind by the bandits after he was raped. According to Yulian and Chuanhua's descriptions of their relatives' age and appearance, the female corpse was Chuanhua's sister-in-law. Seeing this tragic scene, Yikuan was furious. None of the robbers in Sheeping Mountain are innocent. Fortunately, we did not show mercy yesterday and killed all the robbers, otherwise, we would be sorry for the victims. Yikuan stripped off the clothes from the robber's body, covered the female corpse with them, tied them tightly with a thin hemp rope, and then tied a thick hemp rope around the female corpse's waist, and asked the people on top to pull the rope. Here, Yikuan had no choice but to simply cover the female corpse and try his best to maintain the final dignity of the deceased. Qin Erwu also found the body of Chuanhua's father, wrapped it in a piece of clothing, tied it to the auxiliary rope, and had it lifted and pulled from above. Chuanhua's family had 5 members killed, her parents, her eldest brother and his wife, and her second brother. Yulian is Chuanhua's second sister-in-law. Because she and Chuanhua are both beautiful, they are temporarily spared from death. With more people than others, they had more power and completed the task quickly. The bodies of Chuanhua's relatives were all hoisted up. Yikuan looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground and didn't dare to stay for long, so he went upstairs immediately with Qin Erwu. On the top of the cliff, Chuanhua and Yulian had collapsed to the ground crying and were about to faint. Yikuan stepped forward and sighed. "Don't cry, I'll take my brothers and find a place to bury your relatives. It's getting late, and we should go home." Yikuan hadn't been home for several days and he missed Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi. Of course, there is also Jiao Jiao waiting in the county inn. This time when I go back, I also have to deal with the case of Jiao Jiao's father Ma Fugui, and I have to see it through to the end. Yulian Chuanhua didn't dare to cry anymore and knelt down to express her gratitude. Yikuan called on the tiger hunting team members to carry the bodies out of the bandit camp and bury them simply halfway up the hillside. They also made a tombstone with wooden boards and wrote the name of the deceased on it. The dead are the greatest. Yikuan led the tiger hunting team members to bow 3 times in front of the grave and poured several bowls of wine on the grave to comfort the souls who died in a foreign land. Yulian Chuanhua was extremely grateful and bowed to Yikuan again. The aunt and sister-in-law fell into a den of robbers and thought they would be humiliated and die. They were overjoyed to be rescued by Yikuan. Now, Yikuan once again risked his life and went deep into the Beishang Canyon to help them retrieve the bodies of their loved ones and bury and worship them. For Yulian Chuanhua, this is something she could never repay even if she were to die. Yikuan led the team back to the county town. All the valuable things in the robber's den were taken away by Yikuan. At this time, County Magistrate Lu brought his share of the spoils home and was having tea and plotting with County Magistrate Wang. County Magistrate Lu trimmed his beard and said, "County Magistrate Wang, Yikuan has taken so much property in just a few days. Isn't that too much? Do you think you can find an excuse to convict Yikuan and get our things back?" The county magistrate confiscated the property of the county, and the prefectural governor exterminated the entire family. It would be easy for County Magistrate Lu to plot against a commoner like Yikuan who had no background. "My lord, you must not do that." County Magistrate Wang was obviously a shrewd man, and he laughed and said, "Yikuan is Shangguan Jifu's sworn brother, and they swore to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. If we kill Yikuan, will Shangguan Jifu let it go when he comes back?" County Magistrate Lu pondered in silence. County Magistrate Wang laughed again and said, "Sir, not only can we not touch Yikuan, we must also use him. Because Yikuan is just lustful, not greedy for money. He is also loyal to you and very obedient. He took a little from the bandit suppression this time, but you took more. County Magistrate Lu nodded and smiled, that makes sense. County Magistrate Wang continued, we should report Yikuan's military achievements and let him continue to serve as the acting county lieutenant. He will make money for you and serve you in the future. You can just stay at home and drink tea and accompany your wife. How nice is that? Okay, I'll listen to County Magistrate Wang. If Yikuan doesn't obey, it won't be too late to deal with him later. County Magistrate Lu chuckled and said, give orders to have a banquet tonight to celebrate Yikuan's success. When it got dark, Yikuan led the team back to the county town. First, he arranged his belongings and the tiger hunting team members in the inn. When Jiao Jiao saw Yikuan coming back, her face flushed with excitement. She threw herself into Yikuan's arms regardless of the public watching. Brother Kuan, you are finally back. Are you not hurt? Yan Liuhai smirked, Brother Kuan is not injured, there will be no problem in the bridal chamber tonight. Lu Hai, you all take a rest and wait for instructions. Yikuan glared at Yan Liuhai, and took Yulian Chuanhua into the inn, saying to Ma Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, I will take you and your daughter to see County Magistrate Lu and settle your father's case. Jiao Jiao nodded, looked at Yulian Chuanhua again, and asked, Brother Kuan, the two of them. This is Yulian Chuanhua, a sister-in-law from Sichuan. I rescued them from Shiping Mountain. I'll give them to you temporarily, and I'll find a way to arrange it later. Yulian Chuanhua thought Jiao Jiao was Yikuan's first wife, and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, Yulian Chuanhua, meet the mistress. I am not. Jiao Jiao blushed, we are the same, both are Brother Kuan's concubine. Okay, it's good that you two have met each other. You will be sisters from now on. Yikuan smiled and came to find Ma Fugue. Ma Fugue had already learned that Yikuan had won a great victory, and he was even more excited and happy, and was about to kowtow again. Yikuan supported Ma Fugue and said, Uncle Ma, I will take you to see County Magistrate Lu and settle your case. Ma Fugue nodded repeatedly, and took Jiao Jiao and Yikuan to see County Magistrate Lu. As soon as he walked out of the post house, County Magistrate Wang came to meet him, clasped his fists and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, County Magistrate Lu has set up a banquet to welcome you and celebrate your success. You two are so kind, I will never repay you even if I die. Yikuan clasped his fists and smiled, then went to the county government office with County Magistrate Wang. As expected, County Magistrate Lu arranged a banquet with singing girls and dancers. Yikuan was not in the mood to drink. He clasped his fists and said, Master Lu, the case of my father-in-law Ma Fugue. Mr. Yi, please have a drink first, and then we can do business. County Magistrate Lu chuckled and said, the traitor who falsely accused Ma Fugue lives in the county town. He can't get away. Yikuan had no choice but to sit down with Jiao Jiao. At the banquets in the Deding Kingdom, people sat at separate tables, with a low table in front of each person, on which were placed simple dishes and wine. Jiao Jiao is Yikuan's person and can sit at the same table with Yikuan. Ma Fugue was asked to leave. As a small businessman, he could not attend such a high-end banquet. After 3 rounds of drinking, County Magistrate Lu said, Mr. Yi, I will report your military merits for this bandit suppression. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be awarded a title. Yikuan was delighted when he heard this. It is not bad to have a title. You will be a person of status in the future. Of course, Yikuan also knew that this little bit of military merit was only a low-level title, so he could forget about being appointed as Prime Minister or a Marquis. County Magistrate Lu continued. In addition, the position of County Lieutenant is vacant. I would like to ask Mr. Yi to continue to serve as the acting County Lieutenant to catch thieves and arrest bandits. If Shangguan Jifu does not come back in more than 2 months, Mr. Yi will be the official County Lieutenant and receive the court salary. If Lord Shangguan comes back, you can also serve as the Deputy County Lieutenant. According to the system of the Deding Kingdom, if the position of County Lieutenant has been vacant for more than 3 months, the County Magistrate can reappoint someone else. In large counties with large populations, 2 county lieutenants can be appointed. Now, Shangguan Jifu is nominally a county lieutenant, but he is leading troops outside. The position of county lieutenant is actually vacant. Yikuan thought for a moment and said, I am afraid that I am not talented enough to take on this task and fail your kindness. Besides, my mother is still at home and needs my filial care by her bedside. Yi Kuan is not interested in this temporary county lieutenant. Now that I have money, it would be great to go home and accompany Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi, and play with my second aunt when I have nothing to do. County Magistrate Wang on the side nodded repeatedly at Yi Kuan, indicating that Yi Kuan should agree, and said with a smile, Mr. Yi is a good commander of troops. Isn't it a waste of talent to be a county lieutenant? County Magistrate Lu also laughed and said, I have an old mother at home, so I can run around. Being a county lieutenant is not too busy. Yi Kuan had no choice but to agree, and said with a fist, Okay, thank you both for your kindness, I will give it a try. County Magistrate Lu was satisfied and said with a smile. Now, Mr. Yi can take Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan to search for Tian Sunhuai's property. This man disregarded human ethics and his status as an elder, and falsely accused his closest relatives. He should be executed. He should be taken to prison first, and then reported to the county magistrate, and then executed immediately. His property should be confiscated and confiscated. Yi Kuan nodded and asked, Then what should I do with my father-in-law's confiscated property? Return them all. County Magistrate Lu smiled and said, He's Mr. Yi's father-in-law, so of course I have to take care of him. Thank you, sir. I will take my leave now. Yi Kuan clasped his fists, stood up and left the table, immediately called Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, and took 20 soldiers to South Street. Ma Fugui and Jiao Jiao got on the carriage and went with them. South Street is the most prosperous place in the county. The main street is 1 mile long, with businesses on both sides, including restaurants, inns, and brothels. Ma Fugui's uncle Tian Sunhuai also runs a tavern, and his business competes with the Ma family tavern. Tian Sunhuai framed Ma Fugui for 2 reasons. Firstly, to bring down his rival. Secondly, according to the laws of the dating kingdom, if one reported a crime committed by a close relative, the person could get half of the criminal's property. Because Ma Fugui's case has not been concluded yet, Tian Sunhuai did not receive the reward, but only received the promise of a blank check. When Yi Kuan led his troops to South Street, it was bustling here. Master June, come and play. The young ladies from the brothel stood at the door and greeted us warmly. The warblers and the flowers are in full bloom. There was also a young lady who teased Yi Kuan, waving and shouting, This soldier on horseback is so majestic, come down and have a cup of tea. These young ladies are so bold that they even dare to tease the county lieutenant. If in the future, Yi Kuan's current identity would be equivalent to that of a county-level armed minister, and he would also have some of the powers of a county public security bureau chief. The fallen women in later generations are not so bold. Yi Kuan, a new official, was careful about his identity and image. He rode on his horse without looking around. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao were both frequent customers here and were very familiar with these young ladies. They said with a smile, I'll come and play with you guys tomorrow after I finish the case. Keep moving forward. Yi Kuan took a glance and saw that in front of the brothel door in front, Wang Dekue, a member of the tiger hunting team of Chao Miao village, was carrying Zhou Tiehu, who had a broken leg, and bargaining with someone in front of the door. This week, Tiehu, who had a broken leg, still came to visit the brothel. Why didn't I see you being so fierce during the war? Qin Erwu is still innocent and only thinks about his cousin Ji Qinnu. Wang Dekue didn't see Yi Kuan and was still flirting with the young ladies in front of the brothel. Yi Kuan rode forward and shouted, Wang Dekue, Zhou Taihu. Wang Dekue shivered with fear, turned around and saw Yi Kuan, then grinned, Brother De Lang, come and play with us. Tonight, we will treat you. Following Yi Kuan to fight, Wang Dekue earned 2 taels of silver and felt like he was covered in money. Please sister, I'll deal with you too when I get home. Yi Kuan was annoyed and rode away. Tian Sunhuai's pub is not closed yet. Seeing Yi Kuan dismount, Tian Sunhuai thought he was here to take care of business, so he hurried forward to greet him. Sir, would you like to eat? Tian Sunhuai is in his 50s and is plump and fair. There aren't many fat people in Dating Kingdom these days, which shows that this guy lives a good life. Yi Kuan ignored Tian Sunhuai and strode into the house. There were still a few guests drinking in the pub. Yi Kuan glanced around and shouted, the government is investigating a case. All outsiders, leave immediately. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao led their troops in. The guests were frightened and fled. Afterwards, Ma Jiao Jiao came in supporting her father Ma Fugui. Fugui, why did you come out? Tian Sanhuai was shocked when he saw his nephew. Third uncle, you didn't expect that, did you? Ma Fugui gritted his teeth and sneered, you falsely accused me of poisoning my mother. Fortunately, County Lieutenant Ikuin found out the truth for me and brought justice. Now, it's your turn. Tian Sanhuai was sweating profusely and looked at Ikuin, who is the county lieutenant. I am. Ikuin said with a stern face, Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, listen to my order. First, take this old bastard to me, then gather his family members, seal off all the rooms, and check them one by one. Zhu Dachuan stepped forward and kicked Tian Sanhuai to the ground. Others began to confiscate property. Soldiers love house raiding the most. The Tian family has quite a few people, including 2 sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren. Both sons had concubines who served as free waiters and handymen. Everyone in the room was so scared that they screamed and cried. Ikuin had no choice but to harden his heart and handle the matter impartially, registering all the confiscated properties one by one. Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan secretly hid something, and Ikuin pretended not to see it. Apart from the tavern's cooking utensils and drinks, there was not much property. Some small change and scattered copper coins, some cloth and clothes. There are also some land deeds. Ikuin also looked down on these things, so he simply acted as if he was impartial and just. Tian Sanhuai knelt down and shouted, Sir, kill me, but spare my son and grandson. Old ghost, did you spare Jiao Jiao a few days ago? Ikuin shook his head and sighed, don't blame me for being impartial. Blame you for being so unscrupulous. Retribution will come soon. Jiao Jiao tugged at Ikuin's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Brother Kuin, are all the people in my uncle's family going to be beheaded? I am only responsible for arresting people. How to deal with them specifically depends on the county magistrate's opinion. Ikuin patted Jiao Jiao's shoulder and said, Let's go, Jiao Jiao. I'm very tired these days. I want to go back and take a shower and go to bed. Jiao Jiao nodded and pulled Ikuin out the door. Ma Fugui still hated Tian Sanhuai. Southwest He deliberately leaned close to the old man's ear and whispered through gritted teeth. Uncle, I forgot to tell you. The new county lieutenant, Ikuin, is my son-in-law and Jiao Jiao's husband. Ah. Tian Sanhuai finally understood why the car overturned, and kowtowed and shouted, Jiao Jiao, please help me beg the county lieutenant to let my grandson go and give them a chance to live. At this time, Jiao Jiao had already boarded the carriage. Ikuin rode his horse and followed the carriage back to the inn. I just happened to run into Wang De Kuei and Zhou Tiehu coming back from drinking. Ikuin rolled his eyes and said, De Kuei, Taihu, I brought you out here to earn money so that you can support your mother. But you two are doing the opposite, supporting the brothels instead. Zhou Tiehu grinned and said, Brother Dalong, I will die when I am fighting bandits, so enjoy it. Shut up. Ikuin glared at Qin Erwu and said. Erwu has issued an order that all members of the tiger hunting team in Saomiao village are not allowed to go to brothels or they will be expelled. If they want women, they should go and find wives and concubines in an orderly manner. Qin Erwu nodded repeatedly, Brother Dalong is right, I only want my cousin and will never go to a brothel. Ikuin was very satisfied. By this time, it was already midnight. Ikuin took a hot bath in his room, then put the golden armor and gold chain under his pillow and fell into a sound sleep. Jiao Jiao was also taking a shower in her room, washing every corner of her body, especially the key parts, clean, ready to serve Ikuin. But when Jiao Jiao finished washing, she turned around and saw that Ikuin's door was bolted and he could hear snoring coming from the room. Jiao Jiao raised her hand and wanted to knock on the door, but finally gave up, smiled slightly, and went back to her room. Ikuin has been very busy these days, organizing military equipment, training soldiers and suppressing bandits. The next day, I slept until 8 o'clock in the morning before getting up to wash. Jiao Jiao smiled as beautiful as a flower and served on the side. Ikuin had breakfast and greeted Sichuan's aunt and sister-in-law, Yulian and Chuanhua. Yulian and Chuanhua both changed their clothes and washed themselves cleanly. She was small in stature, but well-proportioned and voluptuous, which caught Ikuin's eye. Yulian, Chuanhua, what did you do at home before? Ikuin asked after being stunned for a moment. Sir, our family used to make wine. Chuanhua and I both helped make wine at home and didn't learn housework, said Yulian. That's great. Yikuan smiled and said to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, I'll leave Yulian and Chuanhua to you. You can take them with you to do winemaking business. The winemaking method in Sichuan may be different from the one we have here. You can also communicate with each other and learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. Jiao Jiao nodded and smiled. Yulian and Chuanhua were also very happy. Yikuan stood up and took everyone to the tavern where Jiao Jiao used to live. The pub was still sealed, nailed shut with 2 pieces of wood crossed together. Yikuan pried off the wooden bar and pushed the door open. Everything in the room, including the tables, chairs, and benches, was emptied out, leaving nothing behind. Although all the property was returned, Yikuan only helped Jiao Jiao get back the house deed. As for the furniture and cooking utensils, as well as the food and the stored wine, beverages and dried meat, they were all divided up by the soldiers, and it was not easy to get them back. Yikuan was also unwilling to investigate the matter strictly and let the soldiers hate him. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. When the person is too pure, there will be no followers. For some things, it's best to turn a blind eye. Ma Fugue looked at his empty house and complained, "There is nothing at home, what should I do?" Starting from scratch with nothing is not easy in this era. Therefore, Ma Fugue is now penniless and has lost all hope. Yikuan asked, "Uncle Ma, how much does it cost to buy back all the original furniture and cooking utensils and reopen the tavern?" Jiao Jiao knows how to calculate, and she had already calculated it. She whispered, "It will cost about 7 or 8 taels of silver." "That's easy." Yikuan nodded, took out 20 taels of silver and handed it to Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, use this money to open a tavern and expand the scale. Ask Yulian and Chuanhua to help here." "Brother Kuan, this is too much." Jiao Jiao was surprised. "Not much, even if we are a good partner." Yikuan smiled and gave Yulian and Chuanhua 1 tael of silver each. "Use this tael of silver to buy clothes. In the future, if you help Jiao Jiao open a tavern, I will pay you." Yulian and Chuanhua didn't dare to ask for money, and said together, "Sir, our lives are yours, why do we need wages?" "I don't want wages, but I want pocket money." Yikuan stuffed the silver into Chuanhua's hand and said, "Use it to buy 2 sets of clothes first, and then you can settle down in peace." Chuanhua couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Yikuan called Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan again and asked with a stern face, "You 2 guys, how much did you get from the last raid here? Tell us now." Zhu Dachuan chuckled. "Lu County Magistrate's brother-in-law, Ho Chi, took the most. We only took a jar of wine, a few copper coins, and some pots and pans. Since you asked, we will return them." "Never mind." Yikuan waved his hand and said, "From now on, you should take care of the business of the Ma family tavern, but you are not allowed to get drunk and cause trouble here. You should respect Miss Jiao Jiao, Yulian, and Chuanhua. If anyone else comes to the tavern to eat for free or cause trouble, you will beat them to death." Wang Bao grinned, "Don't worry, County Lieutenant, we will definitely respect the 3 sisters-in-law. Not to mention taking care of the business." Jiao Jiao blushed, but felt very sweet in her heart, and stole a glance at Yikuan. Yikuan nodded, "Okay, next time I come, I will bring a jar of bean paste for each of your 2 captains." During this bandit suppression campaign, Yikuan donated several small cans of bean paste for everyone to eat with their meals. The soldiers tasted the bean paste and praised it highly. After arranging everything, Yikuan called Jiao Jiao and talked to her alone in the room. Jiao Jiao was very happy. She threw herself into Yikuan's arms and whispered, "Brother Kuan, I took a shower last night and went to find you, but you were already asleep. What do you want from me?" "My father asked me to serve you." Jiao Jiao's face turned even redder. Yikuan was a little eager to move, but when he looked at the empty room, there was not even a broken bed board, so he lifted Jiao Jiao's chin and said with a smile, "Jiao Jiao, you should clean up the tavern first and make it look like home. Come next time, I will serve you." Things have come to this, and Yikuan doesn't want to be hypocritical. Just accept it and let Jiao Jiao stay in the county to help you with your business. Jiao Jiao chuckled and asked in a low voice, "Brother Kuan is going back to see Sister Yurong, right? When will you come again?" "I am now a county lieutenant, and I will definitely spend a lot of time here in the future. Then I'll wait for Brother Kuan. Jiao Jiao nodded. Yi Kuan also nodded, hugged and kissed Jiao Jiao, explored each other, straightened his clothes, and said goodbye. The tiger hunting team borrowed a horse-drawn carriage from the county government, and returned to Caomiao village in the evening with more than a dozen broken carts. Although they are rags from a robber's den, they are treasures to poor families. The village suddenly became lively. The villagers surrounded Yi Kuan's convoy and asked, "Brother Dalong, have you finished hunting tigers? Where did you go this time, and how many tigers did you kill?" Qin Cho laughed and said, "We didn't go to fight a tiger. We went to fight a war and returned victorious. The things on the car are our spoils of war." The villagers were delighted, so they went to the war and looted so many things. Yi Kuan smiled but said nothing. Qin Erwu stood on the carriage, waved his hands and shouted, "Fellow villagers, our Dalong brother is now the county lieutenant. From now on, you must call him the county lieutenant, and you can no longer call him Dalong brother. Ah, Dalang is now a county lieutenant. A high-ranking official." The villagers were even more delighted, and they came forward and bowed, "Brother Dalong, you are an official now, please take care of us in the future." Some people even knelt down and kowtowed, "Sir, county lieutenant, we kowtow to you. No need to be polite, folks." Yi Kuan waved his hand to quiet everyone down, and said, "I also received some reward money from this battle. I decided to take out 20 strings of cash and share them with everyone." "Wow, 20 can. Brother Dalong, the county lieutenant, is really heroic. Good man." The villagers were delighted. Good person. Yi Kuan already had too many good guy cards, so he didn't need any at all. He smiled and said, "Everyone in the village will get 50 coins. Children under 7, the elderly over 60, widows, orphans, the disabled, and pregnant women will all get double the amount. If it's not enough, I'll add more." The villagers all bowed in thanks. "Thank you, County Lieutenant Dalong. 50 cents per person is enough to live for 1 or 2 months. Some families have many people and can start a small business with a few hundred coins." Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi, along with their second sister Yud, stood outside the crowd, looking at Yi Kuan lovingly. Yi Kuan at this moment is so handsome and fascinating. Yi Kuan left 20 strings of cash and asked Qin Cho to distribute them to the villagers. He then walked towards Jiang Yurong, "Yurong, Dai Shi, my second aunt. I'm back." Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi put their hands on their hips and bowed, "Husband is back." Yi Kuan was stunned and said with a smile, "Why are you being polite to me after not seeing me for a few days? My husband is an official now, and things are different now." Jiang Yurong smiled. "What's the difference?" Yi Kuan led everyone home and whispered, "If you don't believe me, I'll check you guys tonight and make sure everything is still the same." Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi both blushed. Behind him, the second aunt Yud sneered, but quickly covered her mouth to hold it back. It seems that this girl actually understood what Yi Kuan said. Yi Kuan turned around and smiled, "Second aunt, I came back to bring you a gift, guess what it is?" This time, Yud blushed and lowered his head and said, "Brother-in-law, how could I have guessed?" Jiang Yurong laughed softly and said, "Dalang, I guess you brought a silk belly band for second sister, right?" Whoosh, my second aunt ran away. Some time ago, Yi Kuan bought silk belly bands for Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi. It is said that the second aunt's sister was very envious after seeing it. "It's not a belly band. I'll give it to you later." Yi Kuan smiled and went to meet his mother first. As for his mother, Yi Kuan only briefly mentioned her and did not dare to mention the various life-threatening and thrilling experiences of fighting the robbers. The old mother was blind, so she didn't want to ask more questions. When she learned that her son had become a county lieutenant, she was extremely happy. She clasped her hands together and smiled, "Ancestors bless me, my son has a promising future." Yi Kuan chatted with his mother for a while, then went to talk to Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi. This time, Yi Kuan brought back 2 carriages of things, all in the yard. "Yurong, Dai Shi, come here." Yi Kuan showed off and opened the spoils. 1 roll of embroidered silk and 1 roll of white silk, 3 rolls of rami cloth and 5 rolls of fine linen cloth, to make clothes for you. There are also jewelry, take whatever you like. Daishi smiled and said, I am a concubine and I have to listen to Sister Yurong. Jiang Yurong was also kind and said with a smile, anyway, if I have it, Daishi will have it too. I won't bully her. Yikuan took out a few more bronze mirrors, left the big one to Jiang Yurong and Daishi, and took the two smaller ones to find his second aunt. These bronze mirrors were bought by Yikuan in the county town. The newly polished bronze mirror is very bright and can clearly show every detail of a person at a close distance. Second Aunt Yud was hiding in the backyard and peeking at Yikuan. Seeing Yikuan coming, the second aunt's sister-in-law blushed and went into her own little room. Yikuan walked over and raised the small bronze mirror. Second sister, I brought you a bronze mirror. You are so beautiful, so look in the mirror more often and dress up more. A girl of 14 or 15 is at the age when she loves to show off. Brother-in-law, this mirror, is it for me? Second aunt's sister's eyes brightened. The poor people of Dating Kingdom have no mirrors. If you want to look in the mirror and fix your makeup, just get a basin of water. Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. This old saying has been passed down from ancient times. Even if the daughter of a wealthy family got married and had a palm-sized bronze mirror as a dowry, it would still arouse envy. Of course it's for you. Yikuan nodded and smiled. The second aunt came over excitedly and threw herself in front of Yikuan. Yikuan thought that his second aunt wanted to reward him, but he didn't expect you to snatch the bronze mirror and run to his sister Yurong's bedroom. Sister, I have a bronze mirror. Yikuan shook his head and smiled. Your sister's bronze mirror is bigger than yours. But at this moment, the sound of Yao Katie crying was heard from the spinning workshop next door. Yikuan walked over and asked, What's wrong, Katie? Did anyone bully you? Yao Katie wiped her tears and said pitifully, Brother Dalong, Sister Yurong, and the others all have bronze mirrors, but I don't have one. Who said you didn't? Yikuan smiled and took out a small bronze mirror from his arms. Isn't this for you? Brother Dalong, I have one too. Katie burst into laughter and threw herself into Yikuan's arms. I thought, you didn't want me anymore. As he spoke, tears began to flow again. Silly girl, I treat you as my sister, how could I not want you? Yikuan touched Katie's little head and said with a smile, I also brought you some fruits and candied fruits. I'll give them to you later. Yikuan also took out two small bronze mirrors and gave them to Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu. The concubines of these two wealthy families were actually girls from poor families. They had no food to eat and were sold by their parents. The third aunt's sister was very talented. She had already found the candied fruit and started eating it without any hesitation, taking the bottle. Sanner was only in his teens, but he was aware of his identity as a beggar, so he was cautious and did not dare to come forward. Yikuan also took some fruit for Sanner and said, Sanner Pinger, your sister Jiao Jiao has opened a tavern again. I will take you back to the county town to play in a few days. Jiao Jiao misses you too. Sanner lowered his head and said, Uncle, I won't go. I'll stay at home and work. Yikuan nodded, Okay, take good care of your sister. After a while, I will teach you to read together with Yotsai. Yotsai shouted, I have fruit to eat, I don't want to study. Yikuan smiled and said, Only by studying can you reap good rewards. Daishi and Jiang Yurong were very happy. They cleaned up the dinner and heated up some wine for Yikuan. Yikuan accompanied his mother, took everyone to dinner, and asked about the situation at home. Daishi said, Everything is fine, except that the spinning wheel is not as useful as before, and the yarn it spins is not as even and neat. Yikuan nodded, ate his meal, and went to look at the spinning wheel. Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu began to operate, and Yikuan watched from the side. Soon, Yikuan found out the problem. The problem lies with the wooden shaft and the shaft sleeve. Due to severe wear and tear, the gap is large, which affects the accuracy of the spinning wheel and also affects the speed. These are specially selected jujube trees, elm trees, and locust trees, which are considered to be sturdy trees, but they cannot withstand continuous rotation. It's okay. Just use it like this for now. Go slower if you want. Yikuan nodded and said, I will go to the county tomorrow to modify the wooden shaft and the shaft sleeve, add a copper sleeve, and there will be no problem. Bronze accessories are actually not wear resistant, but they are much better than wood. This problem can be solved by adding a copper sleeve to the wooden shaft and embedding a copper sleeve in the shaft sleeve. Pay attention to lubrication and maintenance, and there will be no problem using it for a year. Daishi said, Brother Dalong, these past 2 days, many women in the village have come to see our spinning wheel and want you to help make one. None of them. Yikuin shook his head and smiled. Our spinning wheel will no longer be shown to outsiders. If the villagers ask about it, tell them that we will soon build a large workshop and let everyone come to work. Each person will get 3 copper coins a day, plus 2 meals. Since he is not making any money yet, Yikuin wants to protect his patent. Jiang Yurong was very happy. Should we open a big workshop? But the house is not big enough. Yikuin nodded. I will build a house. In the future, I will have a special spinning workshop, a sauce-making workshop, and my carpentry workshop. The place is too small to be developed, so we have to build houses. Yikuin is rich now, and it is time for him to realize his ambitions. After dinner, Yikuin came to Jiang Yurong's room and gently hugged her waist. Jiang Yurong smiled and said, Brother Dalong, I am not feeling well these 2 days. You can go find Daishi, or Sanyang, and Hong Yu. Jia Xinghua, nicknamed Sanyang. Don't talk nonsense, my wife. Sanyang and Hong Yu were brought back by me to work, not concubines. Yikuin and Jiang Yurong played around for a while and then went to Daishi's room. Daishi was very happy and flattered him in every way. After finishing, Daishi curled up in Yikuin's arms and asked, Brother Dalong, why didn't you bring Jiao Jiao back? Jiao Jiao is still in the county town, running a pub with her father. Yikuin pinched Daishi's nose and said, When I have time, I will take you and Yurong to the county town to play. Early the next morning, Yikuin went to see the village chief Qin Cho and asked him to find someone to help him build a house. Katie's family has 4 residential plots with a total area of over 1,000 square meters, so they will build them first. There are 3 houses between Katie's house and Yikuin's house. Yikuin found the villagers of these 3 families, found another place, built new houses for them, and replaced their residential land. In this way, Yikuin would have more than 20 connected residential plots, plus the yard, covering an area of about 5,000 square meters, which was enough. Qin Cho took Yen Liuhai Wang de Kuei and others to handle the matter immediately. Yikuin disassembled a spinning wheel, took all the parts with him, and prepared to go to the county town to find a carpenter to produce it in large quantities. These parts were divided into 3 parts by Yikuin. Each carpenter only processes part of the parts, and then Yikuin assembles them himself. In this way, there is no need to worry about the spinning technology leaking out. Just as they were about to leave for the county town, Jiang Yurong's sister-in-law Xue Sangu came crying. Jiang Yurong was surprised. She caught Xue Sangu and asked, Sister-in-law, is there any trouble at home? Something happened, uncle. Aunt Xue hugged Yikuin's legs and cried, Uncle, Yurong's father and elder brother have been beaten. You have to lead the tiger hunting team to support us. Yikuin frowned. Who hit you? Is the injury serious? It was the Jiang Laowu brothers from the village who beat us up. Xue Sangu cried and told the story in a halting manner. This Jiang Laowu is also Jiang Yurong's cousin, and a member of the Wufu family. They are numerous and powerful, and are the overlords of Jiangatu village. They also buy hemp silk and do hemp thread business. Jiang Yurong's elder brother Jiang Yobao, commissioned by Yikuin, purchased hemp silk near Jianghato, which affected the Jiang Laowu brothers, slightly raised the price, and also increased the labor cost of the Jiang Laowu brothers in purchasing hemp silk. Therefore, Jiang Laowu's brother beat up Jiang Yobao and his son and threatened him not to buy hemp silk anymore. Aunt Xue wiped her tears and said, Son-in-law, Jiang Laowu also told you not to come to our Jiangatu in the future, otherwise, I will break your legs. Jiang Yurong and her second and third sisters burst into tears when they learned that their father and eldest brother had been beaten. Yurong, don't cry. Yikuin comforted Jiang Yurong and said with a smile, Pack up now, and we will go to Jiangatu village to see how Jiang Laowu broke my leg. After all, I am the acting county lieutenant now. This leg can be broken so easily. Jiang Yurong wiped her tears and took her second sister to pack up and prepare to return to her parents' home. Yikuin called Qin Erwu over again and gave him some instructions in a low voice. Qin Erwu nodded and went to prepare immediately. Aunt Shui shouted, "Son-in-law, bring the tiger hunting team and beat Jiang Laowu up severely to avenge my men." Yi Kun nodded and smiled, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I know." Not long after, Jiang Yurong and her second sister packed up and took their third sister Yotsai to the carriage in front of the door. Aunt Shui Sangu also sat on it. Yi Kun rode the horse and let Qin Erwu drive the carriage. Before lunch, everyone came to Jiangito village. As soon as he entered the village, he was discovered by Jiang Laowu and others. Because the brothers also knew that Shui Sangu had gone to Chao Miao village to ask for help. Yi Kun first visited his father-in-law Jiang Guizhu and his brother-in-law Jiang Yobao. Jiang Guizhu was fine, except that his face was bruised and had panda eyes. Jiang Yobao was in a more miserable situation. His head was broken and was wrapped in cloth. His leg was also injured and he walked with a limp. Seeing Yi Kun, Jiang Guizhu burst into tears. "Son-in-law, we have been bullied, but you don't have to seek revenge. We can't afford to offend others in Jiangito." The old father-in-law is quite honest. He doesn't dare to cause trouble, nor does he want to drag Yi Kun into it. Of course, Jiang Guizhu doesn't know yet that his son-in-law has become the acting county lieutenant. In the entire Jiangito village, no one knew Yi Kun's current identity as the county lieutenant. Jiang Yobao yelled, "Son-in-law, bring the tiger hunting team from Caomiao village here and kill them for me." Yi Kun nodded and asked, "Who is the patriarch of the Jiang family in Jiangito village?" "The clan leader is Jiang Laowu's father. His son beat me, and he was directing me from behind," Jiang Yobao said. Yi Kun nodded and went out to see. Jiang Laowu's family lives in the front row of the village. At this moment, Jiang Laowu and his brothers, as well as several uncles and cousins, came together, each carrying a harpoon and a wooden stick. Cursing and swearing, very aggressive. Qin Erwu was worried that Yi Kun would suffer a loss, so he stood behind Yi Kun holding a short crossbow. "Hey, Yi Dalong, you brought a cripple with you to pick a fight with us." Jiang Laowu laughed loudly, walked over arrogantly, and glared at him. "I was the one who beat Jiang Guizhu and Jiang Yobao. What do you want?" Jiang Laowu didn't even take Yi Kun and Qin Erwu seriously. A pale-faced young man, a cripple, has no deterrent power at all. Qin Erwu was so angry that he yelled, "Even though I'm lame, I can still beat you. Do you believe I can shoot you to death with one arrow?" Qin Erwu is a ruthless guy who doesn't talk much. If he is pushed into a corner, he would really dare to shoot an arrow and kill someone. "Erwu, no disrespect is allowed." Yi Kun, however, was very polite. He cupped his fist towards Jiang Laowu and the others and said with a smile, "I am Yi Dalong. Although I am Jiang Heto's son-in-law, I am poor and have never visited my relatives and uncles and brothers. I am sorry. Use courtesy before force, to avoid being accused of using force to bully others." Jiang Laowu thought Yi Kun was scared and laughed. "Yi Dalong, it's good that you're scared. I warn you, stop buying hemp silk near our Jiangito village immediately. From now on, you are still our Jiangito's son-in-law, and we will treat you with courtesy. If you continue to buy hemp silk and go against me, don't blame me for being rude." Behind him, Jiang Laowu's brothers all shouted, "If he dares to come and buy hemp silk again, I will break his legs. What a bastard son-in-law." Jiang Yurong was almost crying, and bowed to Jiang Laowu and others. "Dear brothers and uncles, we don't accept hemp silk anymore. Please don't be angry. If you have anything to say, talk it over nicely. We are all family." The second sister Yud was holding the third sister and trembling beside her. Jiang Laowu pointed at Jiang Yurong and glared at her, cursing, "Who is your family? Once you get married, you'll be a member of the Yi family." Yi Kun nodded and winked at Qin Erwu. "You can't blame me for what happened today." Qin Erwu understood and raised his crossbow to shoot into the sky. Collapse. Chirp. The whistle arrow shot into the sky, making a shrill whistle. An arrow pierces the clouds, and heroes from all over the world come to meet. Kill. More than 20 tiger hunting team members from Chao Miao village were divided into 2 teams. They wore light armor, held bows and crossbows, and carried swords and spears on their backs. Led by Yan Liuhai and Wang Daguai, they attacked from the east and west ends of the village. Jiang Laowu and others were dumbfounded. Before they could react, the tiger hunting team arrived and surrounded Jiang Laowu and his group. Jiang Yobao and Xue Sangu were overjoyed and shouted together, "Uncle, break Jiang Laowu's legs for me." "Okay, I know what to do." Yikuan glared at Jiang Yobao and smiled at Jiang Laowu. "Jiang Laowu, you wanted to break my legs just now. Do you want my left leg or my right leg? Or both legs?" Jiang Laowu looked at the murderous tiger hunting team, sweat on his head, and stammered, I. Qin Erwu kicked him, "You still dare to call me a cripple?" Jiang Laowu's uncles and brothers all looked pale and dared not say a word. Etc. Suddenly there was a loud shout and an old man walked over quickly. Jiang Yobao quietly told Yikuan, "Son-in-law, this old man is Jiang Laowu's father, the leader of our Jiangata clan, Jiang Guxiong." As he was speaking, Jiang Guxiong walked over. Yikuan looked at Jiang Guxiong without saying anything. Jiang Guxiong looked at the situation, clasped his fists towards Yikuan and said, "This is Yi Dalong, your own son-in-law, and our Jiang Hato's son-in-law, right?" Yikuan nodded, pointed at Jiang Laowu and the others, and said with a smile, "They just called me a shitty son-in-law and wanted to break my legs. That's because they don't know etiquette. Please forgive me, sir." Jiang Guxiong straightened his clothes and bowed to Yikuan. "I am Jiang Guxiong, the old man, the leader of Jiang Hato. I am here to apologize to you, my brother-in-law. I hope you will forgive them this time. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. The old man is very cunning." Yikuan nodded, "Since the clan leader said so, I will forgive them. But they also beat my father-in-law and my eldest brother-in-law, what should I do?" "Yes, they also beat my father and me." Jiang Yobao shouted. "Yobao, shut up." Jiang Guxiong was very fierce. He glared at Jiang Yobao and said proudly to Yikuan, "I am the clan leader. I will naturally handle the fight, so you don't have to worry about it. Although you are a Jiang Hato's uncle, you are an outsider after all. You are not qualified to ask about these matters. Since ancient times, imperial power has never extended to the countryside. In village disputes, the clan leader usually has the final say." Jiang Laowu and others on the side finally reacted and shouted, "Yes, this is our Jiang family's business, it's none of your business." Jiang Guxiong waved his hand to stop Jiang Laowu, and looked at Yikuan with a fake smile. "Son-in-law, although you have a little money now, you are still a commoner like me. You brought the tiger hunting team from Caomiao village to our Jiangata, brandishing swords and guns. What do you want to do? Believe it or not, I will go to the county to sue you. Please ask the county magistrates to judge for us." Yikuan looked at Jiang Guxiong with interest. "Patriarch, are you finished?" Jiang Guxiong snorted and said with a straight face, "That's all. Yikuan, I warn you, you have no official position, so you can't manage the affairs of our Jiangata village. The tiger hunting team in Caomiao village are not soldiers. I don't believe they dare to arrest and kill people." Jiang Laowu laughed and said, "Yi Dalong, I will only obey you if you are an official." "Excuse me, I am indeed an official. I am Yikuan, the county lieutenant, and I am here to take up my post. Here is my official seal." Yikuan sneered, took out the county lieutenant's seal from his arms and held it in his hand. Since the county lieutenant rarely sat in court and was often out recruiting soldiers, training troops, suppressing bandits and catching thieves, and inspecting passes, he always carried the seal with him. "Are you the county lieutenant?" Jiang Guxiong and others were shocked. Jiang Guizhu, Jiang Yobao and others were also dumbfounded. "How come my own son-in-law is the county lieutenant? It's not an impostor, right?" Qin Erwu glared and shouted, "Yikuan is the new county lieutenant of this county. You bunch of unruly people, why don't you kneel down and pay your respects to him?" Yan Liuhai shouted, "Jiang Guxiong, we are not the tiger hunting team of Caomiao village now, but the officers and soldiers under the county lieutenant. We followed County Lieutenant Yi and came to your Jiangata for official business. Anyone who dares to resist arrest and resist the law will be killed without mercy." Jiang Guxiong was stunned for a moment, knowing that Yikuan did not dare to pretend to be the county lieutenant. He finally knelt down, kowtowed and shouted, "I am an old man with no vision. I deserve death. Please spare my life, County Lieutenant. Jiang Laowu and others also knelt down, kowtowed heavily, and shouted for mercy. Yi Kuan's face was as cold as frost, and he shouted. This county lieutenant maintains local law and order and is responsible for suppressing bandits and catching robbers. The day before yesterday, the army wiped out more than 200 bandits in Shiping Mountain. According to the bandit leader, Xiong, he has a hidden traitor in Jiangada village who gives him information and makes contact. I see that Jiang Laowu and his brothers are arrogant and domineering, running rampant in the village, and I guess that the ruthless bear is backing them up. Come on, arrest all of Jiang Laowu's brothers, take them back and torture them, and interrogate them thoroughly. It's great to be an official. The word official can open your mouth and you can say whatever you want. Jiang Yobao on the side was so happy that he almost went crazy, and he jumped up and shouted. Yes, yes, Jiang Laowu is in collusion with the bandits in Shiping Mountain. Master, quickly capture them and chop off their dog heads. Shut up, I know what to do. Yi Kuan glared at his brother-in-law. Do I need your instructions when I do things? Qin Erwu and others stepped forward, kicked Jiang Laowu to the ground, and tied him up with hemp ropes. Jiang Laowu screamed like a butchered pig, I was wrong, please spare my life, sir. I didn't collude with the robbers, it's unjust, sir. Jiang Guoxiong also kowtowed repeatedly, sir, please forgive us. We know we were wrong and we will never dare to do it again. Yi Kuan knew when to stop and pouted at Jiang Yurong, signaling her to be a good person. Jiang Laowu and others are just ordinary people. Yi Kuan cannot really accuse them of colluding with robbers and causing them to lose everything. However, Jiang Yurong was simple and innocent, and could not understand what Yi Kuan meant. She asked hesitantly. Husband, you are. There is no tacit understanding at all. Yi Kuan held back his laughter and winked and pursed his lips at his father-in-law Jiang Guozhu. Jiang Guozhu finally understood and stepped forward with his fists clasped. My dear son-in-law, the clan leader Jiang Guoxiong is my cousin. Jiang Laowu is also my nephew. I think in this matter, you should. Well, since my father-in-law has said so, I will review this matter again. Yi Kuan followed suit and shouted. Temporarily detain Jiang Laowu and the others in front of the door and keep them under careful watch. Clan leader Jiang Guoxiong, please come into my room and talk to me. Other people, please wait outside. Jiang Guoxiong knew that things had taken a turn for the better, and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, County Lieutenant, for saving my life. Jiang Guoxiong also knew that it would be very easy for the County Lieutenant to kill Jiang Laowu. You will be charged with collusion with a robber and taken back to be tortured. If you don't die, you will lose half your life. Yi Kuan winked at his father-in-law again and invited him to come into the house. Jiang Yobao also wanted to enter the house, but was stopped by Qin Erwu. In the room, there were only Yi Kuan and his wife, as well as Jiang Guozhu and Jiang Guoxiong. Sir County Lieutenant, I failed to educate my son properly and I deserve to die. Jiang Guoxiong knelt down again. Patriarch, no need to be polite. Yi Kuan helped Jiang Guoxiong up and said. You and my father-in-law are brothers from the same clan, blood relatives, and you really shouldn't use fists and feet on each other. What's more, your son Jiang Laowu is the junior of my father-in-law. Yes, yes, I am guilty of not teaching my son well. Jiang Guoxiong slapped himself left and right. All right, Patriarch. Yi Kuan stopped Jiang Guoxiong. My father-in-law pleaded with me, so I will not pursue this matter any further. I can release Jiang Laowu and others, but they must kowtow to my father-in-law and apologize. Yes, yes, I'll let them all kowtow. Jiang Guoxiong nodded repeatedly. Yi Kuan was satisfied and said to the door, let brother Jiang Laowu come in. Jiang Laowu and his brothers walked in with their heads lowered. Jiang Guoxiong went up and started beating him, cursing, why don't you kneel down and thank the county lieutenant for saving your life? Everyone knelt down and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Then, he kowtowed to Yi Kuan's father-in-law to apologize. Yi Kuan nodded, pulled Jiang Laowu up, and said with a smile. Fifth brother, you don't have to be so polite. Although I am a worthless son-in-law, we are still relatives after all. In the future, we will make money together. I will help you get rich. Jiang Laowu didn't know whether Yi Kuan was saying good things or bad things, and he was so scared that he wanted to kowtow again. Yi Kuan waved his hand and said, "Fifth brother, go and call all the widows, widowers, orphans, disabled people, pregnant women, children under 7, and elderly people over 60 in the village. I have something to say." Jiang Laowu nodded and ran away as fast as the wind. Yi Kuan called Jiang Yurong again and talked quietly to the side. Jiang Yurong listened with a red face and nodded slightly. Not long after, 30 or 40 villagers came to the door. All of them were widows, widowers, orphans, the elderly, children, and a few pregnant women. Jiang Yurong walked out of the door accompanied by Yi Kuan and said, "My fellow villagers, I am visiting my parents today and I have brought no gifts for you. Here are some copper coins. I invited you all here and I am going to share them with you. Each person will receive 100 coins." After saying these 2 sentences, Jiang Yurong broke out in a sweat. Speaking in public is more tiring than the etiquette of zhougong. Yi Kuan estimated that there were about 50 people in the crowd in front of the house, so he took out 5 strings of money and asked the clan leader Jiang Guxiong to distribute them. The villagers were all smiling and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Thank you, Lord County Lieutenant, thank you, Lady County Lieutenant. Thank you, Uncle, thank you, Aunt Yurong. 100 coins, in the countryside, can guarantee a person 3 months longer life." Jiang Yurong also experienced the joy of throwing money and laughed happily. "Aunt Yurong, it's time for us to eat. I'm hungry." Yi Kuan smiled and patted Jiang Yurong on the shoulder. Jiang Yurong blushed and lowered her head and said, "Sister-in-law is cooking. It should be ready." In public, Yi Kuan's intimate little gesture made Jiang Yurong shy and extremely sweet. Aunt Shue Sangu had already prepared the food and drinks. Yi Kuan also invited the clan leader Jiang Guxiong to stay and have dinner together. Jiang Guxiong was filled with gratitude and stood up and said, "The county lieutenant's son-in-law repays evil with kindness, which is truly a magnanimous gentleman. From now on, I will obey your orders in everything, even if I die." Yi Kuan smiled and said, "I am a county lieutenant, and I work one day at a time. But Jiang Hato's son-in-law has to be his for life. So, we are relatives for life." "Yes, yes, lifelong relatives." The patriarch nodded repeatedly. "Chief, I see that there is a lot of clay by the river in your village, which is suitable for making bricks." Yi Kuan changed the subject and said, "I want to build a kiln here to make bricks and tiles. Leave this matter to the clan leader and my eldest brother-in-law. I will give you 10 taels of silver first. You start working immediately. I will take as much as you make. There are only mud houses in the countryside, no brick houses. In order to plan for the long term, Yi Kuan needs a large number of bricks and tiles to complete his construction." The patriarch was overjoyed and patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, sir. We have people in our village who can make bricks and tiles by firing kills. Yobao and I will definitely do a good job on this." Jiang Yobao was also happy, and he laughed, "Son-in-law, do you still want to buy the hemp silk? Take it. Take as many as you can." Yi Kuan nodded and said, "Brother-in-law, you should discuss everything with the clan leader and ask Jiang Laowu and his brothers to help with the work and give them wages." After the meal, clan leaders Jiang Guxiong and Jiang Yobao took 10 taels of silver and hurried to do their work. Aunt Shue held her son in her arms and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, come over here. I have something to tell you." Yi Kuan was stunned. "Sister-in-law, do you have anything to tell me in private?" Yi Kuan was suspicious, but he still walked over. Aunt Shue held her son in her arms, entered the bedroom, lifted her clothes and fed her son, not shying away at all, and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, I heard that you brought a lot of gifts for Aunt Yurong, as well as the second and third sisters when you came back this time." Yi Kuan understood that this was a request for money and gifts. Then he smiled and said, "Yes, sister-in-law, I brought some small things for Yurong and the others." Aunt Shue glanced at Yi Kuan and said with a smile, "Second sister's bronze mirror is so beautiful. I asked her for it, but she said it was given by her brother-in-law and she wouldn't give it to me. That's something I gave to my second sister. She can't give it away." Yi Kuan nodded, fumbled in his arms, and like a magic trick, he took out a bronze mirror, this mirror is a gift from me to my sister-in-law. You can't give it away, it's a token of my love, you have to keep it for the rest of your life. These words were somewhat ambiguous, and Yikuin was joking on purpose. Although he is not picky about food, Yikuin never thought about Shui Sangu. Son-in-law, you are so thoughtful that you even brought me a bronze mirror. Aunt Shui was so happy that she trembled all over. She took the bronze mirror and said with a smile, "Don't worry, uncle. I will wear the things you gave me for the rest of my life, and wear them close to my body." Yikuin smiled and chatted, "How has life been these days at home? Have you finished eating all the tiger meat? These days are great. We have tiger meat to eat every day." Aunt Shui patted her son's butt and said with a smile, "I eat well and have good milk supply. My son has gained 2 kilograms. Yikuin was a little embarrassed and smiled, "Yes, the milk is good, you can tell at a glance. You can squeeze out a bowl of milk from one lump, how can it be bad?" Aunt Shui held her son, changed her arms, and said, "I also heard that your son-in-law married 70 or 80 concubines, is that right?" 70 or 80. Yikuin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. More than 70 or 80, there are 7 or 800. 7 or 800, you'll be exhausted. Third Aunt Shui's eyes were full of excitement. "Uncle, you should also take care of your health. Don't drain yourself of it. In a year or two, when second sister Yud has grown up, let second sister be your maid. You should buy fewer women from outside." "I understand, sister-in-law, I have something else to do." Yikuin fled in panic. If they continued talking, Yikuin didn't know what would happen. This sister-in-law doesn't even avoid people when she is breastfeeding her child. Alas. However, it seems that people in the past were almost all like this, and there was no shame in breastfeeding. In the kitchen, Yurong and her second sister Yud were chatting with their mother. When Yikuin walked over, he saw his second aunt's sister-in-law rushing out. As luck would have it, she bumped into Yikuin's arms. Yikuin hurriedly supported Yud and asked, "What's wrong, second sister? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Brother-in-law, I'm fine." The second aunt blushed and ran away shyly. Yikuin shook his head, walked into the kitchen, and said with a smile, "What's wrong with second aunt? Why is your face so red?" Jiang Yurong smiled and said, "I'll tell you when I get home." Yikuin didn't ask any questions, left 2 taels of silver to his parents-in-law, and took Jiang Yurong and his second and third sisters home. Qin Erwu and others withdrew from Jiangada village before lunch, ate dry food in the woods outside the village, and waited for Yikuin. Everyone gathered together and returned to the village. Yotsai was very naughty and shouted, "Brother-in-law, I'm sitting in the carriage and my butt is shaking. It's broken into 4 pieces. Can you take me on a horse?" Usually, Yikuin dotes on his third aunt and always grants her requests. So the third aunt's sister was also spoiled and loved to act coquettishly and mess around with Yikuin. "Okay, I'll take you riding." Yikuin jumped off the horse, carried Yotsai onto the horse's back, and rode on himself. Second Aunt Yud said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, you have spoiled this little girl. She won't be able to find a husband when she grows up. It seems that my second aunt is jealous." Yotsai made a face and stuck out his tongue, "I don't want to find a husband, my brother-in-law has money to support me anyway." Yikuin smiled and said, "Little girl, do you know what the in-laws family is?" Yotsai snorted, "Of course I know that if I find a husband, I will just be a maid and do housework. My brother-in-law feels sorry for me, so he won't let me find a husband." Everyone laughed. After returning to Chao Miao village, Yikuin went to Katie's old house to see everyone building a house. Because of Yikuin's arrogance, many people came to help with the work. In just half a day, the old house was demolished, the scope was determined, and the foundation was dug. They still built thatched houses, with the original stones for the foundation and earth bricks for the lower part of the walls. If there were not enough earth bricks for the upper part, they would use wood and bamboo to make a frame, fill it with yellow mud, and after it dried, they could put up the beams and cover the roof. This kind of house can only be lived in for 3 to 5 years and will need annual maintenance thereafter. Yikuin was in a hurry, so he decided to use this kind of house temporarily and start his spinning business first. It won't be too late to build a brick house when you have money in the future. Qin Cho boasted to Yikuin, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, "Brother Dalong, we can build the 4 houses of Katie's family in 5 days." Yikuin nodded. "After you build it, keep building it. The more the better." Qin Cho laughed and said, "But what about my killing of the pig?" Yikuin thought for a moment and said, "After 7 days, you can kill the pigs. I will take care of the remaining pork. In 7 days, Yikuin's spinning factory will be up and running, and it will need a lot of workers. They will have meat and food every day to take care of Qin Chow's business." "Okay, I'll build a house for you first." Qin Cho laughed. Before dark, Yikuin went home for dinner. The workers who were building the house and the villagers all had dinner at Qin Chow's house, and Yikuin paid for it. Qin Chow's wife Wai Hua and her daughter Qiaonu cook, which allows them to eat and drink for free and make some money at the same time. After dinner, Yikuin went to the carpenter's workshop again, studying his spinning wheel, hoping to perfect the details. The second aunt leaned over to take a look and asked, "Brother-in-law, why do you keep looking at the spinning wheel? What's so good about it?" "Yes, the spinning wheel is not as pretty as my second sister's." Yikuin waved his hand and called his second aunt's sister over, saying with a smile, "Second sister, is it really bumpy to ride in a carriage today?" Yud nodded and smiled, "The carriage is very bumpy." Third sister Yotsai is right. The carriage used wooden wheels and had no shock absorbers. Southwest the uneven mountain road made it very bumpy. Third sister is right. Is your butt also broken into 4 pieces? Let me see. Yikuin grabbed Yud's hand. The little hands are delicate and smooth, as if they have no bones. I won't show it to you. Yud blushed, pulled his hand away and ran away. Yikuin smiled and looked for materials in the workshop, wondering if he could make a shock absorber for the carriage. Yikuin felt heartbroken when he broke Yud's butt into 4 pieces. There were footsteps and Jiang Yurong walked in. "Brother Dalong, are you still not asleep? You don't let me touch you, and I don't want to sleep." Yikuin pretended to be aggrieved and hugged his wife in his arms. "It's inconvenient for me." Jiang Yurong acted like a spoiled child, twisted a few times, and suddenly whispered, "Guess why my second sister blushed at my mother's house today?" Yikuin shrugged. "How could I guess?" Jiang Yurong smiled and said, "My mother said that my second sister will be your concubine in the future, so the little girl is shy." Yikuin scratched his wife's nose and said, "Don't make a fuss. It will make my second sister feel wronged." "How did you wrong her?" "I see this little girl, she keeps calling you brother-in-law all the time. I'm afraid she will be with you if you can't drive her away." "The little girl is ignorant, what do you know?" Yikuin pushed Jiang Yurong and said, "Go to sleep. I want to be with you tonight. Don't try to drive me away." Jiang Yurong laughed softly and said, "Okay, I'll call Daishi over as well. If the bed isn't big enough, we can just squeeze in." "Yurong, you have become bad." Yikuin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he liked Yurong's naughty look. The next morning, Yikuin took Qin Erwu and several other confidants to the county town. First, he took care of his own business. He disassembled the spinning wheel and sent the parts to the largest carpenter workshops in the county, asking them to build it according to the exact dimensions without any error. In addition, the type of wood used was strictly limited. If sandalwood was available, it would be used. If not, jujube trees and locust trees would be used. Elm was the worst choice. Then he took a wooden shaft and a shaft sleeve and went to the blacksmith shop to have the shaft sleeve customized. Although it is called a blacksmith shop, in reality there are few ironwares, mostly copperwares. After finishing his personal business, he went to the county government office and gave away 7 or 8 cans of soybean paste, trying to build good relationships with everyone from top to bottom. There is still a lot of soybean paste at home, because the second and third batches of soybean paste have started to be produced and will be sold soon. In the evening, Yikuin finally arrived at Jiaojiao's South Street Tavern. In 2 days, the pub was almost set up and was ready to open. Furniture and cooking utensils are all bought ready-made. But there was no time to brew the wine, so I had to buy it from the winery. "Brother Kuan, are you back?" Jiaojiao was cleaning the room and arranging the furniture, and she was sweating profusely. Yulian and Chuanhua, the sisters-in-law, were also helping. There were also 2 local women that Yikuin had taken in the bandit camp, and they naturally helped with the work and did not dare to be lazy. "Thank you for your hard work, Jiaojiao." Yikuan walked into the pub and wiped the sweat off Jiao Jiao's forehead first. Ma Fugui just happened to stick his head out and saw this scene. He smiled knowingly and then retracted his gaze. "Brother Kuan, you are so nice." Jiao Jiao was very happy. She pulled Yikuan to sit down and poured him some tea. "I just bought this tea. Have a cup first." In the past, tea leaves were ground into powder, diluted with water, and drunk along with the powder, so it was called eating tea. Yikuan was not used to this way of drinking tea, but there was nothing he could do about it. "It's autumn now, so we can't pick tea. Otherwise, you can also make your own tea." After drinking a cup of tea, Yikuan called Ma Fugui and asked, "Uncle Ma, how is your third uncle's tavern doing now? It has been confiscated and is now on sale. The price is 11 ounces of silver." "Okay, I'll buy tea on Sunwise Tavern, and we'll open 2 stores in the future." Yikuan took out some silver and told Qin Erwu to do it. He then said to Ma Fugui, "We also need to find a carpenter to make a signboard and give the tavern a name. All the hotels in Dating Kingdom have no names. In front of the tavern, there is a flagpole with a piece of cloth hanging on it with the word wine written on it." Yikuan had the experience of later generations and knew how to build up the brand. Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Kuan, what do you think is a good name?" Yikuan saw Yu Lian and Chun Hua on the side, and an idea flashed in his mind. "Let's use the names of Yu Lian and Chun Hua and call it Lotus Restaurant. A restaurant will look more imposing if it has a big word on its name." Chun Hua pursed her lips and smiled. "This is a good name." Yikuan smiled and said, "Buy Tian Sunwise Tavern, renovate it, and build it into a 2-story building. It will be a big restaurant." Yikuan saw Tian Sunwise Tavern when he raided the house the day before yesterday. It's a big place and he can do a lot of things there. There are 5 rooms in the front, a large yard in the back, and some side rooms and small houses. The only problem is that the building is low and lacks imposingness, and is not worthy of the name of a big restaurant. Jiao Jiao asked, "Building a building will cost a lot of money, right?" "Don't worry, I have money." Yikuan smiled and said, "Build the restaurant over there by Tian Sanwai, and then demolish the pub over here and build a restaurant. In this way, we will basically be the only one in charge of the pub business on South Street. There are 7 or 8 pubs on South Street, all of which are low and old. Once the new restaurant is put into use, other families will have no chance to play. Of course, building a building takes time, it's not that fast." In the evening, Jiao Jiao brought Yulian Chunhua and cooked a few dishes and invited Yikuan and Ma Fugui to drink. Yikuan was not shy and asked Jiao Jiao and Chunhua Yulian to sit at the table together. Yulian and Chunhua didn't dare to come and hurriedly declined. Yikuan was unhappy and said with a straight face, "If you don't listen, I will not care about you anymore." Yulian Chunhua was frightened and sat over with them. Yikuan discovered that the women of Dating Kingdom were submissive. If you speak more firmly, you will save a lot of time in communication. Yikuan looked at Yulian Chunhua and said, "From now on, you and Jiao Jiao are sisters, and Uncle Ma is your real father. You are here, just like at home, so don't feel restrained." Jiao Jiao also nodded. "We were all rescued by Brother Kuan, we are all family." Yulian and Chunhua were all happy and expressed their gratitude together. "I'll teach you how to make wine when I have time." Yikuan took a sip of the wine in the glass. "This wine is too light, just like water. The wine of Dating Kingdom is traditional rice wine, which has a very low alcohol content, only about 10 degrees. Jiao Jiao was surprised. "Brother Kuan, you can also make wine." Ma Fugui and Yulian Chunhua were also surprised. Winemaking is not difficult, but it does require a little bit of skill. If the skill is not good, the wine produced will be very sour. Yikuan smiled and said, "My brewing method is different from yours. You will know when the time comes." In his previous life, Yikuan was also a rural person. Every autumn and winter, his grandfather would make wine and ask Yikuan for help. What Yikuan wants to make is distilled liquor, strong liquor. Dating State has a salt and iron monopoly, but it does not prohibit people from brewing and selling wine, so Yikuan can make money by brewing wine. Most importantly, get the alcohol out. This thing is very useful. After dinner, Jiao Jiao took Yikuan's hand and whispered, "Brother Kuan, tonight, you're not leaving, are you?" I'll help you take a bath, and then. It seems that Jiao Jiao pays great attention to hygiene and knows to wash at night. Yikuan pulled Jiao Jiao into the bedroom and touched her head. Jiao Jiao, what I mean is that in a few days, when the house here is ready, we can officially consummate the marriage and give you an identity. A concubine also has a status. A matchmaker is also needed, otherwise it would be adultery. Brother Kuan, if you are interested, you can ask a matchmaker in a few days, it will be the same. Okay, I'll go find a matchmaker tomorrow. Yikuan no longer refused and said with a smile, I'll go get some water and wash together. Jiao Jiao ran out, fetched some hot water, put it in a wooden basin, and shivered as she undressed Yikuan. This is also the first time for Jiao Jiao. Shy. Yikuan was also shy and said with a smile, Jiao Jiao, why don't you go out first and come back after I finish washing? No, my father said that a concubine should serve her husband in taking a bath. Jiao Jiao's face was as red as fire. Okay, let's take a shower together. Yikuan took the risk, hugged Jiao Jiao, and slowly groped and undressed her. Brother Kuan, don't. I can do it myself, it's so embarrassing. Jiao Jiao hesitated for a few times, but finally gave in and was pulled into the wooden basin by Yikuan. The wooden tub is not very big, so it is a bit crowded for two people to wash together. Jiao Jiao was shy and had closed her eyes. The snow-white neck looks like a swan. Her whole body was glowing with a layer of white fluorescence, like fine jade, which made Yikuan intoxicated. There is also the unique body fragrance of a young girl, faint but refreshing. Jiao Jiao, turn around and sit in front of me. Yikuan was gentle and considerate to Jiao Jiao and helped her adjust her sitting position. Jiao Jiao nodded, turned around obediently, turned her back to Yikuan, and sat in his arms. Yikuan gently scrubbed every inch of Jiao Jiao's skin, as if he was facing a fine work of art, unwilling to be even slightly rough. The sound of water is like a cheerful mountain spring. Brother Kuan, are you tired? I heard, you were panting. Jiao Jiao, you are also panting, and your heart is beating very fast. I'm not tired, I'm happy. I'm very happy to marry Brother Kuan. Even if Sister Yurong beats me and scolds me in the future, I'll still be happy. Yurong is very nice, she won't hit or scold you, don't worry. Yikuan and Jiao Jiao finished washing until the water in the basin was almost cold. They wiped each other's bodies and walked towards the big bed. Jiao Jiao was like a bud about to bloom, pink and tender, covered with dew, and appeared delicately in front of Yikuan. That night, Yikuan couldn't help himself. This night, Jiao Jiao fully blossomed. Fortunately, the newly bought big bed is very sturdy and there is no creaking. The oil lamp had run out of oil, but Yikuan and Jiao Jiao were still awake and whispering to each other. Jiao Jiao, does it hurt? Brother Kuan, you feel sad for me, but I am very happy. I don't feel any pain. Good sister, I will always feel sorry for you. Yikuan felt warm in his heart and hugged Jiao Jiao tightly. It felt like I hadn't slept for long before daybreak came. Jiao Jiao got up quietly and prepared to work. Unexpectedly, Yikuan also woke up and grabbed Jiao Jiao's arm. Jiao Jiao, sleep a little longer. Jiao Jiao kissed Yikuan and said, Brother Kuan, I am married to you now. I am your wife. I can't sleep in anymore. I have to work. Nonsense. Yikuan smiled and pulled Jiao Jiao into his arms again. You didn't marry me, I married into your family and became your son-in-law, so you can sleep in without worry. I don't have the good fortune to have the county lieutenant as my son-in-law. Jiao Jiao came up again. However, Yikuan stopped at the right time. I'm worried that Jiao Jiao's body can't handle it. Delicate flowers need love and care. After washing up and having a meal, Yikuan went to the county government to work. Since I'm the acting county lieutenant, I have to do something to show it. When County Magistrate Wang saw Yikuan, he smiled and said, Master Yi, you've come just in time. Master Lu wants to have a meeting with us. Yikuan nodded, and went to see County Magistrate Lu with County Magistrate Wang. County Magistrate Lu ordered tea to be served and said with a chuckle. Master Yi, the bean paste in your house is really delicious. My family all eats it with gusto and eats an extra bowl of rice at a meal. Yikuan clasped his fists and said. I'm at the South Street Tavern. I asked Mafugwe to sell me bean paste. If you like it, you can send someone to get it. I also hope that you can promote my bean paste. If everyone buys it, I can also make some change to support my mother. Ordinary people are very poor, and bean paste is a luxury item that most people cannot afford. To open up the market, we have to start with the high-end population. Master Yi, I've been having a headache these past 2 days because of the tax issue, and I don't have the mood to eat. Magistrate Lu sighed again. The people below are in arrears with their taxes, and we have repeatedly urged them to pay, but to little avail. Lord Yi, do you have any good ideas? County Magistrate Wang also said, Lord Yi, today we are discussing the tax collection. Yi Kuan frowned. Isn't the county lieutenant only responsible for training and leading troops, suppressing bandits, and catching thieves? I can't help with things like collecting taxes, right? County Magistrate Lu was not satisfied. Why can't you help? You take the troops down with the tax collectors and arrest all those who owe taxes or just rob their homes of valuables. Take whatever you can. Damn, just rob it. Why don't you go to Sheeping Mountain and become a bandit? Sir, please listen to me. Yi Kuan thought for a moment, clasped his fists and said, if we go down to rob things, it might provoke a civil uprising, which is not worth the loss. Besides, the villagers are very poor, and they don't have anything good worth robbing. Even if we rob and sell them, the money will only be enough for the soldiers to eat. The common people are all poor. Yi Kuan can't bear to collect taxes. I no longer want to be a county lieutenant and I won't do such things. Moreover, collecting taxes is not the responsibility of the county lieutenant. County Magistrate Lu was annoyed. Then what do you say we should do? Where can we get the money? Yi Kuan smiled slightly. If you are not in a hurry, there are many ways to make money. Moreover, the people will be convinced and respect you very much. County Magistrate Lu was stunned for a moment, then his anger turned into joy. Haha, I knew Lord Yi had a way. How do you get the money? Tell me now. Yi Kuan was not in a hurry and deliberately kept the suspense going. If you follow my advice, the tax revenue of this county can be doubled or even quintupled in 1 year. County Magistrate Lu was so anxious that he stood up and left the table, bowing to Yi Kuan. What are we going to do? Lord Yi, please tell me. There are many ways to make money, too many to list all at once. Yi Kuan sat down and said with a smile. Sheeping Mountain is located in a strategic location, at the junction of 2 counties, and is often a no man's land. Although the ruthless bear was wiped out by us, new bandits and refugees will soon gather there to form bandits. County Magistrate Lu frowned. Does this have anything to do with making money? Should we wait another 2 years until there are bandits in the mountains, and then go and suppress them to make money? It does matter. I haven't finished yet. Yi Kuan nodded and said, the Shirley Avenue at the foot of Sheeping Mountain is an important passage for this county and one of its economic lifelines. County Magistrate Wang asked, what is the economic lifeline? The lifeline of the economy is the road to making money. If there is a road, there is money to be made. I suggest setting up an official merchant protection team in Sheeping Mountain and stationing it in Sheeping Mountain to protect merchants and ensure they pass through Sheeping Mountain Avenue safely. Yi Kuan smiled. In this way, we can collect some protection fees and prevent banditry from happening again in Sheeping Mountain. With the protection of soldiers, merchants will be willing to take the Sheeping Mountain Avenue. Then, the commerce in this county will be more prosperous. With more merchants, won't the tax revenue in this county be more? To the west of Sheeping Mountain is Sichuan, the land of abundance. Ensuring the smooth flow of key areas is crucial to the economic development of a place. This is a small strategy to build a nest to attract the phoenix and attract investment. The cost is close to nothing. County Magistrate Lu thought about it, his eyes lit up. Lord Yi really has a good idea. I entrust you to set up a merchant protection team immediately. Don't worry, sir. The Sheeping Mountain merchant caravan I just mentioned can make money, but it will be slow at first. Far water cannot quench near thirst. Moreover, the money earned is small. Yi Kuan took a sip of tea and said slowly, I have another way to make a lot of money, and it will be effective immediately. Master Yi, I was not wrong about you. County Magistrate Lu took 2 steps forward excitedly and held Yi Kuan's hand. As long as you can make a lot of money, I will never treat you unfairly. I will give you 30% out of 100%. Yi Kuan laughed. My lord, I still say the same thing, no matter how much you give me, it is your reward. Money is a good thing, but if you don't have enough strength, too much money will cost you your life. It's like a 3-year-old child showing off gold ingots in front of a robber, which is tantamount to seeking death. Yi Kuan is not in a hurry to make money, he wants to develop his own strength first. Slow development is the right way to go. County Magistrate Wang was so anxious that he could not sit still and asked repeatedly, Master Yi, what is the solution? Tell me quickly. Yi Kuan took another sip of tea and finally said, sell salt. Selling salt. County Magistrate Lu frowned. Officials who sell private salt will be beheaded and their property confiscated. County Magistrate Wang also shook his head. Master Yi, our County Magistrate Lu abides by the law and is dedicated to his duties. He would never resell official salt, let alone get involved in private salt. The salt that was robbed from Shiping Mountain last time was also official salt, and it has now been stored in the warehouse. Really law-abiding and dedicated. Who said that we were selling illegal salt? Yi Kuan smiled faintly. We only sell official salt, and we will never break the law. County Magistrate Lu laughed out loud. How much can we earn from selling official salt? It's nothing more than collecting a little tax. The salt and iron monopoly of the dating state did not prohibit private participation in the sale of salt, but rather the government monopolized salt and became the only source of supply. This is similar to gas stations in later generations, which are opened by the state and have fixed prices. You can buy as much gasoline as you want and take it back to sell. However, you cannot purchase from outside official channels. Each state and county government has an official warehouse that stores large amounts of salt. If you want to do business, you can come to the government warehouse for wholesale, then get a certificate and sell it everywhere. The various provincial capitals can also transfer goods and trade with each other. But if the price is fixed, the profit margin will be limited. Even if you set the price too high, it won't work because you won't be able to sell it. The state and county governments could only earn some taxes from salt dealers. In other words, the more salt you sell, the more tax you collect. County Magistrate Lu was greedy for money and often took advantage of the situation. He secretly transferred private salt, mixed it with official salt and sold it to make a profit, but he also took the risk of being beheaded and having his property confiscated. Yi Kuan waved his hand and said with a smile, Master Lu, I can refine the coarse salt into fine salt. We will report it to the court and sell the fine salt. The profit will definitely double, and the supply will exceed the demand. Yi Kuan didn't dare to resell salt privately, he had to report it to the court. Otherwise, you will lose your head. There are so many ways to make money, why bother with your brain? County Magistrate Lu frowned. Fine salt and coarse salt are both salt, is there any difference? Of course there is a difference, and it is a world of difference. Yi Kuan nodded. Today's coarse salt is very bitter and slightly poisonous. If fine salt is refined, food will become delicious and taste very different. The coarse salt from Dating Kingdom really left Yi Kuan speechless. It's dark and astringent. You can also use coarse salt to grill, steam or cook fat. However, using it to cook fish will increase the fishy smell, just like eating raw fish. In ancient times, water resources were abundant, the land was vast and the population was sparse, and there were abundant fish and shrimp, but the common people did not like to eat them. This is what coarse salt does. County Magistrate Lu still didn't believe it, and laughed. How about, Lord Yi, try it first, and let me see what your fine salt looks like. County Magistrate Wang also asked, Master Yi, how long will it take to refine the crude salt? Can it be completed in a month? Yi Kuan smiled. If there is a place, I can make the sample in 2 days, or even 1 day. After 2 days, you will eat my fine salt and never eat coarse salt again in your life because you will not be able to eat it. Crude salt is easy to refine and the technology is very simple. Dissolve the coarse salt in water, filter out impurities, and steam it again. County Magistrate Lu was moved and laughed. I have many houses at home. There are 5 large houses and side rooms in the 3rd courtyard at the back. Can I do experiments for Master Yi? Yi Kuan smiled and said, Lord Lu has women at home, so I'm afraid it's not convenient. Because I need to find 2 more people to help me with the refining of refined salt. County Magistrate Lu smiled and said, Master Yi is one of us, so it's okay. I'll assign you 3 maids to help you and serve Master Yi at night. How about that? 2 of them are maids I just bought, and they are clean. If you like them, you can take them home as concubines in the future. So generous? Yi Kun didn't dare to ask for Magistrate Lu's maid. How dare I spy on a maid in your house? How about this, I will go and buy some tools now, and I will refine coarse salt for you in the evening. Man, why do you have to be fussy? Being a man, that's all you have to do. Magistrate Lu laughed heartily, called 3 maids, and ordered. This is Lord Yi. From now on, you must serve him carefully, just like you serve me. If Lord Yi is not satisfied with you, I will chop off your hands and feet and throw them to the dogs. The 3 little maids were all 16 or 17 years old. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they kowtowed together. Yi Kun frowned slightly, pointed at the maid in the middle, and asked, "This girl, is she Tian Sunwai's granddaughter?" Yi Kun had seen this girl when Tian Sunwai's house was searched a few days ago. She looks good, with an internet celebrity face, but she doesn't really fit in with the aesthetic standards of the Dading Kingdom. In the Dating Kingdom, this kind of face shape is called a fox face. County Magistrate Lu nodded and said, "Yes, this is Tian Sunwai's granddaughter, Tian Xiaoyi. I brought her back yesterday and I haven't touched her yet. I gave her to Mr. Yi, haha." Yi Kun stopped talking about the maids and wrote a list, asking County Magistrate Lu to arrange the servants and prepare some materials. Of course, there are some materials that Yi Kun needs to prepare himself. In this way, the technology can be guaranteed not to be leaked for the time being, thus preventing County Magistrate Lu from getting rid of him. County Magistrate Lu stood up to see him off and said, "County Lieutenant Yi, you also have to take care of the matter of protecting the merchant caravan at Sheeping Mountain." "Don't worry, sir. I'll do it right away." Yi Kun bowed and said goodbye, then went to his office. The county lieutenant also had an office, which was located next to the county government compound, and there was a small parade ground. On the north side of the parade ground is a row of soldiers' dormitories. A low house, similar to a shack. It seems that life is hard for soldiers. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao were gambling with the soldiers. "Last time we suppressed the bandits, everyone got rich, so they just indulged in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Zhu Dachuan had bad luck and lost several taels of silver in the past 2 days, so he started shouting to start a gambling game just after breakfast." Yi Kun walked over and glared at him. "Dachuan, stop gambling, everyone gather together." "Sir, you are here." Zhu Dachuan was reluctant to leave, so he put away his gambling equipment and gathered with his brothers at the training ground. "They are all so careless." Yi Kun shouted, "From now on, gambling is prohibited in the camp. Violators will be punished by military law." Zhu Dachuan sighed, "Sir, the bandits in Sheeping Mountain have been wiped out. If we don't gamble, we have nothing to do." "Who said there's nothing to do?" Yi Kun glared, "I have thought of a good way for you brothers to make a fortune." "Brothers, do you want to get rich?" Zhu Dachuan's eyes sparkled, and he shouted, "Sir, are there bandits somewhere again? Do you want us to go and fight them?" The soldiers also shouted in a tumult, "We are willing to follow Lord Yi to fight the bandits, even if it means death. The last time we attacked Sheeping Mountain, everyone made money. On the surface, each person received 2 taels of silver. In fact, many soldiers found some small change on the bodies of the dead bandits. Those who were lucky enough found several taels of silver, which they all embezzled. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao were team leaders, they got more and shared more. If we beat up bandits like Xipingshan once a month, everyone will be rich in a year." Yi Kun waved his hand to ask everyone to be quiet, then smiled and said, "The only major gang of robbers in this county is the group of Fierce Xiong from Sheeping Mountain. There are also a few small gangs of robbers, but they are not powerful and have no money. So, I am not talking about beating robbers." There were still a few small gangs of bandits, which Yi Kun didn't have time to deal with. However, sooner or later it has to be cleaned up. Zhu Dachuan was exhausted and sighed, "If we don't fight the robbers, where can we get the money?" Yi Kun smiled and said, "Instead of fighting bandits, we can go to Sheeping Mountain and become bandits." "Ah, Lord Yi, you are going to take us to Sheeping Mountain to become bandits?" Everyone was shocked. "Master Yi, don't say that. If we were to become bandits, we would be much better than those bastards of Henrenxiong. Zhu Dachuan laughed. Bullshit, I am a county lieutenant who suppresses bandits and arrests thieves to protect the country and the people. How can I be a robber? Yi Kuan chuckled. Besides, being a robber can rob money and women, but can it bring honor to the family? Zhu Dachuan curled his lips. Then you said, take us to Sheeping Mountain to be bandits. I was just joking. Yi Kuan put his hands behind his back and said solemnly, we want to make money, and we also want the passing vendors and the elders of the whole county to respect us. This is called, even thieves have their own code of conduct, and a gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Everyone became interested and asked, Sir, how do you make money? This county lieutenant has decided to set up a Sheeping Mountain merchant protection team to protect the merchants and ensure they can safely pass through the Sheeping Mountain 10-mile avenue. Yi Kuan spoke slowly, pausing for each word. But our merchant protection team will charge merchants a certain amount of protection fees. In this way, we can make money every day, and there will always be profit. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao were overjoyed and said with a smile, My lord, this is a great idea. We can set up a pass in Sheeping Mountain and make money every day. The soldiers also became excited, as if they saw the white silver. Setting up checkpoints and requiring merchants to pay protection fees, isn't that just like being a robber? And it's open and above board. Yi Kuan nodded, asked everyone to be quiet, and continued, everything is difficult at the beginning. If we want to make this happen, we have to rely on everyone's efforts together. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, along with the soldiers, expressed their views together. We all listened to Lord Yi. Yi Kuan nodded and began to assign tasks. Clerk, write a notice immediately and post it on the 4 gates, announcing the establishment of the Sheeping Mountain official merchant protection team to protect merchants and ensure their safe passage through Sheeping Mountain. Wang Bao, take 5 brothers, bring dry food, beat gongs and drums, follow the official road, advance more than 100 miles, and publicize the Sheeping Mountain merchant protection team back and forth. Yan Liuhai, Zhu Dachuan, take 15 strong brothers with you and go to Sheeping Mountain immediately to organize the camp on the top of Sheeping Mountain and prepare for long-term garrison. In addition, set up sentry towers and post notices at both ends of the road. In the first half of the month, we were not allowed to charge any fees, not a cent, and we served the merchants, provided car repair tools, and provided drinking water. In half a month, we will start charging. We will decide how to charge later. Qin Erwu, you take the other old and weak soldiers to stay at the training ground, reorganize the military equipment, repair the barracks, and improve the living conditions of the soldiers. Wang Dekue and his 4 brothers will follow me and pass on my orders at any time. Those who have made contributions will be rewarded. Those who disobey military orders and fail to perform their duties will be punished by military law. Dismiss. After lunch, go do your own thing. The operation was quick and clear, and everyone was convinced. At noon, Yi Kuan ate a quick bite in the military camp and then went to buy equipment for refining crude salt. There is a filtering device that needs to be specially made. In the bamboo shop, Yi Kuan asked the craftsman to make a few bamboo tubes that could be used for a few days. Then, Yi Kuan bought some charcoal, personally selected fine sand and coarse sand, and brought them back to the South Street Tavern. Filtration is the core technology, and Yi Kuan wants to keep it for the time being. The South Street Tavern was still busy. Jiao Jiao, Yulia and Chuanhua, and 2 local women that Yi Kuan brought back from the bandits' den were packing up tables, chairs, and cooking utensils in preparation for opening tomorrow. There are wineries on the street that make wine, and the wine is directly wholesaled here. Brother Kuan, are you back? Seeing Yi Kuan coming back, Jiao Jiao hurried forward to greet him. I left some food for you, it's still hot, please sit down, I'll bring it to you. I've eaten, Jiao Jiao. Come with me to the bedroom. I have something to tell you. Yi Kuan took Jiao Jiao's hand and walked into the bedroom. Jiao Jiao threw herself into Yi Kuan's arms and laughed softly. Brother Kuan, it's broad daylight now, you don't want me to help you sleep, do you? Yulian and Chuanhua are outside, as are Xiaogu and Uma. They will laugh at you. Yi Kuan had no intention of doing anything, but after hearing what Jiao Jiao said, he became restless. He examined Jiao Jiao's body and asked, Xiaogu Uma, who is this? Hey, this is the concubine that Brother Kuan brought back. How come you don't know her name? Oh. I see. You said I brought back 2 local women from the robber's den. They were not concubines. I never touched them. Yikuin smiled and kissed Jiao Jiao. They wouldn't dare laugh at you outside, believe it or not. If you don't believe it, let's try it. It's broad daylight, let's not do it, Brother Kuan. Jiao Jiao has gone limp. Okay, you worked hard last night, so I won't bother you anymore. Yikuan smiled, pulled Jiao Jiao to sit beside the bed, and asked, Tian Xiaoyi, you know her, right? Xiaoyi, my great-uncle's eldest granddaughter, of course I know her. What happened to her? Jiao Jiao was shocked. Xiaoyi is the same age as me, and she used to be my best friend, but her grandfather killed my father. Actually, it's not Xiaoyi's fault, it's my great-uncle who is not a human being. She was taken away by County Magistrate Liu. Yikuan did not hide anything and told what happened today. Yikuan also told Magistrate Liu what he had said, asking Tian Xiaoyi to be his concubine. Jiao Jiao took Yikuan's hand. Brother Kuan, if that's the case, you should take Xiaoyi in. Bring her back and open a pub with me later. Yikuan shook his head. If I lead the troops to raid her house, she will hate me. I am worried about bringing her back. Keeping an enemy by your side is like sleeping with a tiger. In the middle of the night, Tian Xiaoyi suddenly remembered the hatred and stabbed herself. Isn't it unfair? That's what Brother Kuan said. Jiao Jiao sighed, thought for a moment and said, Brother Kuan, if you can help Xiaoyi, please help her a little. Xiaoyi is a pitiful person, too. Yikuan nodded. I will stay at Magistrate Liu's house at night to refine the salt, and then I will talk to Xiaoyi. If I can help, I will help. Yikuan felt a little guilty about the last house raid. Tian Sanhuai naturally deserved the punishment and deserved to be put to death. But Tian Xiaoyi and other children should be innocent. Now they are implicated and are homeless, begging outside or becoming slaves. Jiao Jiao nodded and asked about the refining of refined salt. When I come back tomorrow, I'll bring you 2 pounds of refined salt, and then you'll know. Yikuan stood up and took Jiao Jiao's hand. Let's go to the Lotus restaurant. Jiao Jiao was shy and whispered. Brother Kuan, if we walk hand in hand on the street, will others laugh at you? You are the county lieutenant now. What are you afraid of? It's just holding hands, not kissing on the street. Yikuan smiled, took Jiao Jiao's hand, and walked on the street confidently. There are many brothels and theaters on this street. Young ladies are soliciting customers in front of the doors. They hug and kiss their patrons and occasionally exchange pleasantries. Yikuan and Jiao Jiao were just holding hands, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Lotus restaurant, which was Tian Sanhuai's original tavern, was also bought by Yikuan. At this time, Ma Fugue was discussing how to rebuild with the craftsmen and negotiating the specific cost and wages. The 2 pubs are only 100 meters apart. Uncle Ma, thank you for your hard work. Yikuan nodded and greeted him, then looked it over again and listened to Ma Fugue's report. Then, Yikuan made some suggestions and said to the craftsman. You decide how much to pay. I won't bargain. But you have to do it quickly. The faster the better. If you can finish the house within half a month, I'll give you an extra coin. The 2 craftsmen calculated and said, clasping their fists. Sir, if you are really willing to pay more, we will work overtime overnight and finish the building in half a month. Yikuan nodded and gave 3 taels of silver as a deposit. Start work immediately. The craftsman took the money and happily went to find the workers. Yikuan took Jiao Jiao's hand and said to Ma Fugue. Uncle Ma, I like your daughter Jiao Jiao and want to marry her and give her a legitimate status. I hope Uncle Ma will agree. In the future, Jiao Jiao and I will take care of you in your old age. Jiao Jiao's face was full of happiness and shyness. My dear son-in-law, this is Jiao Jiao's blessing, which has been cultivated for several lifetimes. Ma Fugue was overjoyed and said with a smile. I don't want anything. I just want to help you look after the tavern and have food to eat. As for Jiao Jiao, she will be yours from now on. If you care, love her more. That's for sure. Yikuan looked at Jiao Jiao and said, Uncle Ma, please find a matchmaker. Jiao Jiao and I will pick a date to consummate our marriage. Ma Fugui thought for a moment and said, my neighbor, the lady next door who makes sewing clothes, Wang Pa. Jiao Jiao also nodded, yes, Aunt Wang is a very good person. Damn it, how come Wang Pa came here? Yi Kun thought of Rong Mama's face and felt that he was in danger. Dalong meets Wang Pa, this plot development is not right. Yi Kun suppressed his laughter and nodded, then listened to Uncle. I'll buy some things and go find Wang Pa with Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao was very happy and whispered, Brother Kun, you can go alone. I don't want to go, right? Let's go together, what are you afraid of? Yi Kun smiled, took Jiao Jiao's hand, and went to buy a gift for Wang Pa. A pair of silver earrings weighing half a penny, a small bronze mirror weighing 3 taels. I bought some more fruit, and that was enough. After buying the things, Yi Kun brought Jiao Jiao to Wang Pa's house. When he saw Wang Pa, Yi Kun was slightly surprised. It's not because Wang Pa looks like Rong Mama, but because this Wang Pa is very young, looks less than 40 years old, and has a face like a lotus, a slim figure, and still has charm. With this figure and appearance, if she dresses up a little in the future, she can be called a young lady. Wearing a pair of suspender jeans, showing off her slim waist and long legs, she is simply a heartthrob. But in the dating kingdom, she was called mother-in-law. In fact, this situation is very normal in dating kingdom. The average life expectancy is a little over 40. A man can grow a beard and call himself an old man after he turns 36. Godmother. Jiao Jiao opened her mouth and blushed after she screamed. They have been neighbors since childhood, and Jiao Jiao has always called her godmother. Yi Kun also collected his messy thoughts and bowed, Yi Kun is here to greet you, godmother. It's not easy to marry a concubine. You have to call her godmother before you even get a sip of her milk. Wang Pa recognized Yi Kun and was so frightened that she was in a panic. She hurriedly returned the greeting, Sir, County Lieutenant, this is really embarrassing for me. Jiao Jiao, help your godmother quickly. Yi Kun saw that Wang Pa was pleasing to the eye and amiable, so he immediately gave her a thumbs up when they met. He smiled and said, Godmother, I'm here to ask you a favor. With Jiao Jiao's help, Wang Pa had to sit down, whatever the county lieutenant has to say, I will do it. Yi Kun opened the gift, placed it in front of Wang Pa, and took Jiao Jiao's hand. Jiao Jiao and I are in love and want to be together forever. I came here to ask Aunt Wang to be the matchmaker. I brought you some small gifts as a token of my respect. Oh, this is a great event. Congratulations to the county lieutenant and Jiao Jiao. Don't worry, county lieutenant. I will be a ready-made matchmaker and ask for a glass of wedding wine. Wang Pa smiled happily and took Jiao Jiao's other hand. Jiao Jiao, you finally got your wish. Although you are marrying the county lieutenant as a concubine, it is something other girls can't ask for. Jiao Jiao lowered her head and hummed. Yi Kun smiled and said, Jiao Jiao is the principal wife, not a concubine. Wang Pa was stunned. Sir, county lieutenant, I heard that you already have a wife in Chaomiao village. Yes, there is a lady in Chaomiao village, but not in the county town. Yi Kun looked at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao will live in the county town from now on, and will not go to Chaomiao village. In the county town, she will be the principal wife. Wang Pa nodded and smiled at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, just smile secretly. Look at how considerate the county lieutenant is to you. He knows how you feel. In fact, Wang Pa understood. A situation like Jiao Jiao's is called an extramarital affair. The woman a man keeps outside never meets the first wife and is not subject to her constraints. Jiao Jiao looked at Yi Kun and said with courage. Brother Kun, no matter where we are, Sister Yurong is my biological sister. In the future, when Sister Yurong comes to the county town, it is my duty to serve her. Even if she hits me or scolds me, I will not complain at all. No, don't worry. Yi Kun smiled and discussed an auspicious day with Wang Pa. Wang Pa actually knew how to read. She took out a handful of counting sticks, calculated the date, and said with a smile, in 5 days, it will be an auspicious day. In the dating kingdom, ordinary people did not have almanacs at home, but they had lunar calendars. It is a self-made piece of letter, on which it is written whether each month is a big month or a small month. The specific date has to be calculated by oneself. Then let's do it in 5 days. Jiao Jiao and I will consummate our marriage and I will invite godmother to a banquet. Yi Kun clasped his fists to express his gratitude, then said goodbye to Jiao Jiao. Aunt Wang was naturally happy to receive the gift and curry favor with the county lieutenant. She went around gossiping all over the streets, announcing Jiao Jiao and Yi Kun's wedding. Yi Kun made some arrangements in the pub, chatting with everyone and getting to know them better. By the way, the filtering device for refining refined salt has been completed. Then, Yi Kun prepared to go to County Magistrate Lu's house. Jiao Jiao was reluctant to leave and held Yi Kun's hand. Brother Kun, will you come back tomorrow night? Yi Kun leaned close to Jiao Jiao's ear and smiled softly. I'm afraid that when I come back, you won't be able to walk properly again. It just so happens that you can take a rest tonight. I didn't break last night. Jiao Jiao was in pain and happy at the same time, and she hasn't recovered yet today. After all, Jiao Jiao has just reached marriageable age. I do. Jiao Jiao pinched Yi Kun lightly. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow night. Yi Kun hugged Jiao Jiao and then left reluctantly. Alas, after becoming a county lieutenant, I neglected the beauty. Arriving at Magistrate Lu's mansion, Yi Kun immediately started to work. The third courtyard was allocated to Yi Kun alone. 3 little maids, all dressed in brightly colored clothes, were serving on the side. Seeing Yi Kun, the 3 of them hurriedly saluted. Don't be polite. What are your names? Yi Kun asked. Tian Xiaoyi. Qiao Yun. Thank you, Auntie. The 3 maids answered honestly. Yi Kun nodded and said, change into short shirts, we will be working later. The 3 maids nodded and went to the side room to change their clothes. All the materials Yi Kun needed were ready. 100 kilograms of coarse salt, 2 large vats, 4 charcoal stoves, as well as copper pots and basins, jars and cans, and large and small wooden barrels. Yi Kun dissolved 100 kilograms of coarse salt in warm water. Then used the 3-layer filtration device to start filtration. A layer of coarse sand, a layer of fine sand, and a layer of charcoal powder. Coarse sand and fine sand can filter out most solid particles. Charcoal can be used as activated carbon to absorb invisible impurities. Filter out a portion and steam it immediately in a casserole. After the water content is reduced, steam it in a copper pot and wait for crystallization. Yi Kun was also impatient, so he produced a batch of test products first. Before dark, he actually produced 2 or 3 kilograms of white fine salt. I dipped my finger in some fine salt and tasted it. It tasted good and all the bitterness was gone. Yi Kun called Qin Erwu and asked him to watch the 3 maids operate. He took the first batch of samples and went to find County Magistrate Lu. At this time, County Magistrate Lu was about to have dinner. Upon learning that Yi Kun had made a sample, he hurriedly invited him in. My lord, this is refined salt. Yi Kun put down the refined salt and said, ask the chef at home to remake 2 dishes and use the refined salt just now to see how it tastes. Salt powder this fine. Okay, I'll try it. Magistrate Lu nodded and called the cook, use this salt to cook a chicken and a fish for me, quickly. Yi Kun added, let's have some cold melon rind and a plate of scrambled eggs. The county magistrate has a copper pot at home, which can be used for cooking. The cook nodded and did it immediately. Yi Kun sat down and drank tea with the county magistrate, and asked County Magistrate Lu to send someone to call County Magistrate Wang over. The cook worked very efficiently. In about half an hour, she and her maids served the dishes one after another. Yi Kun raised his hand, my lords, please try it. Then, try it. County Magistrate Lu chuckled and raised his chopsticks. County Magistrate Wang also picked up a piece of the cold melon rind with chopsticks and tasted it slowly. The 2 of them frowned slightly at first, then their brows widened, and they no longer bothered to talk, staring like hungry wolves, and began to taste other dishes. Yi Kun also took 2 bites of the food, feeling filled with emotion. I finally got to taste some refined salt. It wasn't easy. The cook stood aside and whispered. Sir, I just tasted the saltiness and I think this refined salt makes the food taste really good. If you put a little of this fine salt in water, the water will also taste delicious. The original coarse salt of the Dating Kingdom, when used to cook soup, tasted like seawater, which was irritating to the throat and was too salty and bitter to swallow. "Oh, it's incredible, incredible." Magistrate Lu tasted all the dishes, slammed his chopsticks on the table, and shook Yikuin's hand. Master Yi, it's the same dish, the same cook, why can it taste so delicious just by changing the salt? Are you a god from heaven?" County Magistrate Wang also laughed. "With Lord Yi, we are all blessed. Lord Yi is proficient in the way of studying things to gain knowledge, he is truly a genius of the ages." Yikuin smiled slightly, clasped his fists and said, "You two are too kind to praise me. This is just a trivial skill. It is not worth mentioning. I am not talented enough. There are still many things I have not done. When I have time in the future, I will slowly do them and serve the court and Lord Lu." To be honest, Yikuin was also afraid that this dog county magistrate would become unpopular after he mastered the salt refining technology and then destroy him. So, Yikuin boasted a lot to whet the appetite of County Magistrate Lu. "After a while, when we have our own armed forces, we will no longer care about this damn county magistrate." County Magistrate Lu was even more delighted and patted Yikuin on the shoulder. "Master Yi, you and I are brothers, serving in the same court. From now on, we should be as close as brothers and share the wealth and honor together." With a handful of fine salt, Yikuin became brothers with the dog county magistrate. Yikuin also acted like a dramatic character, clasped his fists and said, "I will be loyal to you and serve my country, and I will follow your lead. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." County Magistrate Lu was very satisfied and ordered the cook and maid. "Cook, go make a few more dishes. Maid, invite the madam and the young master and young miss out, so that we can all have dinner together. Servant, serve the wine." Yikuin said, "Lord Lu is having a family banquet and there are many female relatives, so I'd better take my leave." "Hey, we are all family, it doesn't matter." County Magistrate Lu grabbed Yikuin and said with a smile, "Madam and Miss, I heard that Brother Yi defeated Sheeping Mountain, and I want to meet you, the great hero." Yikuin had no choice but to sit down. Then he secretly criticized the wife and daughter of the dog county magistrate, and didn't know what kind of people they were. The ringing of jewelry fills the air with subtle fragrance. A woman in gorgeous clothes and a girl in red were invited out. The woman was in her early 30s, with a sly face that revealed her shrewdness and snobbery. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old. She was not tall, but had a well-proportioned figure and a pretty face. There were also two mentally retarded little boys, one about 7 or 8 years old, and the other about 10 years old, following behind, both with squinting eyes and crooked mouths. Yikuin understood. He heard that the county magistrate's wife, Ho, and the county magistrate, Lu, were cousins, so they gave birth to these two idiots. But the county magistrate's daughter looked normal. Yikuin stood up and left the table, clasping his fists in greeting. County Magistrate Lu introduced Yikuin. "This is my humble wife, Ho, and this is my daughter, Yuejuan. Lord Yi, please don't be so polite." Then, Magistrate Lu introduced his wife and daughter. "Madam, this is Yikuin, the county lieutenant of Yi County. He defeated Sheeping Mountain and protected the territory and the people. Moreover, Lord Yi also made refined salt, and specially invited you and the children to taste it." The lady looked at Yikuin and bowed in return. "I heard that Lord Yi is a carpenter, why do you look like a scholar?" "MMP, this is looking down on carpenters." Yikuin cursed in his heart and replied, "When I was a child, I also studied for a few years. As a carpenter, he needs to calculate dimensions, so Yikuin actually studied for 3 years. No wonder. Lord Yi, please take a seat." The lady sat down and pulled her daughter Lu Yuejuan to sit beside her. Lu Yuejuan glanced at Yikuin, then quickly lowered her head without saying a word. It seems that this young lady is still well behaved and gets shy when meeting strangers. Yikuin also sat down and raised his hand and said, "I have refined a batch of fine salt for cooking. Please have a taste, Madam and Mississippi. Today is a family dinner, not a separate meal." Everyone sat around the table, and Yikuin happened to be sitting opposite Lu Yuejuan. The lady nodded and raised her chopsticks. Then, his expression was similar to that of County Magistrate Lu. He tasted each dish, praised it highly, and let his daughter and son taste it. Miss Lu Yuejuan covered her mouth with her sleeve, took a bite of the dish, then her eyes lit up and she nodded slightly. Delicious, delicious. The two idiot sons of County Magistrate Lu ate even more voraciously, with their drooling all over the floor. The county magistrate's wife smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. I never thought that Lord Yi is so knowledgeable and capable. Your bean paste is also very delicious, really good. Yi Kuan smiled and said, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, but I have no ambitions, so I just like to cook. Haha, you're too modest, brother. County Magistrate Lu laughed. The cook continued to cook and the maids brought the food to her. Yi Kuan drank a few glasses of wine, and deliberately teased the daughter of the county magistrate. He stood up with his glass and said, Miss Yuejuan is so beautiful that she can shame the moon and flowers, and she is so graceful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. She is graceful and elegant, and she is so charming that she can overwhelm the whole city. I am so surprised to see her today. I am sorry for interrupting your family dinner today. I would like to offer her a glass of wine. Please forgive me. As for flirting with girls, Yi Kuan was also good at it in his previous life, but he wasn't very good at it. Always worried that the dog county magistrate would deal with him, Yi Kuan tried to test Lu Yuejuan. If it's possible, hee. You dog magistrate, I called you father-in-law, slept with your daughter, and took away your property. Miss Lu Yuejuan was stunned by Yi Kuan's series of idioms. She stood up with a red face and said, Master Yi, I can't drink. The dog county magistrate rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Yuejuan, Lord Yi is so kind, how can you not drink? Drink less. The county magistrate's wife picked up her wine glass and handed it to her daughter. My son, since Lord Yi wants to honor you, you should return the favor and drink a little. It's a gesture of respect, right? Yi Kuan wanted to laugh. Why does the county magistrate's wife sound like a brothel's madam? Lu Yuejuan had no choice but to take a sip. 2 red clouds appeared on her face as she bowed and saluted. I can't drink, so I can't keep you company. I'll take my leave now. Please forgive me, Master Yi. Yi Kuan took 2 steps back, straightened his clothes and bowed, farewell, Miss Yuejuan. Yuejuan was flustered, forced a smile, took small steps, and fled in a hurry. The 16-year-old girl had always been kept in seclusion and had never been teased by a man like this before. Moreover, Yi Kuan is tall, handsome, and polite, which makes Miss Yuejuan's heart flutter like a deer falling in love with him. The county magistrate's wife looked at Yi Kuan, smiled knowingly, and also stood up and left the table, chasing after her daughter. The 2 idiot young men, chattering away, were also taken away by the servants. Magistrate Lu wanted to discuss important matters, so he sent all the servants away and did not allow them to come forward. Yi Kuan knew what Magistrate Lu was going to say, and took the initiative to say. Master Lu, once our refined salt is launched, it will surely cause a stir in the market, and even in the whole country. Therefore, we must plan ahead and strive to sell more. By then, this white fine salt will be like white silver, flowing into this county like river water. Yes, that's what I want to talk about. County Magistrate Lu rubbed his hands excitedly. Brother Yi, Lord Wang, think about it, how should we plan? County Magistrate Wang chuckled and said, Master Lu, let's listen to Master Ye's opinion. Yi Kuan was confident and nodded. First, this is a big deal. We must report it to the county governor and the court, explain the benefits of refined salt, and send as many samples as possible. Only then will the county governor and the court support it. Second, we must apply for a refined salt monopoly and sell it for at least 1 year to ensure the county's fiscal revenue. County Magistrate Lu frowned. What should we do if the court wants our refining method? That's what I'm worried about, so I have to think of a good excuse. Yi Kuan smiled. Your Excellency can say that we are still in the process of exploratory testing. The technology is not mature enough, the equipment cannot be mass-produced, and the loss is relatively large. It will take about a year to overcome the equipment and technical difficulties. County Magistrate Wang nodded. This is a solution. Yi Kuan whispered again, after my experiments, coarse salt can be refined into 90% fine salt. We report 70% to the higher-ups and earn 20% from it, which is also a huge fortune. County Magistrate Lu chuckled and said, 50% is fine, and we'll take 40%. Sir, this is absolutely not possible. Yikuan shook his head. Once the fine salt is launched, we will attract half of the merchants in Jiangnan and Bashu. Taking 10% or 20% is a huge amount. In addition, the court will get our refining technology sooner or later. After they actually measure it, they find that we have taken half of it. How can they let you and me go? Take 20% and then you can argue about it later, saying that your skills were not good enough at the beginning. Taking 40% at once is too harsh, and since the court's profits have not actually increased, there will be opposition. County Magistrate Wang agreed with Yikuan's opinion and nodded. In this way, the court will increase tax revenue, which will also benefit us, and everyone will be happy. County Magistrate Liu had no choice but to nod and continue discussing the details. Yikuan also gave some suggestions, such as speeding up the construction of special factories, opening up trade routes in advance, striving for a monopoly scope, etc. Late at night, Yikuan said goodbye and went to the yard at the back to guide the salt refining. Qin Erwu was busy with his 3 maids. Yikuan took a look and found that everything was fine, so he prepared to take a break. There is a big room and a big bed here, prepared for Yikuan. Unexpectedly, Tian Shaoyi brought hot water and asked Yikuan to undress and take a bath. Yikuan sighed and looked at Tian Shaoyi. Tian Shaoyi, did you know me before? No, Shaoyi didn't know adults before. Tian Shaoyi was shaking with fear. Don't be afraid, I won't make things difficult for you. Yikuan held Tian Shaoyi's hand and said with a wry smile, I am the county lieutenant who led the troops to raid your home and arrest your grandfather and father a few days ago, Yikuan. Tian Shaoyi shuddered and stammered. My lord, I am here to serve you. As for the past events, I cannot control them, nor can I remember them. I know you hate me. But all of this was caused by your grandfather. He committed murder for money and wrongly accused his own nephew. He deserved it. Yikuan lifted Shaoyi's chin and looked at her face. Is Jiao Jiao your cousin? She's my cousin. She's 1 month older than me. Jiao Jiao is my woman now. We will consummate our marriage in a few days. Yikuan was a little entangled. Jiao Jiao also asked me to take care of you and take you back. Thump. Shaoyi knelt down, tears streaming down her face. Sir, please take me back. I am willing to work for you like a cow or a horse. Really, I can't stay here. I will die. Yikuan didn't understand, why did he die? Tian Shaoyi burst into tears. Sir, I heard from Qiao Yun and Aunt Xia that County Magistrate Liu buys a few girls every month. After abusing them, they are sent to brothels by the county magistrate's wife. If they are sent to brothels, they will die anyway. There is a brothel opposite my tavern. I often see them throwing the dead girls out to feed the dogs in the middle of the night. County Magistrate Liu and his wife, are they such beasts? Yikuan was shocked. Tian Shaoyi gritted her teeth and whispered. I heard that both of Madam's sons are idiots. Madam is afraid that the county magistrate will have sons with other women and rob the idiot sons of their property. So she only allows the county magistrate to play with women and not to raise children. Every time a girl is chosen, she will be sent away within a month, and some are even beaten to death. This dog magistrate, this dog lady. Yikuan almost started to curse, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly pulled Tian Shaoyi up and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, Shaoyi, I have a way to keep you safe. Shaoyi wiped her tears and asked, What can I do, sir? Yikuan nodded. I will say that you, Qiao Yun, and Aunt Xia are all my assistants, responsible for refining salt. In this way, County Magistrate Liu will never kill you, nor will he sell you to a brothel. Because County Magistrate Liu needs your help to refine salt for a long time. Tian Shaoyi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. Yikuan was also tired, so he waved his hand and said, You go to work. I'll take a shower and go to bed by myself. I don't need you to wait on me. No. Tian Shaoyi panicked again and said, Madam just came to me and told me that I must serve her tonight, otherwise she would kill me tomorrow morning. Yikuan was stunned. Madam said that. What a weird arrangement. Why must Shaoyi serve me? Shaoyi nodded and said. Madam also ordered me to do sexual things with the master and report to her tomorrow. Madam said that she would examine me tomorrow, and if I didn't do that kind of thing, she would kill me. Yikuin couldn't guess what the county magistrate's wife was thinking. Did the lady really say that? It's true. Madam even asked me to remember every word you said. Is that so? Yikuin thought hard and suddenly remembered. Could it be that the county magistrate's wife arranged Xiaoyi to be a maid for trial marriage? It is said that in ancient times, before a princess married her husband, she would send a maid to accompany the husband for 2 nights to see his physical condition and whether he was a real man. If the prince consort is not good enough, the princess will not marry him. If the county magistrate's wife had this intention, then she was planning to give her daughter Lu Yuejuan to herself. So she let Xiaoyi explore the way and try out her basic functions. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious Yikuin felt. Apart from this conjecture, the others don't make sense. So, Yikuin suddenly smiled and stroked Tian Xiaoyi's face. Okay, wait for me to take a bath, and you take a bath too. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Tian Xiaoyi finally breathed a sigh of relief and helped Yikuin undress. County Magistrate Lu has a big house in very good condition. Outside the bedroom, there is a living room, which is very private. There is also a dark room at the back, where a toilet is placed. Also, there is a large bathtub made of scented wood. Yikuin slowly undressed, got into the bathtub, and took a bath with Xiaoyi's help. Xiaoyi was very careful and gentle, afraid of making a mistake. But Yikuin couldn't do it anymore. He gradually became confused and almost lost control. Washed quickly. Yikuin put on a bathrobe and carried Xiaoyi into the bathtub. Return a favor and create an atmosphere. Xiaoyi was afraid and ashamed, but she dared not do anything and could only obey. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyi. I won't offend you. Yikuin is very attentive and gentle. Gradually, Xiaoyi relaxed and stuck to Yikuin like a ball of warm clay. Xiaoyi, since we have had physical contact, you will be my woman from now on. Yikuin hugged Xiaoyi and said lovingly, be obedient, I will take you away. You are my woman, I can't leave you here. Being responsible for what you do is Yikuin's principle. You can have many women, but you can't disappoint every woman. Xiaoyi shed tears and nodded repeatedly, sir, take me back and be a maid. I can do anything, really. My woman will never be a maid, she will be a lady in the future. Yikuin leaned close to Xiaoyi's ear and said, I will say a few words now. You must remember them. When the county magistrate's wife asks you about this tomorrow, you should act very shy and answer like this. Xiaoyi widened her eyes and nodded repeatedly. Yikuin repeated it several times and asked, do you remember it, Xiaoyi? I remember, sir. Xiaoyi nodded. Also, I will ask about your grandfather's case tomorrow. If I can help, I will ask the county magistrate to release your grandfather, father, and your uncle. Then, let them stay in the countryside, and I will make arrangements later. Yikuin is lacking people around him now, people who are loyal to him. If we release Tian Xiaoyi's family now, they will be grateful and repay us with their lives. Sir, are you serious? Xiaoyi was surprised and happy and couldn't believe it. Real. Yikuin felt a little sleepy and whispered, Xiaoyi, go to bed early. You can report to the county magistrate's wife tomorrow. Xiaoyi wrapped her arms around Yikuin's neck. Qin Erwu was still working outside. He and his 2 maids boiled up several hundred kilograms of salt water in the yard overnight. In total, we obtained 80 to 90 kilograms of fine salt. Yikuin was very satisfied and asked everyone to use jars to pack the fine salt. At this time, the county magistrate's wife came and smiled at Yikuin. Master Yi, you must have worked hard last night, right? Thank you, ma'am, for your concern. I'm fine. Yikuin looked at Xiaoyi beside him and smiled slightly. The county magistrate's wife chatted for a while and then called Xiaoyi away. Obviously, the county magistrate's wife wanted to ask Xiaoyi about Yikuin's performance last night to see if he was up to standard. Yikuin also packed some salt and handed it to County Magistrate Lu. However, Yikuin asked County Magistrate Lu for 10 kilograms of fine salt, took it to the South Street Tavern, and gave it to Jiao Jiao. Today is also the day when Mafugue Tavern reopens. Brother Kuan, is this refined salt? Does it really taste different? Jiao Jiao was very curious. Of course it's different, you'll know it right away. Yikuan nodded and called Yulian, Chuanhua, and the other two women. Today is the opening of the hotel. We are holding an event and giving away free bone soup. Start a fire and boil water immediately, and make 2 pots of bone and meat soup. There are several pork vendors on the street. Yikuan went over personally and selected fresh sow ribs and bones to make soup. The pig farming industry in Dating Kingdom was just starting out, and people did not yet understand the technology of castrating live pigs. Therefore, the male pork was extremely fishy and tasted weird, and Yikuan really couldn't eat it. The meat of a newly mature sow is delicious and has no strange smell. Of course, life in the Dating Kingdom was hard, and everyone had a strong taste for food. As long as there was meat to eat, they were happy and used to it. Before lunch, the bone soup was already cooked, with a few slices of ginger and a handful of chopped green onions sprinkled in. It was really fragrant. Following Yikuan's advice, Ma Fugui shouted at the door. An old shop has just opened, and the sign has been rehung. The Lotus restaurant on South Street is open for business, and we are giving away free bone soup, 1 bowl per person, while supplies last. The neighbors were all shocked. Are there still people doing business like this? Aren't they losing money? However, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. The neighbors didn't care whether Yikuan was paying for it or not. They came over one by one with bowls in their hands, smiling. Aunt Wang from next door also came, holding a big bowl. Yulian took a spoon and scooped soup for everyone, a big spoonful for each person. She spoke with a Sichuan accent and said with a smile, "Everyone, come and see if it tastes good. The feet must taste good. Please take good care of Senyisa in the future." It was the first time for the neighbors to taste refined salt. The delicious taste spread from the tip of their tongues and hit every nerve in their bodies. They immediately praised it and exclaimed, "What kind of soup is this? Why is it so delicious?" Someone's mouth was full of blisters from the burns. With his mouth trembling, he shamelessly held out his bowl and said, "Big sister, give me another bowl." Yikuan watched from the side and couldn't help but smile. 1 bowl of sa per person. If you want to eat it, you can buy sa with your own money tomorrow. Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and her face turned red with laughter. Yikuan turned around and pulled Jiao Jiao back into the house. "Jiao Jiao, last night, I told Xiaoyi that I would bring her back in 2 days." Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. "Brother Kuan, you are such a good person. Bring Xiaoyi back and she can help me with the work. Now that we have refined salt, our business will definitely be good in the future. I'm a good person, why don't you reward me?" "How should I reward you?" Jiao Jiao also learned Yulian Chuanhua's Sichuan dialect. "A kiss. Come and spread it." She smiled tenderly and pulled Yikuan into the bedroom. While the two were arguing, someone came outside to ask to see him. It was sent by County Magistrate Liu, who wanted to discuss something with Yikuan. Yikuan was reluctant to leave and kissed Jiao Jiao. "I will go to discuss matters, you can lead everyone to do business with peace of mind. Brother Kuan, bring Xiaoyi back as soon as possible." Jiao Jiao reminded. "Nu." Yikuan nodded, mounted his horse, and headed straight for Magistrate Liu's residence. County Magistrate Liu and County Magistrate Wang actually walked out of the government office, holding Yikuan's hand, and laughed. "Today we have delicious venison, and the banquet is ready, just waiting for Brother Yi to take his seat. Your Excellency is so kind to me. I am overwhelmed." Yikuan smiled, entered the mansion, and went to the inner hall to drink. Or a family dinner. But more than a dozen dishes were prepared. Yikuan smiled and said, "Sir, why didn't you invite the wife and the young lady to come out for dinner?" "Haha, my little girl Yuejuan is shy and doesn't want to come out for dinner." County Magistrate Liu personally held the pot and poured wine for Yikuan, and called the singing girl he kept at home to come out and sing and dance. There were 12 singing girls in total, all dressed in silk and satin, wearing gold and jade, and living an extremely luxurious life. The dog county magistrate is squandering the people's money and resources. "Brother Yi, what do you think of my group of singers?" County Magistrate Liu asked with pride. "Your Excellency's vision is naturally first class." Yikuan chuckled, it's just that the songs they sing are all ancient songs from the Book of Songs. They have remained unchanged for thousands of years and are a bit boring. I just heard that the singers were singing and dancing over and over again, and the lyrics were all from the Book of Songs. It's old-fashioned. County Magistrate Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Could it be that brother Yi heard some new song? I am so busy that I seldom listen to music." Yi Kuan smiled and started to act cool. "However, I can compose a poem on the spot and give it to the singer to compose a new song to help you get drunk. I have all 300 Tang poems memorized, as well as many famous poems from all dynasties, which come in handy today." "Ah, brother Yi can also write poetry." County Magistrate Wang was greatly surprised and clasped his fists and said, "There are not many scholars in this county who can write poetry. The literacy rate of Dating Kingdom is 1%. Only 1 in 10,000 can write poetry or articles. In this small county with a population of only 20,000 or 30,000, there are indeed few people who can write poetry." Yi Kuan clasped his fists and said, "I am here to show my humbleness. Please prepare your writing brush and ink." County Magistrate Lu was overjoyed and ordered the maid to bring pen, ink, and a whiteboard and bamboo slips. Yi Kuan wrote it down in one stroke. "When I first heard the migrating geese, there were no cicadas. The water reached the sky from the 100-foot-high building. The blue lady and the white E both endured the cold, competing for beauty in the frost in the middle of the moon." County Magistrate Wang watched from the side and nodded repeatedly. "What a good poem! What a good poem!" County Magistrate Lu was a rough man who just followed the crowd and asked the head singer to compose music and choreograph the dance immediately. 10 minutes later, the song and dance began again. In the backyard, Miss Lu Yuejuan frowned slightly, called the maid in front, and asked, "What was the song and dance that was just sung?" The maid replied, "Miss, those are the lyrics that County Lieutenant Yi just wrote." "Master Yi wrote this?" Miss Yuejuan murmured in a low voice, "Fighting in the frost in the moon, Yuejuan." Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned red and her heart started beating wildly again. Yi Kuan and others were still drinking. Seeing that it was almost time, Magistrate Lu ordered the singer to leave and began to discuss the matter. Yi Kuan said, "We now need a large house as a transitional factory. The construction of the formal factory must begin immediately." County Magistrate Lu said, "Across the wall, there is a large courtyard with 3 entrances. It is the residence of County Magistrate Wang. Wang said that he will move out this afternoon, vacate the house, and start making salt." "That's good." Yi Kuan nodded and whispered, "Lord Wang's house is used to make salt. The filtered brine should be placed in Lord Lu's backyard to prevent our technology from leaking out." County Magistrate Lu nodded repeatedly. "Lord Ye's arrangement is very appropriate." County Magistrate Wang said, "I suggest that tomorrow, County Magistrate Lu personally bring hundreds of kilograms of fine salt and soldiers to escort him to the county governor to build connections between the upper and lower levels. Then, we will make a big move and do it in a big way." County Magistrate Lu thought about it and accepted the suggestion. "It may take me 7 or 8 days to come back. I will leave the family affairs to Lord Wang and Lord Yi." Yi Kuan clasped his fists and said, "I will fulfill my responsibilities and do my job well." County Magistrate Lu added, "Oh, right, the county governor sent a message on horseback, asking us to recruit 500 soldiers and train them for war. As for the military pay, I have already arranged for County Magistrate Wang to allocate it." "Recruiting soldiers for war?" Yi Kuan frowned slightly. "It's the county governor's order and it must be executed." County Magistrate Lu sighed. "Okay, I'll arrange it." Yi Kuan nodded and asked about Tian Sunhuai's case again. County Magistrate Wang said, "Tian Sunhuai and his 2 sons are in prison, and the files have not been sent up yet. Give them to me. They can be considered as exiles here. It just so happens that it's difficult to recruit soldiers." Yi Kuan said calmly. "Yes, that's a good idea." County Magistrate Lu chuckled and said, "There are still 70 or 80 prisoners in the prison. Lord Yi, please take a look. If you can use them, use them. This will also reduce the difficulty of recruiting soldiers. It was very difficult to recruit soldiers these days. Not long ago, Shangguan Jifu led his troops to fight and finally recruited 500 soldiers, but he took them all away. Another 500 soldiers needed to be recruited, but County Magistrate Liu found it difficult to accomplish the task. Throughout the ages, there has been a practice of sending prisoners to the army. It is not against the rules to use young prisoners to strengthen the armed forces. If there is any violation, it is that one is not allowed to be exiled locally. The country is in chaos and disorder, and discipline has collapsed. The court can no longer do much and can only turn a blind eye. Yi Kuan's evil plan succeeded and he nodded repeatedly. After dinner, Yi Kuan went to take a look at the backyard, called Xiao Yi, and talked to her in the bedroom. Xiao Yi lowered her head and did not dare to look at Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan stretched out his hand, pulled Xiao Yi to sit on his lap, and asked in a low voice, "Madam came to you this morning, what did she ask?" "Madam asked me how many times I did that last night, and I said 3 times. She asked me how long each time was, and I said about half an hour. Madam also asked if I kissed you, and where you kissed me, and also asked, oh, by the way, Madam also looked carefully at the bed sheet." Xiao Yi blushed and stammered. Yi Kuan smiled and said, "What else did you ask? Don't be shy, tell me everything." Xiao Yi bit her lip and whispered. "Madam even asked me if I felt comfortable. I said I didn't know, and then she called me a slut and said I was a hypocrite. So, are you feeling comfortable or not?" Yi Kuan became naughty again. He put his hand into Xiao Yi's clothes, climbed to the top of the snow-capped mountain, and lingered there. "Sir, I..." Xiao Yi became even more shy and her breathing became heavier. "Okay, Xiao Yi, I will take you away. And your grandfather, father and uncle, I will also come out. Tonight, let your family reunite." Yi Kuan let Xiao Yi go, stood up and said, "You guys work, I'll go and arrange things." "Thank you, sir. I will do anything for you." "I got it. Get up." Yi Kuan rubbed Xiao Yi's head and went out to do some work. First, the salt refining and filtration equipment was added. Then, Yi Kuan took a dozen soldiers and the case files of the county government to the prison. There was a musty and rotten smell in the prison. The jailer took Yi Kuan to see Tian Sanhuai and his son first. When Tian Sanhuai and his 2 sons saw Yi Kuan, they were so frightened that they kowtowed repeatedly. "Master Yi, please forgive us. I am willing to give you all my property." "Get up. All your property has been confiscated by the government." Yi Kuan waved his hands and whispered, "Don't scream, I'm here to save you, Jiao Jiao, let me let you go." "Ah, Jiao Jiao." Tian Sanhuai was stunned, and then kowtowed with his 2 sons. Yi Kuan waved his hand again, "Your case has been changed to fighting. The death penalty can be exempted, but you must be exiled to the army." Tian Sanhuai heard this and cried, "Thank you, Lord County Lieutenant. But if I am sent to exile, I am afraid I will still die. At my age, I am sick all over. Being sent into exile, one could either do hard labor or be cannon fodder. The possibility of surviving is very small. Why are you crying? I haven't finished yet." Yi Kuan rolled his eyes and said, "You will be exiled to the army and serve under me. I will arrange some light tasks for you." "Ah, my lord, you are truly the savior of our entire family." The Tian family's father and his 2 sons kowtowed like crazy. "I am doing this for Xiao Yi's sake, because Xiao Yi is my woman now." Yi Kuan stopped talking nonsense and ordered the soldiers behind him, "Take off the shackles from Tian's father and son and enlist them in the barracks." Then, Yi Kuan selected some young prisoners and interrogated them briefly. Some people are wrongly accused and are innocent. Some people are detained for minor crimes because they have no money to bribe people. Yi Kuan selected a dozen people and took them back to the military camp. Tian's father and son escaped death, but they were both trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. Yi Kuan took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Tian Sanhuai. "You go and rent a house, find your women and children, and settle them down. Then, you stay in the barracks and do odd jobs, tending to the horses." Tian Sanhuai knelt down to express his gratitude. Feeding horses is the easiest job in the military camp. Moreover, there were only 30 horses in Yi Kuan's military camp, and 3 or 4 veterans were serving them. Yi Kuan looked at Tian Xiao Yi's father and uncle again. "You two, take a rest for now, heal your injuries, and then listen to my instructions." As for other selected prisoners, Yikuin comforted them with kind words and asked military doctors to treat their injuries. After everything was arranged, Yikuin went to Magistrate Lu's residence again. He brought Tian Xiaoyi out on the pretext of making salt refining equipment and arranged for her to meet her father and uncle in the military camp. The family reunited, hugged each other and cried, then knelt down to thank Yikuin for his kindness. Yikuin ransacked her house and took her daughter away, so she has to thank Yikuin for that. This is Tian Sunwai's retribution, and also the sorrow of the lower class. Seeing that it was almost time, Yikuin pulled Tian Xiaoyi and said, "Xiaoyi, Jiao Jiao misses you. I will take you to see Jiao Jiao." Tian Xiaoyi nodded, bid farewell to her father and uncle, and got on Yikuin's carriage. The Lotus restaurant on South Street is doing extremely booming business. There were not enough seats and many diners were queuing outside. Free bone soup was given away at noon, and more than 100 bowls were distributed, which immediately became a hit among advertisers. Diners from the county town flocked in. Jiao Jiao, Yulian Chuanhua, Xiugu Yume were busy all the time and sweating profusely. Aunt Wang from next door also came over to help greet the guests. Ma Fugue collected the money and settled the accounts, his face blooming with smiles. Yikuin and Tian Xiaoyi squeezed into the tavern and said with a wry smile, "It seems that we came at the wrong time." Ma Fugue saw Yikuin and hurried over to him, "My dear son-in-law, you are back. Business is so good. Jiao Jiao is in the kitchen at the back, cooking and making soup. Uncle, don't accept any more guests. Wait until the group that's eating here leaves and then we'll close." Yikuin nodded and took Xiaoyi to the kitchen. "Sister Jiao Jiao." Seeing Jiao Jiao, Xiaoyi rushed over, hugged her, and burst into tears. "Sister Jiao Jiao, thank you for your kind words. Lord, you saved me and my whole family." Xiaoyi. Jiao Jiao was also surprised and hugged Xiaoyi and wiped her tears. "It's all your grandfather's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. You can tell at first glance that they are good friends and have a deep relationship," Yikuin said. "Jiao Jiao, I have rescued Xiaoyi's grandfather and father and uncle and temporarily placed them in my military camp. If they learn well in the future, I will arrange a place for them. If they don't learn well, I will punish them." Yikuin didn't regard Xiaoyi's father as his father-in-law. When it needs to be cleaned up, it will be cleaned up. Xiaoyi was so frightened that her face turned pale. "Sir, my grandfather and my father will definitely learn to be good and will never dare to do bad things again." Yikuin nodded, asked Xiaoyi to help with the cooking, and said to Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, when the food in the pot is ready, we'll close. Don't get too tired. Making money has to take its time, why rush?" Then, Yikuin came to the front hall door, clasped his fists and said to the people in line, "I'm sorry, dear guests. We don't have enough food and drinks. We will be closing tonight. We will not be accepting any future guests." The neighbors waiting in line all knew that Yikuin was the county lieutenant, so they didn't dare to say anything and left one by one. The pub finally became quiet. Yikuin accompanied Ma Fugue and had a couple of drinks. After the hotel closed, he took Tian Xiao back to County Magistrate Lu's residence. The house next door, that of County Magistrate Wang, had been emptied out, and a dozen stoves had been set up to boil salt all night long. Moreover, passages were opened on both sides and doors were opened on the walls. The crude salt was melted in the backyard of County Magistrate Lu, and the brine was sent to the yard of County Magistrate Wang next door for steaming. The county magistrate and the county magistrate, together with a dozen maids from the two offices, were responsible for making fire and boiling salt. The melting and filtering of the coarse salt was left to Tian Xiaoyi, Qiao Yun, and Aunt Xie. The melting and filtration process was very quick, so Tian Xiaoyi and the other two felt much more relaxed. Qin Erwu supervises both courtyards, so Yikuin doesn't have to worry about it. Yikuin wanted to go to sleep, so he asked Tian Xiaoyi to serve him. Now Yikuin also knows how to enjoy himself. It's comfortable to have a young girl serving you, there's no need to be shy. All the men in Dating Kingdom are like this. Who are you pretending to be innocent for? However, Tian Xiaoyi did not come, but another maid, Qiao Yun, came. Qiao Yun was probably about 16 or 17 years old, looking like she had just reached adulthood, with an above-average figure and good looks. Slightly plump, with 2 small freckles on the bridge of nose. Yi Kuan asked, "I'm looking for Xiao Wei, why are you here?" Xiao Yun knelt down and said with tears in her eyes, "My lady has ordered that I am the one tonight. If I don't serve you well, you will beat me to death tomorrow. Please have mercy on me, my lady, and save my life." Damn, what on earth does the county magistrate's wife mean? I changed to another maid. Do you think I'm a donkey? Yi Kuan was a little angry and a little drunk. Okay, thank you for the county magistrate's wife's kindness. Xiao Yun, just listen to her. Xiao Yun looked delighted and walked forward cautiously. She was also obtained by County Magistrate Lu through trickery and robbery, but County Magistrate Go had never touched her. Yi Kuan sighed in his heart. Not only Xiao Yun, but he himself was also caught up in the clutches of fate and had no control over his own destiny. I slept well that night. When Yi Kuan woke up at dawn, he found that there was no one around him and Xiao Yun was not there. Xiao Yun. Yi Kuan sat up and fumbled for the fire starter. My lord, I am here. Xiao Yun came from the outer room holding an oil lamp, put down the lamp, took out a small teapot from her bosom, and presented it with both hands. Sir, I saw you drank some wine last night, and I was afraid you would be thirsty when you woke up, so I poured some tea. I was afraid the tea would get cold, so I held it in my arms. Please take a sip. Yi Kuan was stunned, took the teapot and took a sip, then touched Xiao Yun's head. It's not even dawn yet, so have some tea and come up to sleep for a while. Xiao Yun nodded, turned off the oil lamp, undressed and got into bed. Gradually, the sky brightened. Yi Kuan got up and put on his clothes. Xiao Yun first helped Yi Kuan get dressed and then made the bed. Xiao Yun. Yi Kuan suddenly felt a little reluctant and held Xiao Yun's face. You have always been a girl. County Magistrate Lu has never touched you. Sir, County Magistrate Lu has never touched me because I have only been here for 3 or 4 days and am still learning the rules. Xiao Yun lowered her head. I'm sorry, I was rude last night. Yi Kuan apologized and hugged Xiao Yun in his arms. I will be responsible for you and take you out. If you can take me out, I will work like a slave for you. Okay, I won't let you work like a slave. Yi Kuan smiled and went to see the progress in the next yard. In 1 day and 1 night, several hundred kilograms of salt were refined. The output is still good, but it requires a lot of firewood. County Magistrate Lu came over and called Yi Kuan. Lord Yi, I will leave now to report to the county governor. Please lead the troops to escort me across Sheeping Mountain. The bandits in Sheeping Mountain were gone, but County Magistrate Lu was still afraid. Yi Kuan nodded, called up 30 brothers, fully armed, carrying bows and crossbows, and escorted County Magistrate Lu on the road. Magistrate Lu also brought 20 soldiers with him and 200 kilograms of fine salt, which he packed in small jars, to present as gifts to the county government. The county seat is 150 miles away. Considering the round trip and the work he has to do, it is estimated that County Magistrate Lu will take 7 or 8 days to return. There is a 10-mile-long road at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. But there is a section in the middle, about 100 meters long, which is obviously intestinal obstruction. On one side is a 1,000-foot cliff, and on the other side is a 1,000-foot precipice. The mountain road under the cliff was just wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to pass through, which was barely enough to pass. The distance between the 2 wheels of the Dating Kingdom's carriage is about 1.4 meters. The width of this section of mountain road is only 1.4 meters. Merchants traveling here are all very nervous. If you are not careful, the car will overturn, and even both the car and the horses will fall off a cliff. Many people died on this road. Yi Kuan saw the county magistrate off and came back to take a look. The stone of this cliff is made of top-quality limestone. I was thinking about making lime to build a house, and now I have the materials. Yi Kuan looked like he was serving his country and his people, and said to County Magistrate Wang who was traveling with him. Lord Wang, I plan to widen this section of mountain road to make the trade route in this county more accessible. County Magistrate Wang was startled. Master Yi, even though this distance is only about 70 steps, it is very difficult to widen it by 1 inch. We are still recruiting soldiers. Where can we find the manpower to do this? To dig a mountain road, you need a large number of laborers and a lot of tools. Of course, in all dynasties, whenever such projects were carried out, the laborers were required to bring their own tools and dry food, and the government did not give them a penny. Yi Kuan smiled and said, "Lord Wang, there are many people in this county who owe taxes, right? Bring all of them here and use them to work off their debts. In this way, there won't be a problem with the laborers." County Magistrate Wang frowned. "Now we need to recruit soldiers. If you recruit civilians, won't it be even more difficult? Even if we pay off the debt, won't the county government's deficit still be made up?" "It's okay, I have a solution." Yi Kuan gritted his teeth and said, "I still have some money from the last time I took down Sheeping Mountain. I'll give this money to you, and I don't believe that we can't get it done. As for the money to pay off the debt, I'll pay it later." County Magistrate Wang was astonished. "Pay for it yourself? Lord Yi, you are really willing to do so?" Yi Kuan chuckled and said, "I'll do this when I get back." After returning to the county, Yi Kuan asked County Magistrate Wang for the tax collection books and selected several large villages that owed the most taxes. Tax officials and soldiers were dispatched to deliver messages to each pavilion chief, village chief, and the 3 elders of each pavilion, asking them to send civilians to pay off the owed taxes. Laborers from all over the country only need to bring their own bedding and mountain opening tools to work in Sitting Mountain. Yi Kuan provides 3 meals a day, including brown rice and meat soup, guaranteed to keep you full. A total of 200 laborers were working on the mountain and transporting the mined limestone to the hillside. Then, Yi Kuan prepared to build a kiln on the spot and burn quicklime. In addition, Yi Kuan paid out of his own pocket and asked all the blacksmith shops in the county to speed up the production of mountain opening tools. County Magistrate Wang thought Yi Kuan was crazy and shook his head repeatedly. Just for the food and drink of these 200 laborers, including brown rice and meat soup, they could earn 1 string of money a day. County Magistrate Wang calculated that what Yi Kuan earned in Sheeping Mountain last time would only last him 2 months. But Yi Kuan is not worried, because in a few days, the fine salt business will be booming, so why should he be afraid of having no money? That night, Yi Kuan handed over all the salt refining matters to Qin Erwu and Xia Degu, and took Tian Xiaoa and Xiaoyun with him, only responsible for providing the filtration equipment. Filters should also be replaced regularly, because the activity of activated carbon will decrease. Yi Kuan simply kept the filter element technology in his hands and handed it over to Xiaoyi and Xiaoyun. When the county magistrate is away, his wife, Ho, is in charge of the household. She thought the filter element was difficult to make and needed Xiaoyi and Xiaoyun's help, so she readily gave Xiaoyi and Xiaoyun to Yi Kuan forever. Thanks to Yi Kuan, Aunt Xia became the chief manager of the salt refining. She did no work herself, but just commanded the maids to do the chores. On the south street of the county town, Yi Kuan rented another house, a large courtyard house. It was used to hide beautiful girls, and Tian Xiaoyi and Xiaoyun were arranged to live here. After get off work in the evening, Jiao Jiao also lives here with Yulian and Chuanhua. In the tavern, Ma Fugui and 2 other women were left behind to work the night shift. The order to pay debts with work has been issued. The next morning, the headmen of the pavilions and villages from all over the place sent 70 or 80 people to gather at Yi Kuan's military camp. Providing meals every day is very tempting for poor people, and it can also offset the taxes owed. Everyone carried simple tools, mainly shoulder poles, hemp ropes, and wicker baskets. As for the tools for opening the mountain, such as chisels, hammers, etc., there were basically none, only some wooden hammers. Copper and iron tools are very expensive and the villagers can't afford them. If you can afford copper and iron tools, you can also pay taxes. Yi Kuan also sighed, and led the team personally, leading these laborers and carrying some tools to Sheeping Mountain. Because cutting through the mountains to build a road is a long-term task, and burning quicklime later also requires a long time and even long-term stationing. So Yi Kuan led everyone to repair the bandit camp in Sheeping Mountain first. In the afternoon, some more laborers came to report. Yi Kuan told everyone to chop firewood first and keep it for later use, the more the better. In addition, Tian Xiaoyi's father Tian Dalong and uncle Tian Eru were appointed as supervisors, responsible for distributing and keeping tools. Among the laborers, some had participated in mountain opening labor and were considered veterans. Yi Kuan picked a few old masters and a few literate people to be team leaders and discussed the plan for opening the mountain first. In ancient times, when mountains were being excavated, there were no explosives or crushers. People could only use fire and water, and utilize the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. That is, firewood was piled up under the mountain wall and flames were burning. Make the top of the mountain hot, then pour cold water on it, and the surface of the rock will explode. Because we have to keep the mountain road open while opening the mountain, we have to dig a hole first. In this way, if a carriage came, the mountain excavators would hide in the cave and clear the road. Yikuin ordered. Set fire to the mountain wall at night and dig during the day. 1 hour after sunrise and before sunset, try not to operate. If you operate, make sure it does not affect the passage of the trade route. If the working hours during the day are not enough, work overtime at night. In order to experience the difficulty of mountain opening, Yikuin stayed here for 1 night. That night, they collected a lot of dry firewood, piled it under a cliff, and burned it. Then do the water splash test. The effect was quite good. The rocks on the cliffs exploded one after another, and some cracks were 3 or 4 inches deep. Yikuin selected a place and asked the laborers to carry the collapsed rocks to the hillside and pile them up. The mountain opening project was started in this way. Yikuin left Sheeping Mountain and went to deal with the issue of recruiting soldiers. The recruitment rate for soldiers in the Dading Kingdom was 1 in 2 men. If there are 2 men in a family, both aged between 15 and 50, one of them must serve in the military. The population of this small county is not large to begin with, and with conscription every year, the source of soldiers has really been exhausted. Yikuin spent a whole day riding across half the county to find out the situation from local headmen, village heads, and elders. All those who meet the requirements must register and be forced to enlist. Yikuin also discovered an interesting phenomenon. Among the villages below, there are actually men, but most of them are bachelors, like Yao Hifu from Chao Miao village. This type of person is strong and idle, but is not included in the recruitment scope. Some families have many concubines and are very fertile. They raise 10 sons at once, and when 5 are conscripted, they still have 5 at home. So, Yikuin issued a notice that those who were not within the scope of the recruitment but were willing to join the army on their own initiative would be rewarded with 200 copper coins each. 200 copper coins is a lot for a poor person who has no food to eat. Moreover, Yikuin guaranteed that as long as they served under him, they would be provided with adequate military rations, an egg and a meal of rice and meat soup every day. Meat soup rice is actually a scam. It depends on whether Yikuin has money. A pig bone, add a bucket of water, and boil it down, it's called broth. After a busy day, I returned to South Street in the evening. Yikuin suddenly remembered that the night after tomorrow would be the day when he and Jiao Jiao would consummate their marriage. After having dinner at the Lotus restaurant, Yikuin took Jiao Jiao and Xiaoyi back to their rented house to rest. I've been so busy these days that I haven't taken care of Jiao Jiao. Just to make up for it tonight. After the tenderness, Yikuin hugged Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, I have to go back to Caomiao village tomorrow. The day after tomorrow morning, I will pick up my mother and Yurong. They should be there for us to consummate our marriage. He can have women, but Yikuin cannot hide it from Yurong. Besides, Jiang Yurong never objected. This is what I should do. Don't worry, brother Kuan. I will definitely respect sister Yurong. Jiao Jiao nodded and asked in a low voice, Brother Kuan, Xiaoyi said that you have already accepted her, right? Did Xiaoyi tell you? Yes, she said that she was the one who waited on you on your first day refining salt at Magistrate Lu's house. Will you be unhappy? No way. Xiaoyi is my cousin. She and I are best friends. I wish Brother Kuan would accept her and let her stay with me for the rest of her life, never leaving me. Jiao Jiao said with a smile. Inseparable all the time. Then how do you sleep at night? That's okay, I can call Xiaoyi over right now. She smiled tenderly, got out of bed, put on her clothes, and went to call Xiaoyi. Oh my God, are you serious? Yikuin pulled the quilt to cover himself and began to pretend to be dead. Jiao Jiao had already pulled Xiaoyi in, and with a wicked smile on her face, she pushed Xiaoyi onto the big bed. Xiaoyi was still a little embarrassed. Cousin, please don't. I am a maid, you are the lady. Jiao Jiao smiled and said, be obedient. The day after tomorrow night, Brother Kuan and I will get married and take you with us. Yikuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "The Ding Kingdom, is it possible to play like this?" Another night passed in the boundless scenery. Yikuan hugged Xiao Yi and slept in. Jiao Jiao had already gotten up, made breakfast, and was waiting for Yikuan to eat. Yikuan washed up, had his meal, and took a few personal soldiers and a carriage with him, loading all the spinning wool parts he had customized onto the carriage. He also bought many gifts for Jiang Yurong, Dai Shi, and others. "I bought a lot of delicious food for my mother, took 100 kilograms of refined salt, and went straight to Caomiao village. With a horse carriage, it only took an hour and a half to get home leisurely. This time, I didn't go home for another 6 or 7 days, and I didn't see Yurong and Daishi. My husband is back." Jiang Yurong smiled happily, and together with Daishi, she put her hands on her hips and bowed, "My concubine greets my husband." "Madam, who did you learn these etiquettes from?" Yikuan jumped off the horse and said with a smile, "I have been busy with work these days. Thank you for your hard work." Daishi stepped forward and took the reins. "Sir, you are a high-ranking official, and you have to work hard every day. You are more tired than us." "Yeah, a little tired." Yikuan nodded. These days, Yikuan has been working on business during the day and on personal matters at night, and he is really tired. "I was too busy to handle all this. Last night I took care of Jiao Jiao and Xiao Yi, but ignored Xiaoyun. Alas, I can't split myself into two." Daishi greeted Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu and hurried to cook. Yikuan chatted with his mother for a while, and then went with Jiang Yurong to see Yao Katie's house. The house has been completely built, inside and outside, and the floor is as smooth as a mirror. This is Qin Chao's credit. Yikuan calculated that about 40 spinning wheels could be used here. The spare parts one brought back this time can be used to assemble 15 machines, so it's still early. After lunch, Yikuan had no time to rest. He asked his soldiers to move all the parts to the newly built house, and then took the soldiers to assemble the frame. "Second aunt, come here." Yikuan greeted his second aunt Yud and entered the house in the backyard. Yud smiled and said, "What did my brother-in-law ask me to do? Do you have another gift for me?" Yikuan held Yud's hand and said, "Brother-in-law will give himself to you and accompany you every day, okay?" "I don't want to, you won't accompany me every day." Yud blushed. "There must be a gift. I'll give it to you later." Yikuan squeezed Yud's little hand and said with a smile, "I called you here to appoint you as an official." Yud did not dodge, and let Yikuan hold his hand, his eyes wide open. "Brother-in-law, are you going to take me to the county to be an official? I'm a girl, how can I be an official? I have never heard of a virtuous woman serving as an official. If you go to the county town, you can only be an official's wife." Yikuan found his second aunt's sister more and more adorable, and raised her chin. "We are going to start mass production of hemp yarn. I will appoint you as the factory manager. You will supervise everyone's work and act as a technician. If there is a small problem with the spinning wheel, you will adjust it." Yud thought for a moment and said, "Brother-in-law, can I do it? I'm only 15 years old. If my brother-in-law says you can do it, then you can do it." Yikuan took Yud and worked together to assemble a machine on the spot. He then carefully explained the functions of each component, possible situations that might arise, how to adjust it, and how to do daily maintenance. Yud is smart and has been interning for many days, so he understood it immediately and nodded repeatedly. Yikuan was very satisfied. "Now, I'll give you the gift, guess what it is." Yud smiled and said, "How can I guess that?" "Then close your eyes and I'll give it to you." "Brother-in-law, don't lie." Yud really closed his eyes and slightly tilted his head back. The snow-white neck is like a swan's neck. Yikuan admired it for a long time before taking out an embroidered silk bellyband from his arms. It was translucent and gently covered Yud's face with it. "It's okay. Take a look." Yud opened his eyes, took off his bellyband, took a look, and immediately blushed, whispering, "Brother-in-law, why did you buy this for me? Isn't this good?" Yikuan said seriously, "Last time, your sister told me that you like silk bellyband very much, so she asked me to buy one for you. Look, there are mandarin ducks playing in the water on it." But what? "Put it on first and see if it fits." "Go, I won't show you." Yud didn't fall for it. He pushed Yikuin and turned to run. Don't run. Yikuin grabbed Yud's arm. Unexpectedly, Yud stumbled and fell into Yikuin's arms. Brother-in-law, please stop making trouble. Two little pink fists punched over. Brother-in-law is not making a fuss. Yikuin smiled and whispered, I'll turn around and not look at you. I'll look at you after you change. Is that okay? You really don't want to look at me? Don't lie. I promise not to lie to you. If you don't believe me, pinky promise. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Yud smiled and hid behind Yikuin. Brother-in-law, you are not allowed to look back, or I will tell my sister. Yikuin stood straight, promise not to look back. There was a rustling sound behind me. A minute later, Yud's cheerful voice came, it's ready, brother-in-law. Yikuin turned around, but didn't find any changes. Because the belly band is worn inside, there is another layer of clothes outside. I didn't see where you wore it. Yikuin said with a smile. You can't see it inside, of course. Yud smiled and quickly lowered his head. If you don't let me see it, how can I know if it fits me? If it doesn't fit, I'll get sick, and it's not good for my health. Then, wait a moment. Yud blushed, looked out the window, and pulled Yikuin to the corner. Then he undressed his outer clothes. The brightly colored little belly band catches the eye. Second sister, this is really beautiful. Let me see the size. Yikuin transformed himself into a fashion master and commented on the belly band in front of him. It seems that the size is okay now, but I am afraid that it will not be big enough after a while. Second sister, a beautiful girl like you should wear silk. It feels smooth and does not hurt the skin. Yud, however, refused to let him watch, quickly put on his clothes, and pushed Yikuin. Let's go, brother-in-law, don't tell my sister about this. What's the hurry? Yikuin didn't leave, but blocked Yud in the corner and said with a smile. Brother-in-law gave you a belly band, don't you want to thank me? Brother-in-law, didn't I thank you? What you say doesn't count. Then, how should I thank you? Yud lowered his head and played with the end of his braid. Yikuin thought for a moment and said, is it okay to pretend to be a puppy, lie on the ground, and wag your tail? You are the puppy. Yud was not fooled, he squeezed past Yikuin, turned around and said with a smile, I will thank you if you take me to the county town someday. This girl is eating well now and is growing very fast. Yikuin rubbed his squeezed chest. Don't worry, second sister. I will definitely take you to the county town to play. When the time comes, I will do nothing but play with you and have fun to my heart's content. If you really have time, it would be a blessing to spend a few days with your lovely second aunt. In one afternoon, all the spinning wheels were debugged. The twine stored at home was also moved over. Yikuin called everyone to a meeting and said, tonight, I will recruit workers in the village. I will call all the young wives and girls in the village to help. Daishi, second auntie, Katie, Jia Xinghua, and Lu Hongyu, you are all masters now. You will train the workers tomorrow and officially start production. Everyone looked at the newly built house and the brand new spinning wheel with joy and nodded. Yikuin said again. From now on, the spinning workshop will be in charge of my second aunt. Because there are not many spinning wheels and the workshop is not big, we must work night shifts. 2 shifts of workers will take turns during the day and night. My second aunt and Jia Xinghua will be in charge of the day, Katie and Lu Hongyu will be in charge of the night. Daishi smiled and said, then what should I do? Yikuin said, Daishi, help teach the spinning workers these days. From now on, you will be responsible for making bean paste. Jiang Yurong pulled Yikuin and said, husband, have you forgotten me? Yurong, come with me tomorrow to the county town to drink. When you come back, you can be a housekeeper. Drinking. Jiang Yurong was stunned. Yes, to drink at the wedding. Yikuin smiled and said, I'll go find Qin Cho first to discuss the recruitment. I'll talk to you when I come back in the evening. Qin Cho has already bought 3 pigs and plans to slaughter them for business tomorrow. I was worried about the lack of business and was feeling anxious at home. Seeing Yikuin, Qin Cho was overjoyed and caught it. Sir County Lieutenant, you are back. If you don't come back, I will go to the county to find you. Huihua quickly made tea and asked her daughter Qiaonu to bring it over. Uncle Dalong, oh no, now it's Uncle County Wei, please have some tea. The slave smiled mischievously and half knelt to salute. Yikuan took the teacup and scratched Qiaonu's nose. Qiaonu, you are getting better and better, with a chubby face. After your father kills the pig, you will definitely become a big fat girl. Be careful that you won't be able to get married. Qiaonu is 16 years old, but has not yet been engaged. If I can't get married, I'll just stay in Caomiao village for the rest of my life. Qiao Nukai was not worried and said with a smile, our Caomiao village is now the richest, even richer than the county town. Haha, that's a good point. Yikuan smiled. What a childish thing to say. If you had seen Magistrate Lu's big house and daily life, you would have known what wealth is. Qin Cho said directly, Brother Dalong, the county lieutenant, I will start slaughtering pigs tomorrow. The pork that cannot be sold will really be given to you. That's what I'm talking about. Yikuan nodded and said. My spinning workshop is officially open. Brother Qin Cho, please help me recruit workers in the village. I'll start with 50 people, including sisters-in-law, daughters-in-law, and young girls. Each person will be paid 3 copper coins a day, and the salary will be settled every 10 days. 2 meals a day, meat soup and rice are provided. Qin Cho was overjoyed. 50 people eat every day, I can really sell my pork. 50 people, just temporarily. After 10 days, another 50 people will be added. Yikuan nodded, and asked Qin Cho to speed up and build the remaining houses. Huihua poked Qin Cho. Let's stop killing pigs and help Brother Dalong. Yikuan smiled and said, no, you can just kill the pigs, one every 2 days, and sell them. I run a big workshop, and I have to buy meat and vegetables every day anyway. Qin Cho was just thinking about slaughtering pigs, and went to recruit workers for Yikuan in high spirits. Yikuan returned home, took a shower, and rested with Yurong. Yurong, have you felt better these past 2 days? You won't chase me away tonight, will you? Yikuan was naturally moved by the long-awaited reunion. Tonight, I won't owe you any money. I'll pay you back 7 times. Jiang Yurong smiled and took the initiative for the first time. Oh, 7 times. Yikuan was a little panicked. Oh, I was so stupid at the time. How could I deceive an honest person like this? Now that the honest man has become serious, what can we do? Yurong was very gentle. She leaned over to Yikuan's ear and whispered. Delang, do you know the Duke of Zhou you mentioned? Yikuan looked at Yurong lovingly and paused for a moment. Why do you ask? Nothing, I just want to make a pair of shoes and give it to Duke Zhou to thank him. Jiang Yurong hooked her arms around Yikuan's neck and exhaled sweetly. As for the Zhougong ceremony he said, it's really good. Puff. Yikuan almost burst out laughing. After a long time, the couple's love was over. Yikuan was very considerate and wiped Yurong's face. Then he sat up, lit the oil lamp again, hugged his wife, and talked about himself and Jiao Jiao. Yurong's fingers gently drew circles on Yikuan's chest and nodded. My husband is a high-ranking official in the county, so of course he needs a few women to serve him. Otherwise, who will cook for you and wash your clothes? With more women serving you, I can rest assured at home. Yurong, you are so nice. Yikuan was very touched and kissed his wife on the forehead. Don't worry, no matter how many women I have, you will always be the elder sister, the oldest in the family. Even if I become the emperor in the future, you will still be the queen. Delang, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yurong was startled and covered Yikuan's mouth. If someone hears you talking like this, you will be beheaded. Yikuan nodded and smiled. Let's talk quietly so no one else can hear us. That won't work either. If you say it carelessly, it will cause disaster. Well, I won't say it anymore. Yikuan didn't want Jiang Yurong to worry. Jiang Yurong breathed a sigh of relief and said. Also, if you bring back 100 kilograms of salt today, Daishi said you should put it in a jar and hide it in the backyard. Otherwise, if someone sees you and reports you to the government, you will go to jail. There is a regulation in dating state that ordinary people can buy no more than 2 kilograms of salt at a time. It is illegal to privately store more than 2 kilograms of salt. Yikuan smiled. Yurong, don't worry about this. I am an official now. In Pinji County, only the county magistrate is higher than me. No one dares to arrest me and put me in jail. These salts are all in the proper order, don't worry. The agreement with County Magistrate Liu is just a procedure. Yikuan didn't care about this little bit of salt. It is illegal to privately possess more than 2 kilograms of salt. In other words, due to the current chaos, this law is basically no longer enforced. Jiang Yurong nodded and said, I heard that there are bandits in Shuangya Mountain again. Will they come here to avenge Gui Jianglong? Are there more bandits? I'll wipe them out in 2 days. Yikuan snorted and comforted Jiang Yurong. Tomorrow I will ask Qin Chou to organize a tiger hunting team to be on duty day and night to guard against bandits. After 3 or 5 days, when I have time, I will go and kill those guys. Then you have to be careful. People can die in a war at any time. I'm going to recruit 500 soldiers this time. If each of them spits, they can drown the bandits in Shuangya Mountain. Yikuan didn't care. The bandits in Shuangya Mountain have just begun to regroup, so there shouldn't be many of them and they can be easily captured. If the wedding consummation wasn't tomorrow, Yikuan would be able to wipe out that mob in 1 day. The next morning, Yikuan called the tiger hunting team members who stayed in the village and instructed. From now on, all members of the tiger hunting team will return to their positions and be divided into 2 shifts to patrol and guard day and night to prevent the bandits from Shuangya Mountain from invading. The tiger hunting team members had experienced the last battle of Shiping Mountain. They were full of heroic spirit and were very proud. They shouted, Brother Dalong, why bother? Just take us there now and kill those bandits. The ruthless bears in Shiping Mountain have all been wiped out, so what are the small gangs of bandits in Shuangya Mountain? Moreover, Shuangya Mountain is only 30 miles away from Caomiao village. If we have a fast horse, we can set out early in the morning, kill the robbers and come back in time for lunch. Yikuan shook his head and said, I'm very busy. I haven't had time to fight the bandits in the past month. Please wait a little longer. As for the bandits in Shuangya Mountain, Yikuan wanted to wait a little longer. After recruiting a group of new soldiers, we will give them some simple training and then take them to Shuangya Mountain for some actual combat training. Only after experiencing fighting and the baptism of blood and fire can recruits grow rapidly. Otherwise, you will just be cannon fodder when you go to the battlefield. But Yikuan will not wait until a month, he will take action in 10 days at most. The reason why he said there was no time for a month was to deliberately spread the news so that the bandits in Shuangya Mountain could continue to be at large, so as not to alert the enemy. The members of the tiger hunting team were very disappointed when they heard that Yikuan was not available for a month. Yikuan waved his hand and asked everyone to disperse and organize their defenses. Qin Chou was recruiting workers overnight and going door to door to advertise. The whole village was in an uproar, and the girls and young wives were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. Free meals and 3 copper coins a day, it's simply pie in the sky. Early in the morning, 20 or 30 people came to the door of the spinning workshop. They were all girls and sisters-in-law from the village, chattering and laughing. Yikuan arrived, waved his hand and said, Everyone, be quiet. Register first so that we can pay you later. Everyone nodded and lined up. Yikuan registered everyone's name and gave each person a piece of paper, which was hung on the wall for easy accounting. Then, arranged the workers for training first. Katie Daishi, the second aunt's sister, Jia Xinghua, and Lu Hongyu all took part in the operation and taught everyone step by step. The villagers were very clumsy at first, not used to such operations, and were in a panic. After half an hour, things were getting better. Yikuan told his second aunt Yud. Second sister, today we are training the workers, not starting work. We will assess them tonight, and those who can spin qualified linen will start work tomorrow. The second aunt nodded, brother-in-law, don't worry, I will teach everyone well. Yikuan also arranged 2 aunts to cook for everyone. Then, I prepared to take my mother and Jiang Yurong to the county town. But the old lady was unwilling and said with a smile, I am blind. I can't see anything even if I go to the county town, so I won't go. Yurong is the mistress of the family, so let her go. Yikuan had no choice but to nod, then my son will take Rong with him. When you have time, bring Jiao Jiao back and kowtow to me. The guards and bodyguards have prepared the carriage. Yikuan called Sanner and Pinger to go to the county town together. Because Jiao Jiao missed these two beggars, she asked Yikuan to take them to see them. Sanner Pinger has been in Chao Miao village for more than 10 days. He has changed into clean clothes, bathed and washed his hair frequently, and has good meals every day, so he is now very energetic. Jiang Yurong was sitting in the carriage holding the little girl Pinger. Sanner followed Yikuan's personal soldiers and learned how to drive a cart. Yikuan drove the car himself and was in a good mood. My husband, I am not as good as Pinger. I have never been to the county town. Jiang Yurong was a little worried and said with a smile, I have never seen the world. What should I do if I make a fool of myself in the county town? Yikuan smiled and said, you are the wife of the county lieutenant, how can you make a fool of yourself? When we get to the county, I will accompany you and give you 2 maids to ensure that you will not make a fool of yourself. Jiang Yurong was relieved. With the clatter of horses' hooves, we arrived at the county town before lunch. Yikuan named the rented house on South Street Kangjialu because it was for Jiao Jiao to live in. At this time, Jiao Jiao was still busy at the Lotus restaurant, not at the Songjiao Tower. Arriving at Songjiao Tower, Yikuan took out the key and opened the door, then told Sanner and Pinger. Sanner Pinger, go to the tavern where Sister Jiao Jiao used to live and tell her that I brought Sister Yurong here with me and ask her to come over. The 2 children also missed Sister Jiao Jiao and ran away. Yikuan pushed Jiang Yurong down on the chair and said with a smile, Sister, sit here and wait for your sister Jiao Jiao to come and pay her respects. Jiang Yurong pushed Yikuan away and laughed softly. Where is the toilet? I need to pee. I haven't gotten off the bus all the way. I can't hold it anymore. Yikuan deliberately smirked, where are the toilets in the city? Everyone is holding it in until midnight, and when they see Northwest one on the street, they go to the street to relieve themselves. Sir, stop making trouble. Jiang Yurong put her legs together and punched him with her little pink fist. If you keep making trouble, I'll make a fool of myself. Yikuan then smiled, took Jiang Yurong to the outhouse in the backyard, and brought the toilet. Sister Yurong, I will serve you. Jiang Yurong couldn't hold it in any longer, so she took off her clothes, sat down, and said while covering her face. Husband, please get out. What's going on? Yikuan refused to leave. Strange, you are not shy about sleeping together, but why are you embarrassed about relieving yourself? You're a bad guy. Jiang Yurong covered her face and lowered her head and said, it's all your fault. When I was a girl, I could hold it in. Are you blaming me for last night too? Last night, you were the man and slept on top. You still have something to say. What's more, I'm going back to Chao Miao village and I won't pay attention to you anymore. Jiang Yurong's face turned red. Okay, I won't say anything. Yikuan smiled evilly, turned around and fetched a basin of water for Jiang Yurong to wash his hands. Jiang Yurong washed his hands and laughed softly, there are so many rules in the city. You have to wash your hands after going to the toilet. Yikuan said seriously, in the city, there are still rules. Husband and wife should have sex 10 times a night. You're talking nonsense again. Jiang Yurong rolled her eyes. What nonsense? People in the countryside have to do it 7 times, so city people must do it 10 times. City people don't farm, so they have more time. Then you are in the city, aren't you exhausted? The couple was arguing when Jiao Jiao hurried over. Following behind were Qiao Yun and Tian Shaoyi. Last time, Yikuan also brought Jiao Jiao back to Chao Miao village and stayed there for 1 night, so Jiao Jiao knew Yurong and Yurong also knew Jiao Jiao. Sister Yurong, Jiao Jiao kowtows to you. As soon as they met, Jiao Jiao knelt down and said, Sister, I will be your maid from now on. You can beat and scold me as you like. Jiao Jiao will listen to you. Qiao Yun and Tian Shaoyi also knelt down. Jiang Yurong panicked and was in a panic. Hurry up, everyone. I feel relieved that you are taking care of my husband in the city. After some polite tugging, Jiao Jiao and the others finally stood up. Jiang Yurong thought for a moment. My husband and Jiao Jiao are getting married tonight. I think we need to add something to this house. Otherwise, it will be too plain and not look like a wedding. Xiaoyun and Xiaoyi, please take me to the street. This is my first time in the county town and I am not familiar with it. Xiaoyun and Xiaoyi nodded hurriedly. Yikuan said, Yurong, let's eat first, and then let Godmother take us shopping. Godmother, who is it? It's an auntie next door to our pub. She's very warm and helpful. Yikuan pulled Jiang Yurong to sit down, and asked Xiaoyun and Xiaoyi to go to the tavern to get some food and wine, and to invite Aunt Wang as well. Xiaoyun and Xiaoyi took Saner and Pinger to the tavern to get food. Jiao Jiao stayed here and served Jiang Yurong carefully, gently, and considerately. After a while, Aunt Wang arrived. After getting to know each other, Wang Ganma took Jiang Yurong's hand. Our county lieutenant has good vision and is so lucky. The lady in our family is so dignified and virtuous. She even outshines Jiao Jiao. I think many noble ladies in the city are not as elegant as the lady. Aunt Wang was an expert at knitting and she often repaired silks and satins for the ladies. She had seen a lot of things and was good at speaking. Jiang Yurong was a simple country girl, how could she be a match for Wang Ganma? She was delighted and shy at the compliment, and smiled. Godmother, my husband is in the city, and I rely on you to take care of him. No, it's all because of the county lieutenant who took care of me. Aunt Wang smiled and arranged for everyone to sit down. Yikuan and Jiang Yurong sat down first, Xiaoyun took the bowls and chopsticks, Xiaoyi served the dishes, and Jiao Jiao poured the wine herself. Jiang Yurong asked everyone to sit down, including Saner Pinger. Just as they were about to eat, Ma Fugui arrived and bowed respectfully to Jiang Yurong. I am Ma Fugui, an old man, nice to meet the mistress. Yurong knew that this was Jiao Jiao's father and hurriedly returned the greeting. Ma Fugui said hello, took his leave and went to take care of the tavern business. Jiang Yurong was very happy to see that everyone respected her. This meal was a joy to be had by all. Xiaoyun and Xiaoyi had never seen Jiang Yurong before. Before meeting her, they thought Jiang Yurong was as fierce as the county magistrate's wife and felt uneasy. Now seeing Jiang Yurong being so kind and generous, everyone felt relieved. After dinner, Xiaoyun fetched some water and helped Jiang Yurong wash her face and hands. Jiao Jiao poured some hot tea and placed it in front of Jiang Yurong. Wang Ganma called Yikuan, Sir, come over here, let's discuss it. Yikuan nodded and followed Aunt Wang into the bedroom. Sangjiao Tower is a quadrangle with east and west bedrooms, east and west wing rooms, and a kitchen and utility room at the back. Aunt Wang invited Yikuan into the west bedroom and said with a smile, Sir, how do you plan to decorate it? How much money will it cost? Yikuan smiled and said, We'll consummate our marriage tonight, so it's probably too late to decorate now. Godmother, let's just do it casually. Who said it's too late? Aunt Wang smiled and said, A few days ago, Ma Fugui gave me 1 or 2 taels of silver and asked me to buy some things. I bought them all and put them at home. Old Ma only has this daughter, and he wants to make her wedding more festive. Yikuan was stunned and bowed, Godmother is really a caring person, thank you very much. Aunt Wang counted on her fingers and told Yikuan what she had bought. Yikuan thought about it and said with a smile, Godmother, decorate the east bedroom as well, so that both sides are the same. Aunt Wang was puzzled, the east side is also decorated, who is it for? For Yurong. Yikuan sighed, when Yurong and I got married, we were very poor and our wedding room was not decorated at all. Tonight, if I decorate Jiao Jiao's room too well, I'm afraid Yurong will be sad. Oh, Lord County Lieutenant, you are so affectionate and considerate. Aunt Wang couldn't stop praising him, a woman who can marry the county lieutenant is blessed for 8 lifetimes. Yikuan smiled, Godmother, you are so beautiful, your previous husband must have been considerate and affectionate to you, right? Aunt Wang is a widow, actually only 36 years old. She is indeed beautiful, and looks like a good wife and mother. If it happened in later generations, he would be a fan of many people. The county lieutenant is making fun of me. Aunt Wang also drank some wine at noon, her face flushed. When we were young, my husband and I were in love. But my husband died, and I am old now. I can only look at you young people and feel happy for you in my heart. Who said you were old? Yikuan smiled and said, Look at my godmother. She doesn't have a single white hair on her head, and not a single wrinkle on her face. She looks no more than 20 years old. Aunt Wang felt embarrassed and laughed softly. Since you are praising me so much, I will drink 2 more bowls of wine tonight. Don't worry, godmother. I will thank you very much in the future when I consummate my marriage. We have a long way to go. Yikuan nodded and smiled. Aunt Wang nodded. Then I will accompany the county lieutenant's wife first, and then go buy some more things. I'm going too. Yikuan nodded and invited Jiang Yurong to go shopping together. The main reason was that Yurong came to the county town for the first time and was unfamiliar with the place, so Yikuan was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable. I feel at ease only when I accompany her in person. There weren't many people on the street in the afternoon. However, the brothels and theaters are still as lively as ever. Jiang Yurong saw the young lady soliciting customers in front of the brothel. Her face turned red, and she whispered, "How could there be such a person? It's like this in the city, there are all kinds of people." Yikuan smiled bitterly. Then there is no official to take care of it. The government doesn't care. Yikuan sighed. The Ding kingdom was so strange. Selling salt was a capital crime, but running brothels on the streets was protected. You must know that many girls in brothels were trafficked and were very pitiful. Jiang Yurong lowered his head and walked quickly past the brothel door. The front is where people buy cloth and various sundry items. It is much cleaner. Jiang Yurong breathed a sigh of relief and selected red silk and red candles with Aunt Wang. The candles of the Dating Kingdom are made of beeswax, dyed red with safflower juice, which gives them a festive look. There are also finished wooden boxes, dressing tables and more. Half an hour later, the purchase was completed. Yikuan took all the small things with him, asked the store to deliver the wooden box dressing table to his room, and began to decorate it. The things that Wang Ganma bought for her family were also delivered. Red lanterns were hung in front of the door, and big red flowers were woven with red silk and hung in the room. Aunt Wang was quick and agile, busy all the time, bending over and sticking out her butt. Yikuan pointed at Wang Ganma and smiled at Jiang Yurong. "Yurong, guess how old is my godmother this year?" Jiang Yurong thought for a moment and said, 25. Aunt Wang smiled and turned around and said, "Madam, you are making fun of me. I am 36 this year." Yikuan smiled and said, "Godmother has taken good care of herself. She really looks only 25. Jiang Yurong also laughed. "Yes, my godmother lives in the city and is not exposed to the sun. She looks really young, just like a young wife." Aunt Wang smiled and pushed Jiang Yurong. "Don't make fun of me, ma'am. Come and see your new house." "My new house?" Jiang Yurong was stunned. Yikuan nodded and took Jiang Yurong to the east wing. "Yurong, when we got married, we had nothing, and we wronged you. Now, I have prepared a room for you in the city as compensation. From now on, you can come whenever you want and stay as long as you like." Aunt Wang smiled and said, "Look, madam, your husband is so considerate and caring. He knows how to take care of you. This is something that cannot be bought with 10,000 ounces of gold." "Husband, you call me good, thank you." Jiang Yurong was deeply moved and her eyes were red. "Yurong, these are what you should have." Yikuan forgot himself for a moment and held Yurong in his arms. Jiang Yurong was startled, pushed Yikuan away, and said angrily, "My godmother is still here. Don't be ashamed, ma'am. I'm blind and can't see anything." Aunt Wang chuckled and hid away. In a blink of an eye, it was dark. The Tsangjiao Tower is brightly lit with red lights, and is filled with joy. In the bedrooms on the east and west sides, red double happiness patterns were cut out of bright red silk cloth and pasted on the headboards. This double happiness is Yikuan's masterpiece. Because in the Dating Kingdom, it was not popular to post double happiness characters when decorating wedding rooms. There is no red paper at this time, so I can't cut it out. Only Yikuan was a prodigal son who cut the red silk cloth, which made Jiang Yurong and Jiao Jiao sad and happy. After the wedding ceremony, everyone drank the wedding wine and sent the newlyweds to the bridal chamber. Yikuan slipped out again and went into Jiang Yurong's room. Jiang Yurong smiled and said, "Husband, you and Jiao Jiao are consummating your marriage tonight. Why are you coming to my room? You are the eldest lady, I will accompany you tonight." Yi Kuan hugged Jiang Yurong. Jiao Jiao, leave her alone. In fact, Yi Kuan felt bad. Since I am the county lieutenant, I will definitely spend a lot of time in the county. Jiang Yurong is in the countryside, so I can't stay with her for long. This is my wife, the one who has shared my joys and sorrows. Jiang Yurong pushed Yi Kuan and said with a smile. Stop it, Brother Dalong, Brother Kuan, Lord County Lieutenant. Jiao Jiao is the bride tonight, not me. You are also a bride, and you will always be my bride. Yi Kuan refused and went to bed shamelessly. Jiang Yurong was so annoyed that she had to obey Yi Kuan and whispered. Okay, stop making trouble. I'll listen to you. Then you can go over there. Don't ignore Jiao Jiao. In the middle of the night, Yi Kuan was still driven out and went to Jiao Jiao's room. Jiao Jiao was still awake and was heating tea for Yi Kuan. Jiao Jiao, you're not angry, are you? Yi Kuan explained, Yurong will be back in a day or two. I'm afraid I won't have much time to spend with her in the future, so I accompanied her, and chatted. Brother Kuan, why would I be angry? You should spend more time with Sister Yurong. That's what you should do. Jiao Jiao's 2 lips came up to block his, as gentle as a hot spring. The next morning, everyone got up early. Jiao Jiao smiled shyly, greeted Jiang Yurong and offered her tea. Yurong took the tea, looked at Yi Kuan and Jiao Jiao sideways, and said with a smile, Did you sleep well last night? Yi Kuan clasped his fists and bowed, It's fine. Madam, did you sleep well last night? Last night, a mouse got in and kept me awake in the middle of the night. Jiang Yurong rolled her eyes, Prepare the carriage, I will take Saner Pinger home in the afternoon. Yi Kuan chuckled, Madam, don't worry. I have to send you back today because I have to go on business. You stay one more night and we will go home together tomorrow. After breakfast, Yi Kuan asked Jiang Yurong to get on the carriage, and Xiao Yun and Xiao Yi followed closely to the military camp. Jiang Yurong also wanted to see where Yi Kuan was an official. After entering the military camp and seeing the parade ground, Jiang Yurong was surprised, My husband, this place is so big. The training ground is only about 4 or 5 acres in size, so it's actually not that big. Not big. I'm planning to expand it. Yi Kuan arranged Jiang Yurong in front of the cleanest barracks, changed into his military uniform, held a sword, and began to call the troops. 200 new soldiers were recruited in the past 2 days. Some of them came for 200 copper coins. The county magistrate's order was to recruit 500 new soldiers within a month. It seems that there is no big problem now. All the new recruits gathered and listened to Yi Kuan's instructions. Yi Kuan reiterated the military discipline and issued the 7 killing orders of the Ding Kingdom. Those who kill their own comrades will be killed without mercy. Anyone who retreats in battle will be killed without mercy. Anyone who disturbs the military camp will be killed without mercy. Anyone who neglects military affairs will be killed without mercy. Those who disobey orders will be killed without mercy. Those who collaborate with the enemy and betray the country will be killed without mercy. Anyone who harasses the people will be killed without mercy. The recruits all stood up straight and responded in unison, Yes. Jiang Yurong was watching from a distance, and her eyes were filled with even more admiration for Yi Kuan. It was the first time that she saw her husband in military uniform, commanding the entire crowd. Yi Kuan selected a few more team leaders and handed them over to the original team leaders for training, and instructed. Everyone who comes to my barracks is my brother. From now on, we will intensify our training and preparation for war. This county lieutenant will take time to train with you all. After the lecture, Yi Kuan took Jiang Yurong back to have lunch. Jiang Yurong smiled and said, My husband, you are so powerful and have so many people under you. Now, I am not afraid of the robbers in Shuangya Mountain. The bandits of Shuangya Mountain are certainly not worth mentioning. Yi Kuan shook his head, but this number of people is not enough to fill the gaps in the enemy's teeth on a large-scale battlefield. When I become a general in the future, I will have 100,000 people under my command, which is considered a lot. My husband is so capable, he will definitely become a general in the future. Jiang Yurong was very happy. Yi Kuan nodded, Okay, I will work hard to make my wife the general's wife. After lunch, Yi Kuan asked Jiang Yurong to rest at home, and Xiao Yun and Xiao Yi were responsible for taking care of her. He went to the military camp and reorganized the troops. From now on, you must obey orders absolutely. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Yi Kuan was full of murderous intent. After giving a speech, he changed into a set of shorts and performed enemy capturing boxing, military boxing, dagger exercises, and bayonet fighting for everyone. Then show you tactical moves such as falling forward, falling backward, falling sideways, crawling, and crossing obstacles. These things are the real skills that Yi Kuan learned during his previous reserve training. There are no bayonets here, but replacing them with spears can achieve the same effect. Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan were both stunned and full of admiration. Master Yi, you know so much. So amazing. We thought you were a weak young man. The last battle of Sheeping Mountain was basically a battle of bows and crossbows. Yi Kuan did not demonstrate his combat capability and individual soldier skills, and everyone thought that Yi Kuan was only good with archery. Unexpectedly, he is still omnipotent. Yi Kuan gathered all the soldiers and shouted. You still have a lot to learn, and I will teach you slowly. If you learn, you can kill the enemy and save your life on the battlefield. If you don't learn, you will die on the battlefield. The last time we suppressed bandits in Sheeping Mountain, our soldiers lost 2 lives, injured 5, and wiped out more than 200 bandits. This is combat effectiveness and combat experience. The veterans and new recruits were all stunned by Yi Kuan and shouted in unison, we listen to Master Yi. Yi Kuan nodded and asked Zhu Dachuan to stay and continue training. He took Wang Bao into the barracks and began to make a training plan. The first step is to train formations, organize internal affairs, and temper will. The second step is to do exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps every morning and evening to improve your physical strength and fitness. The third step is to learn individual soldier tactics, how to use bows and crossbows, and how to ride war horses. Wang Bao admired it very much. Master Yi, your training method is different from Master Shangguan's. Master Shangguan only trained us to use swords, guns, bows, and arrows, and never taught us these things. Yi Kuan nodded and said, the new soldiers we recruit are all our comrades. Let everyone learn more so that they can have a better chance of survival on the battlefield. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Dating Kingdom is very poor. If the training is scientific, the intensity is maintained, and the equipment and logistics are guaranteed, a force of 500 people can be invincible in a small battle. After the training plan was formulated, Yi Kuan returned to the south of the city and accompanied Jiang Yurong to visit his 2 large restaurants and other places in the county, and bought some rare items that were not available in the countryside. After all, Jiang Yurong had never been out of the house before and this was her first time in the county town. Jiao Jiao knew that Jiang Yurong was going back tomorrow, so she arranged a table of delicious food in the evening as a farewell party for Jiang Yurong. With Aunt Wang accompanying them, everyone was chatting and laughing. After dinner, Yi Kuan took Jiang Yurong to send Aunt Wang home. After entering the door, Aunt Wang asked Yi Kuan and his wife to sit down and made tea. Yi Kuan smiled and said, Godmother, your needlework skills are unique in this county. I would like to ask you to help make a silk dress for Yurong. You can't find such good skills as yours in our countryside. Jiang Yurong was startled and waved her hands, saying, Sir, please don't spend money. I'm a country girl, why would I need a silk dress? A long silk dress costs several taels of silver. In the entire Chao Miao village, only Zhou Taigong had a black silk gown, which he would only wear when meeting distinguished guests. Yurong, this is my wish, I must do it. Yi Kuan didn't give any explanation. Aunt Wang smiled and said, Silk in the world is sold to beauties like you. You are the wife of the county lieutenant. Let alone one set, even if you have 3 or 5 sets of silk, a group of servants, and a carriage with 4 horses, what does it mean? Yi Kuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, that's right, I'm the county lieutenant, and my wife doesn't even have silk, won't the whole county laugh at me? Jiang Yurong had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, well, okay. Aunt Wang took out a ruler and measured Jiang Yurong's figure, praising her endlessly. When they first got married, Jiang Yurong was quite thin. Now, a month has passed, and with the nourishment of love, it has changed. It is big where it should be big, and thin where it should be thin. Back at Songjiao Tower, Yi Kuan still stayed with Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong was worried that Jiao Jiao would be wronged, so she said with a smile, "Go and accompany Sister Jiao Jiao, we are an old married couple. It's only when an old couple is together that they have a good relationship." Yi Kuan didn't leave. He crawled into bed and lay down. Jiang Yurong couldn't drive Yi Kuan away, so she had to blow out the light and lie down, hooking her arm around his neck, and laughed softly. "After I leave, my husband, please don't go to the brothels." "Why not? We have it at home, why waste money?" "Madam is right. I remember what you said. But let's change the way we act tonight." It was another warm and sweet night. When she woke up in the morning, Jiang Yurong seemed a little lazy, yet very happy and satisfied. Yi Kuan asked his personal soldiers to load the finished spinning wool parts onto the wheel, then accompanied Jiang Yurong for breakfast, and then called Sanner and Pinger to go home together. In the past 2 days, several carpentry workshops have worked overtime to produce 5 spinning wheels. In Caomiao village, Yi Kuan's spinning workshop is busy. The workers have been trained and put on the job, and hemp rope is produced in an endless stream. Jiang Yobao brought Jiang Laowu and others to deliver hemp silk, and then sent the hemp rope to the county town for sale, so Yi Kuan didn't have to worry about it. If the product is good and the price is right, there will be no problem selling it. If the products were sold to other places, the profits would be greater, but Yi Kuan did not want to make the small sums of money and only wanted to expand his business. Yi Kuan went to the workshop to check and assemble a new spinning wheel. "Brother-in-law, we have produced more than 5,000 kilograms of hemp silk in the past 2 days, and the hemp silk stock at home is almost running out." The second aunt's sister was very happy and boasted to Yi Kuan. "Second sister is really capable." Yi Kuan touched Yud's head. "Several big hemp silk bosses in the city have a stock of 100,000 kilograms of hemp silk. I have already contacted them. Tomorrow your brother will go to sell hemp thread and will bring back a large amount of hemp silk." "You touched my head again." Yud squinted and smiled. "I'm not a child anymore. Yes, my second sister has grown up again, a lot bigger." Yi Kuan looked at his second aunt's sister with great interest. "You are my factory manager now, I will give you a raise." Yud tilted his head and asked, "How much more salary?" Yi Kuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's count it 1 day at a time. Is that okay?" "So many in 1 day? My brother-in-law lied to me, didn't he?" Yud didn't believe it, and counted on his fingers. 33 a day, how many is a month? Only 1 ounce of silver for 30 days a month, you little fool. Yi Kuan pinched Yud's little face. "Hate it, pinching my face. The little pink fist hit me." At this warm moment, the voice of Katie scolding the workers was heard from the workshop in front. Very fierce and aggressive. Yi Kuan frowned slightly and asked Yud, "Why is Katie so fierce? They are all workers in the village. Isn't that bad? I don't know what's wrong with this little rascal. He's been in a bad mood these past 2 days and always has a stern face when talking to me." Yud stuck out his tongue. "You're going to get a spanking for daring to look stern with my concubine." Yi Kuan smiled. "Brother-in-law, you are talking nonsense. Who is the concubine?" Yud blushed. "You are my second aunt, just like my wife." Yi Kuan squeezed Yud's shoulder and said, "Go to the workshop and ask Katie to come over." Yud nodded and went to the workshop to supervise the work, and asked Katie to go to the backyard room. Katie walked into the room angrily, lowered her head and said nothing. Yi Kuan stopped what he was doing and asked, "What's wrong, Katie? Who offended you?" "No, I'm just unhappy. You don't have to worry about me." Katie's eyes suddenly turned red and she started sobbing. Yi Kuan looked at Katie's face and said, "What's wrong, Katie? Tell me if you have anything to say. I don't want you to care about me. I'm an orphan anyway. No one cares about me. I have no family, no brothers or sisters, no parents, and no one likes me as a wild child." Katie cried even harder, her shoulders heaving. "I see." Yi Kuan nodded and pinched Katie's shoulders. "Close your eyes, I'll play a trick for you, and you'll be happy." "I'm not happy, I don't want you to play tricks." The little girl still pouted, but also closed her eyes. Yi Kuan shook his head and smiled, then took out a silk-embroidered belly band from his arms and stuffed it into Katie's hand. Embroidered on it are red flowers, a lotus with 2 stems, and 2 colorful butterflies hovering around. There were no ready-made clothes in the county town, but there were ready-made belly bands, silk headscarves, sweat towels, handkerchiefs, and other small clothes. Knowing that Katie is a jealous little girl, Yikuin bought one for Katie when he bought a belly band for his second aunt last time, but he forgot to give it to her. "Brother Dalong, this is for me." Katie opened her eyes and saw the belly band in her hand. She burst into laughter and said, "Brother Dalong, I thought you forgot about me, so you got mad and took it out on the workers, huh?" Yikuin pinched Katie's little face. "Just tell me what you want. I'm not refusing to buy it for you. If you get mad next time, I'll spank you. Brother Dalong, if you want to hit me, go ahead. I'm not going to run away." Katie smiled happily, took the belly band, couldn't let it go, and tried it on her chest. "Your name is Katie, so I picked this one for you. It has 2 little butterflies on it. Do you like it?" "I like it very much, Brother Dalong." Katie nodded repeatedly, suddenly threw herself into Yikuin's arms, and whispered, "Brother Dalong, you said you would take me as your concubine when I got fat. I have gained weight now and have some flesh on my body. If you don't believe me, feel it and try." "Silly girl, those are the nonsense Chin Cho and the others said. I never said that." Yikuin couldn't help but smile and rub the back of Katie's head. "I treat you as my sister. When you grow up, I will find a good husband for you." In fact, it was Jiang Yurong who said this, and Katie took it seriously. "No, I don't want to be your sister, and I don't want you to find me a husband." Katie's eyes turned red again, and she twisted around on Yikuin. "I want to be your concubine. If you drive me away, I will die." The little girl is not stupid. Where can she find a good in-law family with better conditions than Yikuin's? Moreover, Katie also truly likes Yikuin. Handsome, gentle, and doesn't beat his wife. In Katie's heart, she had already considered herself as Yikuin's woman, and was always ready. "Look, you're in a bad mood again, aren't you?" Yikuin had no choice but to pat Katie on the back. "You are still young and don't understand some things. I will talk to you about it when I have time. By the way, you will also have 1 or 2 taels of silver as pocket money every month, just like you'd. Otherwise, the little girl will cry again. Brother Dalong feels sorry for me, so I won't cry." Katie smiled and raised her face to ask, "Brother Dalong, will you take me to the county town to play in the future?" Yikuin pinched Katie's little nose and said, "Of course I will. But I have to wait until you grow up a little bit. I've grown up and have some flesh on me. This little bit of meat is not enough for me to eat." Yikuin smiled and slapped Katie. "Go to work." Katie suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed Yikuin on the face, turned around and ran away. This little girl is a bit precocious. Yikuin touched his face, smiled bitterly and shook his head, then continued to assemble the spinning wheel. After dinner, Yikuin chatted with his mother for a while and then prepared to go to bed. Yud was off work, so he took the opportunity to secretly ask Yikuin, "Brother-in-law, what happened to Katie today?" "It was just the little girl throwing a tantrum, but she's been coaxed into submission now." "How did you coax your brother-in-law?" The second aunt's sister grinned. "Do you want to know?" Yikuin held Yud's hand and said with a smile, "Little girl, if you don't listen, you will be spanked. Just spank a few times. Second sister, if you get angry in the future, I will spank you, and very hard. Are you afraid?" "I'm not in a bad mood, why are you hitting me?" The second aunt pushed Yikuin away and ran away smiling. That night, Yikuin was driven away by Jiang Yurong and stayed in Daishi's room. Daishi helped Yikuin wash his feet and said with a smile, "Brother Dalong is back so rarely, why don't you accompany Sister Yurong? I missed you, isn't it okay?" Yikuin picked up Daishi and gave her a kiss. "Why are you still so thin? Daishi, don't be too tired in the future. Eat more and rest more. I've gained some weight since I married you. Brother Dalong, do you like me to be a little fatter?" "Of course I like you to be fatter. A fatter you are, so we can have a son. A fatter you are, so our son will have milk to drink. Yurong is the elder sister. She should be Mr. Yurong's son. It's the same no matter which gentleman comes out. Yi Kuan hadn't been close to Daishi for a few days, so it was inevitable that he was filled with love. Let's work hard tonight, maybe you'll have it tomorrow. Come on, I'll give you twins. Daishi was also gentle and affectionate, her heart was as sweet as honey, and her warm body wrapped around him. The next morning, Yi Kuan said goodbye to his family and went to the county town. There are too many things to do in the county, such as opening up mountains, training soldiers, and recruiting soldiers, all of which cannot be done without Yi Kuan. First, we went to the military camp to check the training situation. Then, Yi Kuan took his personal soldiers to check at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. The mountain excavation project has been going on for 3 days. 3 caves were dug out on that throat road, each of which could accommodate 10 people. If we expand the cave a little more, we can avoid the carriage. A lot of stone was excavated and transported to the middle of the mountain. However, no one understands why it would be necessary to go to the trouble of transporting the mined rocks halfway up the mountain. Wouldn't it be easier to just throw it off the cliff by the roadside? Yi Kuan was very satisfied with the limestone. The next step is to open the kiln to calcine the lime. However, before burning lime, charcoal must be prepared and used as fuel to make qualified lime. After returning to the military camp in the county, Yi Kuan used his soldiers to find folk kiln masters and recruit kiln talents at a large price. Yi Kuan was busy all day. In the evening, when Yi Kuan was about to return to Congjiao Tower to reminisce the old days with Jiao Jiao, he did not expect that County Magistrate Lu's brother-in-law Ho Chi wanted to invite Yi Kuan to drink. This guy, last time he used the torture trick, was whipped several times and has been recovering from his injuries recently. Yi Kuan couldn't refuse, so he bought a gift and went to Ho Chi's house for a drink. Just as the food was served, a maid came to report that Magistrate Lu's wife, Ho Chi's sister, had arrived. Ho Chi stood up and invited his sister Ho into the inner hall. Yi Kuan stood up and bowed. I didn't know your highness was here. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Oh, so Lord Yi is here too. Ho seemed very happy, her beautiful eyes wandered. I came to see the child's uncle, and I didn't expect to meet Lord Yi. It's fate. Fate. Yi Kuan felt that this encounter seemed like it was specially arranged by the Ho family. Could it be that the answers of the 2 maids who were trying out marriage last time satisfied Madame Lu, and Madame Lu wanted to marry Miss Yuejuan to herself? So, Yi Kuan smiled and said, yes, it is fate to see you again. I wonder if Lord Lu has any letter and when he will return. If you calculate it, the Dog County Magistrate should be back in just 2 or 3 days. A message came from a fast horse. It may take a few days for Master Lu to come back. Madame Lu Ho invited Yi Kuan to sit down, and said with a twinkling look in her eyes, since Lord Lu is not here, Lord Yi will have to take care of the county's affairs. Don't worry, madam. It's my duty to work hard. Yi Kuan also sat down. Ho Chi picked up the pot and poured wine, and the 3 of them began to drink. After a few glasses of wine, Mrs. Lu's face became even more rosy and her smile became more charming. Yi Kuan toasted and asked casually, Madam, why didn't Miss Yuejuan come with you? Yuejuan doesn't like going out. Madame Lu smiled meaningfully. However, Yuejuan really liked the poem that Lord Yi wrote last time, and she also said that Lord Yi is an interesting person. Interesting. It's interesting indeed. Yi Kuan was very excited. I am a humble official with little knowledge and only made up a few nonsense sentences. It is rare that Miss Yuejuan appreciates it. I am really happy. Mrs. Lu nodded and winked at Ho Chi. Ho Chi immediately stood up and said with a smile, I have to go out for some urgent business. Excuse me for a moment. Lord Yi, please accompany my sister for a few more drinks. 7th brother, please do as you please. Yi Kuan's heart skipped a beat. What do these 2 siblings mean? Ho Chi took his leave and closed the door. Yi Kuan sat down again and poured wine for Madame Lu. Madam, last time we suppressed the bandits in Sheeping Mountain, in order to stabilize the morale of the army, we used the self-torture tactic, and my 7th brother suffered a loss. I am terrified, and I beg for your forgiveness. Master Yi, you don't know. Madame Lu gently held Yi Kuan's hand and smiled softly. Ho Chi is not the legitimate son, but the son of my father's concubine. It doesn't matter if he was beaten, Lord Yi, don't worry. Damn, you're just going to get started right away. Yi Kuan didn't dare to move. Madam, you care about me so much. I will repay you wholeheartedly in the future, even if it means my death. Mrs. Lu is about 31 or 32 years old, with a foxy face and is well maintained. But she is charming and considerate. Madame Lu pulled her hand away again and smiled slightly. Master Yi, what do you think of my daughter Yuejuan? Yuejuan. Yi Kun said seriously, Miss Yuejuan is a fairy from heaven. For a mortal like me, being able to see her once is a blessing that I have cultivated for several lifetimes. Madame Lu nodded and smiled. It turns out that Lord Yi also has Yuejuan in his heart. This. Yi Kun stood up and bowed deeply. I am a humble commoner with nothing. I dare not have any wishful thinking and dare not offend the lady. Who said you have nothing? Lord Yi, please sit down and talk. Mrs. Lu also stood up, supported Yi Kun's shoulders and pinched them. Yi Kun sat down obediently. Madame Lu raised her glass, drank with Yi Kun, and said with a smile. In the county government, Lord Lu has the final say. But in my family, no matter how big or small the matter is, I have the final say, including Yuejuan's marriage. This signal is very obvious. Yi Kun poured wine for Mrs. Lu. The county magistrate's wife is beautiful and good at managing the household. She is naturally a good helper to Lord Lu. Lord Lu also respects her very much. What do you mean by respect? Madame Lu rolled her eyes at Yi Kun and said faintly, Lu Zhongyu, this old turtle, is just afraid of me. This. Yi Kun didn't know how to respond. Lu Zhongyu was the name of County Magistrate Lu. Mrs. Lu actually called him an old turtle. It seems that the relationship between the couple is not very good. This venison is good and good for your health. Lord Yi, please eat more. Madame Lu picked up some food for Yi Kun and sighed. I know that Lord Yi has Yuejuan in his heart, but Lu Zhongyu will not agree. After all, Lord Yi, you already have a wife. Yi Kun pretended to be terrified. I only respect Miss Yuejuan and dare not have any improper thoughts. Think about it, it's okay. Madame Lu stared at Yi Kun with a dazed look in her eyes. Sir Yi, I think you are very good and worthy of Yuan. But I have to slowly figure out a solution for this matter. Thank you, ma'am. Yi Kun stopped pretending and whispered, If madam, I will never forget your kindness. But how are you going to thank me? Mrs. Lu leaned over. Thank you however madam says. Yi Kun reached out and held Mrs. Lu's slender waist. Then, he raised his wine glass and put it to Madame Lu's lips. If you don't mind, Madam County Magistrate, please drink this glass. The other party's meaning is so clear, why should Yi Kun pretend to be confused? As long as Madame Lu is captured, it will be of great benefit to Yi Kun's future actions. Maybe, he can take over all the property of County Magistrate Lu Zhongyu. This dog-like county magistrate is much richer than the ruthless bear from Sheeping Mountain. Master Yi is indeed an interesting person. Madame Lu looked charming, took a sip of wine, then raised her own glass and put it to Yi Kun's lips. I will return the gift as well. Thank you, ma'am. Yi Kun finished the drink in one gulp and exclaimed, the cups used by Madame are also fragrant. Madame Lu chuckled, sat up straight again, and took Yi Kun's hand. A few days ago, I asked 2 maids to serve Master Yi. Is Master Yi satisfied? What do those yellow-haired girls know? Madam, let me toast you again. Yi Kun smiled and poured more wine. Madame Lu touched the wine glass, shook her head and smiled. This wine is cold, I won't drink it. Lord Yi, please warm it up for me, and I'll take a sip. This. Yi Kun looked around and saw that there was no stove here, so he stood up and said with a smile, I'll go call the maid. It's just a sip of wine, why bother? Madame Lu pulled Yi Kun to sit down, picked up the wine glass and smiled softly, Master Yi, take a sip, warm it in your mouth, and feed it to me. Oh my god, they really know how to have fun. Yi Kun finally reacted, took a sip of wine and moved closer. It smells so good. Madame Lu was drunk and after taking a sip, she returned the greeting and hooked her arm around Yi Kun's neck. Master Yi, please stop drinking. I'm afraid you've drunk too much. No. I'm drunk. Help me to the inner room. I'll lie down for a while. Yes, sir. Yi Kun put his arm around Madame Lu's waist, carried her into the inner room, and held her on the big bed. "Madam, loosen your clothes, you will feel more comfortable." "Then help me, my hands and feet are weak." "Of course I will help you." Yikuin is a subordinate, so isn't it his duty to serve the county magistrate's wife? "It's a bit cold. There's cold wine in my stomach. I need to warm it up." "Don't worry, ma'am. I'll help you arrange it." In the bedroom, there were constant whispers and laughter. Ho Chi and others were waiting outside, locking the gate to the backyard and taking charge personally, prohibiting family members and maids from entering the backyard. This guy relies on his sister Ho for a living. He dared not disobey his sister's orders. It was also his sister's idea to invite Yikuin to drink tonight. In the inner room, calm gradually returned. Madame Lu looked radiant and seemed several years younger. She looked at Yikuin's face and smiled. "Master Yi is young, but he has both literary and military skills. He has a bright future ahead of him. This humble official is stupid, and I will need your guidance in the future. I'm afraid that after a while, you'll get tired of me talking too much." Mrs. Lu giggled. "Madam, you are so young and beautiful, how come you are so old?" Yikuin smiled and asked, "By the way, what is your maiden name, madam? When I go back, I will set up a longevity tablet for you and I will worship you morning and night." In fact, Mrs. Lu is not really old, she is only 32 years old. But in those days, everyone got married early. Madame Lu chuckled and said, "Then remember, my name is Rushue." Rushue is a really good name, just like Bai Shui. Yikuin cooperated very well and asked again, "I will go back and write a longevity tablet and worship it every morning and evening." "Nonsense." Rushue shook her head and smiled, "If that old bastard Lu Zhongyu sees the Chongqing card, he will throw you into jail." "Then I won't write it. Keep the longevity card in your heart where no one else can see it," Yikuin said with a smile. "Master Yi, you are really good at talking." Rushue smiled and whispered, "Let me take my time with you, Edjuan. One day, I will make you happy." "Thank you, ma'am. I will never forget your kindness." "Okay, I should go back." Rushue sighed, took out 2 gold cakes from the side, and took out a silk hand towel from her bosom, and wrapped the gold cakes. "I heard that you spend money lavishly, spend this. The hand towel is a gift from me, you have to keep it. Come prepared, even bring money. Is it appropriate to insult me like this? Who do you think I am?" However, these 2 gold bars still seem to weigh about 30 or 40 taels, so being insulted is not a disadvantage. Yikuin threw the gold cake on the ground and admired the silk towel in his hand. This hand towel is exquisitely crafted, and even 100,000 taels of gold cannot buy it. I only want the hand towel, not the gold cake. "You little fool, you don't know the benefits of money." Rushue smiled, bent down to pick up the gold cake, and stuffed it into Yikuin's arms. "Spend as much as you want, don't feel bad. Lu Zhongyu, that old bastard, has so much money that it's hard to count. But don't go to brothels, or you might get sick. Don't worry, I will sleep in the barracks and strengthen my body." Yikuin smiled. "Who said I don't know the benefits of money? I'm just pretending. It's up to you. Anyway, get closer to Ho Chidwa in the future. I'll come often." Mrs. Rushue was reluctant to leave, and finally opened the door and left. Ho Chi arranged for his wife, maid, and the servants at home to send his sister Ho Rushue back. He heated up the food and wine and drank with Yikuin. Yikuin said, "Seventh brother, you two have such a deep sibling relationship, it's really enviable. With your sister taking care of you, it's no wonder that everything goes smoothly for you." "Yes, my sister is very kind to me. She often sends me leftovers." "Well, your sister is very nice, really very nice." Yikuin was still savoring it. "When I first met Madame Rushue, I didn't see any charm in her. Tonight, however." It was late at night, and Yikuin said goodbye and returned to the barracks to sleep. "It's too late, I don't want to go back and disturb Jiao Jiao." Yikuin weighed the 2 gold cakes and found that they weighed a total of about 40 taels, equivalent to 400 taels of silver. Madame Rushue is really rich. The ruthless bear got some gold and carefully made it into armor and chains and carried them with him. But Madame Rushu had just spent 40 taels of gold. Yikuan slept soundly that night. At daybreak, Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan began training, waking up Yikuan. Yikuan washed up, went to guide the training, and then gathered the new recruits of the past 2 days to understand the situation. In the past 2 days, 50 new recruits were recruited, and the quality is pretty good. The county magistrate ordered the recruitment of soldiers and allocated military pay, as well as a batch of bows and arrows and 20 military horses. Yikuan took a look and found that the military pay was paid in silver based on a structure of 500 people, which was 240 taels per month, which was quite generous. Half of it is used for food and drink for the soldiers, the other half is used for fodder for military horses and other expenses. It is easier to get things done if you have money in hand. Yikuan made a big move. First, he purchased half a month's worth of food and firewood, and then improved the conditions in the kitchen and barracks, step by step. Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan came over and said with a smile, "Master Yi, the military pay has come, should we?" It was an open secret in the dating kingdom that military officers withheld military pay. Some are ruthless and just deduct half of it. Yikuan smiled and asked, "In the past, when the Shangguan County lieutenant received the military pay, how much did he give you?" Zhu Dachuan grinned and said, "Shangguan County lieutenant was here for less than a month, but he left before he could get his pay. But the previous county lieutenant would give us brothers 1 or 2 ounces of silver every time his pay came down, and reward us with wine. This is what I give you. Tell me if you don't have enough." Yikuan gave Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao 2 taels of silver each. Military pay is used for fighting, it is the life-saving money of our brothers. Anyone who dares to touch the military pay or embezzle a penny will be punished by military law, and will not be tolerated. "Sir, how can we take your money?" The 2 team leaders acted hypocritically. "Take the reward given to you." Yikuan glared, "Continue training, don't slack off." After lunch, Yikuan returned to the Lotus restaurant on South Street. The restaurant business is still booming. Because we have refined salt and bean paste here, the shop is always crowded with people every day. People who are a little wealthier would call their friends and come here to try something new. Yikuan called Jiao Jiao, Sichuan's sister Yulian and Sichuan's sister Chuanhua to have a meeting. "Jiao Jiao, I've decided to start brewing wine. I'll prepare now and start at Kangjialu. Let Tian Shaoyi take charge of the tavern business, and you guys focus on brewing wine." Brewing wine is secondary, Yikuan's main goal is to produce alcohol. Whether in life or on the battlefield, alcohol can be used to disinfect and treat wounds, and it is a life-saving substance. Jiao Jiao said, "But if we all leave, the tavern will be too busy with so many customers every day. By the way, Brother Kuan, our tavern can now earn more than 1 or 2 taels of silver every day. My father said that it's like robbing money." Yikuan chuckled. The profit of a little over 1 or 2 taels of silver a day was nothing. That's what the Dog County magistrate calls robbing money. If there aren't enough people, just find a few more. Yikuan thought about it and suddenly smiled. "By the way, are there any people for sale in the market? I'll go buy some." These days, it is better to buy people than to hire them. The person bought back would be a lifelong slave. If you treated her a little bit well, she would be devoted and grateful. Tomorrow, which is the 5th day of the month, will be the day when maids and concubines will be sold, Jiao Jiao said. The official sales in Hirano County are held only 3 days a month, on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month. The market is open on the 5th day of each month, but not on other days. The county is so small that it is impossible for dozens of girls to be sold by officials every day. The livestock trade in Yasi is open every 5th and 10th day, not every day. Okay, I'll go to the tooth market tomorrow. Yikuan nodded, and took Yulian Chuanhua to select grains and purchase a full set of tools for brewing wine. Yikuan wants to make distilled liquor, and many tools need to be customized. We also need to find a craftsman to build a stove. After dinner, Jiao Jiao was busy in the tavern, while Yikuan was in Songjiao Tower, explaining the winemaking techniques to Yulian Chuanhua. Because of the different craftsmanship, Yulian Chuanhua couldn't understand it at all. It's okay if you don't understand. I'll show you how to do it when the time comes, and you can learn slowly. Yikuan was not in a hurry and asked again. This time I am building a road in Sheeping Mountain, and I have asked the workers to repair and reinforce your parents' graves. If you want to go and pay your respects, I can arrange a carriage to take you there. Sir, we can never repay your kindness even if we work like slaves. Yu Lian and Chun Hua knelt down together. Yi Kuan shook his head and helped Yu Lian Chun Hua up. It's just a small favor, you're welcome. If you have any problems in the future, you can tell me directly. Yu Lian bit her lip and whispered, Yu Lian has something that I dare not tell you. Yi Kuan smiled, no matter what it is, just tell me. We can discuss whether it will work or not. Chun Hua whispered, Sir, my sister-in-law is pregnant. Ah, you're pregnant. Yi Kuan was stunned for a moment. This was not done by me. Yu Lian knelt down again, tears streaming down her face. Yi Kuan thought about it and suddenly understood that Yu Lian should have been pregnant for a long time, and it was not done by the ruthless bear, but her husband's child. Now that her husband is dead and she is pregnant, she is really pitiful. Chun Hua also knelt down and cried, at that time, we didn't dare to tell the adults about this. We deceived the adults and deserve to die. Yi Kuan sighed and asked, Yu Lian, how long have you been pregnant? Judging from his figure, I can't tell, but it probably won't be long. Yu Lian cried, it should be more than 2 months, sir, you can find a doctor to abort the baby. I just beg you not to chase me away. Chun Hua also begged, Sir, my sister-in-law is a poor person, please don't drive her away, I will definitely work harder in the future. Hey, get up. Yi Kuan pulled Yu Lian and Chun Hua up again and asked them to sit down. Chun Hua, your last name is Huang, right? The last time Chun Hua's family was buried, Yi Kuan wrote the tombstone and remembered that her surname was Huang. Yes sir, my last name is Huang. My sister-in-law's last name is Li. Very good. Yi Kuan looked at Yu Lian and said, Yu Lian, you should give birth to this child. Ah, give birth. Yu Lian was stunned. Yes, give birth to the baby. Continue the Huang family's bloodline. Yi Kuan patted Yu Lian's shoulder and said, after the child is born, I will be his godfather and help you raise him. Yu Lian couldn't believe it, and trembled, Sir, are you serious? How can a man's words be false? Yi Kuan stood up and said solemnly, since I brought you out, I will treat you as my own family. After the child is born, I will treat him as my own son. Not only will I raise him, but I will also teach him to read and write, ride a horse and shoot arrows, so that he can become a man who can stand tall and proud. How much does it cost to raise a child? Yi Kuan has modern thinking and values, and of course he cannot force Yu Lian to abort the child. My lord, I am shattered to pieces. Hey, don't kneel. Yi Kuan supported Yu Lian, imitated her Sichuan accent, and said with a smile, if you keep kneeling, I'll spank you. Chun Hua over there had already knelt down and burst out laughing when she heard that. I told you not to kneel, but you still kneeled. Chun Hua deserves a spanking. Yi Kuan smiled and patted Chun Hua lightly on the butt. Chun Hua smiled again and stood up with a red face. Yi Kuan smiled and said, since Yu Lian is pregnant, she should take care of her body. Don't do heavy work in the future and rest more. Chun Hua, you take care of your sister-in-law. Tell me if you need anything. Chun Hua nodded vigorously, I remember, sir. Yi Kuan thought about it, took out 2 or 3 taels of silver, and pretended to be an obstetrician and gynecologist. When you are more than 2 months pregnant, you should have pregnancy reactions, nausea and vomiting, and you can't eat. Oh, and you like to eat sour food. Chun Hua, I will give you another 2 taels of silver. You can buy more fresh fruits and vegetables for your sister-in-law. Although he is not a gynecologist, Yi Kuan still knows this knowledge, which is considered the most basic things in later generations. Chun Hua was overjoyed and said with a smile. Sir, even if you spank me, I will kowtow to you. Thank you for preserving the incense of our Huang family and saving my sister-in-law. Yi Kuan was very worried and held Chun Hua's hand. Chun Hua, maybe I didn't hit you lightly just now, aren't you afraid? Yu Lian had already burst into tears. Not long after, Jiao Jiao came back from get-off work with Tian Xiaoa and Xiao Yun. Yi Kuan took Jiao Jiao and called everyone to a meeting, saying, Yu Lian is pregnant and has been pregnant for more than 2 months. Jiao Jiao, don't let her do heavy work in the future, take good care of her. When Yulian's child is born and grows up, he will be filial to you. Yulian quickly bowed and saluted Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao was very surprised, then smiled and said, "It turns out that Yulian already has Brother Kuan's child. That's great. Jiao Jiao, that's not my flesh and blood. I haven't even touched Yulian." Yi Kuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The child that Yulian is carrying is her husband's, Chuanhua's second brother's. Ah. Jiao Jiao opened her mouth wide. Yi Kuan pulled Jiao Jiao's hand and walked into the bedroom. Then, explain the incident. Jiao Jiao was very touched. "Brother Kuan, you are such a good person, the best person in the world. Don't worry, I will take care of Yulian. Our tavern makes money, so we are not afraid that she and the child will eat a little in the future. Well, Yulian is about to give birth, so we should also cheer for her, right? Brother Kuan, I don't know how to give birth to a child. Can you teach me?" Jiao Jiao came around like a soft beauty snake. "I don't understand either. Let's study it and see where to put the baby into your belly." Yi Kuan also hugged Jiao Jiao and responded warmly. Backyard room. Yulian and Chuanhua, the sister-in-law, held hands, crying and laughing, not knowing how to thank Yi Kuan. Yulian wiped Chuanhua's tears and whispered, "Chuanhua, Lord Yi is such a good man, you won't meet one in 10,000 years. When Lord Yi comes, you should spend more time with him. If Lord Yi wants you, you will have someone to rely on for the rest of your life. When my child is born, Lord Yi will take better care of him for your sake." Chuanhua lowered her head and said with a red face, "But, Master Yi doesn't want me, so I can't do anything." "Take your time and be diligent. Master Yi will like you. You are so beautiful. But I think Lord Yi might dislike me because I've been in a bandit den, so." "No, look at Lord Yi, he never looks down on us." Yulian touched Chuanhua's head and whispered, "Master Yi is leading us to brew wine. There will be plenty of time in the future. You should spend more time with him. There will always be opportunities." Chuanhua suddenly smiled and hugged Yulian's neck. "Sister-in-law, I think Lord Yi treats you very well. I think you can spend more time with Lord Yi." "You're talking nonsense, little girl. I'm already pregnant, how could Lord Yi be interested in me?" Yulian also blushed. The next day, Yi Kuan slept in. After breakfast, I suddenly remembered the tooth market, so I called Jiao Jiao to go to the tooth market together. Jiao Jiao's eyes turned red, and she whispered, "Brother Kuan, can I not go? I never want to go to that place in my life." For Jiao Jiao, the tooth market is her nightmare. The last time she was sold by the government, she stood there for a whole morning, surrounded by many people, just like an animal being traded, being pointed at and talked about by others. "I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao, I forgot about last time." Yi Kuan felt a pain in his heart and hugged Jiao Jiao, "Don't keep the past in your heart. We are husband and wife now, and I will never let you suffer that kind of grievance again." "Brother Kuan, thank you." Jiao Jiao buried her head in Yi Kuan's arms and sobbed. "Then don't go. I'll go and see it by myself." Yi Kuan wiped Jiao Jiao's tears and said a few words of comfort to her before leaving. The tooth market has just opened and is quite busy. Yi Kuan, wearing a light robe and a loose belt, with a long sword on his waist, wandered around the Yasi market, learning about the local customs and business transactions of the county. Gradually, the earthen platform in the corner of the Yasi became lively. Last time, Jiao Jiao was standing on that platform. Today, 3 women were standing on the dirt platform, selling things to the government. They are all under 20 years old. 2 constables from the county government, both of whom were Ho Chi's men, shouted at the top of their lungs. "New products are on the market, 300 coins each. The one in the middle is a girl, she has never been touched by a man. The other 2 are concubines of wealthy families, they are the best at serving people, they know everything, you don't need to teach them after you buy them." The crowd in the audience were pointing, laughing, and talking. There were also scoundrels making a fuss below, shouting, "Master Constable, can I buy it for 1 night? 300 coins is too expensive. If it were 3 cents, I would buy it all." The constable laughed and scolded, Save your 3 cents to buy a mourning hat for your father to bury. The scoundrel even grinned. How about I buy on credit? Sell me the girl in the middle. If I don't have the money to pay you back in 3 years, I will return the girl to you. The constable laughed and scolded, fuck you, after 3 years, will you still be a girl? Why not? I'll let her give birth to a little girl. The rascal smiled in a lewd manner. The 3 women on the stage all lowered their heads with tears on their faces. When a woman reaches this point, life is really worse than death. Yikuin couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the back of the scoundrel's neck. You bastard, do you have any sisters? The scoundrel didn't see Yikuin, and he started to curse. I have sisters, so what? What's it got to do with you? Go, bring your sisters with you, I'll buy you a night. Yikuin pushed the rascal out with force. The scoundrel staggered, stopped, turned around and rushed towards Yikuin, your grandmother. Clang. Yikuin pressed the toad button, the sword came out of its sheath and was placed on the scoundrel's neck. Mercy. The rascal shuddered, turned pale with fear, and fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. This kind of scoundrel is just like Yao Hifu. If you really deal with him, he will kneel down very quickly. Those who were watching the fun nearby were frightened when they saw Yikuin wielding his sword and screamed and dodged away. The 2 yamen runners on the stage both knew Yikuin. Seeing this, they quickly jumped off the stage and bowed, Master Yi, why are you here? Then, the bailiff kicked the scoundrel twice and cursed. You are blind. This is Lord Yi, the county lieutenant. How dare you contradict him? Lord Yi cut off the heads of the ruthless Xiong from Sheeping Mountain and the hundreds of bandits under his command. How many heads do you have? Why don't you kowtow and admit your mistake? Ah, is it Master Yi? The scoundrel was so frightened that he trembled all over and kowtowed loudly, Master Yi, please spare my life. I am blind and deserve to die. Yikuin kicked the scoundrel and shouted. Go, kowtow to the 3 girls on the stage and tell them that you just farted and were talking about your own sisters. Yes, yes, I kowtow. The scoundrel crawled under the earthen platform and kowtowed repeatedly, 3 ants, I was wrong. I grew up eating shit, and what I said was nonsense. Please forgive me, just think that I was talking about my sisters just now. The 3 women on the stage were all shocked. He looked up at Yikuin, then quickly lowered his head. The bailiff just said that this county lieutenant cut off the heads of hundreds of bandits in Sheeping Mountain. He is a murderous devil. So, the 3 women were very scared. Yikuin jumped onto the stage and looked at the 3 women, don't be afraid, raise your heads. The 3 women slowly raised their heads, but did not dare to look at Yikuin. Yikuin took a look, turned around and said to the 2 yamen runners, I'll buy these 3 women. The little yamen runner tried to please Yikuin and laughed softly. Sir, why waste money on such common goods? You can take them home first, play with them for a few days, and then return them to sell in 5 days. Wouldn't that save money? Fart. And you even let your dad smell it. Yikuin glared at the young yamen runner and said, I felt sorry for them, so I took them back and gave them a bowl of rice. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will ask Ho Chi to break your teeth. The ordinary stuff mentioned by the yamen runners actually has a good appearance of about 60%. Appearance is secondary. The key point is what the yamen runner said. It was too insulting and also ruined Yikuin's reputation. The young yamen runner was scolded, but he dared not talk back. He smiled and said, Master Yi, I am also saving money for you. Come on, don't be angry, and don't let Master Ho Chi deal with me. Otherwise, my dog teeth will really be lost. Yikuin chuckled and took out a few taels of silver. I bought the 3 of them with this money, so there should be some left. You 2 bastards can use it to eat and drink. Thank you, Master Yi. The yamen runner bowed hurriedly to express his gratitude, then took the straw from the 3 women's heads and winked, you 3 ladies will be blessed in the future. The county lieutenant has taken you in, why don't you kowtow to thank him? The 3 women knelt down together, thank you, county lieutenant. Get up. Yikuin nodded and said, you guys go to the Lotus restaurant on South Street first and find boss Ma Fugue. Tell him that I arranged this and that you will work there from now on. The yamen runner on the side said with a smile, Master Yi, are you really relieved? Aren't you afraid that these 3 women will run away on the road? Yeah. Yikuin looked at the 3 women and said, if you want to go home, I won't keep you and I can even give you money for the trip. Let's go to the Lotus restaurant first. I'll talk to you when I get back. Thank you, Master Yi. The 3 women bowed and left hand in hand. Yikuin looked at the 2 yamen runners and asked, are there often women like this in this county who are sold by officials? The yamen runner thought for a moment and said, the market opens on the 5th day of the month, and there are 3 sales every month. In a year, there should be at least 100 or 200, right? However, many of the ugly and old ones cannot be sold. Yikuin sighed, if there are any women sold by the government in the future, please inform me. My family is in the hemp rope business and needs a lot of people. The Lotus restaurant also needs people to help with the work. The bailiff nodded and bowed, grinning, don't worry, sir. I will let you know when new goods are available. You bastard, why are you laughing so meanly? Yikuin rolled his eyes, what do you mean new or old? I told you, I bought it to do work. The bailiff smiled and suddenly said, sir, if you really want to buy them home to work, there are also private sellers here. Some poor families can't make ends meet, so they sell their children. Some are orphans who were brought here by their relatives. Yikuin frowned, where is it sold privately? The yamen runner grinned and shouted from the platform, Sir Yi, the county lieutenant, buy a maid to work at home. Is there anyone who wants to sell his daughter? Yikuin also glanced at the crowd below the stage, and sure enough, he saw a few ragged girls with grass stuck in their hair. The crowd was in an uproar, and several little girls were brought over. The 2 older ones were about 16 years old. The 2 younger ones are about 12 or 13 years old. There was also a little girl of 7 or 8 years old, who had lively eyes and was lovable, holding the hand of a middle-aged man. The child came to the platform and knelt down. Master, please buy me. My mother is sick and dying. I have no money for medicine. The middle-aged man was wearing linen clothes and was barefoot. He had tears in his eyes but couldn't cry out loud. What kind of suffering is this in the world? Yikuin sighed and asked the men, is this girl your biological daughter? The man wiped his tears and said, my lady is my daughter. Yikuin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he talk like that? You are a rude boy who deserves a beating for daring to speak to Lord Yi like that. The bailiff was furious and was about to beat him with the whip. Never mind. Yikuin stopped the yamen runner and asked the men, your wife is sick, so you are selling your daughter, right? The man knelt down and said, my mother is sick, my wife is sick, and there is nothing to eat at home, so. Yikuin jumped off the platform and pulled up the little girl, what's your name? Is this your biological father? Master, my name is Jasmine, and this is my biological father. Please buy me. If you buy me, my mother and grandmother will have money to buy medicine, and they won't die. Little Jasmine was very articulate, counting on her fingers, I can cook, I can pick wild vegetables, I can also. All right, kid. Yikuin couldn't bear to listen any more, so he patted Jasmine's head, took out 3 or 4 taels of silver from his pocket, and handed it to the men. Take this money and use it to treat your mother and wife. Take Jasmine back with you and take good care of her. If you run out of food in the future, come to the county and find me at the military camp. But you are not allowed to sell Jasmine anymore. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Grown-ups. The man was stunned for a moment, then kowtowed until blood came out. Sir, I, Chao Jiashan, kowtow to you, kowtow to you. I will never sell Jasmine again, never again. That's enough. Yikuin stopped Chao Jiashan and took Jasmine's hand. Molly, go home and take care of your grandma and your mother. When your mother is well again, ask your father to bring you to the county town. I will treat you to a delicious meal. Master. Don't call me master, call me uncle from now on. Yikuin held back his tears and told Chao Jiashan, go buy some delicious food for Jasmine, and then take her home. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to me. Thank you, sir. Chao Jiashan wiped his tears, took Xiao Moli with him, and walked away, looking back every step of the way. Uncle, you are a good man. I will kowtow to you when I get home. Little Jasmine also turned around and said. Go ahead, Jasmine. Yikuin nodded, almost unable to hold back his tears. I got a lot of good guy cards, but Jasmine's card is the most valuable. There were many onlookers, and when they saw this scene, they all shouted. Lord Yi is such a good official. This is the first time I've seen an official like Lord Yi give money to the people out of his own pocket. The two Yamen runners seemed to have their consciences touched as well, and whispered. Master Yi, this Kajayashan seems to be from Guanjia village. He originally had a son, 16 or 17 years old, who was in the Guanjia village tiger hunting team. He died in the summer. Guanjia village? Yikuin nodded slightly and decided to go see Xiao Jasmine again when he was free. In front of the platform, those who sold their daughters had already knelt down and shouted. Master Yi, please buy my daughter. We have no food to eat. Everyone saw what happened just now. The county lieutenant is a good man and is very generous. Yikuin waved his hand. Don't worry, come one by one. Tell us what's going on at home and why you sold your daughter. The sellers stood up and cried one by one. Some said the harvest was poor, some said someone in their family was sick, and some said they were robbed by bandits. Before I could finish my speech, a few more people came to sell their daughters. No one bought a son, because a son is the continuation of the family line. When he grows up, he becomes a labor force. Yikuin asked the two Yamen runners, do you know these people? Is what they said true or false? The guard pointed at one of the men. I know this guy. He cheated adults. He drank and gambled and lost money. He had no choice but to sell his daughter. He sold his eldest daughter last month. Brute. Yikuin was furious and shouted, drag this beast up here, strip him of his clothes, and beat him up. Sir, please don't hit me. I won't gamble anymore. The gambler was so scared that he kowtowed and screamed. Two Yamen runners dragged the gambler up with a smile, stripped him of his coat, and whipped him with a whip, giving him more than 10 strokes. The gambler was beaten so hard that he screamed and his skin was torn. The audience was shocked. It turns out that Lord Yi can also lose his temper and hit people. But there were also many people cheering, Master Yi, you beat the beast well. Just beat him to death. The gambler was beaten so hard that he could not stand up and shouted, Master Yi, it is not illegal for me to gamble, and it is not illegal for me to sell my daughter. Keep hitting me. Yikuin was furious, you beast, you sold your children. I can beat you to death, and it's not against the law. Yikuin must beat this kind of scum. Otherwise, other gamblers would follow his example and sell their daughters when they run out of money. The gambler was whipped several more times and finally couldn't stand it anymore. He knelt down and shouted. I know I was wrong, Lord Yi. I won't sell my daughter. Please stop beating me. Yikuin then told the guards to stop and pointed at the men who were selling their daughters. Who else among you sold your daughter because of drinking and gambling? Several sellers looked pale and shook their heads. One of the guys had already pulled his daughter and quietly retreated. Master Yi, this guy is also a gambler, and he also visits brothels. Some people in the audience started to make a fuss and pointed at the man who was retreating quietly. Don't leave. Drag him up here and beat him. Yikuin shouted. The man was also brought up and was whipped more than a dozen times. After the fight, Yikuin asked, how much do you want to sell your daughter? The sellers were all scared and whispered, Master Yi, just give me whatever you want. Lord Yi is so fierce that even if he doesn't give them a penny and robs their daughter, they dare not say a word. Yikuin asked the Yamen runner beside him, generally speaking, what is the price? About 1 or 200 coins. Sometimes it can't even be sold. The bailiff laughed. Laugh at your sister. Yikuin glared at the Yamen runner, took out the silver and exchanged it for copper coins. The two gamblers each gave him 100. Your daughters are not allowed to be redeemed. I will arrange their future and ensure that they will have food and drink for the rest of their lives. The two gamblers were beaten, exchanged for 100 coins, and left their daughter behind and ran away in embarrassment. This amount of money is probably only enough for medicine expenses. Yikuin gave 500 coins to each of the other poor vendors. You all take your daughters to the Lotus restaurant on South Street and look for Boss Ma Fugui. I will make arrangements for you later. Several vendors kowtowed to express their gratitude and went to South Street with their daughters. Yikuin shook his head and asked the two yamen runners, "Brother, what are your names?" The younger yamen runner was more lively and said with a smile, "We are cousins. This is my fourth brother, Tan Siku, the fourth child, born at the hour of Cho. I am the eighth child, born at the hour of Mao, and my full name is Tan Bameo. Hachimo, luckily your last name isn't Ji." Yikuin couldn't help but smile, and threw down another 5 taels of silver. "For Ugly and 8 rabbits, from now on every 5 or 10 days, there will be girls sold by officials or private individuals. If I don't have time to come, you can buy them for me. By the way, if someone is selling his daughter, you must ask if he is a gambler or a drunkard. If so, give me 20 lashes first. Don't worry, sir. We brothers will remember this." The 4 ugly and 8 rabbits were overjoyed. Yikuin thought for a moment and then said, "If there are people who sell their sons, those who are over 10 years old will be accepted as well." Now that he has money, Yikuin wants to recruit a group of assassins. If there are young orphans, it would be the most suitable, they can grow up in 1 or 2 years. Tan Bameo chuckled and said, "Sir, I am also my father's son. How about selling me to you? This guy is almost 30 years old, but he is always smiling and doesn't look serious." Yikuin couldn't help but smile. "All right, I'll buy you for a penny and take you as my godson." "Thank you, godfather." Tan Bameo took advantage of the situation and actually knelt down before Yikuin. In front of the earthen platform, the onlookers burst into laughter. Mr. Yi, who was 20 years old, adopted a 30-year-old son. Yikuin was also at a loss for words. He threw down a penny and patted Tan Bameo's head. "Get up, my dear son, and follow me to the Lotus restaurant on South Street. I'll give you something good. These days, adopting a godson is like adopting a sworn brother, there is no disadvantage." "Thank you, godfather." Tan Bameo stood up with a smile and followed Yikuin to South Street. The Lotus restaurant had just opened and there were no customers yet. All the girls bought by Yikuin are here, waiting for their fate. There were 9 girls in total, 3 sold by the government and 6 sold privately. The several sellers who sold their daughters privately did not leave either. Jiao Jiao, Tian Xiaoyi, and others were a little surprised. They didn't expect Yikuin to buy so many, including 2 who were only 11 or 12 years old. Yikuin entered the restaurant and said to Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, pick a few girls to help with the restaurant work. I'll take the rest at Saomiao village to help with spinning." Jiao Jiao thought about it and picked out 3 nice and clean ones and left them for Yikuin. Yikuin said to the sellers, "If you miss your children, you can visit them on the 5th or 10th day of the month. If there is something going on at home, such as a wedding or funeral, you can also send a letter to ask your children to come home." The sellers thanked them profusely with tears in their eyes. They told their daughters to be obedient and listen to Lord Yi and do whatever Lord Yi asked them to do. Then they left. Yikuin was fine now. He pointed at Jiao Jiao and said to Tan Bameo, "Kowtow and call me godmother." "Godmother, your son kowtows to you." Tan Bameo fell to his knees and kowtowed 3 times. Jiao Jiao was startled and hid behind Yikuin, shouting, "Sir, please get up quickly. I can't take responsibility for it." The official in charge of the sale at the Yasi was Tan Bameo. Jiao Jiao was also sold by him last time. So, Jiao Jiao is afraid of this guy. This is my newly adopted godson. What kind of a shitty adult is he? Yikuin took Jiao Jiao's hand and said to Tan Bameo, "From now on, you must respect your godmother as you respect me, otherwise, I will expose your skin." "Don't worry, godfather. I treat godmother as my own mother." Tan Bameo got up and bowed to Jiao Jiao again. Jiao Jiao finally understood what was going on and felt relieved, but still felt awkward. "I'm only a teenager, how come I have such a big son?" "Jiao Jiao, go get a can of bean paste and a pound of fine salt as a gift for your son," Yikuin said with a smile. Jiao Jiao nodded and asked Xiaoyi to get it. Tan Bameo was overjoyed when he got the bean paste and fine salt. Yikuin calculated the time and thought that his brother-in-law Jiang Yobao should have delivered the hemp rope to the county town by now, so he went to North Street to check. The hemp thread and linen business in Pinji County is concentrated on North Street, and the grain business is also here. There are several shops here, and the largest business is that of twine. The owners of major stores had visited Yikuan a long time ago, hoping to become the exclusive agent for Yikuan's business, one way being to provide hemp silk supplies and the other to purchase Yikuan's finely spun hemp yarn. But Yikuan didn't agree. When we arrived at North Street, Jiang Yobao had not arrived yet. Yikuan invited several shop owners to hold a meeting together. Several big bosses nodded and bowed, looking at Yikuan eagerly. Yikuan said, "All the shopkeepers, use all your skills to buy me hemp. I will take as much as you can. I will share the hemp thread I produce equally among you." The shopkeepers were overjoyed and asked, "Master Yi, can we transfer the goods from other places to you? If you don't import goods from other places, will you go home and grow hemp for me?" Yikuan squinted and smiled. "I said, I want as many as you can get." Hemp cultivation accounts for 1/3 of Pinji County's industry, and the county's hemp silk production is estimated to be more than 1 million kilograms per year. Yikuan's maximum designed output is 100 spinning wheels, working in 2 shifts, and conservatively producing 20,000 kilograms of hemp silk every day. The production in this county is simply not enough. The shopkeepers were all smiling, patting their chests and rolling up their sleeves, expressing their desire to follow Lord Yi and do a great job. It just so happened that Jiang Yobao rushed to North Street with 7 or 8 carts of fine spinning linen yarn. Yikuan didn't expect that Yurong's elder sister-in-law, Shui Sangu, also came with her, holding her son. Jiang Yobao met Yikuan and directed everyone to unload the goods. Aunt Shui also walked over, twisting her waist and saying with a smile, "Uncle, you are here too. Yobao and I just said that we would go see you after we deliver the goods." "Thank you, sister-in-law. Why did you come to the city to watch the fun?" Yikuan said with a smile. "Yes, the county town is bustling. I'll come and take a look." Aunt Shui smiled flatteringly. "It's just a waste of time. We don't have money to buy anything. Want something again?" Yikuan took the child from Aunt Shui's arms and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, buy whatever you like. I'll pay for it." "Thank you, uncle. You are so generous." Aunt Shui's face turned red with excitement. Yikuan asked about the family situation again and told Jiang Yobao. "Brother-in-law, after you unload the goods, come to the Lotus restaurant on South Street with your sister-in-law for dinner. I also bought a few girls. After dinner, you can take them back and give them to Yurong to arrange for them to spin yarn." Jiang Yobao said with a smile, "My son-in-law is buying another concubine. He is really rich. By your sister, I bought her to work." "Oh, son-in-law is wrong. My sister Yurong was not bought by you but married to you in a formal ceremony." Jiang Yobao grinned. Oh, I was wrong." Yikuan returned the child to Aunt Shui. "I'm going to do some work first, and I'll have a couple of drinks with my sister-in-law at noon. My dear son-in-law, you have a lot of things to do. Go and get busy." Third Aunt Shui nodded and bowed. Yikuan took Tan Bameo to the military camp again to take a look and arrange some matters. At the gate of the county government office, I met Ho Chi. Ho Chi clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Master Yi, I was just about to look for you. I just bought a few pheasants, rabbits, and fresh big fish. Tonight, please come to my humble abode and have a drink." "Thank you for the invitation, Brother Chi. I will definitely go." Yikuan also missed Mrs. Lu Rushue, so he agreed immediately. In 2 days, County Magistrate Go will come back, and he will not have the chance to have a private conversation with Madame Rushue. Ho Chi looked at Ten Bameo again and cursed, "You bastard, why are you following Lord Yi?" Yikuan smiled and said, "Seventh brother, I was just about to tell you that Ten Bameo is now my godson. Please do me a favor and give him to me. Let him follow me in the future." Ten Bameo also clasped his fists and laughed, "Seventh master, I will follow my godfather in the future and serve both sides. If there is something going on in the government office, I will also go to work." "You bastard, you've earned so much luck in your lifetime to be Mr. Ye's godson." Ho Chi laughed and bowed to Yikuan to say goodbye. At noon, the Lotus restaurant was packed with people who came to eat. Jiang Yobao had already brought Shui Sangu with him, and they occupied a table in a proper manner, waiting for Yikuan. The coachman who came with them, Jiang Laowu and others, were all squatting in the backyard eating. Yi Kuan looked at the environment, took Jiang Yobao and his wife to Kangjiala for dinner, and asked Tian Xiaoa to deliver the wine and food. The Tsangjiao Tower and the tavern are only 100 meters apart, very close. Soon, the food and wine were delivered. Tan Bameo poured the wine. Yi Kuan and his wife Jiang Yobao drank and chatted while discussing some business matters. Aunt Shui tried to please Yi Kuan and kept picking up food for him. Yi Kuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you are too good to me. Be careful that your brother-in-law will be unhappy and spank you when he gets home." Aunt Shui-sen laughed and said, "You are the only son-in-law in our family. If I don't treat you well, who can I treat well? Yobao is a donkey. You can't treat him well. If you treat him well, he won't work." Jiang Yobao laughed and said, "You crazy woman, I won't need you anymore when I buy a concubine." Aunt Shui glared, "Do you think you can support a bunch of concubines like your uncle?" "I'll help my brother-in-law raise him," Yi Kuan said with a smile. "When I have made 100 spinning wheels, I will buy 2 concubines for my brother-in-law. Sister-in-law, you will be a superior person in the future with concubines to serve you." Aunt Shui clapped her hands and laughed, "That's what I'd love to do. In the future, there will be 2 more people working at home, and I'll be the old lady." After dinner, Jiang Yobao went to North Street to discuss business with several shop owners. Shui Sanga stayed and prepared to go shopping. Yi Kuan said, "Sister-in-law, I don't have time to go shopping with you. Let Tian Xiaoyi and Xiaoyun go with you. Buy whatever you like and let Tian Xiaoyi pay for it." "Uncle, you are so kind to me." Aunt Shui smiled, lifted her clothes and fed her son. "I'll feed my son first, then go shopping." Yi Kuan shook his head, "Sister-in-law, my son is more than a week old, it's time to wean him." "Why do you want to wean the baby? Who will feed so much milk?" Aunt Shui was puzzled. There were children in the dating kingdom who continued to drink milk until they were 5 or 6 years old. "Give it to my brother-in-law, and save some food. Go away. How can an adult drink milk?" Aunt Shui slapped Yi Kuan lightly. Yi Kuan also shook his head and smiled, then said goodbye and left. Shui Sangu was still reluctant to leave, so she ran to the door holding her son. "Son-in-law, when are you going to go back to Jiangatu's home for dinner with Aunt Yurong?" In a few days, in a few days." Yi Kuan nodded and smiled. In these 2 days, Yi Kuan will take action to wipe out the bandits in Shuangya Mountain. Only after suppressing the bandits could he accompany Yurong home for dinner. In this county, apart from Shuangya Mountain, there are several small gangs of bandits. Only by getting rid of these guys can the county be safe and lay the foundation for future commercial prosperity. In the afternoon, we still have military training to cultivate the new recruits' awareness of obeying orders. At dusk, Yi Kuan took a bath in the military camp, spent 5 taels of silver, brought generous gifts, and went to Ho Chi's house for dinner. Although he spends money lavishly, Yi Kuan doesn't feel sorry about it. Anyway, this is all Madame Rushue's money. Ho Chi and his wife Song were so happy to see so many gifts that they smiled brightly and invited Lord Yi to the inner hall for tea. Yi Kuan was good at chatting, flirting, and making witty remarks, which made Ho Chi and his wife laugh heartily. When it was dark, Mrs. Lu Rushue came with 2 maids. Everyone understood each other tacitly, expressed surprise at the chance encounter tonight, and then sat down to drink. Ho Chi and his wife drank a few drinks, but were sent away by Mrs. Lu Rushue with a look. Only Yi Kuan and Mrs. Lu were left in the room. "Mrs. Lu, I'll toast you another glass." Tonight, Yi Kuan was very proactive. "Sir, let me serve you a drink." "It is my lifelong blessing to serve you, sir." Mrs. Lu is like snow, she can play different roles and switch between them with ease. A pot of wine was quickly finished. Rushue blushed slightly, and pulled Yi Kuan to the inner room. "Sir, I have something to discuss with you, please help." "Madam Lu, you don't have to be polite. I will be at your service." Yi Kuan supported Mrs. Lu and sat down beside the bed. Then, listen to Mrs. Lu's whisper. Mrs. Lu was very talkative and she kept on talking for nearly half an hour. However, Yi Kuan didn't really listen, his mind wasn't on the conversation. After a long time, Mrs. Lu finally finished her story. Yi Kuan asked, By the way, is Miss Yuejuan okay? Yuejuan is very good. When County Magistrate Lu comes back, he will definitely invite you to dinner. Then, I will call Yuejuan. Rushue straightened her clothes and pulled Yi Kun aside. Master Yi, I will drink 2 more cups with you and then go home. Don't worry, even if the old bastard comes back, we will have a chance to meet again. Yi Kun nodded, helped Mrs. Lu to the outer room, and sat down again to drink. Rushue picked up a bite of food for Yi Kun and said, Yuejuan likes the poems you wrote. If you have time, write some more. Mrs. Lu, let me write one for you first. Yi Kun smiled and murmured. I live at the head of the Yangtze River, and you live at its tail. I miss you every day, but I can't see you. We drink the water of the Yangtze River together. When will this hatred end, and when will this love end? I hope your heart is like mine, and you will not let me down. Yi Kun also remembered many famous works of ancient people, so he just needed to make some slight changes. Master Yi, you are so talented. I like you. Rushue was even more charming, whispering, when the old bastard comes back to invite you to dinner, you can teach this poem to the singer at home. From now on, whenever I hear this poem, I will think of you. Thank you, ma'am, for the compliment. This is not a compliment, it's the truth. Rushue smiled, opened the food box she brought, and took out 2 gold cakes. I can't write poems for you, only these tacky things are my return gifts. Cheesy. I like it. Yi Kun was happy in his heart, but he acted as if he regarded money as dirt. Giving me so much, aren't you afraid that Magistrate Lu will find out? I manage all the money in the family. Besides, do you know how much money the old bastard has after being the county magistrate for 10 years? His money. Rushue smiled and hesitated. Forget it, I have a lot of money anyway. Then I will accept the gift from my lady. I will obey your command. Yi Kun accepted the gold cake. If you don't want to waste it, use it to help the poor. It can be considered as helping that bastard Lu Zhongyu to accumulate merit. It was late at night and Yi Kun returned to the barracks to rest. Lying on the bed, Yi Kun was still surprised by County Magistrate Lu's wealth. Rushue gave the gold cake twice without feeling sorry at all, as it seemed like just a drop in the bucket. Could it be that County Magistrate Lu has 10,000 taels of gold? This is all the people's hard-earned money. If we can get all this old bastard's money, we can show our talents. The next morning, Yi Kun suddenly had an idea and took Qin Erwu, Tenba Mayo, and several personal soldiers on horseback to Guanjia village to see Xiaomoli's mother and grandmother. Qin Erwu was very happy because his beloved cousin Ji Qinu was in Guanjia village. So, Qin Erwu was dressed very flashily today, with new clothes and new shoes, and a jade pendant hanging on his belt, looking very proud and happy. After entering the village, Qin Erwu took gifts and went to his aunt's house. Yi Kun called Lao Zhao, the tiger hunting captain of Guanjia village, to go see Xiaomoli together. Old Zhao's real name is Zhao Biao. More than a month ago, he had an argument and boasted with Yi Kun in Jiao Jiao's tavern. Later, Yi Kun became a county lieutenant and met this guy several times, so they became familiar with each other. Yi Kun got off the horse and looked around. Brother Zhao Biao, your Guanjia village is very big, surrounded by fertile fields, and you can make money by hunting tigers. But why is it still so poor? Guanjia village is located directly north of Caomiao village, about 10 miles away in a straight line. But there was no shortcut, so we had to take the main road, which was a detour of 20 miles. In Yi Kun's opinion, Guanjia village has very good natural conditions, but its economic situation is similar to that of the former Caomiao village. Zhao Biao smiled bitterly. Master Yi, you make money by killing tigers, and every family gets a share of the money. You also make hemp rope in Caomiao village, so everyone has work to do. So, of course, Caomiao village is richer than us now. You are a county lieutenant, and a leg hair you pluck out is thicker than my waist. During the last tiger hunt, Caomiao village stole the limelight, which made Zhao Biao feel jealous. Yi Kun was once a commoner, but now he has risen to become a county lieutenant, holding a high position and great power, which makes Zhao Biao even more jealous. Brother Zhao Biao, please don't make fun of me. Yi Kun rolled his eyes. I will add more spinning wheels in a few days. You can arrange for the girls and wives in the village to work for me. Don't have too many for now, maybe 20. 80 copper coins per person per month, 3 meals, and accommodation will be provided. This is to take care of Zhao Biao and do him a favor. Master Yi, you are so kind. Zhao Biao was happy and grinned. Do you like a girl or a young wife? I'll find one for you. Yi Kuan patted Zhao Biao on the shoulder. I like your wife, she has thick legs, a big butt, and is strong. Master Yi, you are not serious. Zhao Biao did not know whether to laugh or cry. As they were talking, they arrived at the gate of Kaijayashan. There were 3 dilapidated thatched houses, crooked and in a state of disrepair. Jiashan, come out now, Master Yi is here to see you. Zhao Biao yelled at the top of his lungs. In fact, Chao Jiashan is older than Zhao Biao, but Zhao Biao is just like that, loud and rude. Moreover, Zhao Biao was the captain of the tiger hunting team in Guanjia village and a man of status. He looked down on poor men like Chao Jiashan and always called him by his name.